to say there should be an expected drop of X amount over that spread, and there won't be, obviously, because we see it. All we need is a viewing width of 100 miles. If we get a viewing width of 100 miles, then we're able to say that there should be a 1.25 mile drop. That would be definitely evident in a picture like this. It's just a question of what is the left to right spread distance.
I'm under the impression that you need 60 degrees vision to pick up curvature of the Earth. I'm not aware of any mileage attached to that.
W deep, deep, dope, dope, yes, yes.
Is that the
Hey,
chorus?
can I put in 2 cents?
Yeah.
Hey, on the Pontchartrain, like with all of Soundly's videos and stuff, the cars, if you zoom in on the picture, you can see the cars look like they're sidewinding in their lanes. The humps look like they're practically vertical up and down. Well, all of that is just pseudo perspective from extreme zoom because it's so compressed that it distorts natural slanting that we see with our just normal perspective. And that's why they always take the picture at a slight angle that's kind of acute to the far end where they're zooming in on. And so and that's why you see all those stations look like they're just practically touching each other. And so it just gives that false look of a curve when it's not a curve at all. It's just distorted pseudo perspective from extreme zoom.
Exactly. And all this false. It's actually 2D cars, and the matrix has a very short rendering view. But the Earth's a ball.
I would like to hear somebody like Wally or Blue Marble explain why the cars all look like they're sidewinding in those pictures. Even in the one Blue posted, if you zoom in on it, it looks like the cars are driving sideways. There's a truck going over the big hump. And then all the cars look like they're kind of pointed towards you. It's hilarious. That we don't see that naturally because it doesn't exist naturally.
Everyone, my phone says Bev's show is starting. How exciting.
Who's that?
I'm paying extra for that. My phone, in my world, I get a notification of that happening every day. Shows you how crazy the world really is.
Crazy
Blue
flat.
spend time over there. Wonder why Blue isn't over there. So I'm going to suggest that the arguments here are, of course, old and boring, because any body of water can be seen to be perfectly flat with zero variation whatsoever. I don't know what everyone's thinking or why they're thinking. I do ask, show a measurement of water, whether it's in a pool, like an Olympic-sized pool. I'm told that the high spot's going to be as little as 0.000 something, like a piece of paper. I find that hard to believe. The most important thing now is this, I guess, can I draw a line or can we get rid of refraction? There is a way to get rid of refraction. We could go to this David Taylor model basin thing where they test ships, and they've got I think 2,200 feet of pool to play with there, which I think makes about a half inch of high spot in the middle. Their claim is that they had to make rails that were curved to match the curvature of the water as they tested model boats here. Of course, I find that to be preposterous. But what I do know is that we can measure a half an inch. And that if I bust out my laser here, I'm not going to be told about refraction any longer. Because the atmospheric properties aren't there. Blue, you want to chime in on this? How come you don't talk no more? So if anyone takes a look at this David Taylor model basin PDF, they're real convinced that they've made a compensations for the curvature of the Earth over water. Xanax got some Guessy Jordan stuff up.
Well, there you go. There's your quarter mile.
Guessy Jordan. Is that Guessy Jordan or is that Bob the ridiculous?
It's your quarter mile, and you're measuring a little more than half an inch, but you got the curvature measured right there.
Hey Dan, so that basin you're talking about, they have like several different pools. So like maybe one section is that length you're talking about, but the overall size of the pool is much bigger than that. And the rails extend all the way across. I don't know. I think maybe it's like half a mile or something like that. Not only that, but I downloaded the documentation for this, and they use this reflector system, and they measure very small segments within a very high degree of accuracy. And I have the data at home. You could probably find it online. But what they were able to do is just basically measure each small segment. So they have these reflectors every 10 feet or so, and they just verify that the segments are straight. So they're not measuring curve by any stretch. They're just measuring each individual segment. They can't make a claim outside of that. But I will say this, that if you add up all the segments, it comes out as flat, because there's no deviation. I think it's within like 100th or 1,000th of accuracy. I mean, enough to measure some sort of deviation, and it never deviates. It's the standard. The measurement stays the same consistently all throughout the expanse at each section. So they're just kind of imposing the idea of a globe by saying that they're measuring level at each segment. But when you actually look at the data, it doesn't curve anywhere. So they're just kind of asserting it by saying we made it level, and if they already think it's a globe, then they're going to say, well, we made it level according to the globe. But it doesn't really, you see what I mean? Doesn't really make the claim.
I hope somebody lives near there. I can go there. That would be super cool. It seems to me observations without refraction might be possible there. Maybe. Sorta. Maybe. Kinda. Other than that, the most exciting thing for me now is to measure from a reference point, a reference frame above, where we can measure from above and not from the center of the Earth, because silly to think that we're going to measure anything from the center of the Earth. Built in 1939. If we live on a globe, the curvature of the Earth is visible and measurable, period. There's going to be a high spot in any body of water that's measurable.
Yes,
Forget our
yes.
forget our silly observations. Hi, Clay.
I
Are you feeling like a glober today?
no.
No. I guess Zanuck is like the perfect glober.
Yeah, he is the citation. He literally is.
If you were to draw it up, it would be just like that.
No,
Unwavering, right?
it's what he
Unwavering.
says. He said once he is the citation. I also remember the moment where he wanted to have a flat Earth pilot to be fired, and then pedaled back real quick because that would actually underline the frequent problem we have with making certain names public because of the anti-flat earthers that wants to have people fired, right?
Yeah.
So he realized that real quick, and he pedaled back and said, "Actually, I didn't want this pilot to be fired, or I wouldn't want." I would remember these things, you know.
Hey, Gio, are you still listening? Does anyone remember Balls Out Physics? The series that was out a few years ago, and George Chotniak supposedly called and had him looked into as an engineer and had his license threatened. So he walked away from Flat Earth. Anyone remember that? Balls Out Physics, Brian Mullen. Yeah. No one else is listening. Everyone remembers it. Anyway, a friend of mine, the guy's been missing for like 3 or 4 years, and a friend of mine just married him. So he's not missing anymore. I thought that was a nice story.
Married Brian Mullen?
Yeah, is that crazy? A chick
Oh,
that I met, like one of the first flat earthers I met in 2018 at a meetup, and I've known since, and I befriended her on Facebook. Suddenly I see this like Mullen on my list, and I go, oh man, she spells her name like that other chick, and I go look it up, and sure enough, she married Brian Mullen just totally recently.
wow!
And,
It's the same Brian Mullen. It's not a
oh yeah, for sure. And she'd been traveling like the world. She's really into foraging. Like when she hikes, she finds shit to eat and makes really weird stuff, to eat. She takes pictures of like spiders and bugs and shit. She just picks up and puts them in her hands. She's really earthy, really interesting. And she had like a 4-year-old boy, I think, maybe 5 now. And I guess him and his wife split up, and he's got like a 3 or 4-year-old boy. So they have 2 little blonde kids who probably needed each other a lot, as much as they did. So yeah, I was blown away. Because he's been so quiet.
Well, yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, is there any way you could get in touch with him? It'd be cool to talk to him at least. So even if he doesn't want to, do any public kind of discussions, I would just be curious to hear what his experience was, or any updates.
I guess I should ask both ways, right? Will he speak publicly or will he speak privately?
Yeah.
I'd like to let their honeymoon phase be over before I bug them to do tricks. But I'll definitely ask. I mean, it's not like he couldn't have come around somewhere, He's got to be aware that he could pop on anywhere. But to be honest, it's not worth it. To be honest. Look at Patricia. She's still a flat earther. It's just not worth talking about it to anyone. Doesn't pay. Just causes grief. Anyway, I thought that was a nice story. And, we hear so little about him. I was blown away. Especially because I'd be blown away even if I heard it, much less heard it from someone I know, Like, whoa. She's a super strong chick. I'm sure she just snagged him up. I hope she doesn't get bored with him. The father of her kid got arrested at a meetup that we had at Griffith Park Observatory. And some people were bitching that we were there, and he got into it with like the park officials or something, and somebody called somebody a monkey, which essentially was pointed at a black person. So suddenly it became racial, and before you knew it, the father of her kid was involved, and he had a warrant for something. So the news went down, is that, flat earthers, that it was a flat earth thing, made us look stupid as usual. But we haven't seen that guy since, the father of her kid. I forget his name right now. So there's still hope for flat earth chicks. That's all I'm saying. There's still hope for romance in the flat earth world.
Why does your spouse have to share that kind of belief with you?
Maybe more important when you have children, because you're looking to share, you're not looking to divide their interest.
Right. I mean, my fiance, she's got 2 kids. She's got somewhat of an agnostic position on the creator, and I've got an atheistic agnostic position. But at no point do I think it clashes with the kids, because when we teach our kids things, we teach not what to believe. It's not what to think or how to or what to believe. It's how to think. So they can come up with their own conclusions.
I don't know. You're really looking at a dozen years later for them to be able to draw their own conclusions. Otherwise, they're socially infested by their culture around them, whatever culture they're brought up in. I mean, if you're homeschooling and you live in the middle of nowhere, maybe you can control some of the influences on your child. And maybe you're not helping. Maybe you're limiting them. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to hide anything from them. I think expose them to all of the world, and if you've got a better way to explain one of the things that makes more sense, do that. But I don't think you're helping at all if you try and hide, narratives from them, because you might homeschool your kid and hide whatever government information you want from them. Then they're going to become adults, and then they may find it and be like, well, haven't I ever even heard about this?
Yeah,
I
why
try
did
and
my parents hide this from me type of thing. Yeah, but
yeah.
I agree. I agree with you, Demon's right. I think the best thing to do is set solid foundations in them so that they have the best tools with which to filter through information, because they're going to be exposed to that information, whether you try to hide it from them or not. It's just you want to make sure they're able to swim through it, and know what's bullshit and what isn't.
Yeah.
But as far as flat Earth and couples go, sharing the same hobbies doesn't hurt. Whether you're hikers or bicyclists, musicians, whatever you do together, it's nice to share that type of hobby together, and so especially something social.
Yeah, but from what I've seen, a lot of the flat earthers here aren't married to flat earthers. They seem to be doing just fine in their marriages. I would say the overwhelming majority of flat earthers aren't married to flat earthers. Witsit is like one of the few.
Well, Glatflobe as well, married to a flat Earth
Nice.
wife.
All right.
Yeah, there's been a few recent ones. Melodome guy, Austin, also just got married.
Yeah, well, it seems to be a recent phenomenon then, but it seems most of the flat earthers are married to Globers, and it seems they all became flat earthers later in their marriage, But they didn't end up getting divorced and stuff.
I don't think it's a minority. It might be 50-50. If you're talking about just partners, romantic partners, that, I mean, from all my experience and talking with people over all these years, yeah, I would say it's maybe 50-50. In terms of like, doesn't have to be a marriage partner, it could be a girlfriend, boyfriend, that either both think the same thing. But yeah, there are some that, you know, where the girlfriend or the wife maybe is not, you know, interested, or vice versa.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Have you heard of any though, Gio, where the wife or the husband became a flat earther and the marriage fell apart?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just asking out of curiosity.
absolutely. Yeah,
I'd say that's
Okay.
probably more common. Yeah.
there's been those. Yeah.
Hmm.
Funny. Now we have to find. Hasn't happened yet, but we'll get a flat Earth couple that went into a flat Earthers. Now we just see if anyone converts to globe. If that breaks up the marriage too.
Well, that's so uncommon. You could count them on one hand in terms of how many people have actually done that.
Right.
Like somebody who fully is like fully into the realization that the Earth is not a globe, to actually go back to the globe is like virtually zero. But there are some that might have been interested in it, or maybe they were on the fence, or maybe they used the label flat earther or whatever, and then they claim to have gone back. But even those are very few.
But do you believe it's possible for an actual flat earther to go back to the globe, Gio?
No. I
Anybody
mean,
Why
can
not?
become educated.
not when
Why
you
not?
know, not when you know what the truth is. Why would you go back to a deception once you know what the truth is?
Maybe you figured out flat Earth isn't the truth. I mean, isn't there a possibility that flat Earth might not be the truth, and it's just like a psyop? Maybe isn't that a possibility? A
Well,
small one.
Well, let me use this example. Let's say that you come home early from work, you walk into the bedroom and you see your wife with another guy in bed, naked, the whole deal. There it is, just 100%. Is there anything that will convince you that she didn't cheat on you? Is there anything in the world that someone could do that could convince you?
There's a lot of possibilities. It could be my wife's twin sister. It could be a thing that you know.
Twin sister. Oh God, the lengths
It could be a
go
doctor
to.
treating her. It could be a
Oh.
doctor treating her for skin disease.
It could be an alien that has shapeshifted into what looks like your wife.
Yeah, I mean anything's possible, Gio. It could be a thing that she's in some sort of entrapment situation,
Could be
where
refraction.
someone's holding a gun to her head and making her do this, or she has to do this to save the family. If she doesn't sleep with this guy, they're gonna off our kids or something. I don't know, Joe. I'm just saying there's always a possibility. That something could be going on that doesn't
Yeah,
meet the eye, right?
you might be hallucinating too. That may be the possibility. Like, how do you know you not like hit your head at work and you're just dreaming all this right now?
True.
Well, if your reality is that disjointed, then talking about the truth of the shape of the Earth is on the low part of the list. Then, if that's the case,
Right. But if
Yeah,
you're going
but
to equate like the reality of flat Earth and globe Earth to like literally seeing your wife banging another dude, I'd say those are not equal.
well, I was just relating it. If you don't think it's the truth, then that's fine. I'm not.
I think the analogy would be more like you assume your wife has been banging somebody else, and you might have heard from somebody that that's the case, but at no point is analogous to say I've seen it, so I know that that's the case. See what I'm saying?
Well, no, but you can do long distance observations and see the planar reality of the Earth with your own eyes.
Yeah, but those are all optical, and like you have to include refraction and diffraction and all that other bullshit with it. So,
well, there are
it's
forms
long.
of refraction that, like mirages and things, but when you look at multiple observations, there's not a consistent curvature. There's consistent planar geometry, even amongst all the mirages and refraction effects.
Yeah, there's plenty of gravitational experiments you can do to prove, the shape and size and all that jazz. The multiple multiple points of view on that too.
Gio, I'm going to post something, and it's a question really to someone particularly as serious as you are. Is being a flat earther really about the shape of the earth? In other words, is our call to action, you and me, our mission, pivotal on the shape of the earth? I'm going to say no.
I mean, I guess for me, I've never called myself a flat earther, like ever, even though, I mean, I've, used the term, thought about the term, etc. But I'm just saying I've never called myself that. So, I wouldn't associate with that term in that way. But I mean, in general, though, the term flat earther is like that the earth is, has a planar geometry and is stationary are the two things that tend to be associated with that. So in terms of that part of it, yeah, it would be about the shape of the earth.
But let's say that we have evidence, like I met this dude who's a satellite engineer, and that would push some of our boundaries past 3,500 miles out to 22,000 miles, and maybe it would push the moon further out. And it's like, would that really change everything? I don't think so. Like, I think that my bitches with society would still exist.
Well, I mean, I do know what you mean, that there's a larger thing at play. So I'll just use the term if just to be neutral. So if the earth isn't a globe, as the governments and as this whole paradigm have been pushing for this amount of time that they have been, and the space and all of that, then the implications of it not being the globe are massive for the state of the world, for the political, the financial, the countries, all of these components, it's one single thing that would be so fundamentally transformative, considering they're teaching this to all the children, and, just the whole model of where everyone thinks they are is completely false. So on that perspective, I could resonate with, perhaps, at least if you're indicating that part of it, meaning that the earth not being a globe, yeah, the shape, it just is what it is, and we all experience it as a planar stationary surface anyway. So nothing changes there. All the physics stay the same. There's nothing that changes about physics. It's all happening right here on the earth. The only physics that goes out the window is the outer space physics, which is not a validatable real, place anyways. So all of that stays the same. But is that kind of what you're alluding to? That like the implications of the earth not being a globe are so far reaching that, those of us talking about it, is that what you're saying? That it's not necessarily the physical shape part, but it's the larger implications and the...
Yeah, I think we have a lot higher level of concern than the shape of things. Here we are arguing a lot of science. It's not our primary interest. It's not. We're really avoiding government. We're avoiding all the real societal issues that we might want to really be taking on with this amount of hours every day. Like, let's say we were a political party, flat party, for love and truth. And we all put this much effort into participating in government. Would we get more done? And could we take the flat term higher instead of letting it stay flat on the earth? Can we be flat elsewhere in other areas? Can we take that flat attitude? Is that we want to know, is this measurable? Is this repeatable? Is this real world? And now that we see the way that, the media is set up, where it's, scripted and not real world, it's intense,
Yeah, and the globe is so integrated into society at this point, especially when you look at like World War I, World War II, let's just say post World War II. It's so interwoven at this point that, it's one of the first things that they, you hang one of those little heliocentric mobiles above a child's crib, even to that point, and the globe in the classrooms and everyone, the kids pointing at the globe and, all of the globe stuff. So, I mean, is there anything else that's quite that woven in? Because you've got like the Democrats, Republicans, there's all these like little polarities and these different ideas. Obviously there's religions and spirituality ideas and different perspectives on life that people have, but it's like when you thinking about just like the power structures on the earth, is there anything that's more interwoven than the globe? And so then the question becomes like, yeah, you know, that's not the case. You could almost call it like the ultimate rebellion in a sense, because it's like there's like the globalists and globalism. It's all related to the actual globe itself. And then, of course, NASA, these huge government agencies, so much money is put into it. So, yeah, it is like very foundational. I mean, is there anything else that's quite as foundational that if it was overturned, it would have as big of an effect?
No. Oh, maybe aliens.
Yeah, although that goes with the globe narrative, but yeah, that would be major, I suppose, if that part were real. Yeah, if aliens came, oh, we're gonna run your world now, or yeah, exactly. If there was some,
I think that's already where we're at. I'm sure that's where we're at. I even have a theory that the 666 being negative is because you can't do business on this planet 50-50 because somebody already runs this place. So you basically have to give up 2/3 to do business here. So 666 being 2/3 of something was an awful number to give away just to do business here. To split it with the Earthlings and whoever runs it.
Insert Project Bluebeam.
Exactly. God, imagine the contingencies they have set up for that. Whether it happens or it's orchestrated or a drill. How about a drill for that yet? Oh no. A go live drill on the alien.
yeah, if they do a drill, we should all keep our eyes out. But it's funny you said that, because I was saying like, what would be larger to overturn than the Earth not being a globe? And you said the aliens, which is interesting because as people are waking up to the fact that the Earth isn't a globe, they may be preparing the alien situation. So, you know, to overturn that. So it's like before we become aware enough, they may try to pull that off to get everyone back into the globe idea and into the threat of the alien invasion. Oh, now it's real. You know, there's laser beams coming from the sky or whatever they might do. So it's interesting how you kind of link those.
How hard would it be for them to genetically modify? Yo, man. How hard would it be for a genetically modified human to be looking like an alien? I mean, would they? I mean, that could be part of their alien plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but for certain, the most advanced camouflage and shape-shifting capabilities of any species on the planet belongs to the octopus. So if there was any octopus to like be able to shapeshift, or like any animal that was able to shapeshift and look like humans, it would literally be the octopus.
Think about it. Like they say, like the latter will be like the everything's gonna repeat pretty much. The reason why, according to the scriptures, was the earth was destroyed because there was the modified the genes factory was modified. So why would they be able to do the same thing and just say they were aliens? I mean, aren't they already genetically modifying babies to be if they want to have blue eyes or whatnot?
Hitler started that stuff, calling it natural selection. World War II.
Let's add them. Let's give them tentacles or let's give them some kind of shit.
Hey, yo, guys, a $2,600 trash can. That should be in the WWE.
So, hey, come here often?
I was going to say, I was still thinking about what Dan had said about, is it really about the shape of the earth? And one of the things that comes to my mind with that is like, one could see, it's like the shape indicates that there's, I think for a lot of people, that there's way more control, meaning that the shape not being the globe. To come to that realization means you have to understand that there's way more like cohesive control than many would have perhaps otherwise considered.
Yeah, that all of mankind may have been duped. Like for instance, think about this, right? For mammals to have gone to the sea during, let's say, catastrophic temperature issues, is the only safe place in terms of temperature variant. Obviously, things like this could have happened over time. I believe truly that black people survived on the surface and that white people either came from underground with a vengeance after many generations with their colonial habits and flag waving or planting, or that they are truly the alien hybrids that don't belong here. It just really seems white people are basically out of control with fighting and lack of harmony with where they live. Needing more, taking from others kind of stuff. So if you came here, the problem with us going anywhere is that we take it over, like South America and Africa. Imagine somebody coming here from somewhere else. It's not to party. It's to take, to take the resources. It's not to party. So it's a lot to consider. In our history, are white people completely villainous, in general? And did they come from the same place and same circumstances as black people who may have just been left outdoors for generations, where the white people may have been underground, or just aren't from here? I even sometimes think about if the Nazi regime had learned anything about time travel, that maybe they felt a relationship with the Nordic aliens, and that's why they thought that they were a master race, because it came from an alien source. Either way, it's still not about the shape of the earth when it comes to manipulating the earthlings.
Well, it's like, yeah, from a cosmological perspective, or even like that word cosmography, from a cosmographical perspective, the shape is significant for sure. But yeah, from some of these other points you're making, yeah, like the sort of the political, the financial, the control component of it, in that sense, like the fact that it is not a globe indicates, that there's essentially, a wolf in sheep's clothing going on kind of phenomenon.
Yeah, I see the flat earth as the billboard of, of the other problems. It's the biggest proof.
This white man thing you're talking about, surely you must have heard of Genghis Khan, right? Dan?
Yeah.
Was he white?
I think he was yeller. I think he was a yellow guy.
You know how many people he killed?
I know how many people he fathered. It's like 3% of all people or something ridiculous like that. His genes are pretty dramatic.
Uh-huh.
Why do you bring him up?
Well, you kind of put it on the white man, but I just wanted to just mention one empire. Then we have the Chinese, we have the Ottomans, what can go on, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Every power that was able to control another people did so, and with systematic murder in the old days.
And I don't think most of it was race based like that, or started off a race based thing. Sounds kind of ridiculous.
Well, the race is used as an excuse. It's usually for resources and land
Exactly.
that people.
Agreed.
Yeah. Our people ran out of land. We got no more bananas, no more cherries. But look at over yonder, and they got a lot of them over there. I think we go over there and take over that valley. It looks pretty prosperous.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I heard that agriculture was the cause of war because people were generally nomadic prior to agriculture, where they tended to the field all year. And it was really fucked up when other people came along and were eating your shit because that's what they were used to doing, is moving along to find shit. And that this caused fences and borders and eventually, a defensive where you had to defend your stuff. You had to defend your land.
Well, actually, what they saw is that nomads started to settle down once they were able to start, because harvesting their own crops and stuff. They actually started becoming less nomadic. That's where kind of how community started, and we see that that's kind of where trade started. It's not that nomads were stealing anything. Nomads wouldn't want to move if they didn't have to. The idea of them being nomads is to migrate for resources. And I think it would matter what region of the world it would be before you're saying it's a race thing. Think about what resources they are and what part of the world it's at, because Africa isn't the only place we get resources from, and so therefore, it doesn't really work as a race thing.
Look, bottom line, every race has blood on its hand. Every person, every location, everybody, whoever has had power has
Except
taken
Canada.
advantage of the weak. Yeah.
Canada's too polite.
We're a bunch of wusses up here.
Do you think white people and black people had the same origin?
What'd you talk about, Willis?
I would say all humans have the same origin.
Then what's up white people's ass? What's up white people's ass with colonialism and shit?
I think that's just you.
We just happen to be the latest power on the block, that's all. Just look east. Look what's happening now.
And what do you think?
No, we must look west. Ha ha!
And what if there was an original?
Well, if the idea that we as humans came from an origin place, we basically would look to where we found the oldest bones, right? And I'm sure if they found older bones somewhere else, then we would then have an idea of contributing it to starting somewhere else, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
I guess so, yeah. Don't they say Africa? I don't know. I don't know about those bone stories, to be honest with you.
See, that's the thing, because then you get the whole idea, because you hear a lot of people talking about that it's called out of Africa thing, and it's that we didn't originate from Africa. We originated from Northern America, South America type thing, and it's weird. I don't see any evidence behind it except for pictures that they use as evidence, but that doesn't show anything except for that when different races get near each other, they're going to have offspring as well. So it doesn't say we started anywhere though. So that like the idea would be they'll show a Native American that is black, and then they'll say, well, if Native Americans were here before the white man, then obviously we originated here. And the idea is that if you're looking at a picture of this, most likely it happened far after humans migrated from a origin place. I don't really hear any much real good evidence for that because it doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, it's wishy-washy at best, bro.
Yeah, I think as time goes, we can become more accurate on the dates and time periods things are around. But as far as I know, the oldest bones we found are from Africa. So that's where I would base the origin of humans as, right? I guess it would depend on how you think we became humans, or when we became humans, or how. I don't know. Because the only time I ever hear that the dating doesn't work is creationists, I guess. But even then, that doesn't make sense because if dating those bones and organisms don't work, then surely you can't say that things that have been found that would be more for the biblical side are dated back to that some period of time because all dating is wrong, right? I don't know. That's just my opinion on it.
I looked into it, and that radiocarbon dating, like I wouldn't trust it first.
Well, I think there's 75 different ways of that they use to date, and I'm pretty sure that carbon dating thing is far outdated.
No pun intended.
Because I can see anything 50 years ago may have been as accurate as it could be, but there are going to be issues with it. And as technology and knowledge gets better, those things get better, become more accurate. That's why there are so many different ways of testing things. Just where we find bones and fossils gives evidence to when it was dated.
Is fossilization a problem to carbon dating?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing that I ran into when I was taking in Noah's Ark and the preservation process it went through, where people who believe in carbon dating kind of stood up and started to speak against it.
Yeah, because I think the problem with it is that the amount of organic matter to test is not enough, I guess. Or in a lot of these cases, it's so minuscule that it becomes that the margin of error becomes so wide. But again, there are so many different methods to testing things. Like I said, I'm pretty sure carbon dating is they don't use it as a how accurate can we get thing. I don't think they use it like that anymore.
Thanks for the confirmation, man. I appreciate that.
Yep.
So, Sean, do you believe in the evolution narrative?
Absolutely. Why not? Why even if there was a creator and a god, why is evolution out of the question? If anything, I would think that a creator who created it and then lets it take its course would use evolution rather than make one of everything and see how far it goes, because then at some point everything would be gone, wouldn't it?
So you are of the opinion then that there is a creator and then things evolve from a point of creation?
No, I don't believe in a creator, but at the same time, I know I don't know.
Okay, cool.
So I look at it from both sides. Like I think evolution is real, 100%. But I don't see in my brain why a god who creates this all can't put something like evolution in place to let things take their own course. Like we know enough about how biology works that your parents created you. Their DNA, that your genes are them. God didn't do that. But if there is a creator, then he would have had to at least put everything into play. And in that mechanism, to me, evolution makes more sense.
There's only one problem with that, Sean. There's absolutely no evidence of evolution.
Okay, then what do you think is evidence? Because I can give you a list of evidence right now, if you'd like.
About something in the fossil record.
And humans, elephants, mammoths, the old cat, like the the California bear and all that kind of shit. I mean, we have fossil evidence of animals we have now that were much bigger, and prey that was much bigger. Why aren't those animals still around? Or how did it become smaller and whatnot? Say again. I'm sorry.
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is one animal turning into another animal. Evidence of that.
That's aspeciation. That's not evolution. That would be the outcome of a bunch of evolutionary processes. That's kind of like saying, let's talk about what started abiogenesis and evolution, but they're not the same thing. Evolution doesn't talk about what started everything, where aspeciation doesn't describe an evolution. It's the end of the evolutionary process that aspeciation happens. And we see evidence of that.
I'm not talking about that, Sean. I'm talking about one species turning into another.
Okay, in between that would be the evolutionary process, but that is still aspeciation.
You can call it what you
want. Well, that's what it is, and we see that through animals that we have today. Whether it's forget the name of it. It's that one. It looks like a deer, has stripes like a zebra, has a tongue like a giraffe, and all that kind of shit. Like there's enough genetic evidence and genetic traits that we can see that they are part of the same family. Well, in between that is their evolutionary process, but that they can't make it an animal or offspring together. That's aspeciation. That is what aspeciation is. It's not the idea that a dog becomes a lizard. That's not aspeciation. It's not how it's not even described at all.
Isn't it just speciation, the word?
I think the process between the species becoming one is that speciation. I think speciation. Aspeciation is the idea that they no longer could breed together and they become their own genetic species. And again, I'm not educated enough to give you the details of that in between, but I do understand that what Montreal just asked me for an example of is not evolution. The evolutionary process is what takes place in that in between time, but evolution doesn't describe where a dog became a lizard. It doesn't do that. That's not how it works.
Well, clearly we have a misunderstanding of evolution then, Sean. Clearly. Because that's exactly what that's exactly what the evolutionary model says. It says something. Yes. And I can
What
show
does it
you
say?
chart.
What does it say at Montreal?
It says exactly one animal has to turn into another animal in order for your evolution to work. There's no way around that.
Can you show me where evolution says that? That's what that's what Montreal says, but that's not what evolution states.
Okay, where did everything start in a pond?
Again,
according to your model.
Again, there's a difference
Yes or no?
There's a difference between the origin of life, evolution, and aspeciation. Like you're going through. You're talking about three different things as if evolution says they're all one. It's not true. That's where the conversation kind of takes that cutoff, because you're asking me about the origin of life. Evolution doesn't talk about that. Evolution doesn't state evolution did that.
No, I didn't ask you about the origin. I granted it to you. I'll grant you your first amoeba. I'll grant you your first life form, right?
Okay.
Now, what happens next? Tell me.
Those organisms evolve. They become over, we'll just say, millions of years. They may become a different type of bacteria, an organism that does something else.
Okay,
genetic mutation.
Where do fish come from?
Say again?
Genetic mutation. Suddenly something happens. Solar screws up the DNA. The next offspring looks a little different.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to offspring. Whoa. We started off, I gave you an amoeba, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's your abiogenesis. I gave you that as a present here. Take a life form. Now, what happens after? How did that bacteria? How did
I see what you're saying.
Become a fish?
I'm sorry, I wasn't saying. I was just saying. My bad, Montreal. I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No, but did you hear what I said? You started off with a bacteria, right? We gave you a bacteria. Okay, now how did that bacteria become a fish?
Okay. Well, just so you have a current example, they do this with E. coli. Over time, that bacteria, they'll have a million offspring. So there's a million other bacterias in there. Out of that, 30 of them may have some genetic difference, mutation, that changes something about the genetic outcome of it. And then they'll have offspring, and then they'll have offspring. And over time, that will continuously happen, and you will see an evolutionary process in that organism.
So exactly like I said, that thing, that bacteria will eventually become a fish. There's no way around it, right?
That's not what I said. That's what you just said. What I said is over time, that genetic mutation would happen over and over and over again. And if you need an example, it'd be like, or a perfect example is tests they're doing currently with, we've talked about this before, Montreal, the Italian wall lizard, where they had a vegetarian species of the wall lizard, and they had a carnivore species, and they actually took both of them, isolated them on an island, and over the past 60 years, 70 years, they've watched an evolutionary process where these two different species of this wall lizard genetically mutated and changed and had a different genetic outcome than the parents.
Was it still a lizard? Was it still a lizard?
Yes, it is. Again, we're not talking about evolution. Is not saying a lizard becomes a bird. Evolution doesn't say that.
Well, then you don't understand evolution, Sean. I'm sorry to put it bluntly like that, bro. But
would you like me? Okay.
How does it work?
Well, then, do we want to play the definition game? Because I can guarantee you, your definition of evolution is not the definition of evolution. That's Montreal's definition.
Look,
Sean, can you agree? Can you agree that all living things on Earth today have a common ancestor? From lizards to cats to amphibians to reptiles, everything has a common ancestor.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So that's what Montreal is saying, that evolution states is a primordial amoeba.
Again, evolution doesn't
say that.
evolution doesn't explain how that a cat will become a lizard. It doesn't do that. And it's
I
not
understand.
it wouldn't and in that situation, if those amoebas, those organisms that Montreal gave us and said were already there, they're going to branch off. Different genetic mutations are going to happen.
We
and
understand.
One genetic mutation may give it an opportunity to get out of the water. One genetic opportunity may make it so it goes deeper underwater. And then that evolutionary tree is going to branch and do other things. But again, does not talk about a cat becoming a lizard.
Sean, we
Yeah, it says, and
understand.
dogs became humans. Dogs
But
became
hold on.
humans.
That's fine.
I don't know about
but
I'm not
you
arguing
gotta
that crap.
you gotta admit that all living things, whether they're reptiles or birds, even trees for that matter, all have one source, which is a common ancestor,
okay.
which
I'm
is
sorry.
a primordial amoeba. Do you agree or not agree?
So what
But
you're saying
evolution doesn't
is
say
that
that.
organism that SE Montreal gave us, like he said, that's there. We're not talking about the beginning and start of everything. We're talking about one organism in one spot, and that's a start. Okay? Yeah. Yes.
All right, that's
That's
all
what
he
I'm
was saying.
But yeah, and remember how I said in that first organism, in that first million years, it may branch off and have a genetic mutation that gives it the ability to be out of water. Whereas the other genetic branches that went in different route may be able to go deeper in water, but it's still still going to have a different evolutionary tree.
We get
And
it, but
over
listen,
but
we get it.
Lion,
Just hold on.
Lion, just to clarify though, evolution doesn't say that we all came from one thing. You know, it doesn't talk about
Yeah.
But it does.
the
You
start
say
of life.
it does though.
It's not the origin.
If you look, okay, if you go back in the evolutionary tree, right, before it started branching out into all these little tributaries, for lack of a better word, right, before it started branching off to different species, all living things have one common ancestor. The source of all life is a single-celled amoeba.
I think I know what the problem is. And
So hold on, but hold on,
maybe
hold on.
but here's something that you need to understand about evolution and the evolutionary trees that we have. They're not going from the beginning to us. They're going from us backwards. Understand that. So when you talk about that tree, it is, and this is why evolution doesn't talk about the beginning, because evolution is forever ongoing, because we don't have a complete tree.
We know
understand that?
But we're just trying to get a foundation, a basis here, because you're one second you're saying no, that's not true. Oh, that's dogs don't turn into cats or cats don't turn into lizards. We understand that, but everything came from one source. Then that's what I'm trying to establish. That do you believe that or not believe that?
And that's why Nate just came in and said, you understand that evolution doesn't talk about coming from one single organism. And the reason is, and this is very important, is because the evolutionary tree you're referring to doesn't start from the origin. It starts from us now and then goes backwards to what we find.
Yeah, that's why you'll see those trees or those diagrams, you know, at the what would be the origin or what would be the trunk of the tree. There's no animals stated there. There's only animals listed on the branches. Where we are now, going backwards. We don't know what's at the beginning or how it all started. Evolution doesn't speak to that.
So I understand that you guys don't even agree on the theory of evolution, but what I'm reading right now on the internet says common descent is an effect of speciation in which multiple species derive from one single ancestral population. The more recent the ancestral population two species have in common, the more closely they are related. But it says here, the most recent common ancestor of all current living things, of all current living organisms, is the last universal ancestor of all living things, which lived about 3.9 billion years ago.
Continue.
And the source here is timeline of the evolutionary history of life, all life. So
and
all life came from one
common
ancestor.
And what is it?
They're saying it was 3.9 billion years ago.
What do
What
they
is
say?
the ancestor?
It says the two earliest pieces of evidence for life on Earth are graphite found to be biogenic, 3.7 billion year old metasedentary rocks discovered in Western Greenland. It's microbial life. So again,
Again, not
it
origin.
still goes
That
back
is
to
still
an amoeba or a
But,
microbial life that
but that's
it's
not the
all life on Earth
origin,
today.
though.
you just said it.
No.
You
Yeah,
just
you
said
just
it. The oldest known. Again,
yeah.
you said it perfectly because again, current
Yeah,
to
this
as
is
far back as
consistent
we
with
can
what I was
find,
saying though.
not the
3.9 billion
origin.
years ago, in the Precambrian era, there was a single celled amoeba in a primordial soup, is the ancestor of all living things today, from
The furthest
reptiles to
back that we
amphibians to
found.
birds.
That's the
This is what they believe. Now you guys are saying that's
yeah.
not the
The
case.
furthest
So who's
back
right?
we have found is what you're explaining.
I'm just
Not the
trying to
origin.
establish a
Not
basis so that we can move on
yes.
to the next
Okay,
questions, right? We
but
can't even
again,
establish a basis.
you have to have the understanding of the basis. The basis that you just read. This is not my. This is what you just read. The oldest known organism is what you read. Again, the furthest back that we have recorded is what you're talking about. It's not saying those things are what started everything. It didn't say that.
It literally says that, bro. You're
No,
saying
it
it
didn't.
doesn't. Okay, let me continue reading then. All current living organisms on Earth share a common heritage. Though the suggestion of substantial horizontal gene transfer during early evolution has led to questions about the monophily or single ancestry of life.
Thank you. You just debunked. You just read
No, I
exactly
didn't.
what we keep trying to explain to
All
you.
it says all
Evolution
living
does
animals
not
have been
explain
identified.
origin of life.
These may have arisen from a single-celled ancestor that lived 650 million years ago in the Precambrian era.
Read that last
And I asked
paragraph
him,
again. Read that last
and I asked him,
paragraph you just read again.
It's semantics, bro. You're trying to like
Oh
debate
my
something that you
God.
don't even understand
Now,
yourself.
what you read is semantics?
You're
Or just
saying
read it again.
because this one cell split off into different groups of genetic variants, and somehow that what I'm saying doesn't stand.
Yeah.
That doesn't make
Can
no
I ask
sense,
him a
bro.
question? Can I ask him a question?
Yeah,
Do you
of
believe in
course.
chemical? Does he believe in chemical evolution?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you
Everything,
do
right?
believe in
Everything would
evolution.
have
Then
a
you believe.
process of it. What?
Okay, then you do believe an evolutionary process is the means by which we got life, even abiogenesis.
Again, not trying to explain origin. That's not my process of evolution, and I'm not even in even if you're talking about chemical evolution, I'm not trying to explain at all, or have I tried the first chemical compound and all that shit. I'm not even trying to. Why bring it up?
Because it's part of the process.
Okay,
So
well then
everything
what
I've
part of
ever
the
hold on a second. Everything I've ever read about abiogenesis, every video I've ever watched, everything I've ever seen, every article I've ever read talks about simple compounds coming together, learning or somehow figuring out how to self-replicate, and then those getting into certain environments with certain environmental pressures, beginning the stages of life. That is evolution. That is evolution. So
No,
evolution is still part of this process.
no,
Yes.
no. Okay, we've already gone through this by I think about 10 minutes ago.
I just came
Let me
in.
make it very clear
So I didn't
again.
hear that.
Let me make it very clear again. There's a reason abiogenesis is called abiogenesis. It is the beginning of life, what started everything. And that is not evolution. Evolution does not talk about abiogenesis. You're trying to equate it the same again, and we've already gone through the fact that you can't say they're the same thing because they're not.
Okay, well let's walk through the process. Let's say one of the theories is vents, right?
Okay, okay.
These vents.
If
Hold on,
you're talking about
hold on.
abiogenesis,
Bear with me.
then I have no opinion
Bear
of
with
it.
me.
I have no clue. I
But
don't know what started
evolution.
everything.
Well, the thing is, you have to have evolution or change of chemical processes from non-organic material to organic material. There has to be an evolutionary process, and it has to go through different stages with different environmental conditions
No,
for it to occur. No.
If evolution isn't saying what began life, then why would chemicals and their compounds that went from chemical to life have anything to do with it?
Because even in that own paradigm, within chemical evolution, it is environmental conditions.
Okay,
Like things
does
have to
chemical?
learn to
Okay, explain
adapt and
something to me.
change as
Hang on.
process in different environments.
Okay,
Same
if
idea.
what? Okay, what define chemical evolution for me? Because again, it wasn't part of my argument, so
I
I don't
just
know.
did. I just did.
Okay,
Simple, basic, non-chemical, non-organic compounds through some natural process, gaining the ability to self-replicate and be able to work in different environments.
so from
That's basically evolution.
a non-living being becoming a living being.
Yes.
Okay,
It's called
again, let me
chemical
make this clear to
evolution.
you. Let me make this clear. That's not evolution. Evolution does not talk about that. If
Evolution.
chemical evolution is a theory in the process of figuring out abiogenesis, that is still not human evolution. I'm sorry.
Define evolution then. I missed it, so define evolution for me then.
The genetic mutation in a species over time.
Okay. What define to me what genetic mutation is?
Okay. So just went over this. Okay, if an organism is able to have offspring, and those offspring carry its genetic code, and in that genetic code, down some stream, one offspring or 1,000 offsprings or 1,000,000 offsprings, there is a genetic mutation in two or three.
What are
of them, we'll
genes?
say. I'm not done. Hang on. I'm not done. I'm not done. Oh no, but I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. Hang on.
I'm asking questions.
I know, but I got to finish answering the first one. So in that, over another 1,000,000 years, there may be 1,000 different genetic mutations in that genetic code, and they will have offsprings. And that becomes an evolutionary chain. That is not describing chemicals that weren't life becoming life. That is abiogenesis. So I'm assuming chemical evolution is a theory or a hypothesis to try to figure out abiogenesis. Not the same conversation.
Okay, let's think about what you said. There's a couple of words you said, and this is what I was going to ask you. Genetics. What is What is the gene? What is a gene?
The DNA.
What does the DNA do? What does the DNA do?
Okay, I don't know. That's not my profession, so going any further into the detail of it is just semantics.
Okay, I'll tell you what it does, and most people on here probably heard it. Genetic code basically builds proteins. It's basically what it does. Simply. Okay. So what you're saying is the genetic code changes to change the chemicals, the organic chemical. No, I'm being more specific. Mutation means change, right? Either beneficial or harmful. But more specifically, a change in the genetic code means a change in the proteins. Proteins are compounds that are made of chemicals. So you're saying the chemical structure of this protein is changed somehow to change the trait of the organism. To simply say what you're trying to say. Tell me I'm wrong. Anybody here tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know if you're wrong, but I haven't heard anything you're saying that changes my view of evolution, though. So I mean,
back to what I said before. Okay, proteins are chemical. They're chemical compounds. They're basically made of things that are a primordial soup. They're made of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, all these other multiple compounds. So something chemically is changing inside the organism, causing a mutation to cause it to either be beneficial or harmful to that organism.
Okay, well, you just told me mutation
is
isn't wrong. You just said, you just told me mutation is wrong, but you said mutation. So it's still the same understanding. Okay.
I did.
Everything is
okay,
still
so
going
I'm
good.
just saying, so my original premise is still true. So even in mutation, it is chemical evolution because the chemicals within the body are changing to either be beneficial or harmful to the system. So abiogenesis is part of evolution.
No. Again, you're trying to make them the same, but at the same thing, I would see that chemical evolution being the hypothesis and the test and the explanation behind it, so that they can use that for abiogenesis. Again, not the same thing. So what you explained, and more specificity about in detail about the mutation It doesn't change that it's a mutation in the DNA. It doesn't change that species doesn't become another species. It's that it gives it a beneficial or an adverse change, right? That's what you said. Again,
I'm just saying I'm trying to define it within the terms of within the paradigm. I'm not trying to change. I don't believe in evolution. I don't even believe in the current understanding of abiogenesis. So I'm just telling you what I've understood from what I've been told, what I've read, seen, told, and even on here.
Okay. But I can see what you're saying, but I still don't equate evolution to chemical evolution to mean abiogenesis. I think chemical evolution would be what they're using to try to link abiogenesis and evolution.
Well, you have to have things have to. Okay, if you want to put evolution more in a more general term, it is change over time.
Yeah.
Change from, okay, so my definition still applies. You have inorganic materials changing or evolving to become organic materials.
Okay, but evolution doesn't talk about that. Evolution talks about things that are already organic material, already living, already substance, right? It's not non-living things becoming something. It is a living thing that uses these chemicals to do whatever you're trying to say with the proteins. That doesn't, you're right. What you said with that part, correct. But that does change the definition of what you're saying, because again, you're trying to equate a process of living organic materials to before it was a living organic material in the process of it being a living material already. You see that?
Okay, so what you're saying then is this is okay. I'll work within your framework. So somehow we don't know how abiogenesis works. Let's just throw that up in the top shelf on the back corner.
Yeah.
We don't know. Have
Yeah,
no
either
idea.
side, right? Either creation.
We have no idea. No, actually, I think honestly, even within living system, okay, a living system requires buttloads of information.
Well, I will say this. In the evolutionary explanation, no matter what, you are correct. Something had to have started it all. Period. One thing. One or two things, right? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. But something did start everything. I will agree with that. But my answer for that is I don't fucking know.
Okay, well let's evaluate this for a second. Which makes you're saying if you don't believe in God, it makes more sense to you that given enough time, chance, materials, and right place, right location, right of circumstances, with no intervention of any kind of intelligence, life can form. Or
if
that's the only option.
Evolution is real, yes.
That's the only option you have. Or an intelligent agent started it all.
I will say I don't know. To me, evolution would be rational in my brain, even if there was a creator.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. I've argued this. Even if evolution is true, which I don't think it is, it does require a creator to even start it.
I agree, or I would say a creation. I don't. Again, in my belief system, I don't think there is a creator. But there is something that created everything. Yes, I just don't know. And the only honest answer I can say is I don't know what the hell that is. I don't.
Okay. Let's answer this one question: is there information in the DNA?
Yes.
How does purely natural process, no intelligent agency, encode information in the DNA?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you have no idea.
No.
But obviously, if you don't believe in God, you don't think there's evidence for God, then the only option you have is random natural processes encoded DNA with information.
No, I don't know. That's my answer.
That's the only you don't know. Okay, you only have two options.
That would have to be no. Again, what there being a creator, this being that created everything, you don't actually know. You just believe that. The same way I believe there isn't one. Now, to answer what you're saying, that's not true for this reason. Because again, I don't know if there's a creator or not. that doesn't mean I have to think that this random plow all of a sudden organic life. I don't know. Because guess what?
Well, here's the thing.
If my opinion is evolution is a process without a God or with a God, then what happened? What created evolution? My answer is I don't know, because I don't know which one is true.
Well, here's the thing, though. What is code? What is
Again,
code?
I think you want to have more of a detailed, specific conversation
I'm
about
saying
it
you
to
don't
make
have
your
to.
point. But the
Well,
reality
no,
of it
you don't. You said there's no evidence for God.
hang on. Regardless of my belief in a creator or not, regardless of my if anything, if you think there's a creator, there you have to believe that everything was created by like that and no evolution. I guess I don't know why, but me thinking the evolution is a process, regardless of creator or no creator, doesn't mean that I have to believe in how people who don't believe in a creator think. The only way that would have to be my reasoning for it would be if I was trying to argue that there is no creator, and I will never do that.
I'm just saying, as you say, I mean, it sounded like you were saying there's no evidence for God.
No,
That's what
to
you
me
said.
there isn't. To me, there is no evidence of a God.
Okay, the next question out of my mouth is, what evidence would you require? If the genetic code in the DNA that codes for
DNA has
thousands
nothing to
upon
do.
thousands. Hold on a
DNA
second.
has nothing to do with it.
Hold on. Listen, you don't even
Well,
hear
you
my
asked me a
argument.
question.
I know, but you paused, and I said, okay, he paused. He's
Okay, my
thinking
bad.
about it, so I want to continue my thought.
Okay.
I said, so you've got genetic code that codes, which means the code means it gives the instructions necessary to build functional proteins in the body. We have thousands and thousands of proteins in the body, okay? And they all have specific functions within the body, okay? That to me, and a protein basically is like a molecular machine. It's a small machine that does things within the body. It either sends signals, it tells that it does enzymic processes, it transports and moves molecules and things. There's all kinds of things that proteins do inside the body. The DNA, the information in the DNA, is the strongest evidence for one of the strongest pieces of evidence for a creator.
For me to believe that there is a creator, it wouldn't be a specific thing that I could pick. It'd have to be something profound that in my brain couldn't happen in my reality.
Okay, so you're saying you can get, in our reality, with no intelligent agency whatsoever, we can get the genetic code within the DNA.
I don't know. You're
That's what
trying to
you're
press
saying?
me for this a gotcha answer, and it's
I'm
not
not
going to
getting
happen
it.
because
I'm
everything.
applying
Because
your logic.
what you're asking me about, I don't know.
I'm applying your logic, though.
No, because you're trying to apply your logic to someone who says there is no God. I'm telling you, I don't know.
I'm telling you that you don't know, but I'm giving you a piece of evidence that shows you that there is, and there's evidence for it. And you don't want to accept it.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't
Well, I
accept
can
it.
give you.
You don't
I can
accept
give you
it.
1,000. I can give you 1,000 bits of evidence for evolution, and you're not going to accept it.
What? Okay. Do changes in organisms occur? Yes. Can we use those? Those? Hold on. Can those changes give us the life that we see today? No.
Wait. What? Say it
Do
again.
changes in organisms occur today in organisms? Yes, they do. Can those changes that you see in organisms today give you all life that we see today? No.
I don't know what kind of fallacy that is, but it's one of those. You're trying to equate evolutionary process with a abiogenesis again.
No, I'm not.
That's
No,
what I'm hearing when you did that.
No, you're not. I'm
No,
gonna
no, no, no.
okay. I'll
You
give you
can't
the
tell me
first
what
cell.
I'm
I'll give
doing.
you the
I'm
first
telling you
cell.
what
I'll give you the first cell.
what I took. I'm telling you what I took from what you just said. So if that's not what you meant, then maybe say it a different way.
Okay, I'll say this. I'll give you the first cell. I'll give it to you. I don't think the changes that occur over millions of years can get from that cell, that single first couple of cells, whatever it was, however many there were, which honestly you'd have to need a bunch of them to even get life started. You can't have just one. You'd have to have a bunch of them, even off in the initial conditions. You'd have a bunch of cells everywhere. Even the
Oh, wait.
evolutionists say that you have.
Wait, wait. Cells
Hold
aren't
on, hold
cells
on. I'm not
living?
done.
Aren't cells
That's what
living
I'm
though?
saying. I'm giving you the first cell. I'm giving you the first living amoeba, whatever. I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
I'm saying here. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna stop. We don't know where it came from. I went in my closet, walked out in the fridge, and I laid it and I give it to you.
Okay.
Your evolution, for evolution to be true, from those first basic celled organisms, we have all the diversity of life that we have today.
I don't know.
I don't think that's true. I don't think
know.
that can happen.
Again, you're still talking about abiogenesis? I don't know.
No, I know. I gave you the first cell. How's that abiogenesis? I gave you the first cell.
All right. Let me say this better. The evolutionary chain hasn't gotten that far. Because that would that would be the link between abiogenesis and evolution. What you just described and wanting an answer for is literally the link between abiogenesis and evolution. They don't know. That's not answered yet.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's the only option. If there's no God, no creator, that's the only option you have. You only have non-living organisms becoming a living organism, and from living organisms to all the diversity of life we have today.
Wait. So what you're saying is because evolution hasn't linked with abiogenesis, evolution can't be real.
Wait. Okay, so when you say evolution, we have thousands of or millions of species of organisms on this planet, and you see changes occurring in those organisms today. Therefore, evolution is true.
Okay, let me ask you something about evolution.
Today, yes, but that doesn't mean that through that. You're not describing you're not.
Let me ask you something about your understanding of evolution, please. Let me ask you one question.
Okay.
The evolutionary tree, we'll say currently, right? What we know, all known species that we know right now, right? On the evolutionary tree, is there a starting point?
I don't know. I mean, the evolutionists. What I've understood from when I went to college, when I learned in school, and what I've been reading about abiogenesis and evolution, how they connect. What I was describing, I may not go into full detail, like how they branch off and become this and that, because I don't know all that. But I know you have to have simple-celled organisms that begin to work together, become multi-celled organisms, and as those multi-celled organisms that came out, they became specialized. As they became specialized, they had to become different functions. As they began different functions, they become different types of organisms. As they became different types of organisms, I mean, that's evolution.
Wait, what is your source that links abiogenesis and evolution?
Okay.
You said in college when you were learning about the links between abiogenesis and evolution. And again, I know that and I've stated this a few times now, that there is no link, and this is why I asked that question. And I maybe got here after this was already said, but we've already done this. When you're looking at an evolutionary tree, the reason that you don't have a starting point is because the evolutionary tree starts currently. The starting point is right now. And we go back as far as we can, but at no point in evolution have we said, this is the starting point. So let me make this clear again. There is no link between evolution and abiogenesis. So my question is very, very clear. Where the hell did you learn the link?
Okay, I just posted a link from Wikipedia. I did it real quick. I said abiogenesis evolution. And it says habitable world, prebiotic synthesis, polymers, vesicles, protocells, and then the diversity of life.
Okay,
this is from Wikipedia.
That is literally the description between abiogenesis through evolutionary and current life. That is not the link.
What do you mean the link?
Okay,
you got basic compounds.
I'll explain the link. I'll explain it to you perfectly.
I don't get it.
Okay, I'll explain it to you perfectly. You asked me a question, and you started off with saying, you give me my single cell organism, right? My living life. You giving it to me, correct? Remember that question?
Yep, I did. Which means that abiogenesis is over.
And then you said,
hold on.
You asked
abiogenesis is over.
Hang on.
Abiogenesis is over at that point. It's
hang
over.
on. Then you're right. But then you asked me, what happens when that single cell organism becomes what is currently known to be millions of different species, correct?
Yeah, that's what evolution has to say.
Okay.
These
Now,
these protocells change to their genetic
let me
code
make
and
let me
different
make this
functions,
clear.
gain mutations through
Hang on,
the.
hang on. I got to make the point now.
Hold on, guys.
Okay,
Paul,
go ahead. Go ahead.
you gotta give
Sorry.
him, you gotta give him a little more room, Paul.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Getting
Okay,
excited.
so this is no, it's all good. No, I don't even. I'm not even taking offense to it at all. Okay, so this is the point of it. What you were explaining a minute ago about the chemical evolution and becoming a life, that's abiogenesis, right? We agree on that.
Okay, but I already
Now,
said I'm just threw abiogenesis out the window. I just pushed it and I said, okay,
but we're not going.
we're
You
going to
don't
set it
need
off.
to.
I'm going to give you the first cell. It's done. I'll give you the first cell.
Okay. You give me the first cell. Now that first cell would then theoretically be the beginning of the evolutionary chain, correct?
According to what I've ever heard and understood, every discussions on here.
Okay, perfect. Now here's where the problem comes in your belief of evolution. Evolution starts today and goes backwards. We have, and when I say we, I mean the scientific process of evolution and understanding it has not gotten that far. There's nowhere in evolution that says we made it to the beginning. Nowhere. That's why there is no link. Now, we may become, I pray in my lifetime we find that link and we can figure that out, because then you're 100% right. I think that would be proof of a God. You may have changed my mind. There may be two ways I would believe in God. If evolution made it to that very first cell, and then we figured out how that cell became, and then if we went, that's impossible, there must be a God, right? But I'm sorry, what you explained, there is no link.
Okay, I'm going to let the panel decide. Have I not linked evolution and chemical evolution together? I'll let the panel decide.
Okay, well, evolution hasn't figured out what the first thing was to start the process. So how is it that you have?
I'm not figured. I mean, I'm not saying I understand the full. I'm telling you what the evolution. Is taught in school.
Okay.
No. Hold on.
Yeah.
What is taught in school? What I've heard on here, what I've seen on videos, on what I learned in college, what I learned in high school, what I learned in school, everything I just said is what evolution. What if it's true, it has to function this way.
Yes. Yeah,
There's no other
you're
way it has to
100% right.
function.
If evolution,
okay, then tell me where I'm wrong.
If evolution is as stated, in sometime in our hopeful future, in my lifetime, maybe 1,000 years from now, I don't know. I have no fucking clue. Evolution may get to that starting point, but evolution currently has not. So there still is no link.
Okay, so you say because they haven't just. Well, hang on a second. You say so. What he's saying is because they haven't discovered the link, there's no link.
No,
that's really some
yes. Because they haven't discovered the link, there is no link. There is no linking there's no link in understanding to be able to link them together. That's a better way of saying it. Is there a link? Yes, we just don't know it yet.
What?
Okay.
So yes, and
the process. Hey, you're right. Like I said, you were correct. The process happened, right? It did happen. For evolution to be true, there did have to be a starting point. The problem is that in the current understanding of evolution, we cannot tell you what that organism is and how it came about.
Well, there's a difference between understanding the process and saying how the process should have functioned.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. So we understand.
I don't have a problem with that.
We understand that there was a starting point, but there is no current understanding of that starting point in the current evolutionary tree. From now to the very beginning, it is not complete. There is no link to abiogenesis. We haven't got there yet.
Oh, wait. Okay. When you see, the thing is, when you say there is no link,
there is no
to
known
abiogenesis.
Link. There is no known
but
understanding that links them together.
Different. Well, you
yes, right. There is a difference.
If evolution, if evolution is true, You cannot say that there is no link. You have to say there is a link. We just don't
Yes.
understand what that link is. That's different.
Correct. That I
And then you're
don't
saying it
believe
differently.
that's
Then say it
different.
different than that.
I don't believe it's different, but I can understand where I would have to be more specific for you. And I'm not saying that it's a bad
it's
thing.
not just me.
I'm saying I understand where you're coming from, and you are correct.
Okay, sorry I jumped in, guys. I took over that conversation. You can take. I think I did. I made my point. Well, you can
We
move
still
on.
don't have a definition of it. No, neither one of you have a definition for evolution, though. I don't know how you even get that part of the
I have.
conversation.
I've
There is
said
none.
it. I've said it
Nope.
4 times.
How much would you like to make a bet?
Go back.
You don't have a definition. You don't have a definition. There's no what evolution
genetic
is.
mutation through the species. It's literally part of the definition.
No,
Go
that's
ahead,
not
read it.
evolution. No,
Okay,
that's
what
not
is-
evolution. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Okay,
That's my point.
bad.
You don't even have a definition for evolution.
Then you tell me what evolution is.
You don't even. That's the point. You don't even have a definition for evolution. Change over time.
Oh.
Yeah, me dying over time is
Wait.
evolution. Now that's
No.
not evolution.
No, because from you living, being born to death, you do not have a genetic mutation that happens.
Wow. You're just all up in that imagination, G. You're just all over that imagination, bro.
Okay. So basically, you're just saying words, right?
No, you don't even have a claim for evolution. Does anybody have a claim for evolution?
okay.
Just a claim would be a good start for you. Just to give me a claim.
Let's go back to 5th grade. Everyone here understands what evolution is, but
no, they don't. No, they don't. I'll give you $1,000.
Here you
Yeah,
go, buddy.
$1,000 for one person who wants to give me an example of evolution. Everyone does not understand evolution. You lied again.
You
just
said
lied again. Okay, well, you lied.
You
have
said
to lie
there
to believe
is-
in evolution.
You said there is no definition of evolution. You
No,
ready?
that's a lie again. I never said that. You're just lying. Now you're stuck on lie, little G. Sorry, bro.
Okay. Whatever.
Sorry, Sanji. You're stuck on lie now. That's what
Okay.
evolutionists have to do. I rest my
Okay.
case.
Okay.
There's
So
no
then
claim.
what's the definition of evolution then?
That's the point. It's your claim. You don't even have a claim for it. You don't even know what it is.
Again, I've given
That's
you
the
the
point.
definition of it.
No, you don't even have a claim for evolution. It's just too
Okay,
easy.
so wait.
People who believe in
wait,
evolution
you
won't
say,
even talk
what's
about
the
it.
definition for
They'll just say
evolution?
clouds. Change
I tell
over
you what the
time.
definition
Cats
is,
Hey guys,
and then
hold
you
on.
tell me
No
there's
one
no
can hear.
definition
Hold
again.
on. Yeah, hold on, Sean. No one can hear what's being said. Can you guys just go one at a time so we can hear the points being made?
Gio, can you moderate this part? Because
Gio, who has a definition for evolution? Because he hasn't given us one yet.
All right, Sean. It's all, okay. He said his part. Go ahead, Sean, and then pass the mic, and then he'll respond.
The genetic mutation over time in a species.
No, that's not evolution. If genetic mutation over time and I die, I didn't evolve. That's
Again,
not evolution.
You don't have
you don't even have a definition. You don't even believe in
What's the
words.
definition?
That's not,
Let me ask this
into
again.
what?
What is the
There's
definition
no
for
conclusion.
evolution?
You don't have a claim. That's the point. You who
No,
believe
I
in
do have a
evolution
claim.
don't even have a claim for
Jesus
it. That's what I'm
Christ. You're not
proving
even
right
trying to
now.
have an argument.
Exactly.
You're trying to
Profess
just
Jesus Christ.
talk shit.
Exactly. There you go. Amen.
Okay, what is the definition for evolution since I was wrong?
That's the point. I'm proving none of you have it. Anybody who
I
believes
just
in
gave
evolution
you a definition. Don't say I
no,
didn't.
that's not a definition for evolution.
It is
I'm
a
sorry, you
definition.
don't believe in
Sorry.
words.
I'm sorry
you
you don't
believe in
like the
words. I'm sorry,
definition,
words
but
have
it is a
meanings. I'm
definition
sorry,
for
that's
it.
not evolution.
You
Into
guys-
what?
Then what the fuck
Mutation
is evolution then?
That's
Okay,
the
you're
point.
telling me
You
it's
don't
not
have
evolution.
You don't even
What
have
is
a claim.
evolution?
You don't even have a claim. That's the point.
Okay, so
Whoever
what it
believes
is
in evolution
you
does
don't
not
fucking
have
know
a
what
claim for it.
evolution is, and you
That
think that's
easy.
enough to say evolution isn't real.
It's too easy. Okay, who here heard a definition for evolution? And let me explain. Let's explain it to me. Who here heard a definition from Sean G for evolution? Who heard a definition?
I did. Do you have one?
No, that's the point. How is it? What's it? Where's the evolution in the definition?
Okay, so someone said they heard me say it. Now tell me what
now
you
he'll have
think
to explain.
evolution
He can't
is.
explain it. There's no evolution.
Okay,
Yeah,
neither
where's
can
the
you.
evolution?
Here's the thing: you can't
that's the point.
explain
Yeah,
it.
there's
and
no
that's enough to
evolution
make
in
you
your
think.
definition. That's what I'm proving.
You guys,
No,
None of you
what
guys
you're
have a claim
proving
for it. I
is
rest my case.
You guys,
no. What you're proving is that you're not listening at all, and that you think
No,
there's no
you're a
definition.
religious zealot.
Therefore, evolution isn't real.
You don't even have a claim.
All right, but
Changing
guys,
over time is an evolution. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
but
gave
guys,
one. I've given one multiple times.
Never.
Your denial
not
in
one.
it means
Sorry.
absolutely
Not even
nothing.
have a claim. It's way too easy.
You
you
sound
guys,
ridiculous.
this is more of a hold up. This is more of a food fight than a discussion. Can you guys find a way to go back and forth, or I mean, we
Can
can
you?
mute, we can mute
Right.
and unmute you one at a time if we need to. But
Okay. Are you really okay?
Gio, do you believe
have
change
I
over
asked,
time?
said the
Do you
definition
believe
numerous
change
times
over
now?
time is okay? Gio, I'll just have to talk to you to get a definition. Do you believe change
Wow.
over time from mutations is evolution, Gio?
Everyone knows that's adaptation. Adaptation.
No, it's not.
adaptation
It's
within
not
a
adaptation,
species.
Dan. It's not adaptation either, Dan. It's not.
Well,
Sorry.
you're talking about adaptation.
Not even adaptation.
I
Nope.
would say
It's
this:
not even close to adaptation, guys.
Adaptation would be like you
Not even
move
close.
to a colder climate and you put a jacket on. Over time,
that's not
you
adaptation.
have offspring in that climate. They're going to have thick over, their genetic, maybe 100 years after that, their genetic code.
Wow,
will
100 years
be
afterwards.
able-
Wow.
Yeah, things
Okay,
happen.
that's not adaptation. They already had the ability, so now we don't even have a definition for adaptation
You
or
don't
evolution.
even want to fucking listen. That's
You
the
don't.
problem.
I'm sorry, you don't understand your own religion.
No, you don't
$1,000
understand
to the
what
first
you're trying to
evolutionist
preach.
that understands
So
their
it
own
makes you
one
sound
person that
ridiculous.
understands their own evolution religion. I'll retire right now.
Well, the problem is you don't understand it. So that's why you
Well, that's what
continuously
I'm
say
saying.
they
You don't even have a claim, bro. You're a little boy living in a box, and you can't even tell us what evolution is. You're saying
your
change
argument
over
is
time.
very
That's not
childish.
evolution. Yeah,
You
changing
guys-
over time. Yeah, going from living to dead is evolution. That was change. So apparently, dying is
it's
evolution.
your understanding
That's not a
that's the
claim.
problem, not
You
my
don't even have
explanation.
a claim. Dying is
That's
evolution,
funny, 'cause me
Shanji.
and somebody
you guys,
You're
hold
just
saying
had a
dying.
45
hold on. You guys,
dying.
hold on. You guys, you have to just go one at a time. I'll do mute and unmute. So XO, go first and let me know when you're done. And Sean's muted. I'll mute you and I'll unmute him just so we can hear it back and forth. Please go ahead.
Sure. So you're saying dying is change over time. Thus, dying is evolution. I rest my case. Thanks.
All right, I'm going to mute you and unmute Sean just so you guys can see how it's done. Just at least a back and forth. That's all we're asking for. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. No, I'm not saying that you're dying is evolution because, again, your genetics aren't changing from your birth to your death. So there is no genetic mutation over time. It would happen in offspring. It wouldn't happen in your lifetime. That's what you don't understand. So that's why you keep saying the same thing over and over again.
All right, I'm going to mute you. Go ahead, XO.
Hey, thanks, Gio. Yeah, there's still no claim for evolution. We don't even have a claim for evolution. All we have is, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is not saying anything. There's no conclusion to anything. We're talking about things staying the same. Staying the same is not evolution. There is yet one evolutionist that I have ever met in 20 years that even has a claim for evolution. It's just a religion. Too easy.
All right, now I'm just going to leave you guys both unmuted because I don't want to sit here and mute and unmute unless another mod does. But just please go back and forth for the sake of the audience. Even though you guys have tension, for the sake of everyone listening, just please go back and forth because then we can actually hear what's being said.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So there's no evolution.
There's a Italian wall lizard study, which is a direct evidence.
We talked about
and
this 2 years ago. Yep. They stayed the same. No evolution, no adaptation. Yep. Stayed the same. Too easy. This is like shooting dead fish in a barrel, Shanji.
Ooh, but you interrupted him again. Does another mod want to sit and mute and unmute? I just can't right now do it.
Yeah, this is listening to the same lie 2 years later. You guys are possessed. It's insanity. 2 years later, the same lizard wall lie. Insanity. Thanks, Gio. Be back later. Have a good one.
To be honest, Sean does do that.
Well, I'm multitasking, so I'm not able right now to do the mute unmute thing for hours. But it's like the only way is for some folks. It seems like because the interruptions. But all right, well, I think he dipped out. So
the Italian wall lizard study is something in concrete that you can look up yourself, and where they, in detail, explain the differences between them adapting and the genetic change, which became the evolutionary process. There's a difference in it. There are many studies. You can go to Mount Everest. The people that live there, the people that live in the mountains versus the people that live down the valleys, which came from the same communities, have a different genetic makeup now. Like there's many studies. It's not just a blanket statement of evolution. That would be ridiculous.
Does that make them a different species?
No, that's aspeciation. That's not evolution.
We'll circle that back to my black and white thing.
Okay. I think the color of our skin is dependent on where we evolved.
So clearly, white people evolved differently.
No. If the origin of people, which I don't know 100%, if the origin of people started somewhere and migrated to different climates, their skin color would adapt to that climate, right?
Like ice, like Iceland, or ice.
I don't know, like that.
Well, that's more of a green place, isn't it?
But the Nordic.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm still trying to equate it to tall, blonde aliens.
Okay.
That could be.
Obviously, okay. So in Africa, why the dark skin you don't burn, right? So dark skin is able to survive in a hotter climate because their skin isn't going to burn, right? Well, if that species of whatever beginning whatever migrates to a colder climate, then the melanin in their skin isn't going to be needed.
Is it true black people can't get a sunburn? I never thought of that.
They can.
There is also another example.
They can.
You can look at the Inuits, how they have adapted to a high-fat diet, where they have a special mutation in their metabolism or something like that, so they can actually eat raw seals and all this kind of crap, and living in 0 degrees or minus degrees.
Yeah, and to make it clear on that, when they first migrated to that area, the adaptation part would be the fact that they couldn't eat the same things they did, so they had to eat the animals that were there. The genetic process happens in their offspring whose stomachs are able to handle raw fish rather than having to cook it and get sick. That would be an evolutionary change in a genetic chain.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Adaptation is a process in evolution. Something has to happen that a species has to adapt to. And then later in their offspring, they become more acclimatized basically to it. And that is the evolution, when their genetics make that change. So yeah, Dan, the 10,000 years later from the very beginning, if there are white people in the north, it's because there are colder climates and their bodies have genetically changed for the climate that they're in. You don't need dark skin if it's fucking snowing 8 months of the year. But I bet most of those white guys are pretty fucking hairy. Pretty hairy, right, Dan? That's a European evolutionary trait. Colder climate, your body is more able to insulate heat. Problem is if you're somewhere where it's always sun, you got to protect your skin because your melanin in your skin isn't enough.
My gut feeling says it has to do with living underground.
I don't know where that. I don't know where to go with that.
Well, it's either from underground or from somewhere else. I don't think it's due to the conditions that we're discussing.
But don't the conditions make sense for the evolutionary, or I'm sorry, to make it easier, the adaptation that would have to happen?
I don't know. I'd have to look into blonde hair. Now that we're talking about all this, I'd have to look into blonde hair and see where that comes from and why.
It'd be the same thing. It'd be the same process. It'd be the situation of your hair being oily and not burning off and all that kind of crap. Your hair, they're definitely processes that happen based on climate more than above ground or below ground. Because if it was, the best thing is if it started off below ground, I doubt they'd have skin color. I doubt their eyes would be able to be out in the sun. And because again, you wouldn't need those things.
Sean, look at VC.
The VC? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Livestream, I mean, sorry, I said VC.
Yep, I'm there.
Is that your model? Is that what you believe in? Is that what you think evolution is?
In a very layman idea, yeah, that's not detailed at all, though. That's like just a very layman way of explaining it.
Do you see your misunderstanding, though?
Absolutely
if I
not.
could put it in that way.
No, that is literally just a here to there explanation. That's not the actual explanation for evolution. That's not something an evolutionist would bring to the table and go, "This is my proof." He would explain. He would explain the in betweens of each one. He would explain that the gaps in that scenario are much larger. Much larger.
That's for first graders.
What I find
If that-
ironic is that you're asking for a missing link But that's exactly what creationists have been asking for since the
Yeah.
theory of evolution came out, is a missing
Yeah.
link.
You're right. Everyone's looking for the missing link. You're 100%
Well,
right.
you can see here in this chart, the Cambrian explosion is very interesting. It's grouped together for a reason and it's named for a reason, where things suddenly went to brains, things with brains.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that the gap that it shows is almost would realistically be 90% of that chart. It wouldn't be that small. That's the problem with the image.
But it shows a division in life form.
Yeah.
Brains.
Hmm?
Probably eyes and brains, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a good, just this is the idea and the things involved in it. But again, the scale of time in this is incorrect, big time. And it's not explaining anything.
Well,
you don't see the elephant in the room, Sean.
You may want to say it, Montreal, because again, what you showed is a very layman explanation of this, not a detailed explanation and something you would use as a exact how it happened, because the scale of times is not there.
Yeah, we're not saying it's an exact. I didn't say it's like precise, but it does show one thing turning into another thing, right? You cannot dispute that.
Yeah,
if you
because
dispute that, I mean, we can't even talk after that. This is your model.
Very clearly, because of what we just stated, the reason for that is because everything that happens in between and the branches and all the other stuff that happens, you're not seeing. You're just, it's
Like
literally
what?
going
Like what?
millions. What?
Like what? What other things?
The different branches, the fact that from shark to dinosaur is probably a million different branches of organisms that went a different route and didn't go from shark to like, again, this is not detailed. There's
But it
very
did
layman.
go, right? It did go from shark to dinosaur, right?
No.
What you just said it. You just said it. It's not that detailed. Didn't go right away, but you're saying there's steps in between that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Branches off.
You gotta be
Branches
saying
off.
that, right?
Okay, so what this thing is illustrating is the timeline of when these fossils were found, not the evolutionary path.
Sean, did it go from shark to dinosaur? Yes or no?
Again,
no
I will
matter
say
how long
no.
it took.
No.
Then you don't understand your evolution. You don't understand your model.
Again, you just got done saying you understand that this isn't a specific idea of evolution. This is just a very layman idea of evolution. And then you went off to ask me if this is an exact replica of how evolution is described. And I said no. And then you tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't say exact.
You really don't know what you're talking about, bro. Because
no,
even
I
in the
know what I'm talking
evolutionary
about,
theory,
and you have no clue what you're talking about.
Hold on.
You just saying I don't know makes no sense.
It went from fish or aquatic life that was. Well, hold on. There was straight aquatic life, and then that aquatic life slowly but surely started venturing off to land, little by little. Maybe, and however, we don't really know how that happened, but they did. They started venturing off to land, and then all of a sudden they became amphibians. So from fish, they became amphibians. And then the amphibians, after they ventured off to land, they stopped going into the water and became reptiles.
Yes.
And then eventually you get, this is how evolution works.
Yes.
But
and
that's not evolution. So
yes, that is. And again, the difference between what you just described and what Montreal is trying to pin me with this image is not the same thing.
No, it is. You're not trying to get pinned to a specific definition, so you can just kind of like
not about the
cut around the bush all day long, bro.
It's not about
you want to beat around the bush all day long and not actually define
past definition.
Sean, is evolution in your mind when one species
changes?
Sean, is evolution in your mind, your understanding of it is when one species is part of it was when one species turns into another one eventually?
No, that is a speciation. That is a process. That is a process that would happen far beyond evolution. or I'm sorry, far beyond the evolutionary process.
You realize what you're saying there, right?
Yes,
Every
100%.
species underwent a speciation. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not everyone. Most of them
Well,
probably
that's
died
your
off.
only alternative, bro. It's either one turned into
Again,
everything, or
no. Again,
everything.
we can do this. Let's see. We can do this, but don't continue to do this conversation, because let me make it clear again. Abiogenesis is not evolution. Evolution is not aspeciation. Do not keep linking them. You link them for no reason.
Bro, we got a block here. I mean, I don't know how many ways there is that I could say it, bro.
Okay, there's a definition. There is a separate definition for abiogenesis. There's a separate definition for evolution, and there's a separate definition for aspeciation. I suggest you look at those definitions and then understand why, when you say what is evolution, where another animal changes into another animal.
Sean, you
But
remember
bro,
when
the
we started
timeline
this
of
conversation?
evolution includes all of that. The timeline of evolution
Jesus
includes all of that,
Christ.
bro.
And
Guess
speciation
It
is
really
part
does.
of.
We've done this already. I'll repeat it last time. Evolution starts today, goes backwards. There is no link between evolution and abiogenesis, meaning we have not found that link. We do not have an understanding of that link. Does not mean there is no link. It means we have not found it yet, because they are not the same thing.
We get it, bro. And it's
No,
funny
you
you say
don't.
that,
Stop
because
saying you
that's
get it and
exactly
then
what we
repeating
say all the
yourself.
time. Where is the
I think-
missing link going backwards from
Holy
humans
shit.
to apes? Bro?
Again, why would you ask me that? After what I just said, why did you ask me that?
Where's the missing link, bro?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I was gonna say, I think these. It's like I was talking to somebody else. It's a distinction without a difference. One of those things. I mean, if anybody says evolution, as far as I know, from any school, any textbook, even the thing I posted, through evolutionary process. Now, speciation is a means by which the mechanism may be within evolution that we get the different species. Abiogenesis is the beginning of evolution. So it's like I think he's trying to slice
No,
off.
abiogenesis is the beginning of life.
No, listen. I'm trying to say what I think you're. What I know.
Okay,
but you have
well,
this
if you're trying to say
umbrella
what
of
you think
evolution.
I'm
We have
saying,
life.
well, if you're trying to say what
I
you think
know.
I'm
I think there's
saying,
a
then I'm saying that
confusion.
abiogenesis is the beginning of life, not the beginning of evolution.
Well, I know. Okay, like again, I'm going to go back to what I've understood in college and school as long as I've been around. I'm 50, soon to be 55 years old. Okay, evolution is the means by which we have the diversity of life. Okay, now under that, speciation is more of a specifically how you would get a specific branch of, let's say, instead of this bacteria, we get this amoeba, or we get, instead of that tree, we get this plant, or we get the cat instead of. That's evolution, but that's speciation is the mechanism.
How a snake would become a lizard, correct, or vice versa, correct?
Right. That's speciation, but that's under the umbrella of evolution. I would have, and all this is under everything we're talking about is underneath of that big umbrella.
Yeah,
Okay.
speciation. They call speciation an evolutionary process.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly.
And I stand corrected for
Not
that.
according to Sean.
No, shut up. Because I literally just within 3 seconds, Gio, can you back me up? In the chat, I asked somebody where I was wrong. They explained it, and now I'm saying I'm sorry for it and explaining it better. So you don't need to speak up, because you actually have not brought anything to this conversation.
Who are you talking to?
Well,
to whoever keeps piping up like he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
What's the difference between macro and
one.
microevolution?
That guy.
Well, I'm asking you, Sean, what's the difference between macro and microevolution?
The time scale.
So small changes make big changes over time. That's what he's saying.
But he's saying that's not evolution.
Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? You don't understand my argument, and you're making it up as you go. So I'm not having this conversation with you.
Well, in their theory,
we just want to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying. We want to establish a foundation so we can move
No.
on. We can't
Okay.
even establish what evolution is with you, bro. We've been going over an hour now, and we can't get a foundation so
No,
we can move on to the
you
next
can't.
questions, bro.
I'm sorry.
Like
You
that's
don't
really like
understand.
frustrating, bro.
I'm sorry that I'm sorry there isn't a fucking start point for evolution. I am so sorry.
Nobody can. Paul tried with you, Montreal tried with you, I tried with you, bro. Can you just
Yeah,
tell
and the
us
only
what you
person
believe
that made
evolution
no
is so we
sense
can
when
move
they're doing
on?
it is you. Understanding may be different than my understanding, but you're not going to tell me I don't understand it because I'm telling you blatantly what you're saying is wrong. I agree, True Earther. I agree.
Well,
But I also
do you
said
agree that
earlier that
evolution requires abiogenesis at the beginning, and then from there you have adaptation, survival of the fittest, and all these other things, all these mechanisms, speciation that is required under the umbrella of evolution? Yes or no?
if you want to go from beginning to current, yes.
All right. So what's the
But
problem, bro? Like, why are you being so
okay,
semantical about
the
everything?
problem that evolution has is that we do not have a full connection from the beginning to currently. We don't have the in
Clearly,
between.
bro. Clearly,
Yeah,
that's
clearly.
something that
Okay.
you're
So then, what
preaching
the
to
fuck
the
is your
choir, bro.
argument?
We're
What is your
creationists,
argument?
bro. We know that, bro. You're telling us something that we already know, bro, and you're using it as
Then
like some
what the
sort of
fuck are
defense
you
on your side,
arguing
bro.
for? What are you arguing for then?
The irony is unbearable, bro.
Okay.
It really is, bro.
I don't even. Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about, bro? Because you keep just saying words,
You're saying
bro.
there's no links, bro. I know that, dude.
Okay, bro. What's
You
your
know
point?
that.
What's your point, bro?
I'm asking you, bro. Right?
Bro, we don't know, bro. Bro, we don't know. Why you keep asking me, bro?
You guys, bro, dudes, captains,
Dude,
Homies,
listen.
come on.
Amps, homies, come on.
Just move on to the next question, bro. All right? Let's just talk about
Then
if
stop asking me the
evolution,
same one.
if evolution is possible, right? How did it happen in your mind? How
Oh
did
my
it happen?
fucking god! Changing the question, just changing the words in the question doesn't change anything. We don't know. Why do you keep asking?
So why do you believe in it?
Because of the from currently to as far as we have gone, there's enough evidence to know that the evolutionary process does happen.
But there's no links, but yet you believe in it.
Oh my fucking god! Okay, is there no link from abiogenesis, or is there no link in the current understanding of it? Which
There's
one are you
no
talking
links
about?
at all. None.
There's
There is.
only
Okay.
there's
no
only
You didn't
there's
like the
only
example I gave you.
there's
That's the
only
problem.
like so humans belong to like hundreds of clades from like molecules to what we are today, and there's only like 5 of those clades that don't currently have fossil or genetic representation. So this this notion that all these things are missing just isn't quite correct. Like I said, it may be even less than 5 now. I know as of like 2 years ago, it was like 5 of the hundreds of clades didn't have a fossil or genetic representation in the human species line.
But
So are
from
you
the
saying
that's not
there's
that's not
fossil?
discussing the beginning though, right, Joyce? That's just the human evolution, as human, known as human.
From the origin of animals, basically, from back to eukaryotes, basically.
Okay. Yeah. So the difference between an animal as we know it to the human that we currently understand us to be.
Yeah, because the reason why it doesn't extend quite back through like single cell bacteria and stuff is because those can undergo horizontal gene transfer, which really muddies the water. So it's not like we don't know of some bacteria that could have been our ancestor. It's that there's so many that may have been. Like, it's hard to say with any confidence which of the hundreds of thousands of them that could have been our ancestor were our actual ancestor, because they can exchange genes on contact with each other. So that really muddies the water.
Now, to link evolution with abiogenesis, to know that the beginning, that would be the link that I keep talking about, right? To know which bacteria we in path to go to figure out what started it all, right? That would be the questionable issue between abiogenesis and evolution.
Well, I would also say that abiogenesis is well understood nowadays too, especially after the last 20 years. Like, origin of life research has really come pretty far, and it's another one of those cases of, like, there's a bunch of different mechanisms that have been discovered and observed and tested and stuff. It's just hard to say which exact one, like, led to the first protocells, the first single cells and stuff, because there's so many to choose from. There's so many different ways it could have happened. So
okay, so hang on. But here's an important question: are you saying that in the lab they have done this chemical evolution that the guy was talking about, where they've had something that wasn't living and they made it live, or they created a life, or that's happened?
No, because that's like a hugely complicated process. What I'm saying is that the mechanisms, the step-by-step mechanisms, a lot of them are now well understood. Like the observation of like nucleotides and proteins and stuff, amino acids, the biomolecules being formed from simple precursors has been observed, tested, manipulated, all sorts of different things. RNA being encapsulated into a lipid membrane, so being a protocell basically, or protobiome. That's been observed both in the lab and just in natural rivers and lake systems in Australia.
America. So so then, because my understanding of abiogenesis, the argument of creator or no creator has always been linked with that. Where does that come in to abiogenesis if you're saying we understand abiogenesis?
Where does what come in?
Because I've always thought that abiogenesis was the argument of, what you're saying, how it worked, how it started, versus people saying a God created it. Are you saying that abiogenesis doesn't even have that argument?
Well, abiogenesis is just a term that refers to the study of the origin of life from just regular non-inanimate matter, like chemicals.
But what it sounds like is if you're saying that science is able to show how things went from non-organism to organism, then you're almost saying that any creationists that think that that's not how it happened and God created everything, you're saying that you've explained how there is no God. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. But, some people do, and you can if you'd like to. I've heard people say that things like abiogenesis and evolution are mechanisms that God used. I've heard those kind of arguments.
Well,
so
I don't
that's
believe,
like a personal.
Because I don't believe in God, but what you just said, to me, it makes no sense that evolution is argued against for if you think there's a creator. To me, it makes perfect sense. I think why would if there's this being that is created everything that is known, why is evolution so out of the question? Why is that so bad?
You'd think rather than creating every single thing individually, it would just make a mechanism that could develop all these organisms itself.
There's no proof. It's a fanciful story, beautiful and all, but there's absolutely no proof.
Well, and here, let me also respond to Chase. Well, I can also say this, Chase. I can go out in the world and see glass, formed in nature. I can also form glass in a lab. I can also I can see fire in nature. I can also create fire in the lab. Hold on a second. Therefore, combustion engine. Or therefore, car.
Okay.
Just naturally evolved.
That's pretty much the argument he's making. We can do these things in the lab, these certain small, different things, very small things, and we can see some of these things maybe happening in nature. Therefore, evolution is true. Or abiogenesis is true.
It's just observe and declare. That's it. And they can't even observe this. There's no observation of this.
I've already told you an observation, Montreal.
Well, here's the thing. I will believe in evolution when they can make a fully functional cell like we have today with all the proteins, everything in the lab. And then from that, through just natural pressures and processes, create other forms of life.
Well, even
That's
give him the
not
first
how-
cell.
That's not evolution, though. That's not what.
Oh, here we go again.
theory
Go
of
ahead.
evolution
Here we go.
says.
Well, why are you redefining evolution to what you think it is? When someone who, and I'm not talking about me, someone who clearly understands it is telling you that's not what the process, that's not part of that process.
So, Sean, all the posts I made, the 5 posts I just made, those are all wrong. That
yes,
is not
Montreal.
evolution.
Do you really believe that middle picture is how evolutionary tree is?
That's your story, bro. I don't
No,
believe it.
that's
Of course
your
I don't
story,
believe
bro.
it.
That's your story. You found that meme and went, that's perfect. And you brought that in like that's a detailed tree.
No, I put a few of them to show you multiple things, multiple people, multiple places saying the same thing. One thing turning into another. And you guys are coming in here and saying, wait a minute, what are you talking? That's crazy. We never heard that before. Who says that? Montreal, that's your thing.
But these
Come on.
images
Can I ask Sean
are
a quick
like
question?
these images are extreme like simplifications of
very
they're
layman.
meant to illustrate snapshots in time of what certain species looked like at certain times, and it's leaving out like a whole bunch of detail, but it's not meant to be detailed. It's just a simplification of snapshots in time.
Can I ask Sean just a quick yes or no question? Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you ever watched or heard Dr. James Tour on this topic?
James, no.
Check out you can YouTube him. Check out James Tour, Tour. He's like the foremost leading
liar
chemist. He's like Jace, settle
the
down.
foremost leading chemist. That
He's the
is a
foremost
riot.
leading synthetic chemist. All right, he's
a graphene
very
chemist.
All right, Jace. I'm just trying to say something to Sean here. Settle down. But I highly suggest you check him out. He's got a video called "The Origin of Life." Check it out, dude. Listen to what this guy has to say, and you'll at least, even if you disagree, you'll at least be a little bit more formidable as far as like, debating the topic.
And also, Chase was poisoning the well. Right off the bat.
No,
Poisoning the well.
Tor has poisoned his own well. I'm just stating
You're
facts.
still
He's
doing
a graphene chemist. That's what he is.
You're still doing
No,
it.
he's
You're
not.
still doing
No,
it.
he's not.
That's not
No, he's
poisoning the well. He's a graphene chemist. That's what he identifies himself as. He talks about his little graphene publications all the time.
He's a synthetic chemist, and he's the leading expert in this field.
What are you talking about, dude?
Dude, we've already gone over this, Jace. You are objective opinion.
He lies about a subject he doesn't know much about, and he's a graphene chemist. He does good work in synthesizing graphene structures. Why?
Okay.
Like, why do you have to give him credit in these fields that he isn't in?
All right. Well, despite Jace's attempt to discredit him, I suggest you check him out, Sean. It's worth your time, dude. Even if you
Yeah,
don't agree,
I
it'll.
do too. Listen to the
No, I will.
crazy things that he says.
Okay, but here's the thing, Jace. I would rather hear both sides of things or someone else's idea of things, because then it gives me a better understanding of the correct way. Because this won't work, that won't work when this guy says it and it doesn't apply or something. It makes me understand my side better too.
Yeah, I hear you.
There's
Yeah,
a big
I mean,
disconnect here, bro. I
that's why I
understand
watch.
Sean maybe not getting it, but you, bro, that's your field,
I
no?
I do get it, Montreal. It's just you guys are giving these. You're asking questions that don't apply, and you're taking what I've said and just disregarding it.
You know, I watched the debate with Professor Dave and James Tour over the weekend, and there was actually another chemist sitting there moderating the debate, and his whole purpose was to make sure the chemistry was right. And you know what? I remember from that 2-hour debate or hour and a half debate that he didn't say anything James Tour said was wrong. But I noticed that Professor Dave, did just like Chase did. Ad hom, elephant hurled, do all this stuff at James Tour during the debate. And I noticed that a lot on the evolutionary side. That's what they do. Excuse me?
James screamed a lot. James screamed a
Well,
lot.
okay.
I'm not ad
I'm not saying.
hominem
Yes,
him.
you are.
When
I'm
you
not saying
say
you
he's
did.
an
No, you
expert
poisoned the
in
well.
origin
You
of
poisoned the
life
well.
research, that's
Chase,
not
you
correct.
poisoned the well.
He's a
You poisoned the well.
graphene chemist. That's
Does
the
he
kind of
understand it?
chemistry he
Well, one at a
publishes.
time,
He
guys.
doesn't
One at a time.
publish
Paul, let him get it out.
biochemistry.
Okay.
It's
Does he
not
understand
poisoning
chemistry?
the
Does he
well.
does he understand chemistry and does he teach it?
It's not poisoning the well. It's not ad hominems when I point out that you're lying about his credentials. He's a graphene chemist. That's where he publishes his work. He doesn't do anything related to biochemistry or molecular biology or virology, immunology, anything that would have anything to do with the origin of life. So trying to flaunt this guy as the leading expert on this topic, it's just absurd.
Well, for one, I never said that. That was Dicelo, for one. So you're attributing something to me that was not said. I never really said that you ad hominem him. I said Dave in the video did, first of all. And I said what you did was poisoning the well when someone else was telling him to go look at him. You poisoned the well, which means now he's going to go look at it and already have a bad idea instead of him evaluating on his own. That's what I told you.
That's what you guys are doing about the
Correcting
whole
someone's
evolutionary
lie
process.
is not poisoning the well.
Then,
when someone
yeah, well,
tells
when you
Sean
say
a
he's
lie
lying,
and I correct it, that's not poisoning the well, dude.
okay, if you just show how he's lying, you have to go look and see what he said, evaluate what he said, and show how what he said was wrong. But just calling someone a liar without proof of that is poisoning the well.
Wait,
I could post James Tour's papers and showing you that he publishes work, chemistry work, in the field of graphene nanostructures. That's his field.
Okay.
Like I don't understand the big rebellion against this.
No, it's because he may do that. That may be his profession, like what your profession is. But to say he's a liar about chemistry or his understanding of chemistry, you have to say, this is what he said, and this is how he's wrong in chemistry. Not just, is he even just saying, and also just saying, he's just a graphene salesman or a graphene person, doesn't know organic chemistry. There's another fallacy that's called. That's a genetic
I
fallacy.
didn't say that. I said he has nothing to do with biochemistry and molecular biology, but he has to know organic chemistry to be a graphene chemist.
Oh,
but
so he would understand organic chemistry.
is not biochemistry. It's not the chemistry of life either. But nonetheless, right, the reason why he's a liar is because he says that we can't synthesize the biomolecules, the molecules of life. And that's a lie. He can come to my lab. I literally have a machine that synthesizes nucleic acids, DNA and RNA, right? So when he tells you that we don't know how to synthesize these things, that's a lie. Both himself and you guys can come to my lab and literally synthesize DNA using this machine. You can do the chemistry too if you'd like. If the
Okay,
same
okay, you can do that.
chemistry the
Thanks.
machine does, you can do it yourself as well.
Oh, you can
Well,
do
there's
this
a
in a lab.
difference.
Oh, hold on, Dicelo. I love this. I love this. Think about what he just said. Even if James is wrong, let's say James is wrong, but listen to what Chase just said. We manufacture these things in a lab. What is the machine made out of? Who is this person operating the machine? So that these things can be done by an intelligent agent and under very controlled conditions.
Yeah, that doesn't prove you're
you also
intelligent
gotta.
designer, dude. It just proves that I need a specific DNA sequence made, so I'm going to go program the computer to make it.
But in evolution, don't like that term, or abiogenesis, uncontrolled, unconditioned, no intelligent agency, just magical forces in nature can produce it without the machine.
Well, you also got to factor
I've posted papers here of people literally both in the lab and in the field observing nucleotides being formed from precursor molecules like ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, and water, and things like that. Both nucleotides, carbohydrates, amino acids, all of the biomolecules. This has been observed. So just because I need it
what
done,
about genetic code?
for tomorrow, right? For the research that I'm doing, I don't have the time to wait out in nature for these things to spontaneously form. So I use a machine, an instrument that can do it for me. That does not mean that it hasn't been observed also occurring in nature, because it has, both in just controlled experiments in the lab and just controlled experiments out in nature, out in the field.
Oh, so you've seen? Hold on a second. So he's. Sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
You're just letting them off the hook on so many different levels. He said nucleic acids, ammonia, all of these things which are required to have these processes take place. But you're failing to realize that these things have a half-life. They don't last forever. They have to be in a pure form, nonetheless a homochromatic form. So all of these things outside of a laboratory setting would have to be isolated in such a degree and then introduced at certain time intervals to have these functions and these things take place. So where is your nature's laboratory where it accounts for all of these things interacting in the proper processes and in the proper amounts without contamination? Thank you.
Well, and also, how does the nature give the genetic code to produce the proteins? He can produce the genetic code in the lab, but he already had a template of the genetic code. How did nature give the genetic code in the nature also?
Well, I've already addressed these silly things like half-lives and purity and all that stuff, right? The half-life, the numbers you're referring to, that James Tour is referring to, is only when the RNA and things like that are dissolved in an aqueous solution. And it's still, even then, it's up to a decade sometimes they can last. But when you have mineral catalyst and
that's wrong. It lasts less than a week. In a laboratory setting, less than a week.
It depends on the specific biomolecule in question. Some of them can last up to a decade. But that is only at a specific pH and when it's dissolved in an aqueous solution, so when it's in water, right? When you take it out of water, when it's on a mineral, absorbed to a mineral surface, like something like silicon dioxide or certain kinds of clays and stuff, the half-life is far beyond extended from the normal aqueous neutral pH half-life. And it's also the case that even all the water found out in nature, not all of it is at an exact neutral pH. So these half-life numbers it's been shown that's not right.
So what
right?
what
Like
are some of the things that affect those time
vaccines.
intervals?
I make vaccines with nucleotides in them, right? And we just that industry of research has multiple methods for extending the
Okay.
half-life
No need to
of the
monologue.
DNA and RNA.
No
So
need to
that's just
monologue.
wrong, man.
So let me address another improbability within your scenario here. What accelerates those half-lives? How about direct UV exposure? How about exposure to oxygen, a rapid accelerator? I mean, I could go on and on.
It's a
So
base.
again, yeah,
You need a
you're
base because these
you're
things get
making
hydrolyzed. That's what happens.
you're making a comparison from a laboratory setting versus nature harboring all of these compositions interacting. So there's a big difference there, Jason. You know that. So don't be disingenuous, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and in nature, RNA spontaneously conform on certain types of mineral clay surfaces, and that greatly extends the half-life because it's no longer dissolved in aqueous solution where there's a bunch of hydroxide ions from the water floating around that can hydrolyze the RNA and break it down, because that's what is happening. That's the degradation process that's happening that makes its half-life so short. So when that process is no longer viable, which happens often in nature, then the half-life gets greatly extended. Then I gave an analog to real-world application, people who make vaccines using DNA and RNA. They also have methods similar to what nature would do, where we absorb it to silicon dioxide to extend the half-life, or we change the pH to extend the half-life. So this notion that it's just, the half-life is so short, this could never happen, is just incorrect. I'm sorry.
Well, I disagree. And Sean, if you're still there, man, I really hope you take the time to listen to what Dr. James Storr says and weigh that upon what Jace is proposing here, and see what makes the most concise, logical sense to you, and then we can further talk about this.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Yep.
See all this fancy talk with nucleides and this and new tides and this tide and that tide, right? You can just brush that under the carpet, right? All you got to do is try to find fossilized evidence of evolution. There is none. All this is just fancy talk. It's all made up by one man, Darwin. He sold the farm to them. They bought it. They all went for it. There's absolutely no evidence of evolution. Zero.
That's like a baseless claim you're making. There's literally billions of fossils, dude.
Show me one chain of fossils that shows one creature turning into another one. I dare you, anybody. It's a challenge. Try to do it, Jace.
Well, how did we get here then?
Excuse me?
I said, well, how did we get here then?
We according to SC, creatures morphed. They
If you're
changed
asking me how we got here, I'll say we were made just the way we are. Just exactly the way we didn't evolve from no apes or no nothing. You know why? Because I repeat, there's zero evidence of one creature turning into another one. Zero in the millions of years of fossilized records that they say we have. Earth, layers upon layers. There is zero, I repeat, zero evidence of this. That's why I'm so sure of it.
Reach it, bruh.
Prove me wrong, Mr.
In my
Chemist.
perspective,
You can just look it up yourself. Why do I have to prove you wrong?
That brings up a question. For the evolution guy, if we're evolving, right?
I'll be back in a few.
Humans started
I gotta do something quick. I'll be back in a few.
One question before you go. Humans started like 200K years ago, right? So if you got a human 200K years ago, is it the same as us, or is there a distinguishable differences? TV. That'd be a good question for them, because if there is evolution, we definitely have evolved in 200K years, and can you tell the difference? What's the difference? Anyways.
In my perspective, what we see in the fossil record is a greater diversity in the past than we have today. We know that animals are going extinct, species are going extinct forever and ever, never to come back again, in my opinion. And what we see is we have ancient penguins, ancient dragonflies, ancient ground sloths or sloths, ancient crows, ancient orangutans, ancient elephants, ancient turtles, all these things, ancient crocodiles, ancient sharks, they're all basically the same, right? They're just their primal counterparts, except they're just bigger in every way. And we don't have transitional fossils showing that these animals became bigger over time. All we have is fossils of them humongous, giant primordial versions of the modern counterparts. So it's like, where are these transitional fossils? There is none. All we have is we have evidence of de-evolution, of things getting smaller and more decrepit. That's literally what we have in the fossil record.
Look what I just posted. It burns their bridges when I show them this. This is their model. This is your model. Now, whether you believe it or not, that's a whole different ballgame. But there's no way around it. One creature had to turn into another creature in order for your model to work. And there is absolutely zero evidence of this. Zero. You have nothing but one man's story. That's all you have, man. That's all you have. Sorry.
And these ancient dragonflies are identical, except their size. These ancient penguins are identical. And like, what is it that makes certain animals evolve drastically and other animals just stay the same over millions of years?
Wait, can you say that the size, if they're giant, right? Can you say that their size is evolution?
They're gonna say natural selection and adaptation, or some shit.
No, the size isn't evolution at all. Everything, including humans, their ancient counterparts were bigger.
Wait. So are you saying that Shaq O'Neal is not an evolved regular dude?
Shaq O'Neal would be considered small compared to his ancient counterpart. I'm talking about 15 feet tall, right? And a lot of these fossils, a lot of these human remains were, I mean, if you look up historical records, the Smithsonian Museum has been snatching up all these finds. Like in the 1800s, they were finding skeletons 12 feet, 13 feet tall, bro.
To touch on that really quickly, and may as well do a felt swoop with a lot of stuff. When Ron Wyatt found Noah's Ark, he also found where his wife was buried, her burial site. One of the things he took was her bone remains, her evidence of her fingers, the 3 bones, and taking that to a clinic and having it examined and checked, or a lab and examined and checked. They were able to extrapolate that based on the dimensions of the finger bones that they examined, that she would have been somewhere between 12 and 18 feet tall. So again, the only thing that's consistent is we have a head, 2 arms, a torso, 2 legs, and as Line is saying, the difference is our size. Which I think you could even look at our oxygen, how oxygen is used and how oxygen can help promote growth. If you increase the blood supply, increase the oxygen content, I'm sure that you could grow a large human being.
So there's evidence in tree sap of air bubbles that were tested in tree sap, ancient, right? These bubbles, the air in these bubbles is ancient, and the oxygen level back then was greater. And apparently the atmospheric pressure was greater. The electromagnetic field that radiates from the earth was greater. So there are multiple variables why things would have grown bigger back then that today these
Have you guys
animals
seen?
could not be supported in our current climate. Like just even the dragonflies that are 3 foot long dragonflies, they say that these dragonflies couldn't fly today.
Have you
They
guys
wouldn't
seen
be able to fly.
the
Go on.
scientist who's got a laboratory in his basement where he I know one of the animals is pacu fish, and he's increased the carbon levels and the pressure, and these things are growing 2 to 3 times larger than the largest recorded pacu in nature. So somehow he's been able to recreate the conditions, or at least similar conditions, to those pre-Jurassic stages, and says that things grow abundantly larger. I don't remember the guy's name, but I'm sure if you YouTube it, you could probably find the video.
The thing is with being a giant, like even like tall people today seem to have shorter lifespans because their hearts have to work harder to deliver the oxygen to the extremities, you know, to their fingertips. And like tall people don't make good pilots for that same reason. There seems to be a connection between the ancient past and the atmospheric pressure being greater, reason why animals grew bigger. And there's something connected to the genetics too. Just like when you put a goldfish in a fish tank, the bigger its tank, the bigger the goldfish will grow. There's something about our DNA that can actually sense like its limits. So it's not going to make you grow beyond what it is efficient. Now I
Yeah,
don't.
but okay, so
Go
so
on.
I mean, Lion, dude, you are on an
Sure.
absolutely amazing point because I've thought to myself, like, apparently, again, we've heard that we only use like 20% of our brains or something like that. And I keep thinking to myself that if humans were larger, they would use more oxygen. But I think to myself, like, how do you do that in a closed system? Again, looking at it strictly from you and I both observed the 7-day creation story, so we believe in a creator. So, and I just realized that just as you said, if you increase the pressure, i.e., increase how much the machine has to chew, the machine will have to supply
No,
more
that was me
oil.
that
I
said
hope
that.
on more blood oil to the machine in order for it to function, right? You can resource blood, but if you increase the pressure, right, the modulated pressure by the creator, all of a sudden things start getting bigger. Dude, thank you so much for that, man. So
Every single phenomena you see in nature is a result of temperature and pressure mediation alone. Like, sure, there's more things involved, but you can condense it down to those two things: temperature and pressure mediation.
Yeah, and the scriptures talk about a vapor canopy or some sort of vapor that is non-existent now. Like before rain, there was some sort of mist that would water the plants. And the early morning dew was like a mist that was over the land. But we don't have that anymore. Like there's something that changed, you know, and I again, this can't be proven, it's not empirical, but at least scripturally, there was some sort of vapor canopy, and there was a stronger atmosphere than we have now. There was more pressure than we have now.
Dude,
My belief is that it was ancient trees. I believe that trees were much, much larger.
Yeah,
and
well,
they could
okay.
hold the moisture in the atmosphere,
Well,
and do all those
well,
things you're saying.
one thing that Lion said that premises everything is the electromagnetic field. That right there, you change that, everything changes from that. Like
Yeah.
that's the fundamental root of all of this.
Yeah. And that's simply an input by the creator, right? He just like literally, like that could be an analog system as far as you know. It doesn't even have to be obviously digital. It can be an analog system. And he just cranks a little dial and all of a sudden things start thriving within, from his standpoint, a couple of hours, but from our standpoint, you know, thousands of years. It's a really, really interesting point to observe because again, I realize you say you're not strong with the presentation because of there's nothing that we can present that's tangible, but we believe in the firmament. We believe in a closed system. And with those two things in play, 7 noble gases, you have the igniter being the moon and the sun doing the things with the gases in the system. Like, you can start to kind of pull out a lot of strong theories from it, man. And I love the pressure modulation idea. So good. All right, I'm done now. Thanks, guys.
So yeah, for those that don't understand what we're saying, with more atmospheric pressure, it allows the heart to not work as hard and to deliver nutrients to the extremities of the bodies. Larger, gigantic bodies a lot easier. It's pretty simple. But again, it's theoretical.
Well, okay, let's
Go on.
use the garden hose. Everybody knows about the garden hose because we played with it in summer. So we turn on the pressure of the garden hose, maybe not full modulation, but halfway, and we notice that the stream comes out of the hose. We're not putting a regulator on the end. We're just going to have an open end, and we're going to use our thumb to modulate the pressure that water comes out with, and we're going to also turn the valve up to 100%. So we crank the valve up to 100%, and we start to modulate
My Bluetooth
the
died.
pressure. Oh, sorry. We're going to modulate the pressure of the water with that. Now, we know that when we point that pressure of the water at the dirt in front of us, that dirt will start to beat off in different kinds of directions and so on and so forth. However, what is, to me, we're observing is, as you say, the heart, the thing that's delivering the water, doesn't have to work as hard. But what's happening is you're starting to put this pressure on the extremities, and in doing so, that will force you to grow, right? If you put pressure on your hands, you put pressure on your arms, it's going to cause them to want to go outwards. Hope that's making sense.
Yeah. The biggest animals in the world are found in the ocean, bro.
One thing I never said about the heart is that it's the body's magnet.
There is iron in your blood.
But there's something that's not really understood yet, and it's how the electromagnetic field affects the DNA and how that is incorporated in all of this. DNA is still not really understood completely. For a while they were saying, "Oh, this is junk DNA," and now they're turning back. That's not junk DNA. There's still a lot to be discovered regarding DNA and its connection to, the physical laws that, whatever you want to call it, electromagnetism, gravity, whatever. I don't claim to be an expert in this field at all. These are just little things that I've picked up along the way.
Is Jay still here?
Give me 20 minutes, man, and then I'll be able to have a real conversation.
When you come back, can you answer my question?
Yeah, well, just like I said, about 20 minutes, and I can have a conversation.
Maybe somebody. That's fine, Jace. Maybe someone else can answer. Is there anything in the universe that isn't affected, whether it be directly or indirectly, by electromagnetic radiation? If not, what's the connection between gravity and EMR? Thank you.
Mic check.
Check, check, chickadee, check, check.
Hey guys, I've listened for a little while. I've been at work, but I've heard some people bringing up the evolution. Uh, is is this your opinion, you guys who believe in evolution? Do you believe there's groups of people that are more evolved than others? Is that the case, or no? And why not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Dr. Einstein had an evolved brain.
So when we look back in this evolution, and we look back and we see, people in zoos, and one group of people are told they're subhuman or they're not human. Yeah, I just want to know, is this in the writings that you guys support? I mean, one group of people, one ethnicity is more evolved than the other, and if so, how do you feel about that? Why don't you just come out and say it? Come out and say what you are, right?
Kosho's mom's the missing link. Just gonna say it.
So would evolution be hate speech?
Anything could be hate speech for liberals.
I didn't think I was going to get an answer from the evolutionists. Yeah, but if you guys are out there and the other guys who are not evolutionists, just question them on that, man. Just ask them, are there groups of people who are more involved than others? And if so, I mean, give us some evidence. Go ahead and tell us how one group is not evolved as much as the other. I'd love to hear it.
I mean, since nobody wants to talk, I mean, if you look at Darwin's book, The Origin of Species, or the one that was published, credited to him, dude, it talks about like a lot of racist stuff in there, bro. Like from Eskimos to like black people to like, and the consensus is that these people are less evolved.
Yeah, if that's the case, these guys coming in speaking to you about evolution, telling you they believe in evolution, just call them out for what they are, bro. I mean, it's very simple. So they're not going to listen to certain groups of people when they speak because obviously they're not as intelligent as them, right? They're not as evolved, so as advanced. So yeah, that's all I got to say for right now, guys. Thanks.
I was gonna say this, Mero. Kosho's mom goes to furry conventions in her birthday suit. Wake up, Kosho.
It says here, Darwin describes Australians, Mongolians, Africans, Indians, South Americans, Polynesians, and even Eskimos as savages. It becomes clear that he considers every population that is not white or European to be savage. The word savage is disdainful, and Darwin constantly elevates white Europeans above the savages. Darwin explains that the highest races and the lowest savages differ in moral disposition and intellect. This is sourced in 36. Let me see the source, what page it says. I don't know. I think it's page 36 because it doesn't. It just says 36.
But isn't that why we have affirmative action?
Don't you stop at number one, Chief Rock.
I guess all the evolutionists left, man. Are there no evolutionists in the room right now?
I think it was
All
just
right.
that one guy, maybe one or two of them.
All right, so everybody's creationists. Good deal.
Well, my question for the evolutionists is, if humans came around 200K years ago, then have we evolved in 200K years? Or are we exactly the same as the human that they call human back then?
Yeah, then you have to, define evolve and take in all these variables. So, what does evolve mean? To unfold? So yeah, there's so many things I would love to ask evolutionists, man, but I don't think they're going to be willing to give you an answer or capable.
I think if evolution was real, the penis would have evolved 5 phalanges and been another appendage.
Actually, that's my question. Are dicks getting bigger or smaller?
What's that?
Are dicks getting bigger or smaller since evolution?
I would say they're bigger during the sunrise and smaller during the sunset. So we would have to see if the days were longer or shorter in the past.
I have a list of missing links here between apes and humans.
If we're evolving, right, wouldn't the birth process become easier and more efficient? So women's vaginas should be getting bigger. Am I right?
What's that?
If we are evolving, the evolution argument is that everything's getting more efficient, right? So wouldn't human birth become easier and better and more efficient? So women's vaginas should be getting bigger, right?
Well, I don't know because it's kind of proportional to the hole it's got to fit in. So, technically it would be more efficient for it to be smaller and with less resistance upon penetration. Are we talking about the same thing or did I miss something?
You guys heard of Atta Bingo, right? I don't know if you're still there, Lion, but look up Atta Bingo, the man they put in the zoo.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man, it wasn't that long ago, man.
1 second.
Was that the guy in Russia?
I'm pretty sure it was over here, Atta Bingo. I may have to look it up again, but yeah, just look up a man in the zoo, Atta Bingo.
Yeah, I got a picture. He looks like a native African. Alta Benga, born 1883, died 1916, was a Ambuti Congo pygmy man known for being featured in an exhibit at the 1904 Louisiana Purchase Exposition. Poor guy.
Yeah, so when those evolutionists come in here, man, just tell them, why don't we just meet up on the street? I mean, this is getting ridiculous, man.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
gonna tell one group of people they're less. I mean, bruh, how ignorant can you be? I wouldn't even give them any kind of time of day, man. I wouldn't even speak to them if they're not going to be honest about, one group is more evolved than the other in their ideology.
I've never heard of this guy, but it says here Ota Benga at the Bronx Zoo. Only 5 promotional photos exist. But he was in the monkey house at the
Yeah,
Bronx Zoo. And cameras
what
were
year
not allowed inside the monkey house.
what year was it? Wasn't that long ago,
1906.
right? Yeah, man.
Insane, dude. But so I do have a list of claimed missing links in the archaeological record that they claimed were evidence of transitional fossils, or transitional apes into humans. One of the first ones on record is he's coined Piltdown Man. This is considered the first claimed missing link in the human fossil record. To claim evolution was true, they needed a Planet of Apes style monkey man. Now, this fraud lasted 40 years, where the scientists believed that this was legit, the skull was legit. The claim was that if Christians were allowed to examine it, they would destroy it. But it came to the science community's attention that in 40 years of searching, no other one had ever been found. So after 40 years, and upon examining the skull, it was determined to be a human head with an orangutan jaw attached. In other words, it was a fraud. Despite Piltdown Man being a fraud, it did get evolution taught in the public schools.
Hey, let's not ad hom Kosho's uncle, dude. That's not cool.
A number 2 claim missing link that they discovered was its name was Nebraska Man. Evolution supporters and funders claim Nebraska Man was a better missing link, as it was not deliberately fraud, but rather just serious science error on their part. Nebraska Man was entirely constructed in the marketing image to the right. And I'll post the image in a second. From one tooth, the tooth turned out to be from an ancient pig, not Bigfoot or a monkey man. So this Nebraska Man, they claim to be a missing link because of a tooth that they found, but the tooth wasn't even part of the original skull or the original fossil. It was from an ancient pig. Again, and a lot of these skulls, they kind of just slap together. They'll find these things in a cave somewhere and they'll slap it together and be like, look, like this is what we had. The third one is Java Man. Java Man was discovered by Eugene Du Bois, who was also one of the most hardcore Charles Darwin fans of the time. In fact, Du Bois was as hardcore as Darwin fan as Ernest Haeckel, who during the same time frame produced the now infamous fraud embryo drawings to support Darwin's evolution. Java Man was given the name. By the way, the fraud embryo is there's these images of like people looking like lizards in an embryonic stage back then, but I guess it was like a fraud. Anyways, Java Man was given the name Pythoncanthropus erectus to make what would otherwise be called the search for Bigfoot sound scientific. Pythoncanthropus erectus is a fancy $5 word for erect ape man, which does notably sound better than missing planet of the monkey men. Java Man was comprised of parts found on the island of Java. Though technically discovered before Piltdown Man, even evolutionists did not take it very seriously until after they knew for certain their other examples like Piltdown and Nebraska Man were entirely bogus. Today, evolutionists call Java Man Homo erectus. Additionally, even hardcore Darwin lovers of this modern age concede that Du Bois was later found to have stashed many animal and human bones in his home. The leg bone is clearly human for Java Man, whereas the skull cap, as Du Bois himself points out, appears to clearly belong to an ancient chimpanzee. He claims he found the parts at different times. So again, there's just, and if you really examine each one of these claimed transitional fossils, they're really just apes and humans mixed together. There's a whole list of these, man. That's just a couple, but I have a whole list of these. You got the next one is the Mansi Man, and then you got Tutavel Man, and then eventually Neanderthal Man. The Mansi Man, another claimed Homo erectus, evolution had become so well funded that any ape skull like the one to the left could be called a missing link and marketed to the public by acclaimed grant-funded experts. Though many would argue this has tarnished the once stellar value of universities and the students attending therein in favor of a 150-year-old theory of a monkey world by a 22-year-old rich kid named Darwin. It does serve as a way for us to clearly understand the simple and straightforward differences between monkeys and humans. The Mansi Man, one of 5 ape skulls found among 3,000 ancient animal fossils, including ancient rhinos and ancient horses and ancient giant cats. It is an ancient ape. And the way you can tell if it's an ape or human, they got specific humans have specific skulls compared to apes. Like the foreheads and the nose.
I would say Chupacabra Man would be direct evidence of evolution.
It says primates have no nose bone nor forehead. Yet under the same classification, Homo erectus, the skull recreation of Tautavel Man, has a nose bone and a giant forehead. Notice on Tautavel Man to the left that the recreation to market to the public is far different from the real skull. The recreation has a giant forehead. The actual skull does not. It has a primate forehead. The recreation has a hint sufficient to be called a nose bone. The actual skull looks monkey all the way. So when they recreate these skulls, they try to restore them. They kind of massage them a little bit to make them look more human, and they actually added like plaster and stuff.
Sounds like the evolutionists support Bigfoot's existence more than anyone. But yet, when you ask these guys, they say Bigfoot's not real, contrary to their personal beliefs, which is kind of amazing to me. You see what I'm saying? Lion?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, no, I get you, bro.
Right. I mean, I'm a creationist, although I love the idea of Bigfoot. But I don't know, man. Like these guys seem like they would just freaking laugh you out of the room if you brought up Bigfoot's possibility of existing, even though it coincides with their doctrine. It's almost like they don't even believe their own shit unless it like suits their personal needs.
Early Neanderthal skulls were often released to the public with missing nose bones like the L.A. Chappelle skull to the right. Removing the nose bone can make a human skull look monkey-like or primate-like. However, over time, too many skulls were found and not all could be removed. Neanderthals were drawn and covered with modeling clay to look as monkey men. And even in CGI videos and stuff and like dramatized videos, they always show these like ancient men to look like I don't know, man, they look grotesque. Like their heads, don't they look like mentally challenged and stuff too, like the way they and it's like, dude, like ancient man was not like that. I think that's like a false portrayal of what ancient man was like. I think ancient man was just as intellectual as today, artistically, language, music, all that, bro. Like anyways,
Dude, that's our quest for fire, man. They would disagree with you, bro.
in fact, Neanderthals, not only were they not monkey men, but like everything in the ancient world, particularly before the flood, they were thicker, far stronger, had larger brains, and lived far longer than we do today. Also, they were far better looking and more physically fit than we could dream of. We are a diminished version of our fathers and ancestors that lived much before us. Much effort from evolutionists went into making these ancient ancestors such as the likes of Nimrod, Noah, Enoch, or Adam, and the sons and daughters and generations thereof, look like primates. The skull on the bottom right is what a Neanderthal skull actually looks like, with the nose bone intact. And it literally looks human, and even it still has all their teeth still intact, bro. And they're straight. They didn't
Can
need
you
braces.
put the link there so I can look and read it later?
Yeah, I'm
Please?
reading it from a book, but here I'll take a screenshot of it or a photo of it.
It's how do you expect them to put the link if it's missing? That was a joke. Missing link, get
So
it?
yeah, so
I'll
I
take a
posted the
screenshot
link.
of a book. I'll check it out.
Yeah, sure.
So we're
Thanks for laughing at
descended
my
from our
joke, Edric.
ancestors. What? So not evolution, but devolution. That's what's happening, right?
That's what I believe.
That's what it sounds like.
Totally dismissed your joke. That was actually pretty fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody appreciate it.
I couldn't let you hang.
Appreciate it. Screw you, Godric. That was a joke too. Jesus. Fucking crowd's hard to do.
Well, I just want to know if our dicks are getting bigger. That was my main question. Like, is it evolving bigger or smaller? It's more efficient.
Well, if you go far enough away from the surface of the planet and have a strong enough telescope, you'll be able to see and exactly determine.
I
Based
think
on
that's why the women are
angles.
saying the women are saying small dick energy. That's the thing now. So I guess our dicks are getting smaller. I mean, how else?
I don't know if I've heard that quote being used.
So I have here Neanderthals are bone for bone human skeletons. The only difference are that the bones are thicker, stronger, more durable, and the wisdom teeth fit perfectly. And the brain sizes are much larger. They are simply ancient heavy duty human skeletons, not dissimilar to the heavy duty. Anyways, that's more scriptural stuff. I don't want to add that. As if we are today the degenerated, much weaker version of our ancestors. We have Dr. Cuozzo, Dr. Jack Cuozzo. I have him quoted here saying, in 1997, he studied in Switzerland with Dr. Francis Schaeffer, and in 1979 began much of the original study of Neanderthal fossils. He was and is today one of the foremost experts on Neanderthals, particularly juvenile Neanderthals. He became claimed controversial figure as he later claimed those in support of giant funding money for evolution had been altering or destroying skulls in efforts to make them more ape-like. He says, it says here, Dr. Cuozzo became one of the first to argue that what is common knowledge today that Neanderthal was just a fancy word for ancient humans like us. Further, however, Cuozzo demonstrated that Neanderthals did have unusual traits. They appeared to live excessively longer lives than modern humans today. He argued the bones showed they lived for hundreds and hundreds of years longer in many cases. Cuozzo also showed that in young Neanderthals, they took very long times to reach adulthood. A person the age of 40 might just begin, or it says, a person the age of 40 might be just ending puberty.
Can you snapshot that, please?
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Additionally, Cuozzo presented in his book Buried Alive that many or most Neanderthals died by massive drowning.
Oh shit, that would make sense because if their bones were denser, they were less buoyant.
So I have here Dr. David Menton, a doctor in biology from Brown University, and served as an award-winning professor at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis for 34 years. He says, it says here he explains the basic differences between monkeys and primates and humans. It's more than just that humans have larger brains, nose bones, and foreheads. Humans have an entirely different body structure from primates. And it's not just missing links between men and monkeys that are missing. One would have also asked what led to the monkeys. And he says there are 0 transitional fossils between any creatures on Earth.
Yeah, but that's just not true, though, right? Like, there's Sahelanthropus chilensis, Norontuganensis, Ardipithecus pyramidus, the other Ardipithecus, the Australopithecus, so those are Anamensis, Lucy afarensis africanus, right? Then there's Kenyanthropus plateops. Then you get into the Homo genus with Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo floresiensis, all those characters leading up to Homo sapiens, right? Those are all transitions, right? They show a distinct picture of things that are older, more closer to the Miocene apes, through a spectrum leading up to the present day of things that are us, right? And the whole spectrum in between. We have snapshots of stages in between in that spectrum.
Hand wave dismissal, Salad. Thank you for coming.
Given enough time, those all those different names you mentioned would be able to produce Shakespeare in its complete set and volume.
Right, there's enough monkeys and enough typewriters.
Listen,
Eventually,
just
we're going to type out the Hamlet. It's a smash.
Could
What in
just
the
to
bloody
pay
blue blazes
homage,
are you
if I
talking about?
could again beg the court for the sake of thanks. Really want to shout out Lion for that time you took to read and share that, because I think it was a very well, eloquently stated and shared document. It was not polite to hand wave dismiss with that word salad we were put victim to. Thanks.
I agree. Thanks for your time, Lion.
Your hand waving dismissing my rebuttal to the
You're
claim that there's no transitions, right? All those species that I named, they all have transitional features, be it the foramen magnum, the valgus knee, the shape of the pelvis, all of these things. I mean, we could go through all the specifics, but there's a ton of transitional features that these things have.
Yeah,
The
apes
most
still
famous-
exist.
The most famous missing link, most recent famous missing link is Lucy that you brought up. But Lucy, when you really examine without any disingenuous, motives, like if you really look at it for what it is, bro, it's not a human by any means. It's a stretch to say that that's a human ancestor. There's no
It's an
evidence that that's a human ancestor.
It's an Australopith. It's not a part of our genus.
Lucy's a chimpanzee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Probably,
Lucy's
yes.
a chimpanzee, bro. But it's not till they model
No,
it in
no,
the
no.
museum to try to make it look human.
She's not a chimpanzee. She doesn't have any of the adaptations for knuckle walking, right?
Can I ask you
She
something
also has
specific?
different. There's other kind of hair features that are different, but
How many-
nonetheless, right?
How many genomes? How many genomes does Lucy?
What? How many genomes does Lucy have?
Chromosomes, I think he meant
Yeah,
to say.
chromosomes. Yeah, chromosomes. Sorry.
It's got to be either 46 or 48.
So where do we see the number of those changing throughout the change of its makeup, biological makeup?
It's gradual.
going
It's
from
called
species to
microDNA.
species?
Well, right. I don't know when the fusion happened off the top of my head, what species it's suspected to have happened in, but our chromosome 2 is the like chimpanzees fused the lineage that led to chimpanzees and the lineage that led to us, in our lineage, the ancestor between us in our lineage, the 11 and 12th chromosome fused together to form what we now call our second chromosome, with both 2 centromeres and extra telomeric sites, right? An extra false center from the fused chromosome on top of the real center, and then the end portions that are just there to kind of take up the slack for the replicating errors that happen at the end of DNA synthesis. Right? There's 2
So the point,
false of
the
those
point that I was
located in
making,
our second chromosome.
yeah, the point that I was
To your
making was
point, he
that
doesn't know. But does anybody know?
Well, I
okay.
assumed
So
he's getting at the thing with chimpanzees having 2 more chromosomes than us.
so yeah, I'm talking about the fact that like when you change between species and however you want to rank that, family, phylum, order, whatever the fuck, there's generally a change within those amounts. So like the diploid human genome is composed of 46 DNA molecules of 24 distinct types, because the human chromosome.
Hang on, I need some clarity. But say that again. The diploid genome is what?
Yeah, so the diploid human genome is composed of 46 DNA molecules of 24 distinct types, because the chromosome exists in pairs that are like almost identical. So only 3 billion nucleotide pairs, meaning the haploid genome, need to be sequenced to gain complete information concerning the human genome. So there's a significant difference between the amount of chromosomes in a monkey versus a human, because they're different. And the point is that you're not addressing that within your link here
I
within
did.
Lucy.
And I think what you're meaning to say is that the diploid genome in humans is 46 chromosomes. It's not 46 DNA molecules. It's quintillions upon quintillions of actual DNA molecules. And the haploid genome, so just the one copy of your genome, is 23 chromosomes, not 24, right? 23 times 2 is 46. 24 times 2 is 48, right? And your point that monkeys and like the Miocene apes and stuff have 48 chromosomes, right? I did address that point. I said in the lineage that led to chimpanzees did not have the fusion event that the lineage that led to us did. And that's why we can identify their 11 and 12 chromosome, centromeres and telomeres, in our second chromosome, because it's a fused chromosome. And that's why our number went down from 48 to 46.
Yeah, and when did they make that that assumption? And I call it assumption because all that was presented prior to the mapping. And furthermore, did they ever map the genetic genome makeup of the chimpanzee?
I think I don't think that's quite right either, right? Because this is recent. The actual identification of the nucleotides, the DNA nucleotides, a sequence of the nucleotides where this fusion happened. This is recent thing that was done, right? So because we had to have been able to sequence the genome already to be able to do that. But the proposal, the hypothesis that this fusion had occurred is, yeah, that was hypothesized, I think,
the first hypothesis of that was in the 60s or 70s, and that was based off when you stain the chromosomes between a chimpanzee and a human, the banding pattern, right? You use different stains and it gives you different regions of the chromosomes stain a different color under a fluorescent kind of analysis test, right? And the banding pattern was what made the original people who proposed this. It's what gave them the idea to propose the fusion.
Man, my kid just got home from school, but yeah, I'd have to pull out my my notes on all that stuff to get in to that topic a little further with you. But I know that there's there's some inconsistencies within the current perceived data versus the actual data. So,
But how could you know that, man? When you say you have to pull up your notes, but you know that there's inconsistencies, like how so?
well, I just told you I'd have to pull up my information. I don't have it readily available right off the top of my head because it's been a little bit since I got into that topic. But point is, is you guys have a long history of doing these types of things. Just twisting the narrative to fit within your perceptions. But
Oh, it's actually quite the opposite. Right? I heard someone talking about Piltdown Man before, right? And I've heard these Genesis apologetics and Institution for Creation Research make all these same claims that there was this proposed missing link that was found that was the Piltdown Man. And scientists were going crazy and saying that this was the missing link, and we finally found it. And when you actually do the research yourself into this, you find out that it was actually a creationist lawyer, Dawson, who was angry with the British Museum because they wouldn't accept his proposal for the supernatural being potential scientific explanations, right? So it's right, they found fossils in his kind of stash houses that were faked. So they think that it was him. We don't know exactly who did plant the hoax to begin with, but it was like his associates that knew exactly where to look to find the fossils. So all this stuff points to this guy called Dawson, who was a lawyer. Anyways, so it doesn't really matter who actually did it. The point is that they were
Piltdown Man not taught at
planted
school
in the
for 40
ground.
years?
They were planted in the ground, most likely by a creationist, right? And the actual biological anthropologists and paleoanthropologists of the time, any of the papers, except for like a select few, but the majority of the scientific literature from the field at the time, any mention of Piltdown Man is literally just dismissing it. Like, we're finding all these fossil hominins in Africa, Central, East, and South Africa, and there's this one Piltdown Man thing that was found in Britain, and it's probably just an outlier, and some people even suspected that it was just a fake, right? So the scientists weren't really buying it, and then it was better science. Fluorine dating became developed as a method for accurately dating things, and scientists developed that method, and then they dated the fossils and figured out that they were two different fossils. They were like a orangutan jaw and a human skull.
Yeah, bro, but there's so many of these missing links that are found to be frauds, bro.
Like what? Which ones? Because the
Dude,
Piltdown
I got
Man
a
one is
list.
not what she said it
Piltdown
is.
Man, Nebraska Man, Java Man, the Manzi Man, the Manisi Man, Tutavel Man. Dude, there's a whole list of these claimed missing links, and to date, you don't have one except the latest is Lucy.
Well, I named a
You
few
got
before.
Cro-Magnon and Homo erectus and all these alleged evolutionary
Well,
species.
Java and Demonisi Man are part of the Homo erectus
Those are not
species.
transitional fossils, bro, of human
Of course
beings.
they are.
No, they're not.
Of course they are.
The best
They're
one that
part
you
of
have
our
today, bro, is
Homo
Lucy.
genus.
and it's hilarious, bro. That's the best that you guys have is Lucy, bro.
But that's just a lie you're telling yourself. There,
No, bro.
Lucy is just the name of
Okay,
one
so show me right now.
specimen.
Post it in the live stream text. Show me one
Showing
official
what?
transitional
I'm
record of
walking my
a
dog
human.
right now, dude. I'm not under any obligation to show you anything, but I can
Besides
tell
Lucy.
you what to look for if you want to see fossil hominins, right? Lucy is a specific specimen. If you want another specimen to look at, there's things like Littlefoot. You named one, Java Man. The Demony Sea Child, I think, is another name for one of them, right? Artie is another one. Those are individual specimens, right? Individuals that you can look at. They're not complete individuals, but they're what was found of an individual. Now, if you want to just look at the overall species, all the collection of individuals that have been found for a specific species, there's Ardipithecus ramidus, Auroran tugenensis, Sahelanthropus techarensis, the Australopithecus africanus, Anamensis, and Afarensis, which Lucy is an Afarensis Australopith. Then there's Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, Homo habilis, Homo floresiensis, a
Yeah,
whole
bro.
bunch
I
of different
understand. There was
Homo
a great
species
diversity of
that you
primates in
could
history.
look
There's a
that you
great
can look
diversity
at
of
their
primates in
fossils.
history, but none of them are human. Nor are they transitional humans.
Well,
You're
by
just because you're naming out
definition,
these scientific names of ancient primates means nothing. We
but
understand that there was many different elephants. We have the
what
woolly
these
mammoth,
things
right? We have all these different
ay, ay, ay.
animal species and great diversities in the past. So what? So the great diversity of primates. So what?
What these things are showing is that there's a older specimens like Auroran species like Auroran tugenensis and Sahelanthropus techarensis, right? These are older, more basal hominins. They're more similar to the Miocene apes. Then there's a spectrum in between of all these other hominins where we have snapshots of specific traits arising in these hominins, like the valgus knee, the moving forward and the angling of the foramen magnum so that the skull can sit on top of the head, because the way that's situated in a quadruped is much different than how it is in a biped.
I know what that is. I know what that is.
Hey Jace, what about Otabinga, man? Was he the closest transitional link to man? Otabinga. He's an individual, right?
Binga, man. I'd
So
have to look up what that is.
so your evolutionists who you're supporting, they displayed him in the public in the St. Louis World Fair along with other ape species and introduced him as the closest transitional link to man, right? So you want to talk, I want to talk about recently. We want to talk about recently, you know, we can look at it, look at the individual, look at their picture, actually see their features, you know, with the flesh on the bones, right? So you speak of individuals, you know, I don't know if you've raised animals or you've been around people long, but individuals we come in a wide variety of packages, man. You want to talk about pelvic bones, frontal lobes. You want to talk about the occipital lobe, the parietals. I mean, what do you want to talk about, man? We
Yeah,
can
but
talk about the
these are
anatomy
way
and physiology, but
outside
I
the
want to ask
human
you about
variation.
Otabinga specifically. Specifically Otabinga. Do you support the scientists who were evolutionists who said that Otabinga was the closest transitional link to humans? And then I want you to answer me, are all people evolving at the same rate, and are all apes evolving at the same rate? And if so,
Dude, you're
are there
going on and
people, if so, I know you can, you know, you can understand what I'm saying. You seem to be intelligent. So I can ask you maybe 3 questions and you can answer them all. So I want to understand if this is the case that we have not all evolved at the same rate, you know, then are there people groups who are more advanced or more evolved than other people groups? Do you support that idea, which is rooted in evolutionists? Do you support that or no?
Well, I already answered that question in the chat. But starting from the beginning, right? I don't know what this Autabanya or Autabanya, whatever you're saying. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that exact individual specimen. If you could tell me what species it is, maybe I would know more about it. But if it's not Kenyanthropus plateops, if it's not Kenyan, oh yeah, I know you're just gonna interrupt me. If it's
I don't
not,
want you to monologue, man. I
if
want you
it's
to
not,
look
oh
into
yeah, because you
Otabinga.
didn't.
If you're not aware of Otabinga, you got a
You're
computer
just
in front of you.
interrupting.
Right? Do you have a computer in front
No,
of
I'm
you?
on my phone, man. I'm walking my dog. But what I
Oh,
was
you're
going to
walking the
say
dog.
is that if it's not Kenyanthropus plateops, then it's not the closest thing to humans, because humans is defined by the genus Homo, right? And so Kenyanthropus plateops is the thing that's got the most synapomorphies in common
Oh
with
boy,
the genus Homo. So if
sounds
it's
like a
not a
homo thing to say, man.
specimen, if it's not a specimen of Kenyanthropus plateops, then no, it's not the closest thing to humans.
All I got out of
How
that was
long?
somebody's a homo. That's all I got out of that. So
Yeah,
I want
because
to
you're
ask you
an
to
There was
when you
Latin
immature
in
get
there.
time,
There was somebody's a
child.
homo and then some Latin.
When you get time, right? If you want some Italian, I'll give it to you. Spero che
So you
tapiti
can't
and
tell me
genio
what
culo.
species it
Okay.
is?
So if you want me to speak Italian, I can. But I want to ask you about Otabinga. And when you
It's
finish
Latin.
walking the dog, right? I want you to look up Otabinga. Right? I read a little bit to you where he was and what they were saying about him, right? And these are evolutionists. These are your scientists, your evolution scientists, right? Okay, so
But they ain't not
if you're
mine,
not
dude.
gonna
I'm well aware of this.
boy, you sound ridiculous, man.
Well, they're
What?
not
So
mine.
answer the next. Okay.
Scientists.
We're not aware of Otabinga. Let's kick it to the side. Do all apes evolve at the same rate? Do all people evolve at the same rate? Yes or no? Yes or no, bro?
All right, if you had knowledge of this stuff, you'd
No
be
or
able to
yes?
just tell me
It's
what
a yes or no.
species
I
it
will have the
was, rather
knowledge if you
than
give it to me. If you give me the knowledge, I'll have it. Yes or no?
I'll do. You're
Yes
not
or
trying to
no?
learn nothing.
Yes or no? I'm trying to
Anyways,
learn. Do they all evolve at the same rate? Or do individuals evolve quicker than others? No matter what species they're in. Is that true? Or no?
no, evolution is a phenomena
Yes
of
or no, man?
population.
Yes or
Yeah,
no?
you keep interrupting. Evolution is a phenomena of population genetics. So saying
You're
that,
talking about
like,
individuals, right?
one
You're talking about
individual
individuals,
is
right?
more evolved than the other is
So you're bringing up
meaningless in
individual
actual.
specimens. So you have individual specimens, and you're telling me what everything is. You're telling me across the board
What?
in the whole species what's happening,
You
but you
didn't
only hear
listen
individual
to what I
specimens.
said because you were just interrupting me.
Yeah, well,
I said
that's what I tend to
evolution
do.
is the phenomena of the population, of population genetics. So
So all at the same rate.
individuals don't evolve, populations do.
Populations evolve. Okay. So individuals do not evolve.
Yes.
Populations evolve. Okay. Define population. Define population.
Is a population filled with people or not? Uh-oh.
Define population. Come on, bro.
You don't know what a population is?
Oh
It's a
my God,
group
this
of
is ridiculous, man. You
organisms
can't answer
living
yes or no
together.
questions. You
It's a
can't
group of
have a
organisms living together in a geographic and reproductive manner.
You need to cut that dairy out of
How
your
do you
diet,
not
man.
know
You
what
got
a
so much mucus
population
in you. Hey, bro, cut that dairy out of your diet, man. You're full of
with the
phlegm, bro.
insults aren't
You're
going to
full of
win
mucus,
you
man.
an argument?
I can hear it, bro. It's not an insult. You're full of
I mean,
mucus.
good insult.
You're full of it,
But
man.
it's not going to win you anything.
I think it won me something, man. I mean, your
Good for you,
scientists
man.
who brought up this
Congrats. You want
evolution
a cookie?
are taking men and putting them in a zoo and saying that that's the closest link you have, right? These are your scientists. They're not my scientists. They're not. They don't hold the same
Bloody
ideology.
blue blazes are
But
you
someone to come in
about,
here and
dude?
talk about individual specimens and talk about how they're evolving, and then tell me that no, individuals don't evolve at a quicker rate. No, it's the population. So it's the whole population
Oh,
across the
good
board, no matter
strong
what
man.
animal, no matter what it is evolving at the same rate. Is that what you're telling me? That's what you're telling me, bro?
Wow. Good
It's
strong
wow.
man,
It's
dude.
yes or
What
no,
I
bro. It's
said
not
is
wow. It's yes
these
or no. It's
individual.
yes or
What I
no, bro.
said
It's not
was
individual, blah, blah, blah. It's
you
yes
just
or no.
keep interrupting
I'm
because
going to
you're
keep interrupting
terrified.
until you answer me or somebody
Your
kicks me, bro. It's yes
reality
or
is
no.
gonna be like
It's yes or no,
shattered.
Jace. Put the milk down, bro. Yes or no.
Is this how you try and learn, North?
Yeah, this is how I try to learn. It's either yes or
But
no. If I don't
You're
understand the language you're
terrified.
speaking, if you don't speak the same
Disgusting
language I'm speaking,
exposition,
then I'm
North.
not going to learn what you're
North,
saying.
shut up. Shut up.
You shut up.
Be
Can
an
we get
adult.
some
Be an
modding?
adult. Have a
Shut up.
conversation.
It's a yes or no question, man.
It's not a
If you're
yes
gonna,
or no
if you
question.
want
You
me to come
made
in
a
and speak another
ridiculous
language,
straw man.
you want me to come in and speak another language and then tell you, oh, you can't learn. I don't
Yeah, you made
understand
a
the language,
ridiculous
bro. You have
straw
to
man.
define it, right? To
Well, that's not my
monologue for
problem.
15
You
minutes
shouldn't
and
be
use words
claiming
that
it's
people are not even
incorrect
aware
if
of
you
is
don't
ridiculous.
understand it. If you don't understand a field, you shouldn't be claiming that the people who
Well,
do
then you need to
understand
shut up,
it
man,
are
because you
wrong.
don't understand it. You don't understand it, so you need to shut up. You don't know who
No, you're
Octobenga is?
the one who said
You
you
don't know who
don't understand
Octobenga
it.
is? You don't know how to answer a simple question. Are
You
all the
know a
apes
catchy
evolving
name. You
at
don't
the
even know
same
what
rate or no?
species the
It's a yes or no.
specimen is of.
It's a yes or no. Are all the apes evolving at the same rate? Yes or no?
No, all the apes are not evolving at the same rate.
Okay, so
What?
some are more evolved than others, right? Even currently, right?
Yeah, different
Even
species
currently,
of
well, we're
apes
going to
have
answer. No,
different
no, answer the
features.
question, bro. Currently, are some apes more evolved than others?
Yes, this
Your
conversation
ideology says
demonstrates that.
yes. If your
Yes,
Different.
ideology
this
says yes, then
conversation
you have to do that
demonstrates
same thing with people, right? You have to say
this.
some people are more evolved than others. That's what you
This
have to say.
this conversation demonstrates that some people are more evolved than others, if evolution is a thing. Thank you.
Yes, it
Different
does.
species have different traits.
That's why we have Shaquille O'Neal.
All right, guys. I want to ask everyone else in the room. Is my question stupid when I say, are all apes evolving at the same rate? And if so, are all people evolving at the same rate? And if so, if that's the case, then what he's saying is there's some apes that are more evolved than others, and there's some people groups that are more evolved than others. This is what
Yeah,
this all
because
is, man.
apes is a family. Apes is a taxonomic family consisting of multiple genus and many species.
So he says
Humans,
yes.
Homo sapiens, is one species. The family of apes, Hominoidea, has a whole bunch
Okay.
of different species with different traits between them. Humans have very little variation between us on that kind of scale.
Did people come from apes?
No, we still are apes.
We
What I
still are
see,
apes. So we're apes, right? Oh my
That would
God,
be
bro!
like a woman
Stop
who's
drinking the milk. Stop
that would
drinking the
be
poison, bro. I don't know
he
what
said
you're
it. He
telling me.
said we're apes. He just
that
said we're apes.
would be like a woman who's a Carter and she marries a man named Smith, and now she's trying to say, oh, I'm not a Carter, I'm a Smith, and my children aren't Carters, they're Smiths. No, you don't grow out of your ancestry. It's called the law of monophily.
What is
Literally,
evolved?
reality won't make any sense if you think you're a different type of thing than what your ancestors were.
What does evolved mean? Define
So
it for me,
you have
please. I'm
no,
stupid,
you
man.
have
Define what
no
evolved means.
rebuttal to that. So
He's
you're
done.
Oh
just
no,
gonna
He,
say, what
no, man.
does
There's
evolution
there's
mean?
nothing I need to say any further, man. You think some people are more evolved than others. The scientists who come up with evolution, they believe the same thing. I'm
That's
saying
not what I
they
said.
say that some people are less evolved than others. They say some people are not even in the same group.
No,
They
they
say this
don't.
man is a
You're
missing
just
link,
lying,
right?
dude.
So I'm
You're
lying
just
about
lying.
Octobenga, right? So I'm lying about Octobenga.
I'm
No,
lying.
you're lying about scientists saying that some humans are more evolved than others. Modern
Okay, you may
paleontologists and
be correct in
biological
that. They didn't say
anthropologists
he
do
was human
not
at all.
say that.
They didn't say he was human. They said he's the closest you have to the missing link. What's the missing link, Jace? What's the
Well,
missing
I
link, Jace?
named
Define that.
like 20 different. I named like 20
How
different
ignorant are we gonna
species
be here,
Peltdown
man?
Man.
and a few
Peltdown
different
Man is the missing link.
specimens. No, Piltdown Man was a creationist hoax, dude.
Jace,
Wait, wait,
you're
wait,
missing a
wait.
couple
Same
of
thing
Anyways,
like
I
the Catholic
named
Church made evolution, made Big Bang. Same idea. Tried to drive us off the right trail.
no. It was a creation of Charles was it Dawson, who was upset because the British Museum wouldn't accept his proposal of the supernatural being potential explanations for scientific phenomena. So he wanted to embarrass the British Museum, which he openly admitted. And it's suspected that he planted those fossils in the ground due to his admissions of wanting to embarrass the museum and his associates knowing exactly where to dig to find the fossils. And then later on, he was discovered to have fake fossils, exactly the same way the Piltdown Man one was in his possession.
Okay, so you say humans are apes. So humans are apes. How come humans cannot mate with apes and have offspring?
Species, man. Hey, man, Jace, man, get you some marjoram or just some oregano oil, and rub it on your chest, man, and cut that dairy out, man, for real.
Yeah, because if you're congested, it's absolutely resultant from
Sorry,
dairy.
reality doesn't agree with you. Yeah,
No,
I'm
you're not
sorry,
agreeing.
reality
You're not
doesn't line
agreeing
up
with
with your
your
ancient,
colleagues, right?
archaic beliefs.
Ancient, archaic
No, I
beliefs,
don't
like the
agree with
people who took
you.
Octobinga and put him in a zoo and said he's the closest thing you have to a missing link to support this evolution theory that you have. This
No,
evolution
silly
theology you carry.
scriptures that say we were made by
Scripture.
a golem spell out of
Did anyone
mud.
bring up scriptures?
Eve
Who brought
was
up
made.
scriptures, man?
Oh, so you don't. So
I
you
didn't
don't
bring
support the
up scriptures
scriptures
at
now.
all. I'm asking you about Octobinga and you're not aware of it. So I mean, if you're like the top in your field, you're lacking,
Tell
bro.
me about
So
Littlefoot then, if you want to.
Octobinga was the
Tell
guy
me
they put
about
in the zoo,
Littlefoot.
right? And this is recently, like early
Tell me
1900s.
about Littlefoot.
So early 1900s,
Tell me
you
about
have this guy.
Littlefoot. How about Java
I'm
Man?
about to tell you about Bigfoot, bro. So you got. I want recent history, right? I want recent history of this ignorant position people hold with the evolution, right?
Yeah, these
And in recent
specimens were
history,
found
would you
much
say
more
recent? Would
recently
you
than
say
what you're
recent?
talking about.
Java Man's an ancient chimpanzee, bro. That's all it is.
Oh, I wish I could grab this guy.
How can an extant species be ancient?
I think I'm an ape. Yank your arm off.
What about the human hobbit pygmy
I'm
species? Was there a pygmy species like a human hobbit? Was that real?
well, there's Homo floresiensis, Homo habilis. They're kind of small humans.
I'm interested in the pelvic bone. What were you talking about the pelvic bone, Jace? I heard you bring it up earlier. What were you saying about it? And what's that show you?
Yeah, you can see in specimens like RD and Lucy and other specimens of their individual species, right? You can see the snapshots in time of these organisms changing, these species changing.
What about the pelvic bone, Jace? The pelvic bone. You brought that up, right?
Yes, you can see it changing in the fossil.
Jace, you understand that's not answering my question, right? You can see snapshots. And that's not answering anything about a pelvic bone, bro. Specifically,
You
the
can
pelvic
see
bone. What are you looking at?
the ilia.
You looking at the
You can
iliac
see
crest?
the
What are you
ilia
looking at, bro?
and the ischia becoming bowl-shaped. You can see the muscle attachment sites for the gluteus maximus and gluteus minimus developing.
And
You
the
can see the
piriformis and
angle. the angle that the femur head is coming out at changing.
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, I can't talk to you anymore, man. You're just.
That's not a rebuttal.
I'm not trying to rebut you, man. You sound ridiculous.
So you're
I read about
unaware
Java
of
Man,
these
bro.
things?
The leg bone is clearly
I'm
human
aware.
Java Man, whereas a skull cap, as Du Bois himself points out, appears to clearly belong to an ancient chimpanzee. And these bones were collected, you know, on the island called Java. That's why it's called Java Man.
Yeah, and I'm aware of the pelvic bone. I'm aware of the sacrum, the iliac
So
crest, femur bone,
where
the
are
tibia,
you
the
getting this
fibula.
information?
Oh no, I'm aware of all these bones and muscles and tendons and ligaments, bro. You're not telling me anything. I want to know specifically what about them. Now, you want to start talking about angles and things like that? We can talk about it. But you sound absolutely ridiculous, man.
I'm sorry you don't know about these things, right? So how is the orientation of the chimpanzee's ilium and ischium? Go ahead, tell me about that. How's it oriented? Yikes. So it's oriented sagittally upwards, right? It's got this kind of going up the back even, which is nothing like ours, which is flat and almost like a bowl. Our pelvis looks more like a bowl. And the point that I was making is in these species, like Ardipithecus ramidus and the Australopithecus afarensis lucy, things like that, you can see the pelvis becoming shorter and becoming bowl-shaped through these species, leading up to the genus Homo. Then you can see specific muscle attachment sites that aren't there in the chimpanzee pelvis, like for our gluteus maximus and gluteus minimus muscles, right? You can see those just being slightly there in species like Ardipithecus ramidus to being more pronounced in something like the Australopithecus, so afarensis or lucy, Anamensis africanus, those species, right, up to the genus Homo. You can see the angle of the femur because chimpanzees' legs are kind of splayed outwards, but our femurs point inwards so that our feet are right under our bodies. And guess what you see in these specimens and in these species? You see a slight angle starting to develop to a more pronounced angle starting to develop to the angle that we have today. Holy cow.
Ace, I want to ask you a question, mate. It's a bit off. It's not on this direct topic, but do you have a goal being here? Having just the types of discussions that you're having and listening to the arguments that are taking place quite
What's
often.
your goal, bud? Tell me about your goals.
Are you able to answer my question first?
He asked a question, Jace. You go ahead and answer it.
Yeah, so tell me about your goals.
No,
I'm
he
just
asked you if
asking
you have
first.
goals here. Hold on. He asked you if
Yeah,
you have
I
goals
said
here.
yes. So
You do have
tell
goals. So
me
what are
about
they?
your goals.
Well, I'd like to know what your goal is first. Can you tell me what the goal is?
Nah. What kind of pertinence does that have to our conversation?
Well, then why did you ask me the same question?
I was just returning the nice favor.
You're hoping to try to convert people to your belief system?
Oh, not at all. Come on.
Just wishing to have conversations or arguments with people that you, as far as I can tell, you must know will disagree with you?
I don't know. Could be.
Why wouldn't you share?
Yeah, because it's just, man, personal preference. And
As
I
far as
don't
I'm
really
concerned, I
see
don't know
the
if you realise, but
relevance
it
to the
tends to make
convo
you
we were
look quite
having.
foolish. Like the fact that you're even here, putting yourself through this, to me, makes you seem very, very foolish. It's hard to take anything that you say seriously
Well,
for
you're
that
free to
very
think
reason.
that.
It's not
Yeah,
going to
you're
go
free
away,
to
man.
think that.
This whole thing about,
Yeah, I get that. You
people
don't
being
want
greater than little
anybody
groups, it's not going
pushing
to go
back.
away.
You want to live on your own little reality, and you want everyone to be okay with it. And anyone that pushes back
You're okay
against
to
that, you're
you're
just
okay
going
to
to say,
think that,
"Oh, you
Opening
seem
the
kind
well,
of
folks.
foolish.
okay?
You seem
You're
kind of
okay to think
foolish."
that.
It's what you have to tell yourself. I got it, man.
Is that your assumption? Is it?
No,
Sounds
it's
like
what
it.
you're demonstrating.
Nope,
Is
just an
it?
assumption though.
Are
Try
the
again.
evolutionists avoiding what was said by the scientists, right? The
This
evolutionists
guy's
who say
asking me
that
about my goals,
are
man. He's like changing the
people
combo
going to completely
completely.
ignore the history they have in their ideology that says that there are some people groups who are less evolved and or not even human, right? They're not even human. So let's just say that. They're not even human. Do you think you're going to get away with that, man? Do you think you're going to come in here and say things like in the chat people are saying, "Oh, Bible Boy North" or "North's less evolved"? You guys are so ignorant, man. If you're supporting evolution or you're just hating on me because I don't fully understand the narrative or I'm trying to get questions answered in my own language so I can continue a dialogue to question it. I mean, this is part of their history, guys. Is it not part of your history as evolutionists to say that there are some groups of what you consider to be people now that were not always considered people? Is that fair to say? Or am I stupid? Am I less evolved than everyone else in the room? Or I'm a Bible boy? Did I bring up any scripture?
Oh, it was the
Where
church
are these
who
morons coming
oppressed
from, man?
people for centuries, killed people like Giordano Bruno and etc. But yeah, I'm sure
Never
there
a yes
were
or no.
some people. British exceptionalism was a thing for quite a long time. I'm sure there was some British scientists who understood and thought evolution was real and also were racist. Like, what is your point, dude? There's people who
My point is
didn't
your
believe in
history, where you
evolution
get
and
your
were still
evolution
racist
ideology
too.
from. Where you get your evolution, your all your ideology about evolution, where it started from, right? And how it evolved, how it unfolded through time, even as recent as early 1900s, where they put a man in a zoo and said he's the closest that you have. These are scientists, right? So when you get some time off, when you stop walking the dog, go look it up, see who the scientists were. Maybe you can come back in and say, "Hey, North, those scientists, those were not real scientists. I don't consider them, my colleagues or anything to that effect." If you can come back in and we can have a dialogue about it, I would appreciate it. I think I've had a dialogue with you in the past about what you work in, the field that you work in. And I'm probably one of the only people in here that actually went through the steps of what you do, right? And it took a while, but we went through the steps of what you actually do. So, when I'm trying to have a dialogue with you and I don't understand the terminology you're using, I don't understand the words because maybe it's Latin, just like a lot of things are in Latin when you're talking about anatomy and physiology and different things as we're speaking of. It can be a much more productive conversation, but to totally ignore it and to have people in the chat calling me a Bible boy or less evolved and all these things, I'm the one in here discussing it, right? Am I not bringing up facts? Was Atabenga not in the zoo? Did the scientists not say he was the closest thing to the missing link? Did I ask a question that has any when I ask you if we're all evolving at the same rate, are these not questions that one should ask if they want to study this field? Are these stupid questions? I mean, if they are, man, I'll just, I'll sit back and let everyone else have this most intelligent conversation that I'm hearing so far. Is that the case? Is that the
I
case? I mean,
just
we can
think they're
laugh,
kind of
right? We
low.
can laugh like little. Oh boy,
They're
I
kind
yank
of
your arm off like
loaded
an English.
question.
You don't want to mess with me, son. I'm telling you, little laughing ass faggot.
Oh, the irony. Anyways, other than an insult fest, would one like to have like an actual conversation? Godric had some actual good questions before, if you're still here, Godric.
Well, I did notice that you skirted some of his important questions, started explaining other stuff, and acted like you answered it, but you really didn't. Like when do you go from 46 to 48 chromosomes? Like went off into like another explanation. Did you not? You could have said you don't know.
I gave the specific mechanism for how we ended up with 46 chromosomes.
How do
Well,
we
he
get?
actually went for a start. He actually went, and then you're saying you described how it
Yeah.
happened.
Yes, I said I don't know off the top of my head which species it's proposed to have happened exactly in, and even I don't even know if that's even known because some of these fossil hominins we don't have genomes for. It's mainly just at the genus Homo is where DNA is still actually viable to sequence from these fossils. But what is known is that the Miocene apes and the lineage that led to chimpanzees and bonobos and orangutans and gorillas, they have 48 chromosomes, but we have 46. And what's also known is that their 11th and 12th chromosome they're fused together and they are our number 2 chromosome, explaining how we went from 48 to 46.
So you said you can't tell because they're not viable at a certain age. So you're saying that you don't know how many chromosomes a dinosaurs had, like a T-Rex? You don't know how many chromosomes they had?
No, I don't think. I'm not aware of anyone being able to find fully intact chromosomes, never mind the whole genome's worth, in a dinosaur fossil.
Well, that's a big argument for creationist evolution. That the number of chromosomes, how did that happen? That they switched or dropped, or in your case, you said they fused. So,
How do you
thanks for explaining that.
explain scientists being able to recover soft tissue from a 70-million-year-old T-Rex? How could that, even if they did put it through an acid bath to retrieve it, how the heck could it have survived that long without completely being petrified? Mind you, it was found in Montana, not in like the Arctic.
Well, there is, right, so I know a little bit about this stuff, but there's another biochemist named Pharma, I think his name is, or Farna. He wrote a book called Dinosaur Blood in the Age of the Earth, right? And there's a lot of good information in that book about this whole soft tissue dinosaur bone conundrum, right? And from like what I understand in my own, what I would think from what I understand, right, is if these things were so young, 6 to 10,000, even 100,000 years old, right? Every single one of these bones we were pulling out of the ground, we should be finding these we should be finding genomes, whole genomes in them if they were that young. But what's actually happening is it's these very rare, like one-off cases where the bones were preserved in specific ways, usually in some kind of sediment that was rich in iron, because there's the tissues, the materials that are being found are like collagen and cross-linked amino acids and nucleotides and carbohydrates and stuff. And iron facilitates those cross-links, and those cross-links make the molecules extremely strong and able to be preserved, especially when they're inside of like these hollow bones and protected. Right. So that's just my thing. Like, we should be, if it was really that young, it should be immense that we're finding these all over the place, not just these one-off, very specific cases.
I think they found about 3 different fossils where they've retrieved or recovered soft tissue, cartilage, or not cartilage, but ligaments. So basically, you would equate this to like just a freak accident, sort of like abiogenesis. It was just like a random freak accident.
It's not a freak accident. It's the way that the bone was preserved, right? You know, the organisms can die all over the place on the earth, and some of these dinosaurs just died in an environment that may have been rich in iron or even some other unknown kind of preservation process that preserved these little scraps of the remains of biological materials in their fossils.
Do you understand? Like, I can't even fathom what 60, 70 million years is, right? To still be able to recover anything resembling soft tissue 70 million years later, that's insane. That's a miracle in its own right. If what you're saying is true and this animal is that old, that should kind of, give you a little bit of skepticism regarding the contemporary consensus and the contemporary theory of evolution.
Well, again, all right, like, I get what you're saying, but I think in these cases, the details are important, and they're finding like collagen and like cross-linked carbohydrates and amino acids or proteins, right? And these are, especially collagen on its own, is a pretty robust biomolecule, and its half-life isn't well known, except for under like specific situations where you have specific pHs and it's dissolved in an aqueous solution, right? So like, saying that we know what the half-life of this collagen molecule isn't necessarily correct, because we only really know what its half-life is under a very specific set of circumstances. And probably most dinosaurs didn't die in like a basic aqueous solution environment. They could have died on land, or they could have died in a pond or a lake or a river that was slightly acidic with like sodium bicarb, or not sodium bicarb, H2CO3.
Wouldn't that indicate
acid.
that's on a current modern age, not prehistoric?
Patrick, I don't think it does, because what would indicate that they're from our current modern age was if like almost every dinosaur fossil that we were pulling up we could pull out all these biological molecules and even full genomes and stuff. That would indicate to me that these things got to be quite young, like 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 years old at the max. Right, if we were able to do that, the specific finding that it's only in like these very specific preservation circumstances that we find these dinosaur bones with the remnants, not even the biological materials themselves, the remnants of them inside the bones, right? That's more indicative to me that that's not from the current age.
Hey, Gio, can I ask a question that might be a little bit off topic? please. Let them finish their whole story about dinosaurs and whatever they want to say, but give me a chance to speak, please.
Go ahead, man. It's all yours.
Okay, we got done like determining the stuff like the globe, right? And we want you to demonstrate how the Earth moves around the sun. And I mean, I know. Holy shit. That's the question.
Can I ask
Is there one evidence? Hold on. Is there one evidence that proves the motion of the Earth around the sun? We went over this morning. I mean, I come back and you guys are all about evolution now. You can't answer about the globe. Now you're on about evolution. Another
falsifiable claim from
theory.
Well, we gotta change the
Another
subject here and
theory.
there, bro. You can't be talking about curvature every day, 24/7, bro. Like,
I know, but I'm trying to
all
get
these
to.
claims that
Hey,
they're
look.
making
Hey,
is
no, stop.
unfalsifiable.
Stop. I get a minute for. I've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, but you just can't monologue, bro.
Okay. You call it monologuing. Do I get a chance to speak for a minute? Do I get a
No,
minute?
you speak, you have a conversation.
1 minute.
Have a conversation, not just want to hog the mic. This isn't your show, bro. This is just a place where everybody can actually speak to each other.
Okay, in our
So please have a conversation.
in our current situation, where we have so many disagreements in our beliefs, like the globe, and I mean that's tied directly to evolution. I just want to get this argument right back to the point, and that's: do you have one piece of evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun? Yes or no? I expected crickets, but I want to move this into another realm. It's called the law. Without the law, we'll never find out.
The reason you got crickets is because the answer is no. There is no
Probably.
way to demonstrate that the Earth rotates.
We
the
already
sun.
know this, but it's senseless to sit and argue this over and over and over again.
That's all they're going to be doing, though, dude. That's all they're motivated to be here to do, paid or not. That's all they're going to do is just go against us. It
Hey,
doesn't
well,
matter what the truth
you
is.
can't keep allowing it. We're not moving the ball
not my
toward the
server.
goal line.
I know, man. It's not my server. I agree.
Okay, I'm glad you agree, but the law is the only way to find the truth and the solution. Now, I get shut down. I've been shut down by all sides, even the truth side. And the only thing that's going to clear up this dispute between all of us is the law. It's the only thing that's going to clear this mess up. There's some that want to talk about it. I don't know. There's like an authority that you have. And it's just the law. It's been the common law for so many centuries that we can actually, clear up our disputes and our disagreements with the law. I don't know why it's not in like Earth Awakenings like topics. I don't want to change the topic. I just want to move us
You were going to ask a
forward.
question. You still talking, bro? What's going on?
What is this lie
I
you're
did
talking
ask
about?
a question.
What's the law?
I'll ask
Talking
the
about the
question
Bible?
again. Hold on, I'll ask the question again. You ready?
Okay, if you ask the question to somebody,
Can you give me
then why do you
one
keep on
evidence that's
talking? Hold
exclusive to
on,
the
give me a
Earth
second.
moving around the sun?
Dude.
Yes or no?
Okay, that was your question. All right, somebody answer him. You can have a conversation.
One evidence.
I mean, but you're changing the subject, and we're on evolution right now. So
No. We're talking about whether the sun is in motion,
we're talking about
in orbit around the sun. Is there one
I
evidence that
don't
you
want
can
to mute
provide?
you. I don't want to mute you. they were having a conversation about evolution, and you want to change the conversation to something else. If you're not gonna change, if you're not gonna address the topic that was in, just stay away from the conversation. If you don't have nothing to contribute to it.
I have a question to Chase
Talking, dude.
regarding the
Just
topic.
go on about evolution till
This is the
2035.
last warning, bro.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Can I ask Chase my question? Hey Chase, in your machine that you build genetic material, you build all these different molecules and things like that. Did I hear you say that you actually built genes in this machine? Built DNA?
Yeah, we have a machine. I can basically input any RNA or DNA sequence. So if I wanted to, I could take a human gene sequence and put it into the instrument and come back the next morning, cleave it off the gel, and I will have a DNA molecule consisting of a human gene, whichever gene I programmed it to be.
Okay, so basically, from what I hear you saying, you took an existing DNA existing that already existed, you copied it, basically you replicated it, right? You replicated it. Is that a simple way to say
Yes.
it?
Yes,
So
but
you basically hold on.
Paul, you have to understand the
Yes.
context.
No, I don't. It's either you took existing DNA
you
and
do.
copied it. You took existing DNA and copied it, right?
Yes. James Tour claimed that we can't
You are
make
going on
the
to a topic.
molecules
That's
of
not
life.
what I'm going to ask you.
Right.
You're assuming where I'm going. You're assuming where I'm
just
going.
making it crystal clear, right? So just let me do that.
Can
and you can
you,
say
with your
part.
machine, without copying any existing life form, whether a bacteria, human, chimpanzee, gorilla, whatever you want to do, can you build it without using any other copying of any other means, produce a living cell?
I don't know, man. I've never tried to build a cell. If I put my mind to it and had the time and resources to do that, right? Because it's more than just genomes, right? Maybe I could figure it out, or with help
I'm
from
talking about
other
now
people,
without
we could
copying
figure it
anything,
out.
though. I'm talking about now without copying anything. So, which means all you have is the raw material. So you built the ribosomes, you built the amino acids, you have all those in place. You have no existing template, nothing to look at. You're saying, given enough time, you could build a living cell with your machine.
Oh, if you give me the ribosomes, or like a ribosome, or just even a piece of RNA and some lipids, all I got to do is throw it in water, and I'll have a protocell.
I'm not talking about a protocell. I'm talking about a living, like a bacteria, or I'm talking about an amoeba. I'm talking about a nerve cell. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what abiogenesis and evolution together are claiming.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. Can
Okay,
you,
well,
with your
I guess
machine,
if
can
I
you build with your machine?
If I kept those protocells and kept letting them go under selection, eventually, decades and decades down the line, they would probably be something that you could consider a cell, maybe even sooner than that.
Okay, so it's going to take, so you could do it, but we wouldn't really see if it's really viable until decades later. I might be dead, you might be dead.
Well, right, I haven't done this, so I don't know exactly how long it takes. David Demers did a study for a year or two, maybe a little more, where he watched protocells forming in this controlled environment in nature, and he observed them undergoing selection and becoming getting more and more biological functionality, so gaining more internal structures, becoming more like a actual cell. And this was only over the span of
Production of
a
protein.
year or two.
So to production of protein, they started all of a sudden the DNA, the RNAs flipped over to DNA, and then the DNA started producing proteins, and the proteins embedded themselves in the cell wall, the different structures within the cell. All this started happening, all of it.
Well, it's most likely that the RNA, because RNA today, in your cells today, it's the RNA that builds proteins, right? And then it's the proteins that build DNA. So most likely that's how it came about. There was RNA that was encapsulated in a lipid membrane, and through these processes of selection that have been observed, right, it would build structures that eventually would be proteins, and those proteins eventually would build structures that are DNA, because the RNA is a little bit less stable.
Okay, so RNA though, in our system, basically there's proteins that go in to the DNA, they read the DNA, and out pops an RNA. This RNA goes out into another system, and then that helps produce the protein, right?
Yeah, the ribosome is primarily RNA, especially the portion that actually does the chemical linking, the building of the protein. It's done exclusively by RNA.
No, what I'm saying is, but something is translated from the genetic code. It's like going in, it's read, it's translated. The translation is the RNA, which means it has the right sequence of where the amino acids can link up on this RNA, and then that's what produces the protein, right?
It's transcribed into RNA, translated into proteins.
Right.
But that's,
So you got
again, that's in the modern day, Paul, right? RNA has been observed to form spontaneously from precursors, like I said, ammonia, methane, CO2, water,
that's fine.
hydrogen,
That's
things
fine.
like that.
I'll
DNA is not really observed to form spontaneously like that, because it's got a slightly different structure. But what is observed is even in our cells today, the RNA builds the protein, and then the protein builds the DNA.
Okay, so you're looking, but the thing is, the information. How did the information get into RNA to build a protein to be able to go transcribe or be able to transcribe from the genetic code?
What information, Paul?
There's no information in the genetic code.
If you're just referring to like the shorthand of A, T, U, C, and G, those are just a shorthand for chemicals which facilitate reactions by having electric dipoles on atoms that are in specific locations that can attract other atoms, right? It's through the electromagnetic force that these things occur.
Well, you're getting into the minutia and forgetting the tree. You're getting into the leaves, but not the tree. Okay. Now,
well, yeah, because information.
Hold on a second. Oh, the information is there. So, can a bunch of amino acids just randomly bunch up together and build a specific protein just randomly? Just out of nowhere, we need the specific protein to do the specific function. Sorry, I'm in the store. The specific protein to do a specific function. Somehow the RNA just magically lined up in the right sequence to produce the proper protein to do a specific function.
Well, what I said was, if the term information is just a vague term, it doesn't really mean anything in this context, because the A, T, C, G, and U that information term is referring to is actually chemicals, right? And these chemicals react with each other. But as I was saying before, RNA has been shown, has been observed, both in the lab and in the field, starting from just precursor inorganic molecules to form spontaneously under specific conditions, right? And then that RNA, right, amino acids can also do the same thing, but through different pathways. Then if this RNA can build proteins, so that means the amino acids that are around it, it can start to string them together, right, and start to build proteins, all without DNA ever being involved.
Okay, again, you didn't hear what I said. Okay, the chemical process you're describing to me is like the letters on a board. And everything you're describing is talking about the plastics of the board, like the plastic letters, maybe the magnetics behind the board. I'm talking about the goal directive specific specificity of a goal, or like this RNA or the DNA specifically to produce a specific type of protein. That's a goal driven. That means it's going from a random bunch of parts to being not just a bunch of parts to being something very specific. You're saying, what I hear you're saying, it's just the way the chemicals work together, the way they interact with each other, it will give you this goal-driven specificity.
But
That's
the
what I hear.
specifics come from the environment, right? So you have all these so things that have been observed, like you'll have all these protocells, right? And they have RNA in them that say these protocells are existing in a basic environment, right? So the RNA is just stringing random protein segments together, like oligonucleotide or oligo amino acid or peptides. That's what we're looking for. Oligopeptides, right? That are like 10 to 20 amino acids long. The ones that can neutralize the amino acid sequences, the oligopeptides that can neutralize the base, allow the protocell to continue on and to be able to self-replicate, whereas the protocells that don't have oligonucleotide or oligopeptides that can neutralize that base get damaged by the base, and they get hydrolyzed, split open, the RNA gets degraded because then it gets hydrolyzed, and those protocells don't move on. They're not able to self-replicate. But the ones that did, now they still have that function to neutralize the base and survive in their environment. And it's a process just like that just keeps continuing, giving the protocell more and more biological function as it self-replicates more and more.
So basically what you're saying is, if I put enough pressure on this cell in a specific way, just the environment itself, the environment will tell the cell what to do. Okay, this is no good over here, that needs to die. This needs to survive.
No, it's
so that's
not
what so you're saying it's evolution. So you're going back to what they were saying. So it is technically abiogenesis, but it's also evolution.
Yeah, there's an interplay between the two. It's called the physicochemical spectrum. But it's not the environment's not telling it any. It's not like a human telling it, okay, you get to survive and you don't. It's just the protocells existing in a basic environment. The water or the chloroform or dichloromethane or ethyl acetate, whatever kind of solvent it's in, is a basic solution. So only the protocells that can bases hydrolyze RNA. They degrade it. So only the protocells that can neutralize that base can survive in that environment. It's not the environment telling it what to do.
Well, let's think about what you're saying. This is what we have to accept. We have these protocells. RNA just somehow got bounded to them. There was enough environmental pressure that they started producing the correct rate of proteins, and then more environmental pressures created more proteins. More environmental pressures created, we need something to be able to copy these proteins we need. So why don't we somehow figure out, with enough pressure from the environment, to create genetic code so that instead of having to worry about the environment giving us what we need, we can just replicate it. So now that we've got replication involved.
Your body does this constantly.
That's what
it's
you're
called
saying.
homeostasis. Your
Wait a minute.
body
Wait a minute.
is exhibiting this principle constantly, where
I'm
cells
talking
that
about your.
don't have the capabilities to survive in that environment, they can't neutralize stomach acid. Guess what? Those cells don't survive in the stomach, right? It's not that hard of a concept, but you messed it up straight from the beginning, because it's
Hell,
not that the protocell. What did you say? What did you say, that the protocell binds to an RNA or something? No, a protocell is defined as an RNA encapsulated by a lipid membrane. That's what a protocell is.
that's fine. But you didn't hear my sequence of events that you're saying has to occur for evolution and abiogenesis to occur. And obviously, you are the and I'm in the store, so it might be hard to hear me. I said you're saying the first thing you had was RNA. The first thing. Now, somehow, hold on. But we did learn that somehow RNA can do certain reactions. So certain reactions can occur. Okay, now you've said that before. But then you also said to have proteins, it's the RNA that produces the protein. Now, you're saying that there has to be enough environmental pressure to teach the RNA which proteins to produce and which ones not to produce. And then the system has to figure out how to, instead of getting these
It's not
proteins from the
figuring
RNA, have
out
to be
anything,
translated.
Paul. Paul, it's not
It's
a
just happening.
sentient
It's just
thing
happening in the
that's
world by pure
figuring
chemical process.
things out. If it's in a basic solution, if the pond, the puddle, the hydrothermal vent, the whatever it's in is basic, only protocells that have an ability to neutralize the base will survive. The ones that can't do that don't survive. It's not a sentient thing. It's a chemical mechanism. The hydroxide ions will lyse the lipid membrane apart and then hydrolyze the RNA, breaking it into individual components which are no longer functional, meaning that is no longer a protocell.
Question to the group is anybody actually interested in hearing JS's answers and holding a conversation with him?
Yeah.
I ask out of genuine curiosity. This is not a misnomer. I'm not trying to ask this question for deceptive purposes. I'm genuinely interested.
Basically, what Chase
Well,
is
it
saying
seems
is,
Paul was interested. I mean, if other people aren't interested, just speak up. I have to go soon anyway, so I can just go on mute. It's not a big deal.
basically what Chase is saying, there's enough chemistry in the world and the way chemistry works that chemistry will just figure out how to make life. To simply sum up what he's saying.
Yeah, so I would then ask you, Paul, are you genuinely interested in having a conversation with him, knowing that, or are you just like asking him questions to? I don't know what's the reason for asking him. If you think that, I'd really be asking myself, what's the point of having a conversation with this person?
Well, I mean, my whole purpose usually in these discussions is to analyze the argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying anything Chase is saying is invalid, like any of the science, because I don't know enough about the science to say he's wrong, and I'll never do that. And I've actually made mistakes on here. I actually said something, and he corrected me, and he was right. And I'm willing to admit my mistakes. But the argument about evolution and even about abiogenesis is that from like what he's just saying, that's why I tried to sum up, because he gets long-winded, he's an expert in his field, he knows all this stuff, but he gets too complicated. And so I try to sum up what I think he's saying, right? And so basically what he's saying is if there's enough environmental pressure on a protocell, we will get plants and trees and animals and bacteria and everything else. That's basically what he's saying, to sum up what he's saying. And he's saying chemistry, and he's ultimately saying too, chemistry can completely account for all that. That's pretty much what he's arguing. if you just listen. You get past all that. And I don't know if, I mean, he can say that, but is that sufficient? Is that a strong enough argument? I mean, like that's why I said earlier, if you heard me, I can go into nature and see glass on the sand, lightning strike sand on the beach, and I see glass. Or I can go out and see fire. I can see petroleum burning in the wild, and lightning strikes or somebody burns it, right? Or I can see aluminum or metal and iron melted on the ground from heat. But does all that lead to an automobile? He would have to say, he would say yes, because you have the thing in between all that stuff in the car is the intelligent agent that pulls all those pieces together and puts them in the right sequence, the right amount to get an automobile.
You're totally off base with what I'm saying. That's not anywhere close to what I'm saying. Just because there's gasoline and parts of the car that all of a sudden you'll get the car, not without the actual mechanisms, Paul. What I'm actually saying, right? And you could even come to if you wanted to, you can come with me yourself, and we could do some of these observations. I'm not really making an argument, like I'm just stating observations that have been made, and unless I specifically state otherwise, right? You can come with me and make some of these observations, Paul. That are the
thing is,
mechanisms.
Did you hear what I said though? I mean, yes, I agree with you. Maybe you can go find a protocell or some cells in the environment. You can say that, and I didn't acknowledge that wasn't true. I even acknowledged the fact that you were able to create these things in a lab. You know what I mean? I acknowledge that too. I didn't disavow anything, but I'm trying to say from this argument, my argument or my point is that you're extrapolating and seeing some simple things in the environment, or that you can potentially do in a lab. But even doing it in a lab is kind of interesting, to say the least. And you say you can copy genetic code and make more genetic code, which seems like a living cell anyway. And it seems like you have to have a computer, the right components, all the things right in place. You have to have the right amounts of it. You have to write that under the right conditions. Certain things have to be in place for you to even do what you do in the lab. But for me to say,
Conclusions have to be drawn also.
What's
like
that?
you said, extrapolate. You used the word extrapolate, but they're also drawing certain conclusions.
Right. And I think that's a far stretch. It's a far stretch. And they don't want to admit that it is, because they have to lock in to say evolution is true. We know it's true. Naturalism is all we have. Chemical process is all we have. And so we have to lock into that, hold on to that.
Although I would also say that if I'm disagreeing with his position, that I'm not alluding to the fact that your perspective, or the perspective that you're arguing from, is the opposite truth. Like that, it doesn't.
Well, you've only got
not A. Just because it's not A doesn't mean it's B, in my opinion.
Well, you've only got two options.
And in my,
that's what I would argue with that as well.
In my opinion, I'm being not represented quite correctly. Right, I'm not arguing about conclusions, right? I'm just providing the mechanisms, right? How these processes occur, and the observations, experiments that have been done on elucidating
and the conclusions that have been drawn from those observations and experiments, Chase. Like you're not just offering the observations; you're offering the background, the story that goes along with them.
Well, and so, yeah, here's the other thing, too. I was going to bring this up earlier as well. Does everything in this world that functions, operates in this physical realm or world, however you want to describe it, have to obey physical laws? It's a simple question, and it should be a simple answer. Yes.
What are the physical laws?
Everything has to obey it. So which means, though, the car that I drive in right now has to obey physical laws. The construction of the car requires physical laws, right? That it has to obey. If it didn't, it would not function, right? So yes, if you go into the world and see things that are obeying natural laws and how things should function, that's to be expected, even in even in evolution and or designed world. But the extrapolation is, can the physical laws in the world account for an automobile or account for a living, breathing human being? Chase would have to answer in his paradigm, yes, they can. Just pure physical natural laws can account for a human being. And ultimately, even this came up the other day when I was talking about a murder scene. He says even the person that died in the murder scene died by natural causes, even though he was stabbed in the back. You know what I mean? But it's like there's an intentionality. That's why there seems to be purpose. But if you remove any of that, the intentionality and purpose from as a human being, what's left? Nothing. You're just a bunch of chemical processes that Chase looks at in a lab every day.
Well, again, like I said, of course, that is like an extremely simplified version. Like the details are important, and all science can consider. Right, if we're going to have a scientific discussion about it, all we can consider is the natural world. Now, I'm not going to say with any confidence that there doesn't exist something outside the natural world, but that is outside of science, and I think that gets lost on a lot of people, that science can't, by definition, can't account for supernatural things or even metaphysical things. It can only account for what we can observe, measure, see, analyze, quantitate, however you want to describe it. That's all we can do with science.
Well, see, then I agree with you, Chase, actually, more than you realize. But there's things that can point to something that's not of that the physical laws within the world cannot account for. And that's why I said about information. You said it twice, and I can go pull you a peer-reviewed paper. You said that there's no information in the DNA. I can go find you a paper that contradicts that. Now the question is, you're saying
that.
Well, is there information in the
I didn't
DNA?
say that. I said information is too vague of a word. It doesn't really mean anything. It's a nice shorthand for biologists and biochemists and chemists amongst themselves and amongst the general public, because adenine, guanine, thymine, uracil, and cytosine are complicated structures to have to draw out. If I want to communicate that with someone, to have to draw out a DNA molecule every single time, that would be ridiculous. It would be asinine. So using this informational shorthand of A, T, C, G, and U is a communicative thing. It allows us to easily communicate what we're talking about. But also on that note, the biologist and the biochemist and chemists that are talking about this stuff, they understand that these are chemicals and they're following the laws of chemistry, right? They're adenine, guanine, cytosine, thymine, and uracil, and they're performing hydrolytic and condensation reactions and things like that.
Well, actually, I said something very specific, and obviously you didn't catch it. The information I'm talking about is goal driven. If I write a text to you in the DM, Chase, I want you to meet me at this university at 2:00 in the afternoon. I want you to wear a blue shirt with blue pants and leather shoes, and I want you to bring a cup of coffee or 2 cups of coffee so we can share that. That's a lot of information. That's very goal driven, right? Would you agree?
I would, but Paul, biology demonstrates that that's not what it's doing, right?
Stop.
The interface.
You're saying biology's not telling you not to do that? You're telling me the DNA.
Just
no,
let
wait
me
a minute,
finish, man. The interface of the
I'm going to
environment.
interject, guys, and I'm going to say that you cut in on him
and then I hear
He
you
asked me a
expressing.
question.
Yes, but no, he started talking before, and then you
No, he
interjected.
asked a
You
question,
interrupted him
dude.
just
Yeah,
before.
Yeah,
Just
hold
because
on.
you're
before.
Let
interrupting me.
J Ace continue.
JS.
He did ask a question. J Ace was in the middle of answering the question when Paul came back in. Go ahead, J Ace.
Yeah, what I'm saying was that Paul was speaking
You're not
before, and
No,
he
no,
JA's,
said,
no.
dude.
and
J Ace. J Ace was actually still answering Adam. Let him continue because Paul
yeah,
cut
that's
in
what
on
he's
him
saying.
answering the
Yeah, but he cut in on Paul just
No,
beforehand as
dude.
well. That's what
Paul
I'm
question.
saying.
asked me a
Paul asked a
question.
question. Paul asked, "Isn't that a lot of information about the coffee thing?" And he was responding to that.
Yeah, my response is yes. In
Talking
that
about
example, that's information. There's a lot of information, or however you want to word it. But biology shows you that it's specifically not working like that. The interface of the environment in the organism, where only the organism suited to be sustainable in that environment survive, and the ones that can't be sustained in that environment die, shows you that that is exactly the opposite of Paul. That biology is working exactly the opposite of how Paul was trying to describe it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I planted some seeds the other day in my garden. I got a little garden out here. Are all these different, like amino acids, these peptides, all this stuff, are they in all the seeds I planted?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if I hand you a seed, can you tell me what's going to come out of it?
Yeah, most likely you could identify the
Why?
seed
Why can you tell me that? Why is it you can tell me that? Because
because
honestly, I have all kinds of plants. I have all kinds of plants in this environment. I have a bush over there. I have a rose bush over there. There's some grass. So there's all kinds of things in the environment that are in this the same environment. So you're saying the environment determines it. So explain to me how I know which seed will produce what. What is it in the seed that will tell it that?
Oh, well, if well, right, Paul, right? If it was a specific kind of seed and you were planting it in acidic soil and it wasn't suited for that soil, I could tell you that it likely wasn't going to survive in that soil. And I could predict that actually a very small amount will survive probably in that soil. And I can predict it's because they'll have a mutation if I sequence their genome afterwards. It's because they have a mutation that can neutralize the acid in some way and allow the seed to survive in the environment.
This was a really basic question that it seemed like you just completely ignored. My garden has all the same soil in it. Use the same water. I bought the same soil from Lowe's. It's all the same soil, but I planted different seeds in this garden. What tells me what's going to come out? That's what type of plant? What is it?
Because other people have observed, if you take the seed from this plant, this is what it looks like, and they've documented it. So if you show me that seed, I can go and look at what other people have documented and say with pretty high confidence that it's probably going to be this plant because the seed looks exactly like the seeds that are documented from this plant.
Is it not the genetic code in the seed that determines whether it's going to grow into an apple tree, a tomato plant, a head of lettuce? Isn't the code, there seems to be some kind of coding in the genes that tell it to grow into be something. My seed I plant doesn't come in to be something else. It doesn't, like when I had sex with my wife and I had 2 kids, what told her to what come out? Did it come out as a monkey? Did it come out as a pig? Did it come out as a fish? What is it that told that thing that came out of her to be a human being?
Well, right,
What was it?
the real answer to that is like extremely complicated, Paul. Right? It would take me like lectures to tell you how the genome produces the organism, right? I know you want just the short, simple, oh, well, it's the information in the genes, but what is that information really is what I'm getting at, right? Because again, the term information is just a vague term that allows for communication.
I gave you an example, Chase, and that's the thing. You don't hear me. You want to say what you want to say, but don't hear what I say. I said I gave you the type of information that this is. I said it's goal driven with very specific instructions. That's the type of information it is. I can tell you,
Is it possible?
my daughter's 6 years old. That's a piece of information. That's valid, but it's not goal driven. It doesn't tell you anything other than that she's 6 years old, that she's been along 6 years. Information in DNA tells you very specifically what to do and what to make and what to build. Go ahead. Buffalo.
Is it possible to have correct information but a false conclusion?
Correct information, but a false conclusion. Yeah, sure, you can come to faulty conclusions from having correct data and stuff, but I do have to take off. The last thing I'm going to say, Paul, is like, I get that you want the short little answer that fits in with the short and simplified answer that fits in with this creative, intelligent designer thing. But in reality, right, when people actually start to study DNA, and you get years and years of studying this thing, and you realize that it's not that simple. It's not just this vague information thing that's going on.
Well, it seems like, just to counteract it from what I have, I'm not studied maybe as in depth as you have, but it seems like the DNA molecule produces very complex protein machines that drive life. And each one of those machines have to have a specific code with amino acids in a specific sequence for them to function properly.
But that's not true, Paul.
That's not true?
Each one of us is born with around 150 to 300 mutations, changes in protein coding sequences just at conception, never mind as our lives keep going on and our cells replicate over and over again. Right, so it's not this very specific, strict thing where the sequences have to be exact or else it doesn't work. There's variation, and the interface of that variation with the environment is what determines if the organism survives. If the sequence it has is compatible with the environment it's in, the organism will survive. If that sequence produces proteins that can't handle the challenges of the environment for the cells in the organism, it just doesn't survive. It's really that simple. But I do have to take off, so it was good chatting with you.
Well, I still want to see what happens when all of a sudden the testosterone protein
Thank you for your time, Jay,
hormone. Sorry about that. Yeah, I said I want to see when that testosterone protein mutates where it doesn't function properly anymore, and all species die because the mutation occurred. That's what I'm waiting. And you did say in a population, so that means all of us, all the human beings in this population of human beings, if our testosterone changes, gosh darn it, there we go. Human race dies.
I can say that when Paul was talking before J.A.C. asked him, before J.A.C. started speaking, Paul did ask him a question. But prior to that, Paul was speaking before then, and then J.A.C. interrupted him because he was claiming that what Paul was saying was not what he had said, and that's what I was talking about. So J.A.C. did interrupt Paul, but it was prior to the moment that they were talking.
He's very verbose, wordy. And doesn't answer questions directly. But I think he tries, in his defense, I think he tries, he mainly parrots the narrative. I mean, repeats the narrative. I know he has a lot of sources, but he doesn't, knock on the questions, the simple questions we're asking.
Hey, Paul, you still around? You still there, Paul? By any chance?
I'm still here, and I got to get off though real quick, but I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to say you made a good point about him, Jason's possibly, just looking at it, any human interaction as just some sort of natural process, right? And then alluding to the possibility that there's a lack of morality when it comes to what potentially could be or should be done to human beings, especially along the lines of genomic modification and things like that. I think that was a good point. I know you didn't get it fully articulated, but I picked up on it.
I mean, just think about the implication. I mean, even in his own paradigm, I mean, I know people that are biologists and, people that don't believe in evolution, that don't believe in a lot of this stuff, that probably has the same expertise, the same probably education that he does, and it's how you interpret the data, something else too, and what do you interpret the data through, what lens you're going to interpret it through. He already has a predisposition against anything beyond, even having, I don't even have to say intelligence from outside the universe. You could say intelligence inside the universe. He doesn't even, does he consider that? At least Richard Dawkins at least admits that, but he, I don't know. I can ramble. I'm sorry, and I got to get off here. But if you want to finish your thought, before I get off, I'll let you finish.
I was just thinking it's the conclusions that he's been taught. It seems to be that way anyway, from my perspective. There's certain conclusions that people have made, or possibilities, and he looks at a certain set of conclusions, and that's why I said, in my opinion, just because it's not A doesn't mean that it is B if we've only got two mainstream conclusions that people are making. And it seems like he makes that error of judgment, and I caution others to not make that error of judgment, that if they have an idea in mind or a conclusion that they wish to try to disprove another person's conclusion to prove their own conclusion, doesn't necessarily mean that the other person's conclusion that is wrong validates their own conclusion.
I'm gonna leave this two things. I'm sorry, my thought pride. I hate to just do this, but there's also a thing called expert blindness. And, if you look that up, just do research on that, expert blindness. And also, there comes a point in anything you can get so lost in the details You get so consumed with the details of whatever you're studying that you can lose sight of the big picture. You know what I mean? Or lose sight of something that's maybe an overarching or broader perspective. You know what I mean? And it's called. And I'm not saying Chase is doing it. I don't know. I don't know Chase except on here, and I don't know even who he is as a real person. But that's also part of this discussion as well. So if you study things at the micro level so far down, and you're only seeing, you can lose sight of things. And you can lose sight. I mean, my wife is a kitchen designer, and she sometimes gets so lost in what she's doing. She calls and asks my opinion. I'll say one thing, and it clears it up for her. And I'm not even a designer. Actually, she can validate that. She's sitting right here. But I'm not. But she gets so consumed with what she sees on the screen that she can lose something that she needs to see. You know what I mean? It takes someone outside of that for her to help her see it. I think Chase might be in that camp. And he also has bias against James Tour. I don't know enough about chemistry to say what James is saying is right or wrong. I've listened to James, but he's a chemist. He seems like he knows a lot. Let's talk about the chemistry. Tell me where he's wrong in the chemistry. Just don't ad hom him all day long. But anyway, I gotta go. I could be on here all day. Good talk.
Thank you for your time. See you again.
Conversation end?
Yeah, yep. Everyone that was involved had to go.
Why is the Earth so round?
Why is everybody so quiet? What's going on?
We heard you come, and no one could come up with a single word to counter your eminence.
You killed the room again, Jesse? Was that you?
Wasn't even me this time.
Dude, there's so many Coriolis citations where they use the word actually. The ball is actually going straight. You know, these guys are always saying there's no actually.
They're so full of it, bro.
So many citations use the word actually, or you know, something like that.
Yeah, the ball is actually going straight, but on the rotating frame of reference, it appears, they use that word a lot too. It appears to be curving.
Yeah, appears means not actually. You got actually, and then the other thing that's happening, which can't actually be happening too. It means appears not actually.
Yeah.
Anyways, what do you got going on? Did you see that TikTok I sent you?
It didn't work, bro. It didn't work.
Stupid baby galaxy shit. That was Michio Kaku. What do you mean it didn't work?
It didn't work, and send me to this other thing.
What?
The one you sent me there? Yeah, it didn't work.
You don't know how TikTok works. You just found the internet like 2 years ago.
Yeah, really. I don't know how TikTok works.
Canada just got the internet, bro.
Bro, it didn't go to that link. What do you want me to tell you?
I don't know. It was Michio Kaku saying, it was your whole baby galaxy fucking thing. Michio Kaku was like, he said they got to rewrite the whole fucking story on how the galaxy something.
Yeah. I got a clip on that. I got a short on that. Yeah.
Is it Michio Kaku?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably the same thing
Probably
then.
the same one.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, their boy Michio Kaku tells them that they might have to rewrite the Big Bang Theory.
They write off all these dudes though. Neil deGrasse, Kaku, who's the British guy there? Cox. That's Kosho's favorite guy. Brian Cox.
Yeah, that's one weird dude, man.
They'll write all these guys off. Like they don't. These guys, I don't know. It's weird.
It's kind of funny that Michio Kaku resembles Bruce Lee, who had the 1-inch punch, and Michio has the 1-inch equation.
Yeah.
You were about to. All right.
Sorry, I was about to cough.
I mean,
Is that
Chicago is
a
a
thing or
total.
an innuendo? Oh, I'm trying to figure out what. Never mind. What were you gonna say?
No, she's talking about the equation that he makes a reference to the
Yeah,
equation.
the 1-inch
That 1-inch
equation.
equation explains everything. That one, right?
Yeah,
Something like that. He says.
yeah,
Oh, I
and
gotta look at
and
that.
Bruce Lee was the 1-inch punch. Can explain everything in a knockout. So I
I'm
mean,
gonna have to.
it's similar. So
I'm gonna have to look at this 1-inch equation thing. How small is the font? I can make any equation 1-inch.
just look it up.
All right.
Read the bullshit. Just read the bullshit.
You can literally make any equation you want 1-inch. All right. It's funny though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that one up.
You know what it means to Penrose yourself?
With the staircase,
Yeah, that's part of
like
it. Yeah.
circular logic or something.
Yeah, like going way out there, like Roger Penrose, right? The Freakaloid. Look what he says.
The freak in the sheet.
Michikaku, quote, "We can predict the future of the mind." Just look at Live Text 1 live stream.
As he resembles Einstein, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, there's also there's absolutely something to these characters they put out on the world stage.
Here's his best one, his best saying right here. It's like a 20-second clip.
What is it? Which one is it? I can't
The
do it
one
right.
that we don't do science by the seat of our pants crap and all that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I still think he could kick anyone's ass.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
right.
is he Japanese?
I think
He's
he is
whatever
Japanese,
Bruce
yeah.
Lee was. Yeah.
They had some of the
He's a
most
ninja.
hardcore.
He's a ninja.
The Japanese had some of the most hardcore fighters. That's why the Mongols could never take them over. They were just like hardcore Warriors.
You know, there's a twin story to that. There's no question that the Japanese were badass, right?
Yeah.
But they were saved by two big storms when they invaded. So we really don't know if they really squared off numbers against numbers, what would have happened. But yeah, that would have been something.
That's always a problem when having to invade by sea. Yeah.
Because they say they lost most of their men by the storm. The Mongols, that is. And the
You think
Japanese
they
were
They
went?
never squared. They never squared off. You're saying?
They did square off, but not by big numbers.
Ah.
Like the whole invasion force of the Mongols didn't land. You know, I think they tried 2 attempts, if I remember correctly.
And it was 2 storms saved them. Wow, that's something.
Yeah, it's
So did
it's
they
freaked
go
out.
over the curve and get lost? You think?
Yeah. The Mongols were crazy. They were truly mad, truly like insane. Like they would burn whole cities, like they would burn every person alive, like roast them alive, like they would play games like bury their heads and like bury people in the ground with their heads and just kick their heads till they came off, and like crazy, like gruesome stories like you would hear. Yeah.
Hey, SE, can you like cede your time to me so I can have a minute with the truth community, please? Please.
Of course, we all have equal time. There's no seating. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Thank you. Thank you. So, what is every man that's in the truth movement? What does he really want? What do you wish for? What's your wish? You want the globe to go away? What's your wish? Would you like the world to be a better place? Would you like your fellow man to love you, like, not for monetary reasons, not for
How many wishes do we
taking
get?
advantage of you?
How many wishes do we get?
Okay, I'm gonna give you 3, Jeremy. Let's just
Yeah,
say,
here we
Jeremy,
go.
give me 3 wishes.
He doesn't know it,
Jeremy,
does he?
give me 3 wishes, Jeremy. Please. I got a few of my own.
Can I wish for more wishes before we even go to the
Well,
intro?
you know, if you want to be an asshole, everybody knows that's like, I mean, even in the video game, you can't fucking wish for more fucking wishes, for fuck's sake.
Fine. Okay, fine.
Fuck, if you want to be a dick, okay, go ahead.
I would
Okay,
just say
you got 70,000 wishes, dude. How many? I'm gonna try to answer every single one of your wishes.
I just need
so
one.
How many
I
do you
just
have?
need one. I just need
Okay,
one wish, bro.
just one. Okay, let's
one.
get this straight. One
Okay,
wish.
this is my wish. I am the undisputed leader of the world. That's it. That'll solve everything. Just I'm in charge of everything. I run the whole shit. That's it.
Unfortunately, that didn't include them not taking you out. You've asked the
Granted.
boss
Hold on. Granted.
Awesome.
Dude, quit interrupting. I'm granting his wish.
No, here we go. You ready?
Hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead. You said, hold on, ready. You granted to be the leader of the whole fucking world.
Yep.
That's great. Thank
Undisputed
you. I appreciate
leader of everyone on earth.
That's
Everyone
right.
just does what I say. That's
You
it.
want to tell everyone what to do. Yeah, that's your wish. You said that, right?
Well, I'm not going to tell everyone what to do, but I am going to tell certain
Well,
people what
no,
to do.
that's your wish. You said you want to rule every single man on earth.
Yes, everyone has to listen to me. I'm the leader of Earth. Yes, that's the whole thing.
So you order them. You ordered them to do everything according to your wishes.
Anything I say to do, everyone just does it. That's what happens. That's the wish.
Okay, so as your first act of the law of Jeremy, what's your first enactment of the law? What would you say to your fellow man is the law? This is very important. You're in
Okay.
charge now. You've got control
I'm
of the
in
whole
charge.
place, Jeremy.
That's right.
You have to order your fellow man to do something. What's the first thing you order him to do?
Okay, first thing I order everyone to do is we're emptying out all the Smithsonian, the Vatican, all the vaults, all this secret shit. No more secrets. We're done with the secrets.
Okay, hold
Then
on. That's great. No. That's a great
right?
one. That's
Oh, yeah.
spectacular. So that's your first order, right? The order is give up all your fucking secrets.
Yep, all the secrets are out.
Now, look, that's no way to control a man because you can't control a man if he has all the truth. He has everything, all the answers. Fuck me, that's no way to control the whole earth. Everybody's going to find out that you're just a flim-flam man. You're not really the king, and you need to go away fast.
I'm the leader of Earth. It's too late.
I know we already said that, but look, that's a bad way to try to control the whole world. It's
They
not a
already
good
know
way.
I'm in control. You already gave me that, I thought. I'm in control. Everyone does what I say. Why are you going back to step one?
Because Jeremy, you didn't say how long. You'll get dethroned like in 5 minutes.
Okay, do you believe...
You didn't grant my first wish then. Did you grant my first wish and everyone listens to me and does what I say or no?
Yeah, we're all in control of you now. Everything you say goes. We're going to empty the Smithsonians and we're going to give up all the secrets. Now how do you rule a man upon the earth? Where they don't
They're
fight
still
and
listening.
get in big trouble.
Yeah, they're still listening to me, right? So now that everyone knows the truth about all the stuff, NASA.
Look.
What's up?
Just because everybody, listens to you and they think that's the law, do you think they're all going to obey the king, Jeremy?
Yeah, that was my first wish. Everyone does what I say. They all obey me. That was the one wish I needed.
Yeah, Jeremy's the king now. Is everybody here going to accept that? Jeremy's the king? He said, you got to follow everything he says. Or you're
I told him he'll
against the
stay in
king.
charge for about 5 minutes, and then we're all gonna wake up.
This is what you're doing.
Why?
By the way, it's the Pope of Rome. He says, I'm the king. I'm the God of the earth. And you have to hear and obey everything that I say.
No, the Pope listens to me now. Everyone's listening to me, even the Pope.
Yeah, you're the new Pope. You're the new fish hat guy. You're right. We all have to agree with it, no matter if it goes against every principle of our being. We all have to agree with Jeremy.
That's right. No matter what I say, people do it. That's right. So once we get all the vaults emptied, all the NASA files, we get everything out. Why?
You're talking about new wishes. You're talking about new stuff. You're the king, right? But now we got to empty vaults and we got to figure out where the wealth goes. And yeah, I mean, you're the king. We all have to agree with you. Yeah, you're the power on the earth. You're the ultimate power. You're God upon the earth.
All right, so everyone's
how
listening
do
to
you?
me.
No, everyone is listening to the king. There's
Why is
like
it so
a
hard to get
telefeed.
past
Everybody's television is saying what the king says.
Yeah, but you're interrupting the king, and you know what kings do when people interrupt them, huh?
But I'm like Daniel. I'm his advisor. I apologize. Let the king speak.
So once we got all the vaults and shit emptied, right? All the secrets are out, NASA's files. We got all the files out and open. Everyone can see what's what, and we got the truth out there. Then I'm gonna end homelessness basically overnight because anyone that's doing construction just stop that. We're just building homes for homeless people now. We're gonna put Skid Row, anywhere people are living in tents. We're just gonna build home. We're gonna build homes everywhere. You cool with that one?
Well, if everyone doesn't agree, I'm going to sick some people on you. I've got
It
airplanes.
doesn't matter. You all agree. You all do what I say. Remember, that was like step one.
Well, we have to because we're under a threat of violence. Do you agree?
No, just people love me. They do what I say because they love me so much. I have the utmost respect from everyone on earth, and they all love me and know that I have their best interest at heart, and they do what I say.
There's a reason
love.
I brought up the cartoon world because it doesn't match reality. I mean, reality is that you'd be wishing. Listen, there's a reason I brought up that Jeremy rules the world because even Jeremy's gonna have people that are not gonna agree with you, dude.
It don't matter if they agree or not. They do what I say. They all do what I say.
You're the king.
Yeah, they all do what I say. It doesn't matter if they like it. They know that I have their best interest at heart, and they love me and respect me, and they do what I say because that. So
hold on. What if the king does something bad to somebody? What if the king takes one of the people and he just tells them that they did something wrong and they really didn't do nothing, but he just executes them anyway?
Bro, no one's dying.
You decided that the man really didn't do nothing wrong.
Bro, I'm not gonna kill anyone. No one's gonna die.
Man,
this is your
you'd be the
scenario,
greatest
bro.
king.
Is this?
You'd be the greatest king, the greatest ruler of the whole earth, man. You'd be so good that I don't think anybody can to deny it. I don't think they could deny your rule upon the earth if that's what you really did. I guess you're still the king, Jeremy. Come on, man. You're still the king. Tell us how to control every single one of us.
I would deny it because that wish said nothing about love or respect. They want to be in charge.
No, you have to obey the king. That's the whole point. You have to believe everything the king believes, or you're done.
We have free will. It's just like a regular law. Like, ask me if I obey king.
That's not how it works upon the earth. It's never worked that way. If you believe something else, and you're in a direct opposition of the controlling power, you could be in big trouble. And don't think, I mean, Galileo got sent to home arrest and shit.
All flat earthers right there. We're taking our chances.
We're taking our chances.
Yeah,
Jeremy, you're the king, right?
So,
everybody has to listen to what Jeremy says.
We've gotten all the truth out. Yeah, so far I've gotten all the truth out, and I've solved homelessness, and then we're on day 2.
No, day 1.
You ready for day 3?
Now we're on day 2. Now we're on day 2.
Hang on.
Hold on. We're on day 2 now.
Do a better job than President Biden. So what would you do?
Hold on, Jeremy. Let's finish this out. There ain't nothing else to talk about other than lights in the sky and shit. Anyway, so Jeremy, you're on day 2, and everybody knows you're fucking a lying piece of shit.
Not true. They all love me, and I have the utmost respect.
No, you control the whole world, but everybody knows that you're a lying piece of shit. How do we remove the king? How do we go about removing that power? No, yes,
this
they
was
do.
Your
they
scenario,
figured it out.
Bro.
They figured out.
Can you
You're
handle
just
this,
telling
or?
stories. How do we remove the king?
Jeremy, be honest.
How do we do it?
You wish said nothing about love or respect.
Yeah, but he said he was being kind and being nice to everybody, and we have to believe everything is true that he said, and we find out that they're just a lying bunches of pieces of shit. So how do we remove the king? How do we do that?
Why would you remove me? I put all the secrets out there, and I ended homelessness on my second day.
How could you end
Why would
homelessness,
anyone want to
Jeremy?
get rid of me? I just
We
ended it.
found out that you're lying. You're not really doing all that. You're actually trying to kill every last one of us. Then what do we do? You're lying.
Why?
We
Oh,
know.
not.
Everybody knows.
This
Everybody
is a
knows
weird
you're the
scenario that
king.
you
And
brought in there. Why? Oh, you made it weird, bro.
there's a point to it. Okay. If you rely
What is the point?
on the
I don't know.
belief,
This is your exercise.
if you rely, quit interrupting. Let me answer, and then you can have all the time in the world. I know I've been interrupting. I'm terrible at it. But look, what if everybody disagrees with you? What if you're the king and you're the power, and everybody says, "Well, that ain't right. That's not right. What you're saying. You're trying to control all of us, and it's based all upon lies." Okay, you're the king. Go. Everything was great when you were, controlling everybody, but now everybody is against you. And holy shit,
No, they're not against me.
nobody
They're not
believes.
against me.
All your followers don't believe in what you're spitting. They don't want to
They're not
believe one
against me
word of
because
it.
I've gotten. Everyone loves it, and they believe me because I put day one. Not only did I not lie to anyone, I put all the truth out there day one. Everyone knows all the truth about any kind of secret shit we could possibly know at this point.
That's what I
That was like
told
the
him.
first thing I did, dude. Everyone trusts me. Everyone trusts me now.
But
That's why I said he won't
Jeremy,
last
no
my
one believes you. No one believes you anymore. You're the king. No one believes what you're teaching. No one believes it. In fact, they found out that it's like far from the truth.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you then.
Still the king. Hold on.
Then
You're still
they're
the
all out
king.
to get me and they assassinate me and I die.
Well, if it was that easy, I wouldn't even be on this Discord channel. I wouldn't even be on here. But arguing about nonsense is going to get you in the same place as me. Figuring out your authority and whether you're the king or not, now that's priceless. It's priceless. And look, I don't care any creation of man can't control another man. Even if everybody voted for the king, does not make what he says true. Does not make that true. That's a logical fallacy. And this is where they build their strength against you, my fellow man.
I don't know, dude. Your scenario sucks, bro. This is your scenario and it sucks now. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, because you're the one who was the king. I get it. You were the king. And yeah, it sucks.
Jeremy,
And
how would
before you were in control of everybody, now everybody's rebelling and nobody believes your stories. And yeah, now it sucks to be the king. You're exactly right.
Jeremy, you have to prove you do a better job than President Biden. Go.
It has
We're
nothing to
on
do
day
with
2
that.
and I ended homelessness on day 2. I mean, what more
Yeah.
could people want? Day 1, I
And
got all
now
the
all of a
truth. Day
sudden,
2, I'm
you're
homeless.
not Trump anymore. Now
Wait
you're
till day
President
3.
Biden. Now all of a sudden you're not President Biden. You're not Trump anymore. Now you're President Biden because you went against all the Trump fanatics.
Dude, I
Now
can
they all
form
hate your
coherent
guts.
sentences. Please don't compare me to Biden.
Shit. Don't say I don't
Do you fall?
perform
Hang on.
coherent
Jeremy,
sentences, man.
do you
I
fall
don't speak
downstairs?
much.
Hey,
I
Jeremy,
really
are you
don't. I
falling
don't
down the stairs,
even
Jeremy?
go on in whole sentences.
No, I was saying don't compare me to Biden because I can form coherent sentences. He can't.
I know, but look. A lot of people believe that Trump was like the end all be all. I think he was going to save the whole earth, even the United States. Only Allah, the law, can save you. The only thing, the only refuge you have at this point, when there's so many lies and deceptions being passed around, the only thing going to save you is the law. I apologize, but look, that's the truth. And a king can't make the law. Guess who? Guess who makes the law? Anyone? Anyone?
Kings make the laws. Kings.
No, we
No!
do.
The,
No, we
The
do.
people make the law.
the
The
one with the
people.
gold makes the rules. Whoever has the
Which
gold makes
law?
the rules.
Look,
That's
there's
the
a lot
golden
more
King
rule.
people
makes the
than
laws,
kings.
bro. Face it.
The king,
It
he
don't
controls the
matter. The
people.
kings have all the power. They make the laws.
You're
Listen, I
good.
don't want to get you all worked up, and we don't have to take it to this legal thing, though. So
No. You guys are afraid to talk about the law because that's a solution to the problem. You guys
Hold on,
go
bro.
on and on about you go on and on about physics and about like evolution. I heard you talking about earlier. But you're not willing to confront what is really happening to you. What it's obvious to me. I mean, I'm a postmaster, and anyone who wants to argue, I've got about a few witnesses that are willing to back that up. It's not a joke. I don't know why you guys consider what I say a joke. I mean, but
no
I'll tell
one's
you
saying
this.
what you're saying is a joke, dude. No one's saying that.
I hope not. Anyone who
We're not.
does, I would love to have a debate with them. But look, this is very important, Jeremy, because I love you like my brother. I think you're really hunting the truth. I don't think you want to be the king. I don't think
I
you
do want
want
to be
that
the king. I could fix
responsibility.
everything. I could absolutely fix everything if I was the king, and I can handle that responsibility.
Jeremy, do you think you could actually fix this place? Okay, give me your best 7 points. 7 points on how you're going to fix this.
Bro, I tried to just now, and you went against me because day 2. Sorry, Kenny. Day 2. We were only on day 2, and you like shut me down and said everyone wanted to kill me, and I was dead, and the whole thing was over.
I gotta go. Jeremy,
You guys,
continue being the king.
Why? Day 2, you had everyone kill me because they hated me for some reason because I let all the truth out and fixed homelessness, and everyone hated me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that was weird. Day 3. You want to know what I do on day 3 if everyone doesn't kill me? End world hunger. World hunger is not even a thing anymore. We got plenty of food. No reason for anyone to go hungry. Instead of having the farmers throw out the carrots that don't look visually appealing, or paying farmers to burn their crops with subsidies or whatever kind of weird thing they do, we don't do that no more. No more doing that. If a restaurant has food at the end of the night, they just leave it out on the sidewalk. There's tables on the sidewalk. You should leave the food out instead of just throwing it in a dumpster. All the food that we throw out alone. That was day 3. World hunger's over. We good? Should I keep going? I don't know how much. What else we need to do here? We good?
He
Maybe
comes
fix
in.
the actual whole food. What's up?
Just gonna say he comes in like a genie granting 3 wishes, and he disappears now. What happened to the genie?
I mean, I only used one. I should have used my second wish to wish that no one would ever try to kill me and they all knew that I was telling the truth. That's what I could have done. I mean, what else do you do after that? You got homelessness and the truth's out there. The homelessness is fixed. The world hunger is fixed. You know, you can fix up some other issues. Stop with the planned obsolescence. That's pretty killing us right there. No more planned obsolescence. Anyone that does that, off with their head. No, I'm just kidding. No one's dying, but I'm just gonna tell them like, yo, don't do this no more. That's it.
That one might cause you a problem.
Dude, they're all gonna cause problems. Day one, the truth. We're opening all the vaults and everything. All the safe vaults are coming open. The library and the Vatican, everything. We're emptying Smithsonian's out. I want all the fossils lined up in a row somewhere. All right, put them all out there. Everything. We're getting everything out on a table. Putting it all on a table.
So what happens here? Let's think about this now. So what happens when they find out that all these years they were bullshitted to because they got the records in the Vatican and they seen it's all been a lie. They lied to them about everything.
People are
But
getting
now,
antsy in the pantry. You're saying, what do I do?
no, the institutions are gonna fall apart, right? Schools are gonna have to be, books are gonna have to be rewritten. Everything.
Yeah,
No
we
one's
have
gonna
to
trust the government
rewrite
anymore,
rewrite
right?
some books. Yeah, we got to rewrite all the books. I don't know who trusts the government now, but if they do, God bless them.
Dude, they're already doing that with the CGI. I call it the great CGI book burning. They're like retranslating everything. 50 years from now, you won't be able to get a hold of actual documentation of historical records. It'll all be on computers and CGI, and they'll be able to change whatever the hell they want at that point. It's the largest book burning event ever. And people just they don't
I mean,
realize it. It's on computers instead of big piles in the middle of the street, right?
I would actually change the whole way teaching is even done. I would make this the most efficient thing going. You know, you got these genius teachers. Bro, there'd be a lot of people out of work when I'm the king because the way we do shit now is ridiculous. You get rid of planned obsolescence, you knock half the workforce out right off the jump.
That's exactly what I was saying. That one's gonna give you a problem.
Yeah.
Right there, you're gonna put half of the population
Well, there's
out of work.
workarounds for everything.
More.
But I ended world hunger though. So let's not forget that. And homelessness. And there's no crime. Dude, they ended crime now in Dubai. Or one of those Middle Eastern countries. Bro, there's no crime. You can leave a watch, laptop, $1 million watch right out on the table. Jewelry stores over there, they don't even wash them up. They're just in the mall. It's just open. No one steals.
Yeah, you know why? Why do you think?
However they did it, they did it. And let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, they'll chop your hands off, bro. Literally.
Well, then you can't steal anything.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well,
If
don't
there's no
forget
reason to steal stuff, you're not.
yeah, but
Bro, if there's no reason to steal stuff. Oh, go ahead.
that city has only been the way it is for like 20 years. I mean,
For how
you
long?
can't compare like
Sorry, say that again.
Well, I thought you were saying Dubai was like a really low crime area, and what I was trying to say is, well, you know, the way it is now, first of all, hardly anybody lives there. You know, if you're really going to talk about density and population, it's not like densely populated like Tokyo or LA or you know, it doesn't even come close. And second of all,
I don't
it's
know
not
if I can really hear you.
here.
Is it just me?
I don't know. It could be. Maybe
You
my
sound
mic's messed up.
muffled. I
Oh,
didn't have any problem hearing SE.
just shut up, man. No worries.
I didn't talk at all, bro. He's just muffled.
No, I'm saying when you talked, I could hear you clearly.
I'm using the
Yeah,
same
I
mic.
couldn't
I
hear
don't
him.
know what's going on.
Well, I don't know either, but it's not working.
Jesse,
I mean,
you're
bro, what do
still
you do with
shopping?
all the people out of work? Go ahead, SE.
I was just gonna say, Jesse's still shopping around that picture, man.
What is it?
How is this thing even working?
Whoever that was, we cannot hear you. Your mic's still messed up. What's the picture of?
The one where
Concave
Can you hear me
Earth?
now?
you're breaking up a bit, Jeremy.
One of the ones where. Go ahead.
The ones where he
There you
cites the
go.
water level.
We hear that guy now, though.
Yeah, all right. Is that better?
But the Dark Shark?
Way better, yeah, way
Yes,
better.
it's
Yeah,
better.
my
We
bad.
hear you. What's he got? Dark Shark?
Yep, he's got a dark shark. He's citing a water level.
That's what's up. How far?
Only 240 feet, I believe.
Oh.
Oh no, what am I saying? No,
And
hold
we're
on.
using straight.
Whoa. 21 miles.
Just.
21 miles, Jeremy.
Oh. And are we assuming that the light's going in a straight line here, or like making some kind of assumption on how the light's bending without actually having measured it? Is that what's going on? Probably, I'm guessing. We're making
He's
some kind of light bending assumption
This is
that they have
maybe a
absolutely
light,
no proof for.
maybe a light and water bending.
No. No. You can give him light, but still light doesn't bend. It's the medium that causes the appearance of a what they call refraction, but water doesn't do that. No. You can have
Water doesn't bend. What about
I'm not saying water can't
raindrop?
bend or has never bent. I'm talking about sea level.
I can't believe I
based
just
on
said that.
this picture. You
I
guys are
know.
showing. So
I know.
you're just giving me shit. Like that's cool.
Yeah, well, it's.
I'm just saying that whenever they talk about bendy light, that's just based on density of the air or whatever medium that the light is passing through. We all know that light is straight, lasers are straight, even with their own definitions of a vacuum, even though they can't produce an actual vacuum. In the nearest vacuums they can produce, you can show all this stuff is exactly what we're saying. It's straight, and what you're seeing is bendy or curving is only a lensing effect of the density in the medium. But when you look at bodies of water like lakes, ponds, oceans, there's
I've
no
seen
curve
lasers bend,
ever
bro.
recorded.
I've seen
Ever.
lasers bend.
Well, yeah, so have I. But I've never seen the laser bend. I've seen the laser go directly into a medium, and then what I'll see is what they call refraction, or whatever they want to call it, reflection, uh, uh, interference patterns. It depends on what genre. Quantum physics is there's interference, uh, relativity, there's refraction, but it's really the same thing. And then they all go back to the vacuum state, because then it comes down to the argument of, okay, right. Yeah, we can agree that, then what they do is they'll just argue. They'll be like, is light really going straight? Because nobody's ever witnessed light in a pure vacuum. And at the same time, they'll say that's what proves that it bends. So you can't have both at the same time. That's my position on it.
Having it both ways is the Glober way, though.
Well, then I just go out on the beach and I'm like, I don't need a laser.
Germany. Mhm.
Look at Livestream text 1.
I can't. What's it say?
Wally fixed it. Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator made short work of it. Jesse's
Oh, okay.
He took that calculator offline, didn't he?
Wow.
Did he? Could be.
I thought he took that down. Oh.
Well, somebody should tell Wally.
Jeremy, are you in the toilet?
I am cleaning a bathroom, yes.
Uh-huh. I heard that classic echo. Great. I hope you're not shitting.
I'm not shitting. I'm cleaning a bathroom. That's what I do.
Oh, that's even lovely.
I'm home, I clean bathrooms. I'm at work, I clean bathrooms. That's day 4 of me being the king, or 5. I make all the friggin' bathrooms self-cleaning. Self-cleaning bathrooms all around.
Why is it this big bendy ball of water in that picture that was posted next to those buildings? How come it's not just splashing up against them? Is that gravity? Is that what it is?
No, that's a comical sort of thing there, isn't it?
No, he just showed us, though. He just blew us away. He just fixed it, right?
Wally does that. He takes your memes and he adjusts them.
Yeah, man. He just fixed it right there.
Bang, done.
I mean, it's funny, guys. I mean, you're funny. The thing's funny, I mean.
Well, I love how shit in 2023 is still super pixelated. Like when they're proving aliens and UFOs and all this shit. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
right?
still super pixelated. It's like, what? Seriously? It's like 2023, man. My phone has better resolution.
Right. Like, how comes I can't
Isn't
get a
that
clear
weird?
picture of Sasquatch, for fuck's sake?
I know. It's fucked. Still.
I mean, every motherfucker on this earth has a fucking phone or something like that. I mean, we can get the cops beating up people like nothing else, but I can't get a picture of Sasquatch.
I know. It's weird.
Whatever.
When the aliens do invade and the president on the stage is like, here they are, they're here to rule us and save us and whatever, it'll be like super pixelated and shit. You'll be like, wait, who the fuck is that? Like,
I mean, bro, day one, I'm emptying out Area 51. All the shit's gonna be on the front table, front page, bro.
yeah, sure.
Anybody have kiddies in school? School's just about over. I have a son graduating. Quite proud of him, actually. I thought he was going to be in our basement the rest of our lives, but he managed to do something with himself the last 2 years. Going to college to be a music educator. That's a quite noble cause. Okay. Well, this is exciting. Do I have to say something controversial? SE Montreal is the smartest man on earth. No, still nothing.
You want controversy? I'll give it to you right here.
I was just hoping to have a conversation. I mean, there were people talking a second ago. Cleaning bathrooms.
Yes. But what about the? I would love to hear more about the time zones. I think Witsit brought it up the other night, and several other people have. The 19, the 24, the 32.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about that, man. You know, the Australia from coast to coast, and also
what happens when you leave things up to humans. They fuck everything
If the
up.
clock was based on the rotation of the Earth, which time zones are supposedly the 24-hour clock, yada yada, well then why do you have a 5.5 hour delay in like a 3 mile period up in Russia and Alaska? Like the time zones are
The
so
lines are
warped,
arbitrary.
dude. It's ridiculous.
North, were you done or?
I mean, the time zone lines are arbitrary. I mean, but like even in the United States,
I guess so.
It cuts around certain states and
Damon,
like it's all weird.
Man, don't cut people off, please, Damon.
I didn't.
Hey,
Yeah,
Flat.
we know, but
Hey,
just
Flat.
wait till everyone's done. That way we can all get our.
Hey, Flat. Hey,
How
Flat.
did I cut somebody
You're
off?
exactly right, bud. He smashed the whole globe into
Maybe
like
I'm
a
lagging.
million
I don't
pieces.
know.
No,
Hey,
I
Flack.
mean that was the whole point I was saying. Time zone. That's the whole point of time zones. Is they base it on the parallels and the 24-hour clock and blah blah blah. Well, then you take a closer look and you realize they go all ski-wampus, and then they excuse it based on population density. But that doesn't match up if it's based on the rotation, right? Like why wouldn't you like what? Right. And then you find
Well-
out that's where all the hidden land is, right? Those are the areas that you can't really go out with your own boat and shit. Like,
I mean,
yeah. Then
I
it gets
mean, they
deeper and
roughly
deeper.
I mean, they roughly go along the lines of longitude, though. They're not like.
Don't let him get away with that shit. Come on. Don't
No,
let him
that's
get
not-
away with that.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and disagree that they're not all fucked up. I mean, of course they are, but they're human made for various
It's
reasons.
ridiculous. Come on, man. We're all being intellectually honest here.
Yeah, but
If you just watch that,
they
if
go
you
up
watch
and down.
Schooling for Globers episode 11, and you don't understand what's going on here, you're a fucking child. You're a kindergarten, dude. You fucking need to be shunned. How about we shun him as a society? How about we just shun him? You know,
Hey,
used to
let's
be.
relax, though.
Used to
I
be.
don't know why you're doing this.
Wow.
Just
Shit,
relax,
I
man.
apologize.
I think I agree. I think
apologize,
agreed
Jeremy.
that I think I agreed that the
Jeremy
time
is
zones
the king.
are fucked up. Did I not?
I apologize. Thank you, Jeremy. I mean, he's the one voice,
Holy
the
shit.
only one that doesn't believe in like all my nonsense. I mean, he's the only one. He really doesn't believe Yah. He doesn't have that covenant with Yah. So, Jeremy, I'll listen to you. I will. And you're like the king to me, because I'm trying to figure out how do I teach that man.
You should not have idols that way.
Well, no, it's just Jeremy. He's right about, you know.
Well, Jeremy's a smart guy. I admit.
Yeah, but what about the time zones? We're getting back to the time
They're all
zones.
messed
Jeremy,
up.
I didn't hear your take on that whole thing, Jeremy. You're the king, and you establish these time zones. And they're all crazy. They're all crazy. How do you convince the people that those time zones represent the globe model?
Oh, if I'm the king, I make all the time zones. There's no time zones. We're all in the same time.
Symmetrical, right? No,
It's the
they
same
gotta
time
be
everywhere.
symmetrical, dude.
It's the same time
They
everywhere.
gotta be.
There's no time zones. I'm getting rid of the time zones.
So, like, 12 midnight is the same as 12 noon? Is that what
I'm
you're saying?
getting rid of the time zones.
So, why would we have a clock then? Any time is any time.
We don't need time zones. Nope. The sun comes up whenever we feel like it. You're right.
All right, I'm for it. Let's do it. Make it happen. Come on.
Come on,
Smith,
come on, Jeremy. Come on, please. You're the king.
We're just going with
You're
UTC or whatever.
establishing
I
the
don't
time
care.
zones.
Does this mean like I can
Pick
go
a
to
number.
work?
There is no time zone.
I'm gonna separate
No,
threes and others by half an hour. I'm gonna separate them
There's no time
because I'm
zones,
the king.
Wow. There's no time
I can
zones.
do whatever I wish.
We're all in the same time zone in this scenario. There's one time. It's all the same time everywhere.
Okay,
Well,
I agree.
The thing about the ball
How
is
does
the
that work?
time zones came into play when they started claiming the ball did about 400 or 500 years ago.
mean-
Before then, there was no time zones. There was no time. Everybody was on the same time. So I can see what Jeremy's
That's
saying.
not true. I mean,
No, that
even on a
is.
flat Earth,
Dude.
you have to believe that there's some kind of time zones. Otherwise,
No,
you're
we're all
saying
in the time.
midnight is
You
the
heard
same
the
as
king,
before-
dude.
But yeah, and that's what happened when some emperors of Rome and the Gregorian calendar was introduced about 400 or 500 years ago, at the same time as the ball, Copernicus, Galileo, all that stuff. But
Jeremy,
the
will
reality
you
is,
tell him who the king
nobody
is?
really kept a time or a clock, on their.
He already said every time
Yeah,
zone
but
is the same time zone.
Like they had basic times like morning, dusk, noon. You know what I mean? Evening. I mean, there was time. There just wasn't exact.
Well, they didn't.
Jeremy, you
recognize
said
it
that
as
every time zone's the same time zone, right? You're the king. Everybody's got to obey. Everybody's got the same
Yeah,
time
you're
zone.
still gonna have evening, noon, and dusk. The numbers on your clock will just be different. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter where the sun
You'll
is.
still have
We're just
pattern
gonna.
recognition, but you may not
No.
call it time.
You're not
think that's
listening
what
to
we
the
have
king,
now.
dude. The king already established what the time is and what the.
I just
He
think he's
already
describing-
established it.
I think he's describing what we have already. That's all. I'm just confused.
So you agree that everything's on the same time zone? Everybody has the same noon and night? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
No.
That's
No,
what the
that's
king said. What are you gonna go against the king?
Yeah,
Jeremy's
when
the
he's
king.
wrong.
He said that every day, everybody is experiencing noon, evening, and night, or morning, evening, and night at the same time. That's the king. He said
didn't
it.
say
That's
that.
what
He
we
just said
decree.
there was no time zone.
Yeah, because everybody's experiencing the same time.
If you
Well,
have no
that's your
time zones,
interpretation. All he did is say there's no time zone.
what if you have
Yeah, but he's
no
the
time
king,
zones?
man. You got to listen to him, man.
Yeah, and all
Hey,
he did was say there's no
Jeremy,
time
give
zone.
us,
Wow, you're
So what?
getting a little
give us
wild
your
there, buddy.
decree
Have
again,
another
bud.
drink. Jesus.
Hey, you're the king. Jeremy, you're the king. Give us the
That's a
decree. Say it again. So every follower of Jeremy, they all understand, please.
Jeremy, please
Come
help
on,
us out
Jeremy.
here.
Please help us out.
How does this work?
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Everyone's clock is gonna read the same numbers everywhere you go, always, all the time. There are no different times. It's the same time everywhere.
So like it doesn't
Agreed.
matter where the sun
You're
is?
the king. You're my authority.
Doesn't
I
matter where
agree
the
that
sun is.
every single clock on Earth is exactly the same time.
So it
Now let's
doesn't
get
matter
on
where
with
the
our
sun
lives.
is. So like if the sun is at high noon, like it could be like 4 o'clock.
High
depending on
noon
where you
doesn't mean
start.
shit. The sun is where you see it, and he's saying the time.
Hold
is the
on,
same
you
time,
can't
no
argue
matter
with
what.
the king.
Get over
Hey,
it.
hey, Jeremy,
I'm not.
aren't
down.
you?
guys can't
Aren't
hear
you the
me.
king?
Yeah, just settle
Hey,
down, though,
Jeremy,
bro.
you're the
God.
king, bud.
You're making it very hard to have a conversation, buddy.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
relax.
you're the king. You're supposed to
Yes.
tell him. No, that's my decree. I get to decide who gets what time and who doesn't.
I think Jeremy does.
That's right. He's the king. I'm
I'd
his
also
loyal
have a-
follower. I'm following the
I'd
king.
also have
Everything is.
Damn, I'd have been muted by now.
Yeah, just relax, guy. I'd also have us all speaking the same language. What we got to do is everyone's got to get on the same page and realize that we're all in this together. Let's all get on the same page.
Okay.
It's going to take me a couple months to learn like Chinese and Japanese and Hindonese and Cantonese and legalese and all kinds of stuff. But so just give me a minute and then I'll be on course with the king. I promise.
He said the opposite.
I am loyal to my king, Jeremy.
Why would you have to learn
I'm
all that? We're
loyal
only
to the
doing
king.
one language.
That's because he's drunk out of his mind.
You have to learn how to speak Australian too while you're there.
No one can figure that out.
What was that, Jeremy? I didn't understand the words you said.
I don't understand how you can have no time zones when the sun is in a different spot.
We don't care because we're the king, right? Right, Jeremy? You're the king. It doesn't matter where the time zones, where the light
I'll see you
is, where
later.
the sun is. We don't care. We're just decreeing that that's the truth, right? Right, Jeremy?
Do you not understand how we could have the same time on every clock on Earth? What's the problem?
Yeah, what's up with that? Everybody else believes it, so you have to too.
Well, it's 48 minutes past the hour on the East Coast, US, London, and here.
That's not how it works in Jeremy's. He's the king. He
Is that
said
cuddles
everybody experiences the same time every time. Everybody's
cuddles?
experiencing the same time. There's no time zones. There's none of that.
Swear to God, this guy has to be Cuddles.
You think so? I don't know. But
Dude,
yeah,
it's
if you
the
have
same
if
damn
you have the
voice.
same time,
Amazing.
if you have the same time, so say it's new. Say the sun is at its high point on the East Coast, and it's 12 p.m. here, or say it's 12 midnight, but the sun's at the highest point in the sky, and it's the broad daylight out. It doesn't matter what the time on the clock says. You woke up at the right time when the sun came up. You go to bed when the sun goes down. You know what I mean? You still keep everything the same, just the numbers on the clock would be different. That's all.
He can decree whatever he wishes. Everybody has to agree.
Bro, you got to relax, dude.
I apologize.
We all agree you got to relax. It's fine. Just relax.
Yeah, listen to King Jeremy.
Yeah, I would have had your head on a spike already.
I just got in here, but what you're saying, it's the same time for everyone, everywhere, all the time? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, no clocks. Read it unless your clock's broke. That shit's all the clocks on Earth have the same time.
Dog bones are clocks. You know that, right?
What's up?
Dog bones, they're clocks.
Yeah. Get all your dog bones. We're gonna set all the dog bones to the same time. That was funny. I was sending all kinds of dog bone clock. Like I just did a Google search like dog bone clocks, and then
Where the hands are bones.
all kinds of goofy shit. Yeah.
Second, I'm picking a new king. I'm picking Geo as the king. How about you guys pick me as a king? I'm a
Probably
king.
make you better
I
king.
really love
You're
to
not
answer
even
questions.
close to this. You can't handle this shit.
Look! I don't know enough about you, but you remind me too much of Cuddles. And if I had my way, I would lock Cuddles up for pedophilia. So
Let me be the king for a minute. How about
Alright,
letting me be
whoa.
the king for a minute? Can we do that? Can we do that
No,
exercise
absolutely
with
not. As
Wilbur's?
the king, I
You're missing out on some great comedy, Jeremy.
you're the
You don't
court jester.
realize it.
No, perfect. You're the court jester.
No. You
You know
have
the guy
no
with the
idea.
hat with the bells on it?
You have no idea the sense of humor.
That's you. You're good. No, you're
To
good.
be
You're my court
involved with
jester.
me. Hold on. Involved with me even being here, first off. I mean, I've got quite a sense of humor. I promise. I mean,
I heard you said some funny shit the other day. Yeah.
no, it's not even funny. I love to torment a man who's in confusion. But let me be the king
Why?
for just a minute.
No,
Can
I
I be
decree
the
you're never
king?
the king.
Can you guys ask me questions and
You're
I'm the
never the
king?
king.
why would we want you to be the king after just stating that you love to torment
It's fucking
people?
funny, stupid. We're having fun here. We're just relaxing.
That's not fun.
Stop it.
That's not fun.
Stop it.
Relax.
We're
Relax.
having fun here, man.
As the current king, I decree you will never be the king, not even for one moment.
Just let me be. Just let me be.
Good answer. That's fucking hilarious, Jeremy. You're fucking talented. But it turns out I am actually the king, and I get to find out who's good and who's bad and who gets all the treats.
All right, you're having an uprising of the people overthrowing you, ousting you as king immediately. Like as soon as you just freaking declared you were king, you just
Stop
got
it.
ousted.
You're gonna find yourself in a gray box with lots of bars on
Yeah,
it.
after me being the king for like a week, they're gonna be on the pyramid fucking steps because that's where my new castle is, the Great Pyramid. But anyways, they're gonna be on the pyramid steps, fucking rioting to get me back in office.
Can we please play the game? I mean, I've had a few beers. I'm willing to recognize that I've had a couple of sips. But
The
can we
whole
please play the game where I'm the king?
Okay, you're the
Ask
king,
me
and the whole
questions.
world is rioting because
Please.
I'm no longer the king, and they love me to death.
Yeah, they revolted
I
against
don't
you.
even love you, Jeremy, but this dude sucks.
Anyways, what else? We got something real, guys. What do we got here?
No, they
What
said
were we
I
talking
suck.
about?
So
The time zones.
I
The
gotta
time
go.
zones. So yeah,
Well,
if they
listen.
had to.
Oh
What's up?
yeah. No, yeah, we had a leg going there. No, go ahead if you want. But yeah, as far as like time, like, is he arguing? Essentially, it's universal time. If he's saying all time, it's the same. It's universal time. It's always the same time. Like,
That's what I would do. If I was in charge, I would get all the humans on the same page. It's the same time for everyone. We're all speaking the same language. Let's go. Now we're all on the. We're closer to being on the same page with everything.
I mean, I personally think I like with what you were saying. It's based off the sun. I'm on board with that. I like the time zone thing. I think it works pretty well.
Well, the problem with time zones is they're not based on that. See,
Yeah, they
because
are.
they go
I'm
all
getting rid of the
schemopus.
time zones.
No,
Would
they all go crooked and they're all weird and shit, and it doesn't match up
Well,
with
yeah,
that whole
there are
metric.
exceptions.
Yeah,
There
see,
are
that's
exceptions
why
where
that
they.
point is valid.
There are
Black.
exceptions where they like to jog
Black.
around like political borders
But that
and
doesn't matter. Political nonsense doesn't mean anything when you're talking about time based on the rotation of the
I
so-called
know you're the king.
ball.
Can you give Flack like 2 minutes to explain what he's talking about? Can you be the king
No, I
for a
already
minute
have.
and
I
just
think they
allow
get it.
Flack to just tell us, please?
And I don't really know if I want you to be advocating my ass after that conversation. But I
I know
think
you
they
all
get it.
think
Like,
I'm
if time
absolutely
zones were
crazy.
valid based on the sun or the rotation, whether it's the sun above a stationary plane or whether it's a ball rotating with a heliocentric sun, either way, the time zones should not be going all ski-wampus and crazy based on politics, okay? So
yeah,
you
I can
can't
agree
have
with that.
one, you can't have them both. See, they
No,
keep trying to do that.
I can agree with that.
No.
They do try to do both, but no, I think
Yeah, that's why it's
try to
bullshit.
keep track.
That's the
Yeah,
whole
to try to
point.
keep track of the sun. I'm on board with what Jeremy was saying a moment ago. Where it's high noon is when the sun is directly above your head. Sunrise and sunset, like whatever. But high noon is noon,
I
depending on
think
where you
Jeremy
are.
was trying to say that none of that shit has anything to do with time, and that's why everybody in the world would have the exact same time, no matter where the sun is, because that is in relation to some other something going. It has nothing to do with what they call or claim time to be. If it was what they're claiming it to be, then we wouldn't have all these weird ass lines with time zones. That's why
Time
the
isn't.
whole point of time zones is applicable in this discussion of the spinning ball or stationary plane discussion.
I mean, the thing here is, like, time is literally just a construct of man. It's however we
That's
decide.
exactly right,
Yeah,
and I think
it's
that's
however we
what
decide to
Jeremy's point
construe it.
was.
Yeah.
Personally.
So however we decide to construe it. If we want to make it complicated and have it jog around countries or freaking certain states that don't freaking think
Based
about
on who we can
like,
rob and pillage and shit. Sure, yeah.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with robbing and pillaging. Like,
Oh
but
yes, it does.
the time zones does. Time zones does.
Not okay. See, now we're blurring the lines again, because if they were related to a scientific observation that we can all witness all around the world, which I think what Jeremy's point was he was trying to make, it wouldn't be related to politics, which is what time zones are. Right. So if it was actually based on something that they tell us, science, the sun or the rotation of the ball, whatever, then it wouldn't look like that. Okay. So that in itself is the evidence that there's some shysterism going
What
on.
I was getting to a moment ago, actually,
And of
is
course,
that
the point of shysterism is usury and robbing and pillaging. Otherwise, these lines would be
Let
straight
Jeremy in
and
charge. He's the
parallel.
king.
Listen,
Flack. It's why I left
that's
Jeremy in charge. He's the king.
a moment ago. Like, it's gonna be political, even if you try to make a universal time. Like,
No,
what are you
the
gonna base it off
rotation of the sun is not
meridian?
political, dude.
No, you're
Jeremy's
gonna
not really
base it off
political.
No, the basis of what they claim time is based on is not political. Okay, that's why time zones, the way they're presented
No,
to
but
us,
where do you
are
start it?
bullshit.
Where do you start it? Where do you start it?
You start with what they claim the metrics of the time zones are, which is supposed to be either the circuit of the sun above the stationary plane or a spinning ball with a central heliocentric model of the sun. Either way, those lines should be straight. So what we're supposed to accept is it's all political? Okay, well then what are you
No, it's
telling
not
me
all.
science is?
Not all. Yeah, no. Like,
But time is
generally,
supposed to be based on the science of these rotations that they started this whole argument about 500 years ago with the Gregorian calendar.
listen.
Jeremy, I want to hear your take on it before some Glover interrupts. Come on, Jeremy. Please. I beg you. It's your turn. Jeremy.
Look, the way that we keep time is generally based off of Greenwich Mean Time otherwise, right? So, like, they use Greenwich Mean Time. So, like, it's supposed to follow the prime meridian, but even it jogs because of political issues, right? borders and politics, it's not a straight line. Whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth, it moves around. It zigs and zags a couple of times.
Genius. You're a fucking genius. Hey, Jeremy. Come on, I know you don't have any fucking, like, horse in the fight, dude. No horse in the race. Come on, you're supposed to be the
clock
king.
isn't all zigzagged? How come the clock isn't all weird and zigzagged? Right,
dude. You're conflating two different things. It's just about
you
how
are.
we.
There you go. There you go.
It's about. Yeah. Look, generally, if you look at the overall time zones, it follows longitudinal lines, right? But if one place decides that they don't want to have to adjust their clocks, or if another place says, I want my whole country to be on the same time, even though it spans multiple time zones, then it has to zig or zag because it's a fucking construct of man. You can keep tracking your own country how you want to fucking think.
You're going to be
You just
stoned and
said it.
feathered.
It's a construct
or
of man.
tarred and feathered. I want to stone you too, but I mean,
Just
that's
because
not.
it's a construct of man doesn't mean
So
it's true.
where high noon is, or when high noon is, depends on the sun. That is 100% dependent on the sun. Has nothing to do with politics. Now, if you're going to observe high noon as being when the sun is directly above your head, then you've got a political. Then it doesn't work. Now you got confusion.
Yeah, but where there can be deception involved, the thing is that where there can be deception is, I hear what you're saying on that, and I agree, but because they are kind of man-made in a sense, even though there is the position of the sun, which is not man-made, that's part of nature. But like the way that they're laid out and the spacing of it is pretty interesting, comparing it to the globe and like an AE map. The way that it's laid out, it does seem to be that there's inconsistencies with the way that they're laid out. Because if you were going to sell the globe as what the Earth is, while the Earth actually isn't that, then you would have to fudge the land layouts and the way that it's all, the way that it's all lined up in terms of that.
Right. And then also,
So-
how come is the most warped areas of these time zones are actually the least density of population, right? If you really look into the time zone map, you'll find that where it gets all weird and all warped and all that, the population density is like barely anybody lives out there. And that's where it's warped
can prove
the
it.
most.
I don't know.
So your whole little political thing, it just falls apart when you start looking at it, dude.
Look, I don't know the specifics on this.
Yeah, you should look into
from
it.
Indio. It actually, I agree with that, but it's not even the populated areas or the sparsely populated areas.
No, there's a pattern. Like the South Pacific, the North
Could
Atlantic.
you just let me
there's a
finish my
serious pattern.
sentence, please? Listen,
Sorry, dude. No.
I got a stock account.
Hold on, you guys. Please don't. Hold on, guys. There's a lot of interruptions. Please let everyone finish. Don't clip anyone. Let someone finish till they're done. Please go ahead, Lou.
The real janky shit with the time zones is happening in open ocean, away from where people live completely, like where nobody lives. All of a sudden, and that's exactly where you would want to do it, where it's hard to keep track of distance. You're out on open ocean. You have nothing for reference. So it's in those southern hemispheres, especially, like it's way off the coast of Australia. It's way off the coast of Africa. It's way off the coast of South America. That's where all of a sudden you see a lot of fudging going on.
We have the same kind of fudging up in the north too. The patterns are similar. That's what I think is very interesting.
So I'm like your brother, and I'm trying to tell you the truth, and I just watched like stupid schooling Globers, and Witsit explained it pretty concisely. So I mean, to me,
yeah, I mean, if I thought you were done.
It's amazing to me that nobody even gets it. I mean, I'm sitting here like celebrating having a couple of beers because This thing is absolutely over. I mean, I don't even know why we're even having this conversation.
You're celebrating every day.
Well, Gio, look. It's not every day that I get to sit down and have a few beers. I've got to do work. I have to do things for my Heavenly Father, for y'all, for my
Well, what I was
covenant
going
with
to say,
Him.
I got you. Yeah, for sure. Well,
Would you
if
stop?
you have
Would you stop
if
interrupting? Hold on a second. Let me finish, please. But what he presented, it's no one can refute it. I mean, what you guys are talking about is, I mean, let's just play schooling Globers, and then you'll understand. Why does everybody got to have their own way of explaining the truth? When it's right there, right as plain as the nose on their face.
All right,
This
okay,
is what,
yeah,
this is what boggles my mind.
What I was going to say is that if you have like an AE map type of a layout where it's like a dartboard from the center, and so the center is smaller and then it expands outward. And if you have like 24 equal zones, obviously the inner zones are going to be smaller and tighter together. The outer zones are going to be much more spread out. So the fact that the time zones, that there's 19 in the north, 24 around the 40-degree latitude, and then 32 in the south, obviously fits that, which is interesting because if the actual Earth is more like that, like a dartboard that expands out, versus the globe that would be even, then you can't make them even and make all even time zones if you're going to sell it as a globe. It's like you would have
There
to.
you go.
You know,
Unless
Boom. Done.
It's my turn. Stop it. Hutch.
No. There is one unless there that really needs to get
No,
thrown in
well,
there.
whoever you.
go ahead, Lou.
Wait.
Explore Flat Earth. You just went, man. Come on, let someone else get in. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, unless, and this is the big criticism that has been for years from the Glober side, like if the sun would have to cover more distance as it moves outward from the center of that dartboard, it would have to move faster. Along the Tropic of Capricorn than the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, they'd have to have more and more.
I'm going to interrupt because I had the right to retort.
How further
Gio, hold on a second.
Nobody argued with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. If you're drinking, you just can't be on the live stream. I don't know what else to say. It's very disruptive. You're interrupting everybody. It just doesn't work, man. But go ahead, guys.
I mean, I made my point in like 3 sentences. Freaking, what was the other guy saying? Not the one that muted.
Yeah, I
He
can
said
unmute
it to
him,
the
but
whole world. He put it on his live stream. He live streamed it. I mean, does
do you have something to
anyone
add to
believe
the?
what he says? Yes or no? Does anyone
Do you have
believe what
something to add to this? All right, do you have something to add to this? I think Lou just gave the mic to you, so go ahead.
Well, it wasn't
Yeah,
until that guy.
I'm gonna keep
didn't want
asking
to
the
mute
same
him.
question. Is
Somebody else
everybody denying reality or something? Am I in like some kind of?
Yes, we're all denying reality, dude. What are you talking about most of the fucking time? Anyway, Explorer.
What Witsit says.
be
I
honest.
try to listen to everything he says because it makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, yeah,
If you
a lot of
want
what
to
he says
deny,
makes sense.
I keep hearing.
if you're
listen,
willing to deny what Witsit says, and I'm not going to allow you to interrupt me. I don't care. I'm going to talk right over you.
Why don't you talk about what you talk about?
Look,
Not what
If you
Witsit talks
deny
about.
what Witsit says, if you
hearing you say-
deny, if you
I keep
deny
hearing you
it,
say it's all written. Well, I don't know if there's a lag or you're just purposely doing it. Can we go back and forth? Like,
no,
keep
I
hearing you
want
say
you to tell me that you deny everything that Witsit said out of his mouth. That's what I want you to say. I want you to deny everything that came out of Witsit's mouth. That's
Dude,
what I
who
want you to
cares,
say.
bro?
I'm friends with Witsit. I agree with him on a lot of things. I disagree with him on some things as well. Like, I don't take his word as gospel. Okay. But I just keep hearing from you. I keep hearing you say like it's obvious. We know it's right there. It's in front of you, so on and so forth. But this is very vague, like rhetoric that you're using. Like, point it out then. Show us the truth. You say the truth is right there, and where am I? And blah blah blah. Point out the truth. Write it down. Show it to us. Give us your freaking model, whatever it is. What do you got? Because so far I'm hearing nothing except for you seem to have it all figured out.
I don't want to interrupt. I was just wondering if anybody knows what a GMA is. Golf Mike Alpha.
Ian, I don't know. I'm gonna come up with something, just make something up. Go ahead. What do you want?
Well, we were talking about time zones. Is this linked to time zones or is it a topic change?
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, it's time zone.
It's the scientific time zones, the non-political time zones that are broken down by the minute.
Okay, so it's similar to Greenwich Mean Time, but it's without the political bullshit.
Right.
So
Probably
GM
based
is
off
Greenwich
that.
Mean? Greenwich Mean? Is that what GM means?
Yeah. No, sorry, Greenwich Minute Angle.
Greenwich Minute Angle. Got it. Okay. Super duper. Thank you.
And that answers what I asked like 15 minutes ago. Like, where do you start it then? You know, if you're gonna, they chose Greenwich again, which is also based off of because Greenwich is on the prime meridian, correct?
It was because that's where they were.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when it was initially started, all of this stuff, Greenwich happened to be on the prime meridian. They chose where they were to be the prime meridian, right?
Right. They said we're going to start it here, and then it became the prime meridian. It's not like the prime meridian pre-existed this.
Yeah, it's not a physical line in the earth or anything like that.
Right. And that's why it doesn't matter how many political time zones you have, because there are 1,440 GMAs. And that's what really matters. Sorry, I'll go back on mute.
1,340. If you say it's down to the minute, is that like how many arc minutes there are around? That doesn't make. I don't know a lot about arc seconds and minutes and stuff like that, but why 1,340?
1,440.
Why 1,440?
24 times 60.
Okay, so 24 hours to get around, multiply that by 6. Got it. Okay. But wouldn't that be the same as I guess it could be represented as like an arc minute, right?
No, not really. I guess it could be represented as that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I had to work through that in my head. But yes, you could represent it as arc minute.
So if it's all scientific, why wouldn't they just do it that way with like arc minutes if we live on the globe?
Because that would have me and my neighbor being on different times, and it would be a pain in the ass to get to work at 8 o'clock in the morning.
But if it's accurate, why would it be a pain in the ass?
Because my 8 o'clock wouldn't be my neighbor's 8 o'clock. His 8 o'clock would be my 8:01.
Yeah, it would be overly complicating it. Yeah, I guess. If you live 5 miles down the road, you're going to be a minute off, and you can't meet at the same time.
Exactly. So it's expeditious and easier for us to say this whole area or this whole country is on the same time. And that's why it's
for the political
So what you do is you disregard what the whole basis of what time is based on the close proximity and neighbors that you live amongst. Right? That's what you're saying. Right? So you disregard the clock and the calendar and everything, all the basis of all that it's all been based on because of the political, benefits or whatever, based on your close proximity of your neighborhood, right? That's what you're saying?
I mean, you could say it that way. I
Yeah.
would put it that I
Yeah.
like everybody to show up on time.
Sure, but when you have a definition of what that time is, and then you have a line, which is what the other guy made the point. Oh, I might walk across the street and I'm an hour late. So what you do, you get rid of that. You throw it out the door because you know the guy, and you're like, we'll just all these metrics and everything that we base time upon, we'll just throw it out the window because it's better for me and this guy across the street if we do so. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So then why is it related to the rotation of some big dot in the sky? If that's how you're really going to do it.
Our GMAs are based on that, and the time zones are a political expedient based on and move are changed because it's easier to have you and your neighbor be on the same time.
So you're going to throw away what you and your neighbors have agreed upon to make it easier for you and your neighbors.
Well, it's
I'm
all
just
based
trying to
off
figure
of a
this out,
model.
dude. I'm
It's all
open
based
to it.
off
I'm
of a
just trying to
model,
figure this
right?
out.
Like whether it's the AE model or the GLOW model, they're the same thing, by the way. So it's those longitudinal lines, and that's what we typically use as the line for time zones. Is we break it up into segments, right? And so that way when you're trying to run a business and you want all your employees to show up at the same time, there's no confusion there. It might not be perfect, it might not be exact.
Right. Well, that's the whole thing, is like the second it's politically abrasive to whatever politics are in your close proximity of your neighbors, which are across the street of the time zone, then you're just going to throw the whole thing out the window and make up your own thing right there, right? Right?
I'm not sure I followed exactly what you said there.
I'm just trying to follow what you were saying, and that's where it leads, is that total confusion. It's like, right?
All right.
So if we're all going to agree on what time zones are and everything, and then we're going to throw it out the window because somebody across the street, it might not benefit them as much as the other guy across the street. So what's the point of having time zones?
You're asking for precision, making it purely based off the sun. You can't, but you can have a geographical model, a map or whatever.
No, but you're talking about politics. You're talking about changing the geographical model based on the time zones
I'm not
because
worried
of
about the
politics
zigging
and your
and the
neighbor,
zagging.
and
I'm
making
not
it
worried about.
easier for you guys to, go to your job and all that. That's what you were saying.
Look, that's not making it easy to schedule people is not politics. Okay, that's you don't have to be political to say everybody meet at this place at this time. But you do need some kind of reference frame of understanding what time it is.
Right, and you're
Now, if
saying
you
that
go
the
purely,
moment that... Sorry, go ahead.
if you go purely based off of what he's saying with the GMA, right? Then,
well,
or actually, it might not be exactly what he's saying, so I don't want to misrepresent. But if we use arc seconds or arc minutes, right? And when the sun was literally just at its peak in the sky above your head as noon, and then it's literally each individual has their own time zone. It gets more complicated, not less.
There you go. See, and that's why I think Jeremy was making that point. So what I was saying real quick is, if you're all going to agree on a metric of what this is, but then at the same time throw it out the window when it doesn't benefit you based on your current proximity, then what's the point of having it? So
Look, does it matter what the numbers?
Yeah, yeah. If we made it all the same time, all the freaking time, then all that should be out the window, and you'd have to just freaking like actually communicate with your neighbors and not go just because somebody thinks it's 3 o'clock and the other guy across the street thinks it's 2 o'clock and you're late to
Yeah,
work.
but
Well, maybe that doesn't matter because it's all the same time. You just get along.
yeah, but how do you say meet me at 3, and so you're 3 o'clock versus another person's 3 o'clock, like, or you know, let's log in and talk to each other at 3 o'clock, right? You and me. I don't know where you live. You don't know where I live. I might not want to disclose where I live.
In my scenario, it doesn't matter because there's no time zones. Everyone's
Right.
clock is the same numbers on it, so not even an issue. We're all on the same time.
If you look at the U.S. military, that's the way they operate. When they're deployed, they operate on Greenwich time or UTC time, regardless of where they are in the world.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying, man. It don't matter what
UTC,
the numbers on
GMT,
the clock
same
say.
thing.
You always
That's why most of the world uses military time. I mean, but we're still doing the same thing here, where we break it up into 12-hour segments. It's just cutting it in half and doing it twice.
Yeah, well, those 24 hours are not based on politics. See, that was my point. And even you said there has to be a baseline. So that is
Yeah.
what the baseline is. So when you see time zones being all skewed and warped, and then they claim it's because of politics, well, that's the red flag. That's when you know you're giving some false information, because that doesn't have anything to do with the whole basis of what time zones are supposed to be based on.
Well, I mean, the only time
Right,
politics comes into play, the only time politics really comes into play is like places like China, where they, even though they span like 4 or 5 time zones or something like that, they're big. It might be even more. It might be 6. They span a whole bunch of time zones, what it should be, but they decide to just run all of China on one singular time. Now that means,
Yeah, do you know why? Do you know why?
no, I don't know why.
I mean, I don't know why either, but I could guess that you would just want all your people on the same page. That way, everyone knows when it's 3 o'clock. There ain't no guesswork.
Okay, what if?
No one has to do math to try to figure it out.
That requires everybody to have an actual watch or a clock that's set to it. Whereas I can create a sundial, or I can actually track the sun and determine when it's high noon, when it's whatever. Now you have to then say, okay, where I'm at, high noon is minus 2 hours from the country time. So you're doing the same shit. You're doing the same
Dude,
bullshit.
you just nailed it. You just totally nailed it. So
No, we're
the
not. We're not
sundial
doing the
doesn't.
same bullshit. We're doing. Go ahead.
He just totally made it our point for us. Like, the sundial doesn't have all these weird skiwampus lines on it now, does it?
Nobody's using a sundial to tell time at this point. We all got clocks. We
Well,
can
what
all
if you
set them to whatever time we want.
Yeah,
what if you get
that's
lost
true.
in the woods?
Right, yeah, but that's the sundial doesn't have no politics in it, does it? Because the skiwampus lines.
You're lost in the
on
woods
time
and you need to
zones.
know what time it is.
Right.
Well, yeah, you don't think keeping track of the time of day isn't important in a survival
No, you have to
situation?
have a point of reference, which is true, and that's the point you brought. And that's the whole point I thought we were making here is, okay, well, the time zones don't make sense, because if it was truly based on a point of reference, which is the rotation of the ball or the sun, heliocentric, flat plane, whatever, then they wouldn't be all skiwampus and jagged and shit.
Well, it's only in the fucking places who like choose to ignore it where it's like that. See, like, where for most people in most places, it might not be perfect, but it keeps you fairly accurate as the sun travels around. Like, it might be slightly off here and there, you know, but your time zones, especially in the northern hemisphere, let's again picture that AE map. If we're doing it that way, like, the increments are shorter in between than they are in the south, right? And so you don't really have to worry about it as much. Like
Yeah, but
whether
that's
it's
consistent.
whether it's noon or it's 11:30 or if it's 12:30 doesn't matter that much. You're pretty close already.
Well,
So
but those. Sorry.
and then a thousand miles over, you know, all of a sudden they're 1 hour ahead of you,
Right.
or 1 hour behind you. Like it works pretty well in the northern hemisphere if that's the model we're going to go based off of.
I completely agree with what the logic you're presenting, and the time zones will be warped as you move further from the center of the measurement, the metric. The question is, why are they zigzagging, jiggity-zaggity weirdo?
That's the
Because it should
politics.
be totally consistent, spreading outward as you look. Like if you looked at a UN map, like the azimuthal.
I'm not arguing for the
Yes, the
zigzagging.
times would constantly expand and there would be some warping of how you measure that time, right? But there wouldn't be this weird, like, breakaways and straight diagonal lines conveniently in certain areas around the south and certain areas in the north that nobody gets to go to.
It's for the exact reason Jeremy outlined. It is better for the rulers to have all their people on the same time.
Yeah, you want all your people on the same page. That's what I'm saying. We need to all get on the same time. All humans should it's the same time everywhere. It's not a different time anywhere.
Yeah, the time is now, right?
It's the same.
Like the
Yeah,
present
man,
is the present for everybody.
Moment. That's what I think he's saying, dude. That's fucking A right.
Yeah, but
yeah, like you would just
but the reason we
wake
keep
up.
time, it's not like
The numbers on your clock would just be
other
different
than now.
when you wake up. Or something.
Like other than now, like this is the only time that actually matters. Now the time is the present, blah 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 blah. Like this is like now is now for all of us speaking, right? But how we communicate that time to each other, you know, like if you want to schedule something, if you want to whatever, like you need to have some type of a like a grid or a modeler or whatever. You have to have some type of a system. That's why we have so many of them. You know, GMT, UTC, friggin', you know.
Do you know how annoying that's got to be living on the edge of one of those lines? Do you know how annoying that's got to be living on the edge of one of those lines? You guys hear me?
Yeah, you've been roboting, but you're coming back.
I've actually been burned by that. We went and rented a bunch of jet skis at Lake Powell, and we're hanging out on one side of the bridge, and the jet ski place was on the other side, where it's an hour different. So when we went to return our jet skis on time, we were actually an hour late and ended up having to pay a whole bunch of money for holding them overnight.
Now you're seeing why they got those warped time zones.
Yeah, but it's a trade off though. So like,
oh, you couldn't cross the street in time. Whoops! You owe us an extra day.
Yeah, it's a trade off though. So like, you could say it's 6 o'clock there and it's 5 o'clock here, and oh shit, you know, like which side of the river am I on? But if you were to go with like this, where it's the same time for everyone everywhere, like I guess it wouldn't matter so much locally. Maybe I haven't fully thought this part through, but like again, like especially in a world connected society where we're trying to meet online and do things, you know, like are we talking about daytime or nighttime? Are we talking about, you know, like, do I have to stay up all night in order to do this? Like, you need to have some type of a reference frame. You know, it like I kind of think there's really no avoiding this. You might agree or disagree with it, but you're gonna come up with something that not everybody agrees with. Always.
Dude, we absolutely agree with that's the whole point of the time zone discussion that I thought was brought up. The fact that if this agreed upon reference point that you are referring to, that we've all agreed upon based on some big burning hot ball in the sky or that rotates above us, or if we rotate around it, doesn't matter. We've all agreed on this base point, okay? And it doesn't matter if it's a ball or a stationary plane. There's no reason to have zigzaggy freaking lines other
You
than
keep talking about
a political agenda to take advantage based on those initial metrics.
dude. It's a complete
Right?
straw man. Every
So if
time you
we
say
can't, oh wait,
zigzaggy
you're
lines,
interrupting me now. So if we're all going to agree on this baseline metric, but then whenever I guess we choose to not agree on it based on our political whatever's going on in our localities, then we're going to warp and skew those lines that we've already agreed upon. Well, then what's the point of agreeing on it? That's where we're at right now.
You keep on talking about the zigzags, and I've multiple times said that the zigzags are the zigzags are exceptions. They're not the norm. Okay, the zigzags are exceptions. If you live in a zigzaggy area, well, that's not my fault. Bring it up with your politician. Like, I personally think that following the sun to determine the time is a good method, especially being an outdoor worker. Like, am I going to start during the winter at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. like when the sun is just peaking up, or during the summer at freaking 5:30 a.m. Like, there's a big fucking difference in a northern environment. Like, you gotta follow the sun. That's how we plan our day. That's how farmers do it. That's how they figure this shit out. That's why it's in place.
Are you saying we need daylight savings time?
Oh yeah, I'm for daylight savings. Being from an outdoor worker from a northern climate, yeah, I'm for it.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just said
Yeah,
daylight
if
savings.
you have a job,
Yeah,
if you have
daylight
a
savings.
job that you need to start earlier for, yeah, if you have a job you need to wake up earlier for, that job can just change the time that you come in for those few months or whatever. Why piss everyone off when only a few people need to be pissed off?
Dude, it only pisses off people who fucking don't wake up until noon. Fuck them.
No, daylight savings time is annoying for, I don't know, everyone that
But for 2 or 3
doesn't
days as you're trying to adjust.
matter
Bro, what if you
for.
don't have to wake up till noon every day? Then why fuck that, dude?
I'm just saying.
Because you picked a profession where you got to be up early most days. Yeah, I get it.
No, what I'm saying is it's people who literally don't even go outside during the day who complain about it.
Anti-flat earthers, I know.
The real day depends on the daylight. That's what those are, daylight hours are productive hours.
Really, we should be mad at Canada because they're the ones who came up with the time zones as we currently have them.
We should be mad at Canada for a multitude of reasons, that probably being one of them, yes.
Right. And it specifically the Canadian railroads are who we have to blame.
I mean, we could just start blaming any. Is there any Canadians in here so we can shame you? SC, are you here? Yo, tell me how dope it would be. The whole world's on the same time, and the whole world's speaking the same language, and now we're all on the same page. Wouldn't that be awesome? That's like some Tower of Babel shit, pre-Tower of Babel.
I think that would be awesome. It's definitely the first steps needed to conquer the entire world.
Well, I don't
that's
know
that's
about
some new
conquering
world
shit. I'm
order,
just saying,
dude. That's
bro.
like
It's
that's
getting
exactly. You want to all be on
no.
one
It's getting.
language. You all want to be on one time. You want one government too. Do you want one? Do you want one religion? Do you want like what else do you want one of? One just
Like currency, we should have one currency.
yeah, one currency, sure. Yeah. Let's just all be
Yeah,
a one
yeah.
world. Let's just be a one world order. Like Klaus Schwab isn't such a bad guy
Hold
now,
on,
is he?
listen. Now, if God wanted to confound our language and fuck with us, wouldn't it be Satan's job to make us all one language again? Boom!
Are you saying I'm the Antichrist?
No, I'm saying I don't know who I agree with more, Satan or God.
Doesn't that sound like a good thing for all humans to be on the same page? We're all in this together, right?
No. That sounds like a bunch of clones, a bunch of NP, like literally where you have no free will, no free choice, no fucking freedom of thought of any kind, no free speech, no freedom
Why?
of
You've been watching
any.
too many movies.
It's not
It's literally
1984. We're just going to change the clocks and the language and the money system. That's all.
this idea of everyone being on the same page. Like how far do you want to
Yeah.
take that? I like
How
diversity.
far can we take it?
I like diversity. I like this conversation where we are in disagreement, where we can converse back and forth having differing opinions. I do not want to be just like you.
We're not going to be just like each
Yeah,
other. We're
nobody's
just going to
asking you
be
to
on
be
the
like
same
me.
time, same language. Yeah, we're not. This isn't like going to turn into like 1984, hopefully. I'm just saying, let's all, we're all in this together. Let's all get on the same page.
Time zones are one thing. If we're all the same sex, that's a different thing, okay? Yeah, I get it, Lou. I understand. If everybody's the same fucking gender, right. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not telling you got to get a sex change or
Let's
anything
just all get
crazy.
together on this and all agree. Let's just all agree all the time.
No. What?
Jeremy,
No
I'm
one's
with you
saying
on
that.
the one. I'm with you on the one time zones, but I recently read a book about the Romani language, or however you want to say that word, and the way they
Romulan
use
from
it.
Star Trek?
No, the Gypsies.
He said Star. The
Oh, all right.
Romulans, dude.
But the way that they
Is that
use
Star
their
Wars or I don't know.
no,
Go
the
ahead,
way
my
that
bad.
they use their language as a defense mechanism to ensure the survival of their culture. I think we need to keep our separate languages.
Well, I mean, you're free to do whatever you want on your spare time, but all the keyboards and all the text and all the every time you call the phone, you're not going to have to press 2 for English. You better
Yeah,
just
man.
like
Nobody's gonna be down there
learn the
going,
language.
Yeah, why have any local governments or localities and whatsoever? Why not just have one big overreaching fucking federal, like not just federal, like a world government that literally sets all the rules for everyone everywhere, no matter what their culture, no matter what their beliefs, no matter what their freaking, like why not just do that?
This is Alex Jones.
I mean, Lou, does it make sense?
Sorry.
Does it make sense to you, Lou, that there's some invisible line that you can cross where on this side of the line this is legal, and then if I cross this invisible line now it's illegal? Like, does that even make sense to you, or?
Well, politically, it does sort of make sense. Yeah, like people have drawn arbitrary lines and said that if you're going to live here, then you're going to follow these rules. And the people
Yeah, but
in this area have decided that these are the rules. Like, yeah, I mean, it's complicated, but yeah, it still sort of makes sense.
Dude, if you have weed and you cross some imaginary line or a handgun or just something, and you start crossing imaginary lines, all of a sudden you're now doing something illegal.
Yeah,
Crazy.
no, I'm totally. It is sort of crazy, especially with weed as an example. Like, I live in Wisconsin, which it's completely illegal in all forms. Like, there's no medical, there's no recreational, there's no.
See, you're just a hater because weed's illegal in your state. I know.
but every state around me has it legalized or decriminalized in some form. So, like, no matter what, you're a criminal here. But you know, you can cross the border. You can just drive like 2 hours and go and fucking buy it legally at the store. You know,
Dude, before it became legal in New York, there was a dispensaries all over Massachusetts, and you would go there, and it would be all New York plates in the parking lot.
yeah. No, I mean so even though that sucks, and it doesn't, like, when you put it that way, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But does having one fucking entire world law, or one world, like, where it's just everything is decided for everyone everywhere all the time, is that better?
I mean, I feel like it would be better if we were all on the same page. Yes.
But we're not. We're
The
never going
government
to be.
as it's run
It's a pipe
now.
dream.
The government as it is now, no, that is not a good idea for the government that we have now for this one world order thing to happen. No, terrible idea. Properly run government, it's a good idea.
You're always going to be disenfranchising somebody. You can't get everybody to agree ever on anything.
I don't know. That's why we should just make weed legal everywhere. I bet you everyone would agree on that.
I mean, in this forum, yeah, and I would agree, but no, I know for a fact there's plenty of people out there who think that weed is the devil. You know, like.
Well, they were indoctrinated by those movies from the 60s or whatever.
There will always be people who are anti-weed.
They're called nerds.
Yeah, I cherish the ability to have a differing opinion, to argue with each other without being, you know,
Well, we're still going to argue. We're still going to argue. We're just going to all do it in the same language.
No, we're all going to speak Mandarin someday and see how happy you are with that.
I mean, whatever. I wouldn't, if that was it, just pick one. Just pick one and let's get it over with. I don't care if it's English, Mandarin, Australian.
What, Australia? we're all gonna get all of us are gonna get an accent, like a gay accent, where it sounds like we're asking a question every fucking time we say a sentence.
Anything but Canadian. Like whatever this is, wherever we are, we're here. We're all people. We're all humans. Whatever you want to call us. And we're all in this together ultimately. So we need to start looking at the big picture and stop with all this petty bullshit on a on an earthly scale.
Oh, well, on a certain level, okay, like I'm gonna pick that apart. I agree with that. Not that we need separate, not that we all need a universal language or a universal time, but we do need to come together and realize that we're all human and that we all have the same basic interests. That we all just want, we want to have the basic, we want to have the right to live, to clean water, clean air, and where we're not struggling to raise our children. We want, yeah, food as well. Of course, we want access to good food. Like we all have the same basic interests in mind, right? Like, but when it comes to, and also like politically, people will always disagree to a certain extent. There will be people who are left leaning, people who are right leaning, or however you want to put it. But most people, the majority of people, are actually somewhere in the middle. They can agree with certain things on both sides. They're not all one way or all another, but that's what they've done to us politically, is they've made us all extremists, especially in this on the online forums. Like you're either all Trump or you're all Biden or you're all blue pill or you're all red pill or you're all. We're just so polarized. But
we obviously can't go forward. Go ahead.
What we do need to do is come together and just realize that we are all human. We have the same basic interests, and that this just the same as what you want. You want to be left alone. You don't want to be bothered. Well, neither do I. You don't want me telling you what to do. Well, I don't really want to tell you what to do either.
Yeah, but somebody needs to tell people what to do, though. If not, we have all out chaos.
No, that's not true, man. Freaking now.
There's got to be rules, dude. There's got to be rules. If we didn't
societal norms, I would put it like, yeah, like if you're too far off, like, and again, this comes down to like, well, not again for the first time in this conversation, but I know you've heard it before. But if you're not doing harm to somebody else, like, then this is kind of a libertarian way of thinking, right? Like, if you're not harming somebody else, then what you're doing is fine. If you're harming yourself, so be it. Go for it. But as soon as you do harm to somebody else, now you're infringing on their right to be free, to be human, to be, to live. Now that's a problem. We don't need it. And society will pretty much fix that on its own. It doesn't matter what type of governmental structure you have, whether it's communism or socialism or democracy or republic or freaking Marxism or whatever, any of these things. Freaking like the people are the ones who really keep each other in check. Like, and we're not all that much different. There's certain differences, but all of that is influenced by the government itself. We still, again, have the same basic needs and interests. Nobody really wants to go out and harm somebody, like, as far as the people go. Like, it's very rare. Like, dude, and if somebody does, it's because they're sick. They're sick in the fucking head, and probably because they've been broken by a destroyed system, a fucking poisoned system that poisoned them, poisoned their mind, poisoned their body. Like they're broken. But society will figure out what to do with them. We don't need a fucking structure to figure out what to do with them, or it won't be complete anarchy and chaos.
Well, I mean, you got to have rules. If you have rules, then yeah, we'll keep everything under control. If there's no rules, though, I mean, we literally have to tell you what you can and can't do. Otherwise, there's chaos.
But the rules are obvious, though. Like the same. Everybody, everywhere, in every system has the same basic rules. It's only when it comes to like you're just like, golden rule. Do unto others as you would like to be done unto yourself. Do not, do no harm. Oh, whatever.
Hey, do we keep the building codes? Do we keep all the building codes as they are?
Building codes are probably actually a little bit. I mean, being a builder, construction worker. I understand
Bob
the
the
need.
builder.
I understand the need for making sure that you have safe structures and stuff like that. But
so So there's just one example. We need to tell people.
It's not the government that ensures that they're safe.
That's one example where we need rule. We need to tell you when you before you go build something. We need to tell you what you can't do. There has to be rules there. Otherwise, we have buildings collapse and all out chaos all over the place.
We can do anything. I would argue we can do anything privately better than with the government. Now, like, yeah, finding people for things doesn't make us better. Like, doesn't make structures safer.
Fines is like a poor people tax. Like if I get caught speeding or a parking ticket and I got to pay a fine, that only really matters if you're poor. Like if you're rich, you can just speed all over the place, get as many parking tickets as you want. Fines are like nothing if you're rich. It's actually a socioeconomic thing with this whole fine thing. Because think about it, if you have $1 billion, do fines even matter to you? Are you worried about parking tickets and speeding tickets and shit? Like, you're not worried. You're parking wherever the fuck you want.
Look, just because they have building inspectors and OSHA and all kinds of other fucking things, like, doesn't mean that somebody's not fucking something up somewhere or cutting a corner somewhere. We still have building collapses happening even with all these regulations.
I know, and imagine if we didn't have people telling... Imagine if we didn't have people telling what...
I mean,
imagine if we didn't have... Go ahead.
Do you think that a builder is going out there like purposely gonna save a few bucks, but possibly sacrifice 100 lives? You think they're purposely doing that? No, they take pride in their work. They want to be better. See, like if it was true capitalism and everything else,
dude, that ain't.
Bro,
that ain't how building shit works.
They want to build the biggest, strongest, safest structure. And prove why they're the best. When mistakes happen.
That's absolutely not. Oh, go ahead, man. I'll wait. Just wrap it up, please. You said a whole bunch of things I want to respond to. Please.
Okay. I'm just saying when mistakes happen, when buildings collapse and stuff like that, it's due to errors. It's not because and the government doesn't catch it until after the fact. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay, that's absolutely not how building shit works these days. We're not trying to be the best, show everyone we're the best, and take pride. We slap shit together with the cheapest materials as possible to make the most profit. That's how building shit works these days. I don't know what kind of construction you do, but that's not the kind of construction that I've seen happening as a whole.
Okay, I'll agree there's a certain balance that's to be done, but especially in a small business, because I'm in a small business, right? Like, you have to get an edge over your competitors. Reviews count big time. Subsidy money doesn't fucking count for shit. Just, you know what I'm saying? If you're sponsored by the government, it's because you fucking lobbied the right dickhead. But if you literally built it from the ground up without any fucking government involvement, so on and so forth, it's because you have a better product. It's because you have a better customer experience. They it's you have to prove that, like, I do mostly siding, right? I'm a carpenter. I do mostly siding. Like customers have to come and say, I want this guy to do my house. I want, that's how you get an edge. And that's where you all of a sudden can charge a little bit more than the other guy when they want you.
Yeah, I hear you. There are still some carpenters and construction crews that do take pride in their work, and they do try to do the best job they can. But I mean, still, for the most part, people are using shoddy materials. They're slapping it together as fast as possible to make the most profit. That's in general as a whole. That's how we're building things these days.
Right. Well,
Just
but
slap it together as fast as
if
possible.
that's the case, then you're proving my point. Then the government regulations aren't working. They're not making safer structures. They're not making better built structures. They're literally just freaking in
No,
there
they're
to
making
find
sure it's
people.
safe. No, they're making
In
sure
there.
it's still safe. They're making sure it's safe.
What? How do you know? They're still collapsing. We got bridge collapses. I just in Milwaukee, we just had a freaking parking structure collapse. Fucking like it was like a 5-year-old parking structure collapsed.
I don't know. People fuck up. Mistakes are made. Maybe it was because the guy was trying to save $10. Maybe it was just an honest mistake. Who knows? But those codes, the codes that are in place, they keep us safe. Houses, you don't have house fire to house fire because there's rules on all the fire code and shit. Like the electrical thing, shit would be burning down all over the place if there wasn't
No, but my
these
argument
codes.
is
That's
that
why
my
these
argument
codes
is
are in
that
place. That's why these codes are in place because shit was burning down crazy, so they had to do something.
like I like your argument. Like there's something to be said about it, but there's something to be said about it. But it doesn't mean that there's not like with the right incentive, like you know, let's say you're the company who built the fucking structure that burned, or you're the company that built the structure that collapsed. That's a bad mark on you. You're gonna try to do better, and somebody who is your competitor, and you should pay all of the cost for that. You know, like your company goes down, like you don't fucking just you know have your insurance freaking pay for it and just continue on. No, your company should disappear when that happens. Somebody else who does better should replace you. That's like true capitalism.
Yeah. But anyways, we may have veered off track here a little bit.
Time zones.
Yeah, do the numbers on the clock really matter? If you wake up when the sun comes up and you go to bed when the sun goes down, does it really matter what the numbers on the clock say?
Yeah, dude. I mean, in order to, well, I mean, I guess throughout a year, this is why I was saying it. Being, you know, northerner, I think you are too, aren't you? But like,
I'm in New York, yeah.
yeah. If you do have to work based on daylight hours, then it's a pretty big swing. It's not like just 1 hour. It's like a 3-hour change of when the fucking sun comes up and goes down.
Yeah, but they only shifted an hour, and if your company wanted to, your company could just say, okay, it's spring equinox, we're going into work earlier, or however the fuck it works, or it's Christmas, you know, they could just change their hours of operation. That's all. Don't mess up the whole friggin'
All right, so
everyone in the whole area that.
So this month we're starting at 6 a.m. This month we're starting at 8 a.m. You know, like
If you want, or you could just work from 9 to 5 whenever you want, whenever your company wants you to work. Yeah.
But you can't do that. It's dark before 5 during the winter.
So then come in whatever hours you need to accommodate.
Order him. You're the king.
Talk to him.
Order him to come in at a certain time. Order him.
Listen, who gives a fuck what time the sun goes down? You got work to do, finish it, and go home.
No, it matters. A lot of
You
jobs.
know,
being lazy.
you sign up to do a job, you do it. You sign up to do a job, you do it in the
Stop
allotted
being-
time that you said.
Stop being lazy.
Word.
The king, you can order him.
do your job that requires seeing in the dark. Yeah, do that one. Yeah.
They don't make construction lights, bro? Oof.
Dude.
Only one can
That's
order me
an
around is
hassle,
the
though.
king.
If you had to set up,
Why
if you're
would
doing
you-
a roof, God.
Yeah, why would you have to buy a shit ton of fucking lights and power them up and set them up and waste all the fucking time and money to do that setup when all you have to do is shift your day by an hour?
Or just shift your schedule, your work schedule by an hour, and not have everyone in the whole area disenfranchised on what time is it. Oh, I didn't set my clock back. I'm late for work. Whatever the case may be. You don't need to disrupt everyone's time just because there's a few. I'd have to guess most people don't even need to be concerned with this daylight hours savings time thing.
Well, again, I mentioned it
No, we can
already.
order them.
It really had to do with like, somebody said it had to do with railroads, but no, I'm pretty sure it has mostly to do with like farmers, like up at the ass crack of dawn and working. They're working the sunlight. That's when they work.
Yeah,
their
farmers
crops.
have to know
Like,
that stuff. Yep.
They're cattle and whatever else. They got to be milked first thing in the morning. The eggs got to be collected. The freaking, like it all has to do with like how the animals work and how the crops work, and that's all based off of the sun.
Yeah, the
Can
rooster
we play the
crows
game
the
again?
farmer gets up.
Please. Can we play
What's
the
up?
game where you're the king again? Please. Can we play
Dude,
the
you're
game
not the
where
king,
you're the
bro. You're
king
never
again?
the king. Never, ever. Not for a moment. Ever, never.
No, you're the king, not me. I don't want to be the king. Can we play the game again?
You didn't. You couldn't handle me being the king. You tried to get everyone to overthrow me.
No, that's probably
You
what
can't
needs to
handle me being
happen.
the
But
king.
look. You're not the king, but let's pretend you're the king. You're just acting.
Explore Flat
You're an
Earth is just
actor.
desperate to fucking go against the man. Whatever man, show me a man, damn the man.
No, you guys,
This is
you
going to be a
guys, you
train
guys
wreck.
really don't know how to defeat your enemy. This is what I'm trying to. I mean, Witsit, I think he gets it. I think he does.
Okay,
I
does
mean,
this have to do with time
hasn't
zones?
talked to me.
You
He
are
hasn't
law.com.
he hasn't
Come on,
directly.
guys.
He's trying to figure it out.
Time
And
zones.
look, I pray to the man that tries to figure out how to defeat their enemy.
You pray to Witsit?
No, I try to pray to a man who's willing to try and do something like that.
Wait, you
And I
just
pray
said you're
he
gonna pray
believes
to a
he
man?
has the same. I believe he has the same covenant as I do. So
Covenant?
yeah, I really do pray that he kind of like teaches you boys a lesson you'll never forget. and look, I'm in on it too. So
He doesn't.
Bro, you
they
can tell
really
right
hate
now.
my guts. They really do.
You're talking to
When I
people
say
who have
they,
been
I know who they is.
You're talking with people who have been
Listen,
talking
stop.
with Witsit since he
Okay.
became a flat earther, since he joined the entire freaking the whole community. Okay, like I was here before he was known by anybody. Okay, like I met him in real life. I know who Witsit is. I know what he thinks. I've argued with him and I've agreed with him. Like to say that you pray to him and that he's gonna just freaking show up and give us
Oh,
our
I don't pray. I
reckoning.
pray to my Father that He understands the truth, not him. Come on now, quit representing
Yeah,
what I'm trying to do here.
You misspoke.
Stop
then.
it. No, I didn't misspeak. I
Yeah, you
do
did.
pray
You
to my
did. You
Heavenly
said you pray to
Father
a man.
that Witsit
Hold on,
understands what I
EFE, Explore Flat
understand.
Earth, you did. You said you pray to a man who does this, that, and the other. So, and that's okay if you misspoke. Just admit it, right?
Look, man. Look,
Oh, come
I'm
on.
just trying to teach you that
You
this
have nothing to
really
teach us, pal.
isn't that hard. It's not that difficult
You
to
have nothing
figure
to teach
out,
anybody.
man.
Did you know that? You have nothing to teach anybody. At all.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. Someone went against you and just didn't let you monologue this time.
Is that
You
napalm?
What do you got to say? You tell us how to live life, pal. Let's go.
This is really easy, okay?
Okay, let's go.
This
Let's hear
is
it
so
all.
simple. You can't arrest a man for not taking his fucking hands out of his pockets.
What does that have to do with
You
anything?
just can't do that.
You again. Oh no.
What does
Does
this have to do with
everybody
anything?
agree, yes or no?
What does
Jump
that have
out
to do with anything, bro? Come on.
Don't
No,
answer
we're
the
not.
question.
We're not doing this.
Ugh.
Explorer. We're not doing that. Just so.
What the
Let's just.
fuck's happening?
Apologize, but look.
What's going on?
They're allowed to answer or ask me questions and think that I'm some fucking dummy and I don't
You
know
are
the
dumb,
law.
and you're drunk.
You big
No
I
dummy.
one
asked
said
them a
that.
stupid question and they
No
don't
one said
even
that.
want to
Our
answer.
voice
They
here.
run, Brian. You're the
Listen,
king. Do they have to answer my question, Brian?
He's a big dummy.
He
He's a
said
big
Earth
dummy.
is a globe.
I mean, if you're the king and
Jeremy, we have to get you a signal booster or something. You robots so bad sometimes.
Will a cell phone signal booster help?
I don't know. I'm sure we can figure something out.
Just go to an area where they're not trying to listen in on all your conversations, Jeremy. Stop being such a targeted individual, okay?
I'm in a Faraday cage.
Yeah, stop being a big dummy, Jeremy.
do you guys think it would be a bad idea if I took all the proceeds of my award and handed it to Witsit? Do you think that would be a bad idea or
No.
a good one?
The proceeds of your what?
Dude, why don't you
I'd
live
love
off
to
some
see
of
your
that?
award.
Give
Whatever
money
they
to
owe.
like a lot of people. How about that?
Whatever they owe.
Why don't you give money to like homeless people or starving people instead?
Make
I
believe
think Witsit can do all that. I don't have to
He's
do
not going to
shit.
do that.
All I got to
He's
do
got
is
his
hand it
own.
over to
No.
him.
Hold on. He's running a website. He's doing other things. He's not feeding the poor. Why don't you go and help the poor? You
Look,
sound
I'd rather help
concerned.
him because he's obviously intelligent.
Are you a plant here
He's
to like?
on my side.
Are you a
Let's be
plant
more
here to
specific.
make
How about like homeless veterans? Like, yeah,
something like
give your
that?
money
Yeah.
to homeless veterans. Yeah.
Yeah. Explore Flat Earth. Are you
I could
here to
ask you
like
the
poison
same
the
thing.
well?
Why doesn't the
Are you here?
government
Hold
do
on.
that?
Are you here
Why
to
doesn't
poison
the
the
government
well
do that?
with
Why do they
Witsit's
give it to
name?
NASA? I could
Check it
ask
out.
the same questions. I could be really brutal on
He's
you. I
wearing a
promise.
wire.
Explorer. Hold on. Explorer, are you drunk right now?
No, of course not. I'm of sober mind.
I thought you said you were drinking earlier.
Yeah,
I'm
like 40
allowed to lie to my enemies. So yeah, I get the I have some things from my heavenly Father, Yah, that He allows me to do, so that I can try and communicate with you.
Hey,
Because
all
you're
right,
all
listen,
like,
just chill out.
Drink your wine.
Okay,
I
just
apologize.
just
Hey
chill
Brian,
out.
Brian, I will chill.
Yeah,
You're
you gotta
exactly
chill, man.
right.
All right,
I
you gotta
will
chill the
chill.
fuck out, man.
I will chill.
Who's Brian? Brian's not even here.
Yeah, who the fuck is Brian?
Yes,
Yeah, who
yes.
is that?
I'm sorry, Jeremy. I apologize.
Is it just me or is Explore Flat Earth always sound drunk? No disrespect, but he always sounds drunk.
He does.
Yeah,
He
hey, Elasma.
Yo, what's
You
up?
can fuck off, and when you get there, you can keep fucking off. How about that one?
I was there
He went
already.
there.
When
That's a good one.
I was there.
He went there.
How drunk am I, dude? How
He
drunk am
fucking
I
went
now,
there.
dude?
Don't worry,
Is that
bro. I was
something
there
that
with your mom
Yah
already.
did Yah give you the power to say that to him?
He's not fucking playing anymore.
Y'all gave me the power to
Yahoo!
start this mom.
Yahoo!
Yeah, good job,
You
Arma. You
invoke
got
your
the notes.
God's
You got the
name. You
notes.
invoke your God's name. I destroy your God. Come on, I'll destroy you too, my man.
Come on, who wants to hear about contract law?
Hold on, we
I
don't need
need 'em.
another person who thinks their dick's bigger than everybody else's coming in here. We already got one Explore Flat Earth. Let's not make it two, Alazma.
Okay, sorry, no problem, guys.
All right.
Let's have a conversation about something, man.
Yep.
So basically, I was looking in the mirror and I noticed how fucking sexy I am. What do you guys think? Do you think I should like ask myself out?
Oh my God. Do we have anything real?
Yes.
No, I'm
Actually, I
joking.
know
I'm
the
joking.
By the
feeling.
way,
To
I'm
ask your
getting
right
kind of
hand out.
sexy looking in the mirror too. I've been
Explorer's
cutting it
sounding
up
pretty
lately,
good right
so
about
I'm
now,
getting
isn't he?
pretty fucking sexy.
No, I'm
Again.
joking. No, but listen, can I ask you? I'm assuming there's a lot of flat earthers in here. Do you guys think that the Earth has gone through like cycles of like ice ages or not? Because I've been asking this for a lot of flat
I
earthers.
do personally. I do think
What do
Earth has gone through ice age cycles. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think caused like the last ice age? Because I've been looking into like Graham Hancock's theories of the fact that like the North American ice sheet, the North American continent was covered in like an ice sheet, and that an asteroid they believe hit it and melted it, and that's what caused like the biblical floods. And this happened about 12,000 years ago. What do you think of that theory?
I think that gas pressure
I
requires
love-
a container.
I absolutely love Graham Hancock.
I do.
Go ahead.
He's amazing. He's amazing, that man. Such an intelligent man.
Warming and cooling periods. I don't disagree with them anyway. I'm not
No.
sure I'm 100% convinced. I don't disagree with warming and cooling periods and ice ages and stuff like that. Like this could definitely happen on a flat Earth. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it
yeah.
has anything. I don't think it has anything to do with the second part of your thing about asteroids and shit like that. I really doubt that. Like,
So what do you think? What do you think? What do you think would have melted the ice caps? This is basically what I'm asking. What do you think? Because I
what
spoke to
caps?
SC Montreal. He said that he thinks that it was like an earthquake that triggered type of a sinkhole event, which could be possible as well. What do you think?
It could have been a volcano eruption, crazy
Yeah.
volcanoes or something. Who knows, man? It could have been
What
anything,
do
but
you
there is a
What do
lot of
you
evidence.
think? What do you think? By the way, I'm
No,
not.
I would argue that it probably has to do with the cycles of the sun, which we as men can't really track in all of its minutia. Like maybe it comes closer and goes farther away. Maybe it
Gets stronger because it does happen. The sun does like
maybe
flare
it
up.
gets stronger. But yeah, our warming cycles and cooling cycles, and there's a lot more to think about than just that too. Like it would have to do with with all of your like the gases that are produced on the earth, and maybe they go through cycles as well. So
Yeah.
like you know there's there's just too much to really like pinpoint and say this is what
By the
caused.
way, it's not a trick question or anything like that. It's not a trick question. I'm not trying to like thingy. I just want to know like what the flat Earth is. What everyone thinks because I find it really interesting because I really like Graham Hancock and I really like his theories. I don't know, they make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, Graham
Yeah,
Hancock shit's for the most part. Go ahead, Will.
well, I mean, you keep on like heating to me. Go ahead yourself.
Damn.
Yeah, other than the asteroid shit, Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson shit is right on point. He's on
He is,
point,
isn't
dude, with
he?
his whole shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been
It could
thingy.
have been
I've read all of his books. I've read all of Graham Hancock's books, man. I love his books. So what do you
the
guys
debate they did.
think? What do you guys
The
think of
debate
Zachariah?
they did on Joe Rogan. The debate
Yeah.
they did on Joe Rogan was awesome
Amazing.
with Graham
Yeah, I
Hancock
know.
and Randall Carlson.
He's been there twice though. He's been there twice, I think, or 3 times even.
More than that, he's been there more than that. But they did a debate once with the publisher, the owner of Skeptic Magazine, and one of his geologists, and it was
Oh
it was
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Yeah, man. I love him.
Yeah. So about the gases thing, I think that's probably something that isn't talked about much in even the mainstream. Like it probably has a giant effect, maybe even a bigger effect than anything else. Maybe the sun is doing what it just always does, but the cycles of like algae blooms and things like that, like there'll be times where more gases are produced, causing more of a greenhouse effect, causing more heating and so on. And that heating would then reach to a point where it then like kills those blooms and then it recedes and so on and so forth. Like it could just be like a natural cycle that happens within the terrarium, so to speak.
Do you think it's a terrarium? Do you think it's a closed system then?
Oh, even even the globe model says that that we live in a closed system.
Well, it is, but our closed system is because of gravity. Your closed system is because of a dome,
No,
isn't it?
it's not because of
No,
gravity that you live in a closed system.
Wait, what is it
it's
then?
not a closed system. That's some goofy shit anti-flat earthers say. No one else would really realistically say that because we know it. They know it's an open system. They're sending spaceships out, asteroids. No heliocentrist on a rail is going to say it's a closed system. That's
No.
crazy.
Literally, the heliocentrists, like the experts, not like the people we talk to. Like they will literally tell you that. Like Bill Nye even said, you have to understand
That's
that we
true. I
live in a
remember that.
closed system, right?
I remember
Like
that. Yeah.
yeah. Now the system, it like no matter how vast it is, it's got a limit, right? It's got a limit to its boundaries, therefore closed. But so it depends on like, are you talking about another system within a closed system? Or are you talking about, you know, but yeah, you like see the Globers, the heliocentrists, they like to pretend like they live in a closed system, on the grand scale, but that they live in a, an open system here, and somehow gravity solves it. It doesn't work.
It does. It works perfectly fine.
See, this is how these debates fucking start. You know, some guy brings up some bullshit, and then someone's got to correct them. All right, you guys bring this upon yourselves. All right, it's your fault.
You guys are the ones saying it's open and closed at the same time. I don't know what to tell you, Armbar.
Exactly.
Depends what you mean.
You're talking
I'm
about
not.
us
I'm
making
not getting
goofy
into this, man.
claims.
I'm not getting into this.
You're not getting into this? Oh, I thought you were going to correct us. You just said we need to be
You're
corrected.
tempting me right now. You know
What
that?
happened?
You're really tempting me right now.
Arma, which is it? Is it an open system or a closed system?
I think it's. I mean, if you want to get like super technical, then I guess.
Oh, you had two choices. Is it an open system or a closed system?
I think it's technically a closed system. I mean, according to what they say.
Holy shit.
It is a closed system. It's a closed
Unfucking believable.
system, but it's because of gravity.
All right, what's a closed system? What does a closed system mean?
What does a closed system mean?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but I think a closed system is like what, like nothing's really like escaping or whatever or some shit. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know what it means, but if from what I've heard from these debates, I think it's a closed system. But
You're right. You're right.
Okay, you don't know. You don't know what it is. You said he's right, so you don't. You also don't. What? You
It has to do with
give the
entropy. It
definition.
has to do with energy transfer.
I know.
Hold on, give your definition again, Armbar.
like, I mean, like I vaguely know what it means. Like, I think it's just like stuff like. What is it, like stuff escaping? Because I remember when I had this debate, it was like the air or some shit or something like that. I don't know. I forget, to be 100% honest with you. Like, I don't really.
Air would fit into it, but no, it's literally about the transfer of energy.
Transfer of energy? Okay, then.
A closed system. No.
Boy,
a closed-
Arma.
Hold on. A closed system. Go ahead, Gio.
Let me just double check. Let me see.
No, go ahead, dude. No, you can go ahead. There's a delay. I was just gonna say real quick. Arma came in like, "Oh, this is how the debate starts because someone's dropping bullshit." And then we ask him, about the open closed system. He's like, "Oh, I don't really know. I don't know."
Because the last time we had this debate or whatever, which was a while back, whatever. I remember it was specifically talked. It was specifically about like the error or some shit. So like I know there's like other you could also treat open and closed system with like other things, but in terms of like matter. I believe Earth is practically a closed system. Look, I'm looking it up right now on Google. It's like it says Earth is essentially a closed system with respect to matter. I know there's also like the energy aspect to open and closed systems, but
well, you guys,
I don't know enough. I don't know enough to confidently say 100% that this and that. Whatever.
Hold on.
The
Hold on.
universe in your
you went
model.
last time. Hold on a second.
Go ahead. I just wanted to clear. I'll make it quick. The universe in your model is a closed system, okay?
The universe?
The universe, yes, is a closed system.
Yeah.
The Earth itself is open to the rest of the universe.
But is that what they mean by like open and closed system though? Like,
yeah, let me just tell you what a closed system means. It means matter cannot be exchanged. If it's closed, there's no matter exchanging. Okay, if you say Earth is a closed system, that means no matter can be exchanged with Earth and outside Earth.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why I was saying, like, I think technically speaking, if you want to get like really technical, then sure. But I think it's the same argument that you can have with like.
Sure what?
I think it's the same argument you can have with a lot of other words, where like like a certain there's no such thing as a circle then at that point because like there's no such thing as like perfect circles in real life. I think it's the same thing here where when we say like the Earth is a closed system, we're saying like it's practically closed. You know what I'm saying? Like it's closer to closed than it is open. Like the amount of matter that's
So it's open.
If that's true, then you could never send a rocket or a satellite or anywhere.
Don't jump back and forth. It is a closed system because of gravity. It is a closed system, and it's because of gravity. It's just because of the date. Oh.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I said don't jump back and forth. You don't have to because they're just going to pick on it. It is a closed system, so what? It's because of gravity. And what?
A closed system means that you can't exchange matter. So if Earth is a closed system, we can't exchange matter with the outside Earth. That's what you think.
It acts like a closed system, and you need an escape velocity to escape the planet. Do you know what the escape velocity needs to be to escape this closed system? Go on, let's see if you even know.
Can you just answer my question
When did
first
you escape
before
Earth to
before I
determine
answer
that?
that? Can you just let him answer my question before I answer that? Because otherwise, we just keep asking questions that no one answers, and that's silly.
Wait, hold on. You talking about the other guy?
Yeah. Do you think Earth can exchange matter with outside Earth?
Not me, right?
No,
The other
no.
guy, right?
Listen. The one there was one I was trying to remember. What
He'll never. Okay.
There's a third option too. There's the isolated system. So, and Jeremy, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to correct you a little bit on this. Also, I just looked it up and got a refresher. So in thermodynamics, a closed system can exchange energy as heat or work, but not matter.
That's what I said. What do you mean? What do you?
But
That's
so
what I said.
matter cannot be exchanged. But what I was saying before you said that was about energy. So it can
This
a
ain't
closed
about
system
energy, though.
can exchange energy. So like heat from a sun or whatever else. An isolated system, that's the one that I couldn't think of. So like neither one of us
That
claims
doesn't even exist.
An
There's no
isolated
such thing as
system
an isolated.
cannot exchange heat, work, or matter.
This is about the matter. This is about matter leaving or not being able to leave.
Yeah,
If it's closed, matter can't leave.
But Jeremy, I mean, it's weird though, because I mean, like you're trying to like if you want to get technical, then technically there's no such thing as a closed system then, because there's always going to be some sort of imperfection or something to where something could escape or some
There's
shit.
lots of examples. There's lots of examples of closed systems.
Like,
well, let me look that up. No, I'm just going to be a Glover about it. For example, like inside of a cell, like energy can be transferred in between, but like matter itself cannot.
but I feel like there's still some sort of like, even most cells I imagine aren't like. I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I imagine there might be some sort of like, I don't know, maybe like I was gonna say like imperfection in it, where maybe it's like leaking something. I don't know. Maybe you're right. But
A cell might not be a good example, but I think it is still it gave you the idea, because like you might have like a virus penetrating the cell or whatever else. So then that would be matter, right? But like
no, you actually just okay. There you go. Thank you. You helped me out with that.
No, so like okay, imagine you do have a terrarium set up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's perfectly sealed. Nothing can escape or enter physically, right?
Uh-huh.
But you can still heat it up on the inside with thermal energy from the outside, right?
Yeah.
That's a closed system.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not yeah, like if we're gonna get like really technical, then sure, I would say Earth is an open system. But I think because like sure, technically stuff does technically leave, but like that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's more of a like it's effectively closed. Like because so little escapes, I imagine that it's not really,
Armbar, you just told us a minute ago if we wanted to get technical, it's a closed system. Now you're saying if we want to get technical, it's an open system.
I could have sworn I said technically. I said no. I'm pretty sure I used when I used technically earlier. I said open. I'm pretty sure I did.
No, you said closed. You
Hold on,
did.
hold on. I'll look it up real fast.
Maybe he misspoke. It's fine. Either way, we can exchange matter. Either way, we can exchange matter. Either way, we can exchange matter with outside Earth, right?
Yeah, I imagine. Like imagine
if the Earth crashes into the sun and the sun enters Earth, would you still say it's closed?
Well, obviously at that point, no. But that's what I'm saying. Like I think that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's effectively like it's a closed system. But yeah, sure. I mean, I guess stuff can leave, the stuff can enter. It's not really closed in that regard. But like I said, I think it's such a small amount that on the on the grand scale, it's like it's practically closed.
That's pretty wishy-washy,
Okay.
Armbar.
Listen, if the moon or Jupiter or we crash into the sun or something, is that possible that we crash into the sun someday?
I mean, if something crashed into the Earth and then redirected the Earth, then I guess yeah, sure.
Yeah. So aren't we?
The question there would be whether or not the sun is within our closed system or without. Is it outside of it? Like
in his heliocentric paradigm, we could it's possible that we could crash into the sun, or another planet could hit us, or something. And if that being the case, it has to be open.
Well,
for
there's
that
also
to even happen.
Well, that's not. Hold on. So let's use another example. Let's use like a jar or something. Let's say we close it, right? But then I don't know, at the top of the lid, I poke a hole in it. Now it's open. Like it was closed before. It's just open now because I've made it open. So maybe when it crashes into the sun, maybe you could argue at that point, and then it's open. But beforehand, it was closed.
So we got a container around Earth, and you're going to open it up when it.
Well,
you're not
maybe
making sense, Armbar.
I'm just.
Yeah, remember.
It depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Remember what I told you when I educated you
Closed
about a
system.
closed system, the terrarium, right? Nothing can escape or enter as far as matter goes,
Mm-hmm.
but energy can still be transferred.
Right. I get that.
Is your sun or your moon inside of the terrarium or outside of the terrarium? And can we go there?
The sun is outside. The moon, that's tricky depending on how you want to like. Oh, the atmosphere extends, whatever.
That might be too tricky. We'd go.
I'm not gonna
way off
touch
on a
that
tangent.
one. But the sun,
Okay,
I
let's just
imagine
do
is
the sun.
yeah. The sun's
So,
definitely outside for
is the
sure.
sun inside or outside of your terrarium?
Outside.
Now, can we ever get there?
To the sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. In
Then
theory.
it's open.
I mean,
your view.
I guess if that's how it's defined, then I guess I'll concede that would be open in that case. If that's how it's defined. Let me see.
It's a closed system. The gravitational boundary is the lid.
It's not the limit.
You just
We
want
can
us to,
escape.
praise gravity as like the answer to all of our questions. Like you've never proven gravity. You have no experiment to show gravity.
Okay, then you know what to do. Open your window and jump out. And if you don't fly upwards, my point has been proven.
Yeah, you just proved my point pretty clearly that you have no fucking clue what you're
You can
talking
fly.
about. You just praise
Oh,
gravity.
so you can fly. Okay, no problem.
Well, okay. How about this?
We can fly. Yes, we have airplanes and rockets and shit. We can fly, dude.
Well,
Open your window and jump out. And if you can't fly without an airplane, I'm right.
Well,
come
dude,
on, bro.
this is such an overplayed kind of concept. I mean, dude, gravity means weightedness. We all agree that there's weight. What you're talking
There's
about,
only
perhaps,
weight because of gravity.
and you're interrupting me. What you're talking about are the theories of gravity, of gravitation, which are different theories related to globe Earths and all of that. That's a separate concept than the fact that things fall down. They've tried to conflate those and mix those together and say, oh, things fall down, therefore they're clinging to the center of a ball and all that stuff. But you can't just conflate those.
I think I destroyed Witsit pretty thoroughly on this point earlier.
Enter or escape.
Because your electrostatics doesn't
What the
work.
fuck is
So you have
Witsit become a deity? We got like the atheists and the fucking and the fundies, like the Witsit fundy and the Witsit atheists. Like I either believe or I don't believe in Witsit. What the fuck is going on?
No, I was just saying, me and him were discussing this earlier, and since you guys all invoke him, I absolutely thoroughly destroyed him on this earlier.
Nobody invoked anything.
Electrostatics doesn't work. Electrostatics doesn't work. There is no other explanation for the force that we call gravity. You guys can't find anything. Your concept and the one that you guys keep coming out with doesn't work. I have destroyed it every single time. Every single argument you have, ultimately, we can destroy.
All right, well,
so you know what?
Yeah, your ego's not interesting to talk to. Do you want to actually talk about a point?
Well, I want to
Other
know how
other than just how you think you destroyed something that you didn't destroy. That's really
I
pointless.
kind of want to know how he destroyed it by just literally saying gravity every fucking time. Gravity, 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 gravity does this. You know what? I win because gravity.
Because you don't have a replacement, and the replacement you come out with every single time I destroy. That's why. Because my concept works better. So come out with something better.
What is gravity? What is gravity?
Gravity is something that attracts other things. We don't know exactly what it is. No one knows exactly what it is. All we know is that it exerts a force, and we can measure that. We can explain that. So we have
How do you prove gravity then?
Just like I said to you, Okay, let's measure. Let's say how do you prove the gravity on the Earth? So on the Earth, the gravitational constant is
So what?
9.81
No.
newtons. Let
More
me finish.
specifically,
Let me
again, I'm
finish.
going to go back to the first question. What is gravity?
No one knows.
Is it the bending and warping of space time, or
No
is it
one
an
knows.
attraction
I
of
told you.
masses? What is it?
I told you what. I told you that Einsteinian and Newtonian are just frameworks to explain the force that gravity produces. No one knows what gravity is. I don't know what gravity is.
So it's an
Einsteinian. No
idea.
one knows.
It's an idea that you have in your head.
No, it's a force that we observe in the universe.
Well,
Because like unless you can jump out your window and fly, gravity exists. That's the force that is exerted on you when you jump out that window. Unless you can fly, gravity exists. And if you can't explain gravity in any other way, our theory works much better. End of argument.
do you know what Coulomb's law is? Elasma, do you know what Coulomb's law is?
Coulomb's law.
I'll take a,
It's in electronics.
yeah, I'll
Columns-
take
columns.
your silence as a no. So I'm posting it in the chat. So the law of gravitation is the same equation as Coulomb's law, and Coulomb's law is a law that is correlated with electrostatic force. So literally your law of gravity is an electrostatic force equation, and Coulomb's law came first. So whatever you think you destroyed, you
No, it
didn't
isn't.
destroy it.
No, it isn't. I
Take
just
a
don't
look
have
in
the
the
time.
chat.
I just don't have the time because my nose is really blocked and I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm struggling to talk a bit.
That's good timing. Perfect timing. You were just destroying things and now you have a cold. All right, fair enough.
Gravity wins. Have a good night. I thought you loved Witsit too, or no? You were the one who defeated Witsit. That's right. You defeated Witsit by saying gravity.
Well, Witsit does talk about destroying people a lot, so I think they feel like they need to do the same thing back. But
Well, you can make the argument that, it's not uncalled for then, right? Like, yeah. Like,
Oh, eye for an eye. Yeah, like whatever. Yeah.
well, I'm not saying that per se. I mean, I'm just, like,
Do
it's
you
more like,
think it's even or equal? Do you think when Witsit comes in with knowledge and education and reading and like actual like citations and stuff like that, and he talks to somebody, and then somebody like that guy comes in and says what he just said? Do you think that that's equal? That either that because Witsit said he destroyed him, or somebody like
Alma,
him?
go and watch it. Alma, go and watch it. Instead of listening, just go and watch it. I don't have the time to explain it because I'm struggling a bit with my breath. So go
Wait,
and
what?
watch it yourself.
We watch what though? Watch what?
Earlier today, when I had this debate with Whitsit about electrostatics, just watch it and you make up your mind yourself. Because all the facts are in there. Why his concept doesn't work and why gravity works better. Because we observe a force of gravity. We can explain it very well. Their alternative, supposedly, is that there's an electrostatic force that exerts the same influence.
No,
It doesn't work.
hold on. Pause.
Go and watch it. It has to do with neutron stars.
First off, that's Witsit. That's what he thinks as far as that. Like, as flat earthers, like in general, not every flat earther agrees with Witsit. Like he's a fucking priest or some shit like that. Like he's got it figured out, and that we have to agree with him. He's not like the flat Earth leader or anything like that. Okay, I think that he's on the right path. He's asking the right questions, and he's doing a really good job researching and digging into this. Okay, it doesn't mean that what he says is the truth.
That's good.
Now, I can say that whatever you're saying, Mr. Gravity, is fucking absolute nonsense coming from a place of ignorance. You have no clue what you're fucking talking about.
Wait, what makes you say that again? What did the guy say for you to think that?
Everything that he said for the last 15 minutes has been complete rubbish.
Hmm.
What I walk into?
Who is this? Who goes there?
Oh, you guys don't talk about Negator anymore, guys. You gotta stop. Quick. We're talking about gravity.
My ego.
Arma,
First we were
and why you
talking
want
about-
to back him up after you just got fucking schooled on what a closed system is?
I didn't
You
get
know-
schooled per se. Look, listen, all right. All I was saying is that
per se, you went from it's a closed system to it's an open system to a closed system to an open system. Please define what a closed system and an open system is. And then we did it, and you went, well, if that's the case, then I think it's both. Okay, fuck off.
well, hold on. Don't get first off. All right, watch your tone, man. All right, we talking like that. But second off, all right, listen. All right, I was just saying, right, that depending on how you look at it, right. Like for example, if I want to say the Earth is a sphere, right, like technically speaking, it's not because there's no such thing as a sphere in reality, right. But with that being said, it practically a sphere. Same thing for if something is practically a closed system, right. Technically, there's no such thing as, or there's rarely truly a closed system, but if it's close enough, I think we could maybe, dub it that. I don't see why we couldn't, So that was my whole argument.
Why don't you Google it and see what your fucking model says?
Yeah, I mean, I was Googling it, and basically from the looks of it, yeah, it does seem to be pretty mixed. A lot of people are saying, like, there's one that's saying mostly a closed system. There are other people saying, no, it's technically not because there are stuff leaving it. And then some people are saying, no, it's 100% closed system, whatever. But from the looks of it, though, mostly closed, I think is a good, way to look at it. I
It is
think.
a mostly closed system.
I don't know, like how your bottle is mostly closed. Like there's still some, like sometimes there's still like
A mostly closed system is an open system.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe technically, but I'm not really trying to argue like like that or whatever. Like yeah, if you want to be yeah technically get technical, then yeah sure. Anything that's not even like, but it's just a weird argument, like my bottle right here. I have a water bottle right here, right? And like sometimes it leaks a little bit, right? But for all intents and purposes, it's closed, all right? But sure, it's technically still open because it still leaks some stuff a little bit, but I'm not going to say it's open. That's just weird, So I really think it depends on how you want to like define it.
We're not talking about a Sprite can, okay?
So the glob. Wait, the glob has leakage. Is that
maybe?
Is that where we're at? Maybe.
It's anywhere from 90 to 100. It's anywhere from 90 to 100 and something metric tons a day, I think, of gas. That's leaking, yeah.
But compared to like how much there is in total, though, I think that's like literally nothing. That's like a fart,
Until we crash into the sun or something huge crashes into us, then it'll be a massive amount of mass, which is possible to happen.
Yeah. Okay. So, look, I will concede that I'm not the best on this topic, but at the same time, I don't think I was schooled either. I do think I was maybe a little bit. You know what? I'll give you this. I'll give you guys this. I was like fractionally schooled. All right, fractionally. I want to say 100% schooled though, but fractionally, I was schooled. I'll give you that.
Okay.
But I still think that it really depends on how you look at it though. But yeah,
I think the real schooling is getting tricked into thinking that you need to define it either way, and that the definition has some sort of weight that we should care about.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough on this, so I'm not gonna. I will concede it, and I will. Back down.
Arma, you're not listening to me.
What?
It's a trick.
It tricked you, bro.
He's trying to white knight you, Arma. Let him do it.
Thermodynamics is a trick, yeah.
Well, I know, but
Yes. Thermodynamics is a trick that flat earthers made up to fucking fuck with Arma.
Yes, it is. We're fucking with everybody, aren't we?
No, that's now you're just lying because it's not what I said. So.
I mean, it is an important distinction because if you have a stationary Earth, that is like I'm not even going to say whether it's finite or infinite or anything, but conceivably there's a limit to the physicality. So whatever that limit is, on whatever expanded level one wants to consider, it would be limited, and nothing's getting outside of that physically. So on a globe, though, this whole Earth thing that we're living in or on, however you view it, on the globe, that's not the case. Like it's actually subset within this massive universe with all the other balls and all the other things out there. So there is a distinction between that and how the laws of thermodynamics are correlated with reality and physics and how the globe violates those.
What's the violation? And how does it pertain to defining closed and open? I guess that's really aimed
All
at
right, start
lunatic.
again. Start again. Let's start again. Same thing we said with Arma. All right, can you define what is the difference between a closed and open system in thermodynamics?
Why is this relevant, first of all?
Because you just asked the question. That's why.
Which question did I ask?
Oh, maybe we should just ignore you.
I mean,
Are we
you
making
could.
things up? Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference?
What? Why does
said that.
asking me, like testing me, how does testing me help
Not
you with
testing
your
you.
point?
If you're going to argue for or against it, you need to know what it is you're arguing for or against.
Okay. Do you know what I'm arguing for or against?
You're saying it's about definitions of things, but if you don't know the definitions, then what does your point have to do with anything?
Okay. What I'm saying, Lou, is arguing one way or the other arbitrarily ties you to a definition as opposed to taking in the entirety of the topic in all of its nuance, right?
Remember, definitions are meaningless, Lou. Remember that?
We can we get to make them up and redefine things and turn men into women and all that stuff. Yeah, I
Absolutely
get it.
right.
No, well, I don't believe in the turning men into women thing either. So I'm not sure why you brought that
Well,
up.
you're kind of arguing for it right now.
Oh, why is that?
Because you're saying that definitions have no meaning; they're arbitrary and that they can be changed.
No, I don't believe that. What I'm saying is that in this particular instance, you're trying to define something that doesn't need to be defined as such. Right? A man is a man, and there's important distinction to it, and a woman is a woman, and there's important distinctions to it. And
Are you sure? You sound a little feminine.
We're not going to talk about that. In physics, it's very clear, okay, like what an open system is and what a closed system is and what an isolated system is and how they're defined.
And how is that relevant?
The gas pressure argument, the gravity argument, dude.
The gas. We've been over the gas pressure argument with you guys.
Well, you're back to argue more bullshit, so here we go.
Well, tell me this. You think that gas can't, or rather, if Earth's a globe without a container, the gas should leave the Earth, right? That's the argument.
Yeah, like what is the end goal?
No, shut up, Arma. Dude, we're done with you for a minute.
No,
this guy's white knighting. Just let him do it.
No, Arma, that's a good point. What they're trying to do is use an arbitrary definition for something that doesn't need to be defined in order to point at the definition and say
you're the arbiter of what needs to be defined. Hold on, you're the arbiter, right, Negator? You're the arbiter of what needs to be defined or not. Is that this?
Well, hold on. He makes a good point though. So yeah,
Well,
if
hold on,
I
he
do
makes a good Arma. Just back out, dude.
well, hold on. Don't fucking mock me, all right? And then tell me to back out. If you want to let me back out, at least
I just
be
did
respectful.
both.
Well, you can be
No,
respectful.
go ahead and go on, kid. Sounds like Negator's got a lot of confidence. Let's let him bring that out.
If I give you the same medicine back, man, you can't.
Whatever.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
say
Go ahead.
anything.
Anybody talk. It's anybody's.
I'm just saying, man.
Why does he have a good point?
You're right, Arma.
Why does he have a good point, Arma?
Well, because okay, so what's the end goal then? So if I say it's open, then what? Like, so I mean, yeah, okay, fine. Maybe
The end goal is to hold you to your own fucking belief in science and physics. That's the end goal.
Listen, Arma, when he says that, think about it. When he says to hold you to it, what he wants to do is apply the definition devoid of any context and ignore the observable reality in order to pay only attention to the definition. That's the tactic here. They get to ignore.
I'm just trying to figure out if you practice what you preach. That's all.
Arma, either say one position and stick to it, or don't say anything. It's better to not say anything.
That's a good point.
But you're right though. Seeing past it to the end goal, that's the counter tactic to these sort of disingenuous points that they
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, normally, I mean, I don't know why I didn't do it this time. Normally, I do try to do my best to figure out what the end goal is. But yeah, I mean, because like, yeah, if the end goal is to say, oh, it's open, and then you guys are like, well, if it's open, then how does the air? Like, if that's what the argument's going to lead up to, like, oh, how does the air stay in? Then that is kind of weird. Then like, it's a weird argument.
You're not gonna listen when you're talking to me. You're not gonna get the same canned flat earther thing about a dome and a freaking like and all that shit.
Okay.
We're literally talking physics here. Like, I'm in your guys' fucking playground right now, but you don't know your own playground apparently.
So what's your goal? What's your thesis statement here, Lou? What's your goal?
Exactly. What are you trying to prove?
None of you have actually made a coherent statement. How about that?
Okay, so we don't make coherent statements. So
No. Okay, so everything is literally just what it is that you say, given the moment and dependent upon what my goal is.
Well, yeah, because you need context in order to answer questions sometimes.
What is a closed system?
what's it matter? So when I ask for
it has
a
a lot to do
thesis,
with matter. I'll tell you that. It has a lot to do with matter.
when I ask for a thesis statement, that would be if and then, right? If it's a closed system, then what? If it's an open system, then what?
Fine. If it's a closed system, then energy can be transferred but not matter. Okay. So if you have a rocket or a satellite or a freaking any type of projectile, anything made of matter, which is everything, then it cannot escape the system to live in a closed system.
Okay. Is that all?
Well, there's another flip side to it. If you live in an open system, then all things can be transferred. If you live in an isolated system, it's just it's basic thermodynamics, right? I'm not a physicist. I'm a fucking construction worker.
Okay.
But when you try to tell me that this shit doesn't matter, when you guys are supposed to be the ones who tout science all over the place and claim to have the higher fucking ground because of it, and then when we bring it up, you say it doesn't matter and it depends on the context of the question. You all fucking are the most disingenuous, lying fucking creepos I've ever fucking talked to in my life.
Well,
hold on. Just taking it too far now, man.
Take it there. Why does it always have to go to shit slinging? Why can't
Yeah.
mature grown men just have a discussion, even if they disagree? Like,
Yeah, you took it a step too far, man. That was
All right, fine. I should have only said 2 slurs instead of 3 against him. Fuck.
Okay. So you don't like
changes the whole vibe of the discussion. Like, if a meeting of the minds, even if people disagree, is more in. Once it goes
This
there,
isn't the meeting of the minds, though, Gio. This is literally people fucking just trying to play down the point about thermodynamics as though it's not a real thing in their own fucking science and their own fucking idea of the universe and the earth and everything around the physics in general. Like, they're trying to pretend like it doesn't matter in the context of this conversation.
Okay, so I don't think we've even spoken about thermodynamics. We've only
That's
discussed.
exactly what open and closed systems has to do with.
Okay, so let's say I say yeah, it's an open system. What then? What's the so what?
It goes against what your mainstream science says. You'd be wrong according to your own.
Okay,
people.
so per the definition of an open system, that there can be energy and mass transfer. How does that go against it?
You'd be on the side of the flat earthers. We're telling you that it's either an open system or it's what you guys claim, and there has to be some type of separation.
Okay, but how does it go against? You still haven't identified the part where when I say if I were to say it's an open system, what part of that is in contradiction with mainstream science? Specifically, what part?
I think that's probably where me and probably almost all flat earthers are unclear, because it's strange that you guys do say that it's a closed system. Like, we're the ones who claim that we live in a closed system. You know, like with the whole dome thing.
Hold on.
Well, why? But again,
Like,
if I said it's open, and you say, well, that's a contradiction. What's it contradicting?
well, go ahead and ask Bill Nye. You know, Bill Nye says that you live in a closed system. Ask, when it comes to see, and this
So
is what I
if
was
you
trying to
don't
explain
know,
earlier.
how do you know they contradict? Wait. If you don't know the reason, how do you know it contradicts in the first place? So what, you're basically asking disingenuous questions that you have absolutely no idea about.
I'm not asking
You're not-
questions. He's
you're
asking me
accusing
questions
us of
at
being
this point. Shut
disingenuous.
up.
You're asking him questions, and you're being disingenuous because you're not giving him the reasons. So how the hell do you know they actually contradicts in the first place? What are you talking about? And you're us disingenuous and saying we're using, low tactics. Thank you.
Yeah. So a few minutes ago, you specifically said if you don't know what you're arguing, you shouldn't be arguing, and that's kind of what you're doing here.
No, I'm not saying I don't know your point in this exact instance. Like, I
You just did.
don't know.
You
I don't
just
know
did.
the exact reason. I don't know the exact reason why.
Well, you know they
you guys
contradict. You
claim-
don't know the exact reason, but you know our statements contradict.
Shut up! I'm not talking to you. Listen. According to Bill Nye and many other fucking physicists, I
The
believe
science guy, yep.
Michio Kaku also agrees, and so on, whatever. Like it's all probably Neil deGrasse Tyson too. And if I were to go and start Googling and shit, I could give you some specifics. You just want to argue with me, but the mainstream physics model says that we live in a closed system. Okay. You can go ahead and argue that it's an open system, but if you do so, you're going to argue with flat earthers.
I'm going to argue with flat earthers. I think that's what's happening already.
No, you're going to argue on the side of the flat earth argument. That you guys are claiming that it's an open system, even though that's not what you're. Jesus.
You don't even know how an open system contradicts in the first
An
place.
open system means
So
that
whatever you say doesn't really matter.
Look, if it's an open system, like that would make sense according to your model, but that's not what your model says.
Well, right now, when you say model, right, you're referring to an authority that's greater than us, right? An authority that we may or may not abide by. And when I Google these things, right, I assume that's part of the authority, because when I Google it, I get lots of links from science websites and universities. And so far, they all have in common is that it is accepted science that Earth is an open system for energy. Right, that seems to be readily accepted. And then some say,
yeah, but no. Well, hold on. An open system versus a closed system versus an isolated system. An open system can transfer both energy and matter. Okay.
The authority that I'm.
Pause a second. A closed system can transfer energy but not matter, and an isolated system can transfer neither energy nor matter.
And it's a closed system.
Okay, so I just tagged you. It says the Earth. It is accepted science that the Earth is an open system for energy. There you go.
It's accepted
that the energy. What's your point?
Accepted, sure.
Open system to what?
Accepted, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's actually fact. It just means it's widely accepted.
This is what the article says. It is accepted science that the Earth is an open system for energy. Word for word quote right there. I just tagged it.
Okay, great. That doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean it actually is. It just means that's accepted science.
But
An open system for energy. Energy is transferable in a closed system as well, not matter.
Okay, so we have two problems here. Number one, Sensei, he's arguing what the authority says and how it doesn't line up with what we're saying. What I'm pointing out is the authority does say this. So that's the first thing that Lou is wrong about. Okay. The second thing is what they say doesn't. We're not arguing that makes it what it is, since the argument is what they say.
Well, that's good.
Right. So number one, Lou, your premise that the authority says only one thing, that it's closed, is incorrect.
No.
And
you didn't cite anything that shows it, dude.
No, listen, it's very simple.
Literally specifies that it's open for energy, which is the same as
it depends on what quantity you're asking him.
It's a closed system.
It's
closed for matter, open for energy. Let's be specific. Closed for matter, open for energy. That's what they're saying. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Super. There you go, Lou. Got him.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, look again. The example I gave before you got here was like a terrarium, right? I could have let's in a obviously we can't create a perfect seal here on Earth. We've never done it. But hypothetically, you had a perfectly sealed terrarium. You cannot, no matter can transfer between the inside and the outside of it, but energy can still transfer. You can still heat it up with thermal energy or radiant energy or whatever else, right? So energy will still transfer into the terrarium, but matter will not. That's what we're discussing here. Open versus closed. That is a closed system.
What the problem number one is that you don't understand what mainstream science says. Right? Sensei is on the right track in that it does say it's you can argue that it's either, right? Doesn't matter. What they do say commonly is it's an open system for energy, closed system otherwise. Now that we're on the same
No. You see the way that you're phrasing that. Open for energy and closed otherwise. No, it's not both. Okay? It's either one or the other. You have three definitions in thermodynamics.
It's not what mainstream science says. And it ultimately, if this is going to come down to how many articles the two of us can Google to match each definition, I don't know what you're going to walk away from this conversation with. I can give you 1 million right now that says it's open. I could find some that says it's closed, except for energy.
Yeah, but the way that they word it, the way that they're phrasing it, you guys keep on saying it's open to energy. That doesn't mean it's an open system.
They literally say
it's talking about systems. Look up systems, not look up systems in thermodynamics. Thermodynamic systems. It's one or the other or the other, and it's very clear how it works. You don't just say it's open to energy. That's not a system. Open to energy still fits for a closed system.
Well, if Lunatic wants to argue this with all of the universities out there and professors say otherwise, that's
I'm
fine.
not arguing with the universities. They're in agreement.
You are.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with a large chunk of professionals out there. I'm not here to
I
defend
disagree
them.
with you. I disagree with you who just wants to argue this.
I mean, the bottom line here.
I'll give you a minute. Look up thermodynamic systems in physics.
You've already gotten one citation. I can give you 1 million.
No, I don't want an article with a headline. I want you to look it up.
Where do you want me to look it up? What's suitable as
Anywhere you want.
forum?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
is it anywhere or is it not?
No, look. Find an educational site. Find an edu.
Okay, I just linked one.
You just did.
I want the systems, not saying it's open.
Maybe read what he just sent you.
I haven't opened anything. Yeah,
exactly.
This is .org. This isn't a .edu, by the way. But
how about a NASA website?
No, I don't really like NASA either. But actually, I would probably accept that over your .org.
Why don't you just Google it and look for yourself?
I've already done that. I'm the one, dude. Literally, I can give you the 3 definitions off the top of my head from when I Googled it earlier as well, and from back in physics class in high school and everything else. There's 3 types of systems: isolated, closed, and open. Okay?
You wouldn't remember physics class.
I heard you the first time. Okay. What I'd really like to do is get away from this game of semantics we're playing.
This isn't semantics. It's literally scientific definitions.
The problem is your argument is not with us, it's with the sources that we're providing. So you should take it up with them.
Thank you. That's exactly right. It's not about being open to energy. Where I wasn't talking about energy. I was talking about a type of a system.
That doesn't seem to
If
line
it's a
up.
closed system, then energy can be transferred, therefore open to energy, but matter cannot, therefore closed to rockets and satellites.
So an open system to energy and a closed system are the same thing, basically, right?
Exactly.
Would you say that?
Yes, yeah, I've already said that multiple
Okay.
times.
That's okay. If we agree on that definition, great. Now, does that in either way contradict or go along with what the globe model says?
Yes, because if you think that you are sending things to the, I was talking with Arma. He was saying that he thinks that we could send a probe to the sun if we want. He thought that the sun was outside of our system. Well, if that's true, then that's the transfer of matter from one system to another, and that's impossible while you're in a closed system. The
Well,
light from the sun would be able to transfer, but matter would not.
so there's a problem there, because you're assuming some arbitrary universal constant that can never change when you say matter can't, right? And if you were what Arma actually gave you a perfect example, but I don't think you heard him earlier, because he mentioned a bottle of water. Is a bottle of water a closed system?
No, not unless you can. Only in a theoretical world are you going to have a perfect seal at the cap.
Okay, let's say there's no seal at all. Let's say the bottle of water has no cap. It's completely sealed. It's a plastic tube.
So now is it a closed system?
Cylinder. Is it a closed system? Yeah.
No, it's open.
Even though there's no cap, there's no hole for the water to leave.
It's an open system.
No.
It's exposed. It's exposed to everything around it. It's an open system.
You're not listening though. The bottle of water, the lid has been replaced by more plastic, right? Fused to the lid, keeping it from ever being removed. So when you tip it upside down, the water doesn't come out. Is that a closed system?
Sealed. It's sealed.
Plastic, do you think you can create a perfect vacuum inside of a layer of fucking like 32nd of an inch plastic? No, like shit leaches. Like NASA has a vacuum chamber that has 6 foot thick walls reinforced with concrete and steel that still leaches. Okay, like there's no such thing. You'll never create a perfect vacuum.
Okay,
This is
so
the idea.
Lou, you made your point. Let me help you, or give me a second with that. It sounds to me you're arguing that it is impossible to make a closed system. And if it's impossible for a closed system to ever exist, why do we have a definition for one?
No, it's impossible for us to do it, but it's all about theoretics. It's theoretical physics, theoretical science, theoretical fucking.
You can't do it.
Okay.
God.
If it's theoretical and there's no instances of it ever happening, what is the use of the definition?
I actually do like the way that you're going with this. I would argue that maybe it has no use, but this is the side of the science that you guys tend to tout, and now when we use it against you, you throw it in the garbage.
Well, remember, you haven't actually cited a contradiction with reality and how we define things.
Yeah,
you only have an issue with the word itself. So, regardless, if I don't think, hey, you're using the wrong words is a very good pro-FE argument, right? Because we could just say, okay.
I'm just holding you to your science, man. I'm not even going to say religion, but it is a religion for you, like typically. But yeah, I'm holding you to your own science, like the people, the experts that you freaking respect and freaking trust.
Okay,
like
so
they say these things.
Okay, so I'm not in that field, in the field of physics and all that. My name's Negator. I'm going to say Earth is an open system, since by your definition of what a closed system is, I've never in my life seen or touched or interacted with a closed system. I wouldn't even know what it is. So now that I'm claiming to you that Earth is an open system, where do we go from there as far as the argument?
No, well, okay. First off, you came in late to this, so I already addressed a lot of this with Arma. The universe, according to your model, is a closed system. It's limited. It's always expanding, but yet it's got a limit, right? There, where no matter transfers and so on and so forth. So it's this theoretical physics, right? Where theoretically, like, our system is still closed to anything around it, and it's got limits, boundaries, freaking so on and so forth. And I think that's where people like Bill Nye we're probably speaking on. I don't think it's the Earth itself that they claim is closed. Okay, but if you do, thermodynamics speaking, if you do believe that space is that now Earth is open to space, and space is a near perfect vacuum, then you have a huge issue about why do we have gases here on Earth, or water, or how do fucking gas giants like Jupiter or the sun ever form? How these things have to be, they cannot exist in an open system. That's why years ago, see, like this whole thing about it's a near perfect vacuum, that's actually pretty new rhetoric. That's like within the last decade and a half or something like that. Otherwise, before that, it was always the space is a vacuum, a perfect vacuum. And when we can try to create a vacuum on Earth, we can get close to we can get a very big differential. We can create a vacuum as in the idea of a differential.
Space is
But we
not
could
a
never
perfect
we
vacuum.
could never
Where have you heard?
never
Where
have a
have you?
perfect vacuum like space. That was
Space
the
is not a
rhetoric.
perfect vacuum. Where have you heard that? Where have you heard that space is a perfect vacuum? The most perfect vacuums ever created have been created here on Earth. Space
Are
is
you
not a
kidding me?
perfect vacuum.
You think we have better
I'm not
vacuums on Earth than we do have in your theoretical space?
Well, hang on.
We do. Look it up.
Yeah, I don't know that. Are you? Listen to what you just said. You're arguing with him about
No,
whether.
I'm not arguing with him. He's the one who just fucking jumped in. Look, you want to
hang on.
You want to agree with him? Hold on.
Lou,
No.
you've talked for quite a while.
Can you correct him? Before I go on with you, not you. Before I go on with Negator, please correct him. Please correct Negator. Please correct this guy.
So
I'd
like to get my whole thought out, Lou. I don't think.
Correct him. Because I know you know the answer. Correct him. He's wrong. Correct him.
Yeah, just let Negator get it all out, though.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's going on, you just got to let other people speak either way. So whoever's, just go ahead, Negator. And please try not to interrupt. Just let him finish this thing. If it's not what you wanted him to say or whatever, you can like respond and then ask again. But
no, the dude with the accent that jumped in, friggin' when he said that we have better vacuums on Earth than we do in space. I want Negator.
Someone said that?
I want Negator to correct him.
Hold on, I just started listening again. Someone said that?
He's very new to a lot of this stuff.
Oh no!
He's saying things.
You have produced more perfect vacuums on Earth than there is in space. Space isn't a perfect vacuum.
Oh boy.
Okay. Hold on. What vacuum what Tor level do they claim to accomplish on Earth, and what Tor level do they claim outer space is, Elasma?
Sorry, the most perfect vacuum happened. Sorry, my bad. It wasn't on Earth. It was on the space shuttle. It was man-made. It was on the space shuttle, and as the space shuttle was in orbit, there was like a layer on top of the space station because of exactly how it was. Look it up yourself. Because of exactly how it was accelerating, it created a vacuum with Tor -13, and the best one in space is Tor -12, isn't it? So
no,
it's
17.
perfect.
Space
look,
is
Negator,
17.
look, Negator, just to see how like truthful you are, like how legitimate you are, or how, like, could you please, like I said, just to satisfy me, like, correct him, because I know you can correct him. I know you can. Or is that not something you're allowed to do in your?
Ooh, I don't know if brother's
Lou.
keeper goes both ways.
Lou, number one, brother, you got to stop talking if you want someone to respond.
All right,
Number
well,
two, nope, you're doing it right now. Hang on, man. I think he might be correct. Number one. Number two,
I am correct.
I don't think that, and this goes for both sides here. I don't think arguing that the other side is not in lockstep with the greater side that they're in is a very good position to take, right? I think
Yeah,
you should
they're-
argue with individuals.
I would agree. There's not really sides at the end of the day. We're all individuals who have our perception on things. I think the side thing gets messy when people start assuming those kinds of things.
Yeah, for sure.
Although the globe, though, you at the same time, the globe is kind of a thing. It's like a model, and there's like a mainstream. So there's something to be said that there's kind of a protocol, if you will, about the globe model. So there's something to be said for that in terms of like, because a lot of what you have to go off is what they claim, and what they claim there is kind of a bit of a homogenous structure to the heliocentric idea.
I agree, but I just don't think it makes for very interesting conversation, because you're asking someone to defend something that somebody else has said or done, or that you think somebody else has said or done.
But you have no like. This is the thing about being a heliocentrist or a glober, right? Like, is that literally you are stuck. I get it. You're pigeonholed. You're like you have to defend the mainstream science, and you cannot go beyond their bookends. You're not allowed to, like, that's the way, at least the way I see it. Like, see, like, flat Earth, like, we've done a pretty good job of saying we don't have a model. We don't agree. We're always arguing with each other. We're mainly arguing against what the mainstream says. So if you want to argue with us, you're arguing for the mainstream, not for. We don't really care about your own personal beliefs.
But that's where you should stop, because what ends up happening is you go into a conversation with us, and then it turns into a pop quiz where if we don't say the things that you think we should say, you have a problem with that, as opposed to your individual belief that conflicts with our individual belief, and it's just not good conversation. And let me bring it all the way back. I don't care whether what Elasmus said is correct or not. All right. What I care about is why you said it. Why we've gotten so far away from the open versus closed versus reality problem. Before you got into the argument of perfect or near perfect vacuums, you were going to say that can't exist next to Earth's atmosphere. I assume that was your position. And I'd like to know why.
No, that's what I was saying. Is like growing up through. I mean, it wasn't collegiate level or anything, but in middle school and high school, they did say that space was a perfect vacuum.
Okay.
It's not until basically the flat Earth argument came out, where all of a sudden everything got adjusted, redefining terms. Now men can be women, and so on and so forth. Where it's not a perfect vacuum. It's just a near perfect vacuum.
Okay.
And
Lou, I'm not arguing whether it's perfect or not. I want to know why you think whether it's a perfect vacuum or not, cannot exist next to our atmosphere.
Well, because of thermodynamics, like high pressure always moves to low pressure. So if you have an extremely low pressure environment surrounding the Earth, then all gases should evaporate away. Essentially, they should disperse into the open environment.
Okay.
They do. They leak into it. It's because of gravity. There's a gravitational barrier, but some gas leaks out. So what?
No, but they don't. We have high pressure here. Like It's the idea of saying that.
But Lou,
Listen,
think of it like
Let me explain to you how it works very quickly. Draw a circle with a diameter of 1 inch. Draw another circle around this first circle with a diameter of 2 inch. The first circle is the Earth. The other circle around it is the atmosphere. That's how gravity works on it. There's a gravitational barrier. Where the gravitational barrier ends.
Here you go
from
again.
west
Here you
to
go again.
south.
Just using magic gravity. Freaking, what is
What do you
gravity?
mean? I'm telling you how the Earth actually works, because the Earth is a sphere. Sorry, because you believe the Earth is flat.
So
obviously, in your model, it doesn't work. But in reality, where the Earth is an oblate spheroid, it works. That's exactly how gravity works. It's not my fault you can't think
exactly how gravity
three-dimensionally.
works. Oh, literally an hour ago, I heard you say nobody knows what gravity is, but now you know exactly how it works.
Well,
Yeah, I do, because you just said that. You just answered my question there. I don't know what gravity is, but I know how it works. Yes.
You know
Because I see the
exactly how it
gravitational force.
works. Exactly how it
Yeah,
works, but
because you can
don't know
measure
what
it.
it is.
Yeah,
Lou,
yeah,
Lou, hey,
exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I think Lou, what in order to understand our side, you need to think about what it is we present to you. So, if I said, "Can 14 psi exist next to 13 psi?" What would you say?
There would have to be a gradient between them. No, they cannot exist.
So the second law, according to your understanding, would demand that the 14 psi equalize with 13, so that both systems are now at 13.5, right?
No, you would literally have a gradient. I mean, yeah, they would be moving towards equilibrium, and that's actually literally what creates high and low pressure zones and weather systems on Earth.
Okay, but don't you see this is a contradiction of your understanding of the second law? You're telling me the second law demands that equilibrium always be reached, and that there's never any additional or extraneous forces or systems or things that could affect.
Because
And yet you have high and low pressure on the Earth simultaneously. So basically, either there shouldn't be any storms on Earth, or your argument is wrong.
Conversation at all.
Why? Because I'm destroying your argument.
No, because you're freaking literally like just throwing a fucking red herring and a wrench into the conversation.
Well,
how am I?
Consider what we're presenting, because what I'm telling you, what I think is your understanding of the second law is incorrect. Because on one hand, you're applying it universally, that it can never, ever, ever, ever be a case where there's two systems next to each other that don't reach equilibrium. But you simultaneously believe and understand that there are cases.
We live in a dynamic system because it's a closed system and energy can transfer. No, shut up. Energy can transfer, but not matter. Okay, so because of thermal energy or radiant energy or whatever it is, we have heating and cooling periods based off of where the sun is and everything else. And that creates this dynamic system where nothing is ever in true equilibrium, but it's always seeking equilibrium. So it's always moving.
So then
that's only something that can happen in a closed system.
So then, but the most important point here is that we now agree that there are exceptions to the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't think I said there was an exception.
Okay, well, we take two things, right? Two systems. Are they reaching equilibrium? Yes. Then that means they're obeying the second law of thermodynamics.
What two systems?
Any two pressure systems. Because you're pointing at
pressure. No. If you're talking about weather zones, like they're not separate systems. There's no barrier between them. It's just it's literally like the heat is here and the cold is there, and the heat is moving towards the cold. Or high pressure is here and low pressure is there, and the high pressure is moving towards the low. Like they're not separate systems.
Okay, but listen, think about it from my perspective. You're telling me that anything or anytime two pressure systems don't reach equilibrium, they're violating the second law of thermodynamics.
No, they're always seeking equilibrium. They're just not in equilibrium.
Okay, so doesn't that meet the definition of Earth's atmosphere and space, that it may be seeking equilibrium but not reaching equilibrium because of other forces involved?
If that were to follow, then long ago, all of our gas, first of all, should have never ever formed here. Like if you lived, if there was no gases being formed, no life to create, no algae blooms to create oxygen, no nothing, and you were in a vacuum or a near perfect vacuum, then anything that was ever created would equally disperse and never coagulate into any ball or anything like that. It wouldn't, it wouldn't stay here.
Okay, but let's talk about what we see now.
Disperse.
Okay, but let's talk about what we observe now. And what I'm trying to get at is from you a specific definition that I can understand. And so far I don't understand it because your definition keeps changing.
You understand exactly what I'm saying. I'm not changing anything. I'm just literally speaking about thermodynamics.
Okay, but so let me put it to you more plainly. You tell me the atmosphere and space can't exist next to each other because it's a violation of the second law. Well, then I tell you that, well, at sea level it's 14 psi and 1,000 feet up it's 13 psi. That should then break your already set rule.
Well, because there's a gradient. You're saying you're going to say that a gradient defeats.
But by your definition and understanding of the second law, gradients themselves violate the second law of thermodynamics.
It's absolutely 100% true that even in gas tanks, that it's let's say you have compressed gas. Compressed gas turns into a liquid. Liquid settles at the bottom. Okay, it's more dense at the bottom and becomes less dense at the top. Now it's a micro gradient. It's very small, but at the top of the container, it is less dense than it is at the bottom. And in between the liquid and the top of the container, that's the real microgradient that I'm talking about, because there's a huge difference between the liquid and the gas. But even within the gases, there's an ever so slight difference in whatever the pressure, as it goes up. It's so minuscule that you probably could never measure it. Honestly, I don't know for a fact that it's been measured. Could be theoretical, but I believe that it actually is an accepted or a known friggin' thing.
Okay. Let me backtrack, because I'm trying to understand your position. And I'm trying to rephrase it in ways that make sense to me, that maybe makes sense to you, and then in turn, it'll make sense to both of us. When you tell me the Earth, as we understand its atmosphere, is violating the second law, it's because of the gradient. You're telling me the gradient is a violation.
No. You misunderstood. No, I'm saying a gradient. Look, pressure. I know you've heard this before. Pressure means to press, right? So gases, they like to disperse equally in all directions, up, down, left, right, omnidirectionally, all directions. They want to this has to do with types of matter. So liquids, gases are similar but different. They're solids, completely different. But liquids and gases are both fluids, and liquids are more dense. They settle towards the bottom, whatever. Gases, however, they'll spread out. They bounce off of each other, and they bounce off of the walls of the container. The more bouncing that you have off of the walls of the container, the more pressure you have, the more it's pressing against the container.
I'm not following. What's this got to do with? I'm trying to boil down our issue, right? So it's well understood.
In order to have pressure in the first place, you have to have containment.
Okay, so that's good, because previously you stated that our atmosphere should be sucked off, should not be able to stay.
Yeah. No, quit laughing. That's still
right.
exactly.
But when you say that, what you're really saying is that it's not possible for a gradient to exist, and so all I need to do is cite the.
I am not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that a gradient still exists even in a contained system. A gradient still exists. In fact, it relies.
Okay.
It relies
I
on
got
a
you.
contained system.
I understand that a gradient can exist within a physical container. I understand that. What I'm telling you is when you make the argument that they can't coexist, you're essentially saying gradients are not possible, right? So if you want to have a problem with, if you want to have a problem, okay, but if you want to have a problem with Earth's atmosphere next to space, you need to phrase it in a different way. It cannot be that there cannot exist a gradient. It's got to be some other problem, right? And so far, you've told the next
what
problem you brought up.
I literally said. I don't know why, dude. Literally, you're just misrepresenting what I said. I literally said that gradients do exist, even in contained like environments, like a gas tank, right?
Okay.
That a gradient exists there, and that what it relies on is containment. Okay, like
so
you cannot have a gradient. You cannot have a gradient if you have an open system.
But now you're arguing that the gradient exists in the first place because the container exists, which is extraordinarily circular, right? Because if I had a propane tank and I opened it up, the propane would still join the atmosphere and form a gradient without the propane tank.
Neg,
Right? You can't point at the container and say it exists in this case, and therefore it exists everywhere. It doesn't make sense because that gradient exists without the container also.
All containers are not sealed containers, like an open dam system.
Okay,
like a dam. A dam can have a spillway and be holding to capacity.
Okay.
So you could use the word gradient all you want, but all containers are not sealed containers.
Cool. Lou, does that make sense to you regarding the container problem?
If you're just asking me to agree with you, no.
Well, I guess at this point we're now arguing definitions again, as opposed to reality, right? You've moved on from they can't coexist. You haven't actually told me why they can't coexist, and you've in fact agreed that they can't.
Because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Like I can tell you that.
But what parts?
I mean, the first, the second, or the third law.
What specifically is it violating? Like, what's the problem? Like, identify it for me.
I'm not exactly clear about this question. So, like,
so if the law is you must do 35 on the highway and wear a seatbelt, and I point at somebody and say that person's violating the laws. And you ask me what he's violating, I would either say, well, he's doing 40 or he's not wearing a seatbelt. But when I ask you what law is he violating and how is he doing it, you're telling me you're not sure.
Okay, I think I get your point there. All right, so like, even though it's a ridiculous analogy,
that wasn't great.
In order to have pressure, as I was saying, I'll just reiterate. In order to have pressure, it has to press. There has to be containment.
Well, isn't the atmosphere...
all gradients are dependent on containment?
But why?
All.
But why?
Because if it was open, then it would all. I mean, I guess.
Remember, if you say it,
you know what? Let me stop. Let me stop and start again. So this is something that could coexist, at least on a minute scale. But going back to my other argument about how it ever formed in the first place, it would have never been able to.
But now we're shifting. Hang on. Remember the initial.
Wait, no. Let me. I'm agreeing with you here for a little bit, for a second. So if you had a massive amount of gases being produced in an open system, you would still have a very slightly higher pressure at the surface than you would farther away. But it would very quickly disappear. Very quickly.
But why? You say that, but you don't realize when you say that is that you're telling us that it should reach equilibrium. But you've already agreed that it doesn't need to reach equilibrium.
No, dude, that was a completely different conversation. We're talking about high and low pressure zones in a closed environment. You're arguing for an open system to a vacuum,
right?
Where
But
literally,
when you say that, though, you imply that the vacuum should suck the system out, and you're not telling me why.
No. I didn't say it would suck. I didn't say it would suck. See, you're doing it again.
So then, why is it important to say next to a vacuum if it doesn't imply it should be reaching equilibrium?
Because all gases try to disperse equilibrium equally into equilibrium. They try to find a balance where the molecules are equally dispersed.
Okay, but we've already been over how you agree that gradients exist, and in those cases, those molecules have not and will not.
You're trying to argue that a gradient defeats the idea of a closed system, but literally, your side says it's a closed system.
Remember, we keep bouncing from observable reality to your understanding of a definition back and forth, right? We agree gradients do exist, and they exist for particular reasons, right? And you agreed that a gradient could exist all the way next to a vacuum. And then you moved on to no.
Well,
I mean, let me put it to you like this: if
like I said, you would have to have something that is just always pumping out more gas, right? And then only for a very short period of time with that gas. In fact, it would just immediately start evaporating off. It would just disperse.
Okay,
immediately into the open system. Where there's less densely packed molecules of that gas, the higher densely packed molecules would try to equally fill it. Okay, so
but this is in contradiction to your understanding that gradients exist.
Did you say it's in contradiction?
Well, yes, because you're telling me right now that all of these molecules must find equilibrium. And then 2 minutes ago, you're explaining how gradients exist. Because a gradient, by definition, is molecules not finding equilibrium.
Wrong. Dude, you just I think you're purposely misunderstanding or misconstruing the conversation.
I don't, there's no other way for me to interpret this. Either molecules find equilibrium or they don't.
I didn't say that, especially in a fluid environment, a dynamic fluid environment, I didn't say that they just go and find equilibrium and stay there.
Why wouldn't they?
Because there's an introduction of thermal energy that keeps things moving.
Okay. So there's external forces that can affect whether molecules find equilibrium, right?
Let me give an analogy. Let me think of a good analogy. So, like, picture something kind of like a lava lamp. Lava lamp's good. It's theoretically not perfectly. Obviously, that lid will eventually leak and blah blah blah. But so you've got multiple different types of matter inside of that lamp. And outside of the lamp, you've got a light that heats it up. What keeps that shit moving around and being cool?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
How come it never finds equilibrium and just sits still?
I got no idea, Lou.
You don't think it's because of the thermal energy from the light that's outside of the container?
If it is, I think that's really cool. And what that depicts is that there are situations where all the molecules, all the gas, does not find equilibrium. What I'm suggesting to you is that
Have
our
you ever
atmosphere.
had a lava lamp? Have you ever had a lava lamp?
I have, yeah.
All right. You ever get stoned and watch it for a while?
No, I have watched them for a while.
Okay.
But what I'm suggesting to you is that you're presenting situations to me where equilibrium is not reached because of some other reason.
Yeah, no. Equilibrium, you're thinking of it as being like a static thing. I'm telling you over and over again that equilibrium is unless you have a static environment where everything remains the same and there's no change, there's no things don't just sit still. We have a dynamic system, and the introduction of moving light changes. Like heat. You have cold places that are hot, places that are cold, places that are lit, places that are not. And the fact that happens causes all of the molecules to always be in constant movement.
Okay.
They're trying to seek equal distribution, but they're unable.
Okay. So now you've identified a situation where equilibrium is not reached. It might be sought, but it's not reached. What I'm suggesting to you is there's also a reason that our atmosphere attempts to reach equilibrium with space, but for an exterior reason doesn't. Is that reasonable to say?
What was? Say that again. The what word did you said? Someone. What was not reached?
Just like the lava lamp, the stuff in the lava lamp has an exterior. Oh, what's the word? Interaction.
The heat source is coming from is coming from the outside of the system. Yeah.
Yeah. There's something else affecting it, so the equilibrium is not reached. What I'm suggesting is there's something else affecting our atmosphere, preventing it from reaching equilibrium with space. Right. At its core, the concept.
The question is what is containing us?
No. Now we can't just flip flop between.
No, that's literally where we started long before 2 hours ago, I think.
Okay, but you're so close to taking your own analogy and applying the concept behind it to our atmosphere, and then acknowledging that it's possible, right? And as soon as we got there, you said, "Man, now we got to go back to requiring containers." We've been talking theoretically how.
You think that this is something separate. You think this is something separate, but literally, this is the education of ARMA about an open and a closed system.
Okay,
so like the lava lamp is an example of a closed system where energy is open to transfer between, through the glass and to the inside, but not matter.
Brother,
I can't stick a fork inside the lava lamp, right?
We're talking concepts, though.
Yeah, no. I'm also talking real life. A lava lamp, like.
Okay. So if I were to say that the entire universe has a physical container around it, does that then make it okay for our atmosphere to exist next to?
Yeah, this is where. Okay, so this is where most flat earthers would probably disagree with me. So, like, the vastness of the universe, no matter how big you guys say it is, it's theoretically possible as long as it's limited, right? So this idea, I disagree with this idea of expanding space. It's not possible.
Okay, that's not really what I was getting at.
No,
I guess.
No, let me get here because you're asking about the closed environment. So, in order to have a constant pressure at sea level or a gradient or whatever, we know it must be contained. We know that even you guys say that the universe is contained.
you keep saying that, right? We don't have evidence of that. What I'm trying to say is that there's just no reason for it, and every time I say
Well,
that,
we do have plenty of evidence.
simply
Like
go back.
literally, this is like literally like physical testable science. Like instead of theoretical like astrophysics, like literally you can test this with real physics, with real things.
Okay, how do I test this? And you know what? Never mind. Don't answer that. We'll talk about that in a second. Look, man. What you've done is you took a definition where the word container was used. Some man wrote it in there. You misinterpreted it, and now that's gospel to you. There's actually no reason for the container, right? We know that atmosphere falls towards Earth. You know you fall towards Earth. You're stuck on Earth right now.
No,
right?
no,
Aren't you?
No, I'm not stuck on Earth.
If you jump up, what happens?
The fact that I'm more dense than the fact that I'm more dense than the air returns me back to Earth as I'm seeking equilibrium.
That's fine. That still meets my description of stuck on Earth, doesn't it?
No. No.
I think it does.
No, when you look at switches
you
that
can look at
normally
whatever
open,
method
normally
you
open
like
or
to use
normally
on Earth.
closed. In
That's
your
fine.
world, normal is flying away. That's normal.
Now, Lou, if atmosphere also has mass, don't you think the same would be true for the atmosphere?
Just flying.
That through, if I were to say, you know what?
The answer is no. And what is atmosphere made of? What is it? Is it made of solids or gases?
Oxygen, hydrogen. There's a bunch of other stuff in there.
A lot of gases, right?
Yeah. Do gases have mass?
And how do gases behave differently than me jumping off of the fucking ground?
But do gases have mass?
Does mass fucking attract mass?
Doesn't matter. All we know is that mass, whether it's through.
No, it does matter.
Well, hang on. If it doesn't have density.
Well, particles are what if you're gonna believe in that. Like, see, I don't know that gases are actually particles either. That's just like another system that we kind of made up in our own heads about everything being little balls of things. Like,
Well, how do little balls?
We do know.
Hang on. If I put air in your tire, are there things pushing the tire out towards the road, or is it just not things pushing your tire towards the road? It's got to be something in there, right? That's doing the pushing. Something.
I don't like your analogy. It's not a good example.
Okay,
It's
but
not
it
a
is.
trick question.
Yeah, it's not at all. What I'm suggesting to you is that it does have mass and it does have density.
No, look, yeah.
Because if it didn't, it couldn't push on the interior walls of your tire, right?
And other things would either sink through it or rise above it if it didn't have density.
Right. No, there's definitely it has density. Because like we know there's different gases layer themselves based off of like an Archimedes principle.
So can
density
something have
power.
can something have density and not have mass?
It doesn't matter as far as that goes. We know gases equally distribute, whereas like liquids and solids will always settle at the bottom because they're more dense than the gases. The gases are.
The question is, can you have density and not have mass? Now let's go to the definition of density.
Look, I'm not gonna argue. It just took me a minute to fucking agree with you. Yeah, it does have mass, but does mass mean that it is automatically attracted to Earth?
Okay.
Hey, we're not even to that step in the argument. What we're trying to do is take your understanding of the world and make what we're saying about how it works make sense, right? So having mass and having density, we don't need to rely on mass attracting mass. We need to rely on your understanding that things with mass and density fall towards Earth. And it seems like you've agreed with me.
No,
right?
no. Not all. It depends on the state of matter. So like, some, I mean, some gases go up. Like, what about
And why
helium?
is that? Why is that? But why is that? Why does it go up?
In fact, almost all gases go up. Like a lot
But,
of
but they,
them. Like,
but they do that because of their physical properties. And how far up do they go? Do they go all the way up, or do they just stop?
according to your guys'
No,
NASA
no, no, no,
and
no,
shit.
no, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, no. I'm asking
Well,
you and your understanding of the world.
we can't test. Like, you and I cannot go up there and test like the limits to, like, the atmosphere. Like, we don't have the ability to do that. But
you agree that
according to your model, your scientists, your NASA and everything.
Lou, we're not going to authorities, okay? We're just talking to our understanding.
So,
I have to compare it to what's said. I have to compare it to what's said. Like,
But for what purpose? To what end? We
do
understand
you
what the
agree
science.
with that? That's what the model says. Do you agree with that?
do I agree with the model? Like, well, you're not allowing me to state what the model says.
Okay, state it, and then do you agree with it?
I disagree with it. I'll tell you that right off the bat. But the model states that essentially, like, almost everything stays here. A very little bit just leaks off, kind of like what Armo was saying. We're like, I don't know if that's where they blamed the hole in the ozone layer and shit years ago or what, but we lose very, very little.
Okay, but you're getting away. What we're trying to get at is that the atmosphere does have the properties of density and mass, and you've already agreed that through whatever means you'd like, things with density and mass go towards Earth. Now, there may be reasons that it
No,
pushes
I did
away.
not say that. You keep on doing that. You keep trying to slip that stuff in. No, they don't necessarily move towards Earth.
Okay, they attempt to reach equilibrium. Because then we have a gradient to discuss, and then why does the gradient?
Yeah, no. I think, okay. Here's going to be the disconnect. It's going to take jumping a couple of steps, jumping the gun a little bit. But like, it's two different ideas. So like,
Here, I got one. Let's try this. Before you go any further, things with density and mass are susceptible to the forces acting on them. How about that? Whether it's buoyancy, gravity, centrifugal forces, whatever, they're susceptible to the forces.
That's definitely a major part of it, but there's also laws involved. So like, there's certain things that you cannot prove or understand, like your law of gravity.
But we'll skip that one then.
Oh, we'll skip that one. Yeah, we'll just convenient because you can't prove it.
Just for the sake of the argument for now.
It's extremely relevant to the conversation.
Well,
Anyway,
I'll let
keep
you.
going.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought it might smooth things over if we tried a different approach. But keep going.
All right, so like, just like you guys claim that there's a law of gravity that you can't define, that you can't experiment on, I would say that there's like just a law of up and down. Like, can't explain it, can't experiment on it. There's just up and down, and that it's literally got to do with multiple factors. A large part being density that we can agree on, like Archimedes principle and so on and so forth. But also possibly which it talks a lot about like electrostatics. Everything is electric in nature. All this grounding, so on and so forth. The question becomes, what gives directionality, right? Like, what determines up and down? Like,
Let me jump in there. I understand that would be a good conversation to have. What causes it? What me and extremists are interested in is your acknowledgement there is an up and down affecting all things with
Oh
density
yeah,
and
no,
mass.
you'll never, dude. I like invented Lew's law. Fucking it's just like up is up and down is down. I didn't really invent it, but I just like I credited with it because I said it one time and really well one night and people liked it. But yeah,
Okay.
like just up is up and down is down. Like there's no time where my up is your down. There's
Okay.
no time
Okay.
where
I understand where you're going with this Earth Side Globe. But what's important is that there is an up and a down. And what's important is that we acknowledge that things with density and mass obey that up and down law. Why they do it doesn't matter. Just as long as it happens, as long as we understand that it happens, then we can talk about what's possible when it's happening, i.e. the gradient to space. And if there isn't a down for all things with mass and density, then a gradient's possible because that down force causes it.
when it comes to the space thing, like you do want to just debate space, like you understand, like that puts me in a really tough position. I don't believe in your theoretical space. I can only tell you how your model can debunk itself in multiple fucking ways.
Let's
I
not
cannot.
use the term space. Let's not go with that. Let's go with the highest that a human has been. Let's go with Felix Baumgartner, 120,000 feet.
That's not the hot dude. First off, dude, you want to go with him? Dude, that whole fucking thing was a hoax. That dude didn't jump from that high.
All right, I'm gonna dip out. Lou, I appreciate the conversation and good luck, extremists.
I didn't want to be left alone.
I'm sorry, man. No, I think Elasma's still there, and Arma might be here.
Yeah, no, I appreciated the conversation with you too. Like, you're cordial and everything. Like, I think you and I actually got along pretty well while disagreeing compared to how a lot of these conversations go.
Good. Cool. Yeah, you guys have a good night. Go eat lunch. Next time, Lou, we'll talk some more.
All right, take care, man. Yeah, so anyway, Felix, that whole thing was fucking bogus.
So instead of space, let's go with what's the highest that humans have been?
Probably like in a Blackbird, something like that, in an actual like flying aircraft.
Yeah, but I mean, they're always, well, I guess they're pressurized, but that's 100,000 feet. He went 120, so it's a marginal difference. But anyway, we'll say 100,000. Instead of using the word space, let's go with 100,000 feet.
All right, theoretically, somebody's been up at 100,000 feet. Sure, let's go with it. What?
So now, why? I don't even know what I kind of missed the part. What were we discussing? Up and down and the gradient. That's the last part I heard.
That was a while ago, man. I can't really like tell you what you were thinking when you brought up Felix.
Well, I don't know what he said something about space, and my point in Felix was don't use space, use something else we can both agree on. But I don't know where he was going with that, is my point.
That kind of leaves you hanging, doesn't it?
That's why I said I don't want to be left here alone. I don't know. I got to point A of the conversation. I don't know where B was. I don't know where B was going.
You just want an argument? I can argue with you.
I don't even know I don't even know what I mean, I know we were discussing up and down and the gradient, and then that's kind of where I'm at a loss.
Yeah. I guess I'll continue with kind of what I was saying. Just kind of like I was talking about, like what are laws, and like what can we prove? Like laws don't go through the scientific method. They're not really testable. We just know that they happen every single time. So things like the laws of thermodynamics, we don't really know exactly why they happen or what causes them. We just know that it happens every time. The law
Yeah,
of gravity, the
that's
law of
true.
gravity. Yeah, like so.
But there's another
So why
side of
not?
it. Hold on one sec. I think you're missing the other side of it is that when you test it, it's true, but also you can predict results before you test it and see if your prediction matches what you get.
Well, yeah, but you can
And
only
that's important.
you're only that's not really a prediction though. That's a post-diction. It's just that you've observed this to happen over and over and over again, and you can say that it will happen again.
No, but
That's
that's
what
the
makes
thing is,
that's what makes it a law. Like with a theory, you want to test something that you've never really observed. You have a theory, and you just think that if you do this, then this will happen.
and the thing is with the laws and with the theories, there's usually some sort of mathematical description.
Not with not with a law. With a law, it's based off of purely observation. So like we see it to happen over and over again, and then we create a mathematical formula to as an expression to explain it.
Describe what we see.
We
Yes,
don't.
yes, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
the thing is that mathematical description that what we see also should have predictive powers so that, like for instance, we have the ability to test this law today at these energy levels or in these conditions, and this is the results we get. But we don't have the ability to test this law in these energy conditions yet. However, in 5 years, we will have that technology, and this is the results we expect to see at those energy levels. That is the prediction that we can make because we can't do it now. We can do it in the future and see if the prediction matches future technology and inventions and whatever.
It sounds pretty sounds like pretty religious to me.
Well, I mean, I would give, I don't know if the whole Higgs boson thing, that was predicted in the 60s, 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah. But no, you have to understand. Like, if you're like dead set and you put a career into like trying to prove a theory that you've had, and like you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on an education and friggin' and decades of your time, like I don't know. You're just trying to force the issue. You're just trying to
But
force the point.
who
Like,
says that just because I spent, if we have 10 people that all spent $100,000 on their education, we all have 10 different theories, then are we
no, but you
all
guys don't
10?
ever do that. You guys really don't ever do that. You like all get like inspiration from somebody somewhere, and then you like form a team, and you're like, we're gonna all get together and make this fucking reality. Like we're
There's
gonna
many
friggin'
different ideas on a lot of different. I mean, gravity. If you look at gravity, there's 20 different versions of gravity besides Einstein's gravity.
yeah, but all of them are pretty much thrown out. Like they're hardly considered. You're a kook if you
Oh
don't
no, the
believe
thing
it.
is, we know that Einstein gravity is wrong because it's not correct. It doesn't merge with quantum mechanics, so we know it's wrong. But there's a dozen, 15 different alternative types of gravity that are similar, but they all have subtle differences.
But none of them could possibly be one that fits with flat earthers' ideals, right? Like
I
it's
don't.
got to be anything. It's got to fit a globe Earth, right?
I mean, most of them, as far as I know. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I will say yes. The short
Yeah.
answer is
Okay.
yes.
Well,
Yes.
thank you for being honest there. Because, dude, seriously, you understand the bias going on with that.
Well, again, part of the whole thing I'm saying is that going back to what my point that I was making, and this is, we kind of got sidetracked here. I was specific talking about if you make a prediction today that you cannot test today for whatever reason, the technology doesn't exist. We don't have the the technology, the mechanics, the tools aren't sensitive enough, whatever. If we have a theory or a law or whatever, we can't test it today, but we can test it in 5 or 10 years. And in 5 or 10 years, we test it now. If it lines up with what we predicted, great. And that's more confirmation. It doesn't prove it's right, but it does provide evidence. As we said, it does. There's no proof, but
It's
here's
biased.
the thing.
It's
Hold on.
biased.
Right, but here's the thing, and this is kind of an important part: is if in 10 years we get the technology that we can test, or the instruments are accurate enough, or whatever, and we make a prediction, and that prediction is wrong, then now we have proven it wrong. We haven't, there's no proving it right. We offer the evidence.
No,
But we have
that's not
now
how it works,
proven
though.
it is
That's not how it
wrong
works. This
at
type of
these
thing
energy
has
levels.
happened. This type of thing has happened over and over and over again. And every time that you come up with a new technology that you think is going to predict one thing, and it comes up with some other result, you say, "Oh, well, now we have to modify our model." And you change the math. You change the like. You guys do this every fucking time, over and over and over again. In fact, more often than not.
But that's modifying it, and it being wrong are not necessarily I mean, they can be the same thing and be different. I mean, just because it's wrong.
Well, no, because now it's post hoc. Like it's an ad hoc.
That's a better way to put it. It can be incomplete, but it's not necessarily wrong. How about
Look,
that?
hindsight is always 20/20. You can predict something, and then when you're wrong, you see the result and go, "Oh, now I see." Whereas it was, look, here's where I was wrong. Like it didn't fit what I thought. Nothing worked, but we can work with this. We can work with this.
I mean, that's sort of the whole point of new technology, more accurate instruments. On the old scale, whatever your experiment is, everything agreed, everything lined up. Your theory and the
Is that how
test
you came?
were right.
Is that how you came up with dark matter and dark energy?
I can talk in anything specific. I'm just talking in generalities here. Now, we have new technology. Hold on. New technology, more accurate instruments. So as you get more and more accurate, somewhere your test results diverge from what the predictions are. And so you've got to figure out, you got to isolate the divergence at these particular, at these energy levels, they agree. Starting right here at these energy levels, they start to disagree. As you go higher and higher energy levels, there's more and more disagreement. So right here at these energy levels, these middle energy levels, you got to figure out why there's disagreement between your idea and the testing results. Now, that disagreement may just require an adjustment, so to speak. I mean, the again, on the globe side, the obvious example of that is Newton's gravity, and it described most everything that we saw, except it didn't describe the precession of Mercury. There was all kinds of, they looked for other planets, they whatever, they tried to figure out why. Einstein came along and gave more accurate results, a more accurate theory. You guys keep saying that it replaced it or it superseded it.
No, but not it wasn't it wasn't about his prediction of celestial balls in the sky, friggin' lights in the sky. It was about like what space is, or what gravity is, where it was a redefinition of the term. So in Newtonian physics, gravity was mass attracting mass. It was a force, the force of mass attracting mass. Whereas in Einstein's, it's no longer a force, it's an effect. It's an effect, a pseudo force of the bending and warping of space time. Okay,
fine.
so like
the thing is, the point I'm making is not necessarily what's the cause or the
but
behind
that's what
the
all
scenes
science.
thing.
That's what science really is.
Hold
It's
on.
about cause and effect. It's about
Right.
It's about cause and effect.
My point I'm making is that Einstein's equations are more accurate than Newton's. They're the same thing. Newton's equation is actually a special case of Einstein. They actually boil down to the same thing. And so, this whole thing about, well, most of the time we just use Newton's because they're easier, whatever.
Well, it's a big difference. It's a big difference between being a force and a pseudo force.
That's fine. The difference in the cause doesn't really change the difference in the predictions. If I
No,
say
the prediction. The prediction is dependent on the cause.
but
Like,
the thing is, so Newton said that it's an attraction of mass attracting mass. Okay, now, Mercury has some sort of precession. Its orbit is slightly off from Newton's equations for whatever. There's a slight precession. Now, in Einstein, he came along and said it's now bending and warping of space-time. And when you change that, it allows you to predict the precession and explain the precession.
yeah, but
So,
it allows you to, I don't know. I mean, you really have nothing. Like, what the fuck is space? What the fuck is time? What the fuck is what the fuck is the two together? What is space time?
but my point is,
Can we test space time? Can we do real science on it? Because Einstein, he was a mathematician. He didn't actually do any experiments. He
actually,
didn't.
I think if you look, he was actually a physicist and didn't know the math as well. He actually consulted other mathematicians on some of the math part of it. His area was
Okay,
actually
well, how do you do an experiment on Mercury? How did he isolate anything when it comes to like the movement of celestial bodies?
you observe the orbit, and in Newton's world, that observation doesn't line up with the predictions. In other words, what you're seeing, you see Mercury today.
It's theoretical science. It's theoretical science, which is not really science. It's
when you say theoretical, that's not theoretical. Is again beyond testing, beyond observation, beyond our technology. And that's not the case here. We can observe, we can predict where Mercury
okay.
should
Fine,
be.
fine. Maybe you might like the term observational science better.
Oh, that's
Like,
fine.
it's literally without testing, no experiment involved. Literally just watching, looking for patterns, and coming up with theories,
Okay.
ideas.
Hold on. In Newton's paradigm, mass attracting mass, we say Mercury should be here in 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 months later, it's slightly off. It's not where we say it should be using Newton's equations. Now, we go back to Einstein's equations. Einstein says in 3 months, I should see Mercury over here. 3 months later, you look for Mercury where Einstein says it should be, and it is in fact there. Now, you do that again. So in 6 months, using Einstein's equations, I should see Mercury over here. In 6 months, you test it again, and it's there. But if you go back to Newton's equations,
yeah, but dude,
test it in 6 months, it's not where his equations say it should be.
you don't think that
a little
has
bit,
been tracked since this stuff's been tracked since the time of the ancients, like long before any kind of science or anything came along.
That's the point.
They're not predicting
It's not
anything. They're
it's
not predicting anything.
But what I'm saying is, according to the math, that's what they're predicting. The math says
They're just fine tuning their math to better fit observational reality.
that's actually kind of true. Their math is
100%
wrong for
true.
Newton. They're fixing the math in Einstein. That's kind of what they did. I don't disagree with that. But here's the thing, what it did, what it allows you to do it. You're saying that we see Mercury right here today. And if we observe it for 100 years, then we see its full path. But, and we know where it's going to be based on the observation. That's correct. But here's the problem is that if we use the math to predict it, the math says this is how it should behave. In Newton's math, his math said it should be over here, but when we actually observe it for those 100 years, it's over here. Einstein's math said it should be here, and it is here for these 100 years that we observe it. So those two line up, the math and the observation, the prediction and the observation for Newton line up. The prediction and the observation do not line up for Newton. So we knew that that was wrong for some reason. We didn't know why. We knew it was not the final answer. There was something else to why Mercury's orbit, despite our, we can observe it for 1,000 years. We don't know why it follows this slight path. Newton says it should be here. It's slightly off. We don't know why, but we see it for 1,000 years or whatever, 5,000 years. So the math and the observations both agree in Einstein, but they do not both agree with
No, it just means that Newton didn't have as solid of math to try to describe what he was observing as Einstein did much later. Einstein fine-tuned his math to try to fit what he observed. He didn't predict anything. He tried to create a formula or an algorithm that would fit the rhythms, the patterns of the sky, right? And then as soon as you come up with good math, they say you're predicting things. No, you're not predicting things. You're just you're post-dicting, essentially. You're saying we've seen these patterns. In fact, many people before, like look at the Sumerians with all of their observations of the sky. They had this shit figured out and mapped long before we all came along, Newton or frickin' Einstein. They didn't like have a formula to present to you, but they had a calendar that would show you like what you could expect, like and it was extremely accurate. Like none of this stuff is like groundbreaking. None of this is new. It's just trying to figure out what the ancients already fucking had figured out. And by the way, they were flat earthers.
The whole thing where he said that Newton adjusted his math, I mean, that's actually kind of true, but the question you have to ask is, what did he do to adjust the math? Did he just add some extra formulas here, a couple of changes of sign over here? What is the source of the changing of the math? Where did he come up with that?
He invented like a new type of fucking I don't even know what to call it. Like I want to say like a new type of let's say pseudo matter. Like this idea of space time. Like what the fuck? He had to invent something that doesn't exist in order to make it work.
So if he invented something that doesn't exist, let's back up a step. Newton doesn't have that step, that whatever he invented that doesn't exist, Newton doesn't have it. His predictions are inaccurate.
By the way, he invented something that doesn't exist in order to make it work, and already 100 years later, scientists are going, that's not right either. Like it
Well,
only lasted for a blink of an eye, honestly.
I mean, I
It,
said that. We know it's not the final answer. I mean, we already know that. But what I was going to say is Newton had his math. It doesn't work specific to the precession of Mercury.
well,
Now,
Newton lasted way longer than Einstein. I mean, like like, and both are wrong. So why are we supposed to agree with either one of them?
when you that's I don't like the term you're saying they're wrong. They're not the final answer. That to me is it's not, it's incomplete. I don't like you when you say the term wrong. To me, that means we got to scrap it and start over.
I think we should. I think we probably should. Yeah. Instead of chasing our own tail, trying to salvage something that's broken and not working, maybe we should freaking, start from the beginning again. Like we don't forget what we've learned from these things, but think of it from a whole nother aspect instead of trying to coattail on them.
Well, so Newton didn't have space time. He just had his math and his observations, and the math and the observation did not line up. The predictions did not work. He did not have space time. Now, Einstein made up space time, changed the math, and now the observations match the math.
All right, so because he made up a couple of things and the math works, it means it's real.
Well, I mean, is that not a suggestion? Does that not make you think maybe even if he's wrong, he might be on the right path? If he's got this idea, Newton didn't have this information, this idea, this whatever you want to say, his predictions and observations did not match. I come up with a new idea. I come up with new math to describe my idea. And
All right, but at some point, real science has to come in here. Like you have to be able to say like not just mathematically, but you have to have physical things to actually manipulate. You have to have an independent and a dependent variable somewhere in there.
I mean, that's where I'm going with this is he has a new paradigm, a new explanation, whether you agree with it or not. It's real, it's not real, it's fake, it's science fiction. The math of the new paradigm matches the observations and the predictions.
I like your use of the word paradigm. Paradigm is literally just a way of thought. Like it doesn't mean it's real. It's just a way of thought.
I mean it's two different ways of thinking, as you said. One involves a way of thinking of mass as or as gravity as mass attracting mass. The other one thinks of it as
Yeah,
bending and warping in space
I
time.
think both are you don't like wrong. How about incorrect? Both are incorrect.
Both are incomplete. I mean, incorrect, whatever. I'm not going to, again, wrong and incorrect are the same thing. To me, incomplete means they're partially right. And in this case, they're both partially right. Newton's, all of his stuff accurately predicted all of the observations that, of Venus and Earth and Saturn and Mars, all of those, it was accurate, quote, enough. Got all those predictions. Those predictions match the math. Mercury doesn't match the math. So we know something is wrong there. Yes, it is incomplete or lacking, it's not, something's not right.
Right. Well, it's incomplete. It's incomplete enough where like NASA still uses for the idea of predicting, in air quotes, predicting eclipses. They don't use relativity. They don't use Einstein. They don't use Newton. They use the serocycle.
Okay, that's fine. That's not where I'm going. So
I know it's not where you're going, but it's
Newton is
so
incomplete.
incomplete. It's so incomplete that in order to properly predict these events in the sky, they have to go to 10,000 or 30,000 year old friggin' ancients, and their calendar to figure it out.
Okay, that's fine. So Newton is not complete for Mercury. For most everything else, it is complete. Einstein comes along with another paradigm, another way of thinking. Now it is also correct. It gets everything that we already knew correct. We already knew the other stuff. That part is still right. It solves a problem we didn't know before, namely Mercury. Okay, that's great. Now, it also made another interesting prediction, which was confirmed. I'll mention it. But the whole blocking or bending of light through the sun with what's his name's observation. Anyway, that prediction was made. That was also confirmed. That was interesting enough. But here's the problem: 100 years later, we now have quantum mechanics, and general relativity and quantum mechanics don't merge, don't play well together. We know general relativity, the bending and warping of space-time, is not a complete answer. It is incomplete. Something is still missing.
Or perhaps it was literally just a concept made up in somebody's mind.
That's okay, you can say that, but the problem is any new concept you come up with, whatever else you come up with, has to be as accurate, because it's pretty accurate. Like I said, it's accurate for all the planets, it's accurate for Mercury. It has to do all that stuff too. It has to explain why light bends around the sun. We already confirmed that. But it also has to. It also has to. Hold on. Let me at least finish before you tell me I'm wrong.
I gotta at least. I'm not gonna look. I gotta at least tell you when you say we know that, like, and I can't say that we know that. It's like it's all dependent on your model and your ideas and believing that you live on a ball and like the heliocentric model and all this stuff. Like we don't know that. We know that is what the mainstream agrees on. That's
Okay,
all we know.
we'll go with that. So it not only has to agree with these other previous test results, but it has to give us answers that we don't currently have the answers for right now. So there are some stuff we don't know. So the new paradigm, whatever that is, if you want to come up with, we scrap this one and start completely over, that's fine. Whatever we do now, starting over, has to give us the answers that we test now and also give us the answers we don't have. It has to be more accurate than what we have now.
I think it's interesting with my new friend Extremis. He talks about the Mercury, the perihelion precession of Mercury, and which was done by Berrier, Berrier in 1846, which Einstein stole and parroted. And the difference over 100 years is 43 arc seconds, 5,600 arc seconds versus 5,557. 43 arc seconds over 1 year proves the perihelion precession of Mercury. And the other thing, I forget what he said. The bending warping of space time. When Eddington and the two expeditions in May 29th of 1919, took 16 shots apiece, and then they went to the Royal Society in November 6, 1919, and they used 2 out of the 32 to prove the bending and warping of space-time. And if you've seen those slides, you would kind of go, that's just crazy, man. And so on November 6th, they went and told the USA and the UK press that Einstein was their boy, and they were going to throw Newton to the curb. And Einstein woke up November 7th, 1919, savior to the ball, the person who saved the ball. So if you think that the bending and warping of space-time has been proven by 2 slides out of 32, and the next day Einstein was their boy. And if you think the parallelium precession of Mercury with 43 different 43 arc seconds different over 100 years that Einstein just copied from a guy that did it 60 years previous to that, if you think that proves the Mercury precession, then go
Yes,
ahead
I
and
do.
live in your little fairy tale. Thanks.
It's not
Yeah,
that it
also,
proves it.
while we're picking on Einstein, like a guy who freaking failed math and all this stuff, like the whole story about him is just totally propped up by the system. It reeks of psyop. It reeks of freaking like just social engineering, like mentally changing like the whole way of thought and think like of the masses. Like he's a propped up individual. I think Tesla probably is as well. Like just an artificially placed person, along with like the invention of the transistor and all this stuff. Like these things are not the stories that they're telling us. It's all propped up propaganda.
What's fascinating about photoelectric effect in 1905? It was a thought experiment where they shined a light into an atom nucleus and electrons, and supposedly they bumped the electron, out of the orbit or into a different orbit, or it collapsed into the nucleus. And basically it was a thought experiment that Einstein won a Nobel Prize for 16 years later in 1921. But people were doing work on the photoelectric effect 10 years before that. So Einstein stole that, like he stole the Mercury precession. And then he stole E equal mc squared. And then he stole relativity from Poincaré. And so, Einstein was maybe the biggest fraud that ever existed, but he's their boy. He's the one that saved the ball for the world.
Yeah, it's just so hard to trust anything that's like anything that you're taught in school about or history or anything that you can't like that you weren't there to observe, honestly, like is just so untrustworthy, especially proven by the way that we see media manipulation and historical like literally changing the history books and things now. You don't think that this isn't you think this is a brand new thing, like it's never happened before? Um there's nothing to be trusted. Nothing. Unless you were there.
What I find fascinating is I was a big Trekkie in 66 to 69. Yes, I'm old. And I watched it because I loved my outer space even when I was that age. And now I watch it on Pluto TV. It's free. I got rid of my TV 3.5 months ago. Best thing I ever did in my life. So I watch it on Pluto TV, 17-inch laptop, and I watch 2-3 episodes at a time of Star Trek with Kirk and Spock and those guys. They push relativity so much in that show. It's unbelievable from 66 to 69. And of course, they pushed the planet thing. And when they were done, Apollo 11 landed on the moon. Can you believe that?
On Star Trek, yeah, I believe it. Did it happen in real life? No. Yeah, no, it's just funny. Yeah, the way that they push the narrative in the media, in the comic books, in the theater, in the TV shows, and all that stuff, and then yeah, everything that's fantasy all of a sudden becomes reality.
I mean, I don't know how many of you watch, Star Trek, the reruns, because most of you aren't my age. But I don't know how many of you have actually watched the reruns from Kirk and Spock.
Yeah,
But
I didn't really watch much of the
yeah.
the original, but back in the 90s, in the early 90s and mid 90s, like I did, even though I hated it at first. You know how like when you were a kid, you know, you were limited to like your choices. Like this show was on at this time, and like a lot of times there was nothing on, and you got kind of stuck like just choosing like, fine, I'll watch this. And Star Trek: The Next Generation kind of grew on me actually. That one, you know, Picard, all that. Like I kind of liked a lot of the a lot of the themes of the shows actually did kind of get your mind going about things, you know. Um, and even questioning, like questioning, like the theories, like in the ideas and the science and everything. Even though for your normie back then, like they would be like, "Oh yeah, this is," you know, they would think it's like like showing you space, like space is real or whatever. But like no, like if you actually look into some of the stories, it's like the themes of the shows, it kind of make you question society and information, the control of the information, media, like all this. I don't know. You have to kind of read between the lines, and you had to do it back then too.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea behind warp speed and the warping of space time, and this lady who wrote a puff piece on Einstein, her name's Cynthia Phillips. She worked at the JPL, and she's got a small write up in Wikipedia. And if you punch in Cynthia Phillips PhD into Google, you'll see her picture. But even in her 266-page book on Einstein, she even talks about outer space travel and how somebody will be a different age when they come back, as opposed to somebody who stays here on Earth. And that's what Star Trek pushed in '66 to '69, that they could actually go back in time and things like that. And so it's just really amazing. I don't know if Roddenberry did that on purpose. Who produced it. I have no idea. What was behind that, but that's just the weirdest thing. And they did it for 3 years, and then the show was canceled in '69, but then Apollo 11 went to the moon in July of '69. So we were all prepped for 3 years to love our moon, because Star Trek took us space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Star Trek. I think there's a lot more, uh, like socially, like probably in programming of the people, but as well as like almost like soft releases of truth, like where they do poke at some of the inconsistencies or the paradoxes or the um just the weirdness, the strangeness of the whole idea of space travel and stuff like that, where one person might be totally enthralled by it and taken away and just amazed in all aspects, whereas another might go, yeah, actually, that is a problem, or that is weird, or how does that work? And be interested in looking a little bit more into that. Like, this is just fantasy, and even in this fantasy thing, that they poke at, they poke at, like how this just can't be true. Honestly, if you're really looking into it and thinking about it.
I know the globe earthers will disagree with that, but actually science has been taken over by pseudoscience. Some people could call it non-science or nonsense, but us STPers or flat earthers, whatever you want to call us, we're science deniers, but we understand what the inverse square law of light is. We understand the second law of thermodynamics. We understand Newton's third law of motion, and we understand the physics of light and water. And we're the non-science people, whereas the people that are pushing this globe, are the non-science people, because they totally disregard those things that I mentioned before. I mean, Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics. Just open up a pop can, a soda can, and inverse square law of light, whether you're going to the moon or whether you're going to Saturn, in their fairy tale. And
What
so,
do you, Jim? What do you mean by the inverse square law of light? Could you describe it?
well, you're looking at it this way, Matthew. If you're going towards something and you get half the distance, the inverse square law of light tells you it's 4 times brighter. Am I wrong?
That's right.
And if you double the distance you're away from it, then it gets 4 times lighter. Is that correct?
Right, right.
Okay. So if we move that to Saturn, we're told Saturn is 750 million miles away. So if we're 93 million miles from the sun and we double that, that's 180. That means Saturn at 180 million miles should be 4 times less bright than it is, here on Earth. If you double that and go to 360, it should be 4 times. And then you go to 720, it should be 4 times. And that's not 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals 12.
Yeah, it's multiplied. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. So so Saturn, we shouldn't be able to see Saturn. I'm sorry, Matthew, and unless it is lights put in the sky, as Genesis 1:16-17 says. But anyway, that's a different subject. And so with the moon, if the moon's 240 thousand miles away, you go 120,000, it should be 4 times brighter. You go 60, it should be 4 times brighter. If you go 30, it should be 4 times brighter. If you go 15,000, it should be 4 times brighter. And doggone it, Matthew, by the time you get on the moon, it should be as bright as the sun is. But I don't remember ever seeing that in Apollo 11, 12, 13, not 13. 13 was a movie. And 14, 15, 16. And I don't remember that Artemis showing us that either. So, Matthew, you're a great guy and stuff like that. And you teach young people and you're very respectful. But my goodness, man.
Yeah, no, that your description is helpful. That description answers my question about your understanding of the inverse square law. Thank you.
I also want to point out, like, you just gave him way more credit than he's deserved. He might present himself well, but I'm not so convinced that he's a great guy.
I am. I'm a good guy. I'm even a great guy.
I really want to hear that. We're never going to hear it, Matthew. I'm just funning you right now. I would really like to hear that conversation between you and Mark Sargent at that get together you had a couple months ago. That would be fascinating.
I'll tell you the basic gist. I said, how does the sun rise exactly east from everywhere on Earth on the equinox? And he said, basically, it could work that way if everybody has their own instantiation, like a video game.
I would have loved to have been there. I would love to have been there and been a fly on the wall or a fly in the air or whatever and heard that conversation.
So the main disagreement I have with Mark is that I don't think that reality is merely a simulation, a computer simulation.
Ding, ding, ding. Matthew wins. Friggin', that was easy. Even though you're not that great of a guy, you're an all right guy.
Thanks.
I just find it fascinating that Matthew and I, different elections, of course, voted for Alan Keyes at one time. I find that fascinating.
Yep. 2008, November 2008.
I think mine, I don't know when mine was, but it was funny. It's like I wasn't going to vote for, in the primary, I wasn't going to vote for the person the puppet that I think was Bush 41 or whatever it was. I wasn't going to vote. I wasn't, when I thought politics mattered, I wasn't going to vote for a Bush because looking back, I shouldn't have voted ever, but that's okay.
Yeah, how are you going to vote for a Bush or a Clinton or forget? It's so. I know so many people are they're way late, but like
They are.
If you couldn't see the corruption years ago, it's because you had the wool pulled over your eyes. Like there isn't a winning side voting within the two-party system in the United States. Like no matter what, you are voting for your own demise.
I drove 135 miles in 1980, and my then girlfriend drove with me to Peoria, Illinois, to vote absentee for Ronald Reagan. I was so proud. And in college, we stood outside in our small little college waiting for him on October day to come by in his little whatever he came by in. And he got out and and waved to us. I don't know if he said anything, but it was like, oh, that was just great. I got within like 20 yards of him. I thought it was like the greatest thing. So it was like I was just stupid. Oh my.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject. I know we're not supposed to talk about it. It's one of those things that we're not even really. We did this a long time ago. It's not like the CV thing. Like talking about revolution or like overthrowing or all that stuff. Like honestly, that's kind of what that's literally the only choice that we actually have to defeat uh the the oppression that we actually have in our system, and especially after the whole January 6th thing, there's no talking about it. They definitely quelched that. Like it's no, you need to be happy with what you got. You've either got the fuck you on the left or the fuck you on the right, and that's what you got, and be happy with it. Like just fight each other about which one of them is, you know, worse than which one is the bad guy. Which one is the bad guy? And then instead of looking at them, we look at each other and say, "You're the bad guy. You don't agree with my bad guy, so you're the bad guy."
Didn't Al Pacino say that in Scarface? You look at me, I'm the bad guy. Remember that in the restaurant?
Yeah, you know, I've only seen Scarface. I like you're a little older than me. Like, but yeah, no, he did have there was a scene there where that sounds definitely familiar. Yeah.
He was in the restaurant all drunk or whatever, and his wife had just walked out, the restaurant, and he's yelling at everybody going, and I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, but no, they're all bad guys. All of them. They're all bad guys. And look, we can actually like literally prove that these bad guys all hang out together. They all have the same freaking the same friends. They all go to the same parties. They all fuck the same minors. You know, like they're all bad guys. All right, I know all the Globers are sick of me. I'm off for the night. Have a good one.
The Earth's a globe. Just remain muted.
I beg your pardon?
I was just saying, if the Earth's a globe, just go ahead and remain muted. You know.
Oh. What if it's almost a globe? What if it's like oblate? Right.
I'll take any curvature. Yeah. So if the Earth is just curved, you know, it's got curves. Quiet night over here. What's going on?
Oh, they call him Mother Earth because she's got curves. Man, I have actually never thought about that before. Is that why they call him Mother Earth? Because it's curved.
I'd probably say it's, you know, Mother Earth because it's always getting taken advantage of.
Hey, Explorer, what mushrooms are you on? Just curious.
Oh, you're doing shrooms?
Not me. Explorer has been saying some very
Oh
odd
yeah,
things.
explore flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, I get to fucking talk now?
Yes, sir. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you what shrooms you was
Do you
on.
really want to talk to me, Jesse? Really?
Well,
You know what
Are
it's
you
like?
on
You know what it's
shrooms?
like? You know what it's like without water when you need to have a drink? You ever been there? You ever been in that situation
Yeah.
where you're so thirsty, you feel like you're gonna die? You just need water to make sure you live, and a motherfucker won't give you water.
Is that what being muted is like?
Well, no, it's not like that. It's like wanting the truth so bad, and you can't have all of it. You know, you can't even share it all because you're fucking muted. That might be a problem, but I love to have these conversations. Drunker than 20. Yeah, I love to have those conversations. So, what do you got, Jesse? I got one question for you, bud. You ready?
Go for it.
Drunker than 20.
Yes.
Is there any evidence, exclusive evidence you have for the motion of the Earth around the sun? Go ahead, go. Give me your evidence,
Well, define exclusive.
Jesse. Well, it's only exclusive to the orbit of the sun or orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Well,
You don't know what exclusive means? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. You're a glober, right? Fuck, I thought you had the definition everywhere. Do you want me to define everything for you?
I'm a truism.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the globe. I'm a truism. I'm pretty sure globe is the true shape.
Okay, great. So without orbit, then you ain't got no globe model. So give me the evidence of the Earth moving or motion of the Earth orbit around the sun. Any evidence, anything. Give me it. Let me have it. I mean, I'm drunker than crazy. I'm a drunk crazy man.
Is it
I was just muted for
Bring
hours.
laser gyroscopes that show you axis.
You guys let Lou go on for
rotation of
hours,
several
man.
different, planes.
Why did you let Lou go on for hours and then he punished you? He took you to task and he was
Did
drunker
you like
than.
that evidence or claim or?
I like the fact that you said you were muted, but I didn't hear all drunk. I mean, you should look at the reasons why you would get muted in the first place.
Look, it takes a lot to get me inebriated. I can handle you guys. I might be able to drink a whole case and still handle you, fella.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking? I got Leinenkugel.
Just
Actually,
PBR. I don't hate any of you, by the way. I think
don't hate
it's
you
really
either,
crazy. Your
but
behavior,
I'm just
your
telling
behavior
you the
is
truth.
really disgusting to me. You see me in the chat, right?
You say that when you drink you can handle it, but you sound all wasted and stuff.
You get pretty tired of people like ignoring, the truth. You get pretty sick of it. I mean, yeah, it might sound like I'm irritated.
Demon Stride, did you say a gyroscope?
Yeah, a ring laser gyroscope would give you the
That's your
orbit.
evidence.
Yeah, but they
That's
don't.
your evidence?
Those don't pick up the orbit.
That
of
is
the
evidence.
sun. Hold on, they don't. They only pick up.
Okay, I might be wrong, but I was under the. Okay, yeah, I was under the impression that it picked up the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun.
Right, the side.
Let me get. Hey, Geos.
They don't.
Geo, please give me a second, please. Okay. I wanted to do this earlier today after me and Witsit got done. Well, it was mainly Witsit, but I mean, I was right on board with him. I'm not going to take anything away from Witsit. He's brilliant. I only want to teach him contract law. That's it. I don't even want notoriety. I don't want any wealth. I'll hand it all to him.
All right. Well, he's
I'll
not
hand
here.
every single penny.
He's not
to
here.
him.
He's not here. So you can talk.
I
to
know.
him later.
I'm just letting him know. I don't want notoriety. I don't want fame. I don't want fortune. I don't care what explore flat Earth means. I know what my name is. And if if you know what my real name is, I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm not afraid to identify to any single man. It's when one forces me to give them my name. That's when we have an issue. But look, I give it away freely anyway. But if a man comes up and tries to force me to give them my name, my mama told me not to give my name away to no man. But look, that's beside the point.
Oh, there's
But
just
let me
some
say
votes
this.
out of you.
Let me just say this to all of you. If you got arrested for not taking your hands out of your pockets and everybody told you you're a fucking crazy bastard for expecting fucking compensation for it, what the fuck would you say to them? Hello.
I definitely have to get
Now
on
there's crickets.
I definitely have to get on Discord and tell people about it for sure.
Wouldn't you expect compensation? Do you think you would have to
it's the
fucking
first place to go.
do you think you would have to spend like 4 years and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to prove that they owe you for not fucking taking your hand? They arrested you.
Headache. Stop yelling.
Yeah,
Arresting
dude,
you.
I'm gonna remute you in about 5 seconds unless you can figure this out, man.
How many dollars?
Thousands. Do you think those papers that I wrote, the contracts that I wrote and sent out, do you think
What are you
those were
drinking
cheap?
though?
Do you think those are cheap?
Because you didn't actually
Yeah,
answer.
hey,
what you're drinking.
have any of you read the contracts that I sent? I mean, I don't know where Battle Mod went.
Oh, is this?
He's probably studying these contracts.
Are you
that I wrote.
are you in any litigation at the time? Are you in any kind of litigation at this moment?
I don't have to be part of the legal society. I'm a man. I'm a postmaster. Actually,
No,
you
I'm
guys
just
don't know what that is.
wondering if you currently at this time have a case that's ongoing in this maritime law system.
I've got a
of
whopper. I've got a whopper. I've got like 9 live life claimants. They're postmasters that are willing to come and testify that every contract, all those contracts, every award, all of it is the truth and nothing but the truth. and they're going to be held liable. It's like it's
When's
way
your
more
court
money
date?
than you'll ever imagine. By the way, and I don't even want a nickel. I don't want any
When's your court date?
money. Well, I haven't made
When's
it
your
yet.
court date though?
The second I get 25
Okay. Do you have any upcoming
plus
pending
masters,
charges?
I want criminal charges because they almost killed me. They didn't give me water. I was dying for water. They gave me 40.
What's
They
your
gave me
first step
40
for that?
beers. What?
Okay, so what's your first step in the legal process for gaining justice in your scenario?
No. If you rely on the legal process, you got to have a lawyer. You got to be represented. There's all kinds of, make believe going on. It's like the globe model. I tried to explain this earlier. There's a parallel.
Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts. You doing? Yeah, what are you
It's
doing?
just a law, bud. It's a law. Everybody's known this since the beginning of time, dude. It's not legalese. It's not a code.
But what
Everybody
are you
knows the
doing?
law.
In order for the law to matter, there has to not be corruption in the law system. There is corruption in the law system today, so it's kind of a dead end road in a lot of ways.
There really isn't corruption in the law. It's legalese. That's where you find corruption. Every postmaster that I talk to knows that the law is real as a rainbow, Geo.
I know you always want to take it into your law thing. Is that what everyone else wants to talk about, or what are we? Were we on a different?
I know you love to change the subject,
No,
but
I wanted to know the actual steps you were going to take, but you haven't alluded to what your first step for the legal process would be to bringing any kind of criminal charges you're talking about. Like, what's the first thing you're going to do here besides talking about it on Discord?
let me explain this to you and Geo.
I'm
That I ain't dragging nobody kicking and screaming to this party.
Well, this
You
isn't
all
really
can
a
go
time. We don't really
fucking
discuss the
kick and
law.
scream
like-
and fucking act like a baby and run away all you like. I don't care. I think it's hilarious to me. You don't want to find the truth? You don't want it? Then run away like a little baby, like a little girl.
Why don't we
Run
talk-
away.
Why don't we
Quit
talk
it.
about-
Quit asking me questions. If you don't want the truth, go run away then.
You haven't given any answers or truth. You haven't given any truth yet. I've asked.
Do any of
Seems
you know who
who's
the Southern
unwilling to
Israelite
give
is?
truth and
Do any of you know who the Southern Israelite is? I know you do. He's been in the truth movement for quite some time. He's actually smashed every single glober there is. They won't debate him. They refuse to. They're terrified of him. That's been my buddy for going on 2014, 2015. What's that, 8 years?
He's nothing but a crazy person, like you.
Oh yeah.
I only associate people with people.
Oh
from
yeah,
the
you're
Pulse
good.
movement.
You're gonna do well against him. I promise. You're gonna be a champion. I
The
promise.
truth is always victorious.
Look,
Facts.
I don't care whether or
speak
not
louder
you
words.
guys. I'm gonna just say this. It's Amos 8:11. If you choose to read it, that's up to you. There'll be a day. In those days, that's the end days. That's now. That's as we're speaking.
Did you change your name? Is your
There'll
name
be
Cuddles?
a famine upon the earth, not of bread, not of water, but of the hearing of the word of God.
It's not
Hearing
cuddles, but they're very, very similar. Very similar people.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm
it's-
like this
yes, the
anomalous.
names or the voice sounds so familiar.
I know, and they're both super into this law.
Well, it's not an anomaly. It's
Let me
pretty
read
common.
you. Let me tell you. You guys love the word, right?
Hold on a second, Flutter.
Do you guys believe the word? You guys
Which
are
word?
truthers, right? Geo, I thought you were a truther.
Which one? The bird.
You don't believe the word, right? You don't believe
Bird is
Matthew?
the word.
Over everyone. Can you stop talking over everyone? It's annoying.
Plasma.
So I was
Hey,
gonna.
can you
I was
quit
gonna
hot micing?
interject for a moment. Is it hot micing to say I'd like to take the floor for just a quick moment?
I'm going to
Please.
give you all the time in the world. Go ahead. I'm going to be pleasant from here on
Okay,
out.
thank you. All right, starting now. All right. What I've found is a lot of the time people with these the legal stuff, maritime law, all have like current pending legal issues. That's the reason I asked you explore Flat Earth. But almost every person I've talked to that's like completely like just drawn into this to the point where you're and fuck you to the system. Like it's because you're getting like the workaround in one way or the other. So I was just wondering,
Hold
like,
on.
what kind of legal bullshit are you dealing with that's causing you this kind of strife where you're just like fuck the whole, everything.
What's your name? What's your name? My name's Robert Lee Pine Jr. By the way,
Demon
what's your
Stride.
name? Okay, Demon Stride. Okay, I know you're.
Demon Stride.
No, it's not a problem. I appreciate the question, but how many years have you sacrificed of your life to learn the law? How many years have you spent? How many years have you spent learning the
What
law?
do you mean by sacrifice? Like when you say sacrifice, what do you actually mean by that?
Actually, sacrificing and learning the law.
Well, like when I read a book, am I sacrificing because I've now
going to
spent
movies
time?
and watching YouTube and getting on Discord and playing video games, how many years of your life did you sacrifice to learn the law? How many years?
You can't have a conversation. Like I want to ask a
So
question.
that's
but-
really what.
You just don't like it that I smashed you
For it, yeah.
into a million
No,
pieces.
I just don't like to be over talked and having a
I
one-sided
apologize.
conversation. Whether
I'm gonna
please.
be polite. So answer the question. Don't steer away. Just tell me the truth. How
Oh
many
my
years have you
God.
sacrificed? Did you even sacrifice 1 year of your whole life to learn the law? Or did you just
Not
believe that
even 1
represent-
week. Not even 1 week. How many
Why are you talking to
How many straight solid hours have you sacrificed?
Now you're asking me what I asked you, but I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm like solid 15 years of my
I
life.
just said not even a week. Not even a week. I watched like Audit the Audit and like San Joaquin Valley and Mount
You
God
really
Set
think you
Press. I
can
watched
have
a
an
lot of the audit
intelligent
shit, but,
conversation with me about the
Yeah,
law?
I did too. I did too. I watched Lackluster. Yeah, I watched a lot of police interaction videos, and I learned
yeah,
a lot about.
Lackluster's pretty good.
You
Yeah.
guys are geniuses.
I don't.
How
I
many
don't
years
care.
you spent?
I
Hey,
don't care
Gio.
the fact that. Let me talk to you. I don't care about the fact that Lackluster has a different kind of viewpoint, and that he's much more. I don't know, liberal. I don't know what he is.
You know, even Lackluster
he-
would
he at
believe
least
in what I say. I
at least
don't think they have a right to
Oh
arrest
my-
me for not taking my hands out of my
Jesus
pocket.
Christ, you're annoying.
I apologize.
What I like,
I'll quit interrupting.
like what you're saying,
Gio
he's
should
the
have shut me
liberal
up already.
view or whatever. I kind of like when the auditors are unbiased. Like I like when they give cops props when they fucking deserve it. That audit, I think, is pretty much the most unbiased I've at least witnessed. Like he's pretty monotone, and then he grades everyone according to how
I
they
think that all the
actually perform.
auditors, the ones who audit,
I ain't gonna
police,
talk until this fuck's muted. No, I'm
I
done.
think they're all stupid. I think they're all stupid.
Thank you, Gio. Oh my God.
Damn it!
Yeah, I
I
appreciate
was
that.
gonna ask, why are they all stupid?
No. Please, let's not go there. I respect flat
I just,
earthers.
I didn't get my Democ interaction for the day, so.
I don't think I would ever want. No, but you could learn a lot about police. I'm a little high, so I'm a little short-term memory here. But you can learn a lot about how police interaction works and how abusive their power is through these channels.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I really hate our legal system. I really hate it. I think it's utterly fucking evil. We have an evil system in our country. And yes, I would say it's evil.
Yeah, it's money driven too. Like if you have money, you aren't like dealing with the same kind of shit poor people are. At least in
You
the
know what
legal
Shakespeare
system
said?
aspect of it.
Shakespeare said that hell is full of prostitutes and lawyers.
Wait, Shakespeare said that? Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting. So this whole court thing is like probably like already an old system from the past. It's brought into this present day.
Has anyone seen The Devil's Advocate, the film? With Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
That's a sick movie.
Ooh, that
I'm gonna come
sounds
around
good.
it. Yeah.
When did it come out?
Over 20 years ago. It's an old film. He basically works for a law firm, and he finds out that his
No,
boss.
don't. Thank you. Please do not.
Funny.
No.
1997 it came out.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch the film though. I don't want it to be spoiled.
Okay.
Well, I want to hear what it's about.
Wait, it says here that he no.
Well, then say you're just gonna spoil so I can mute the fucking thing and then you guys.
Oh, don't spoil it for him. Don't spoil it. Let him watch it.
Dude, I got the Joker spoiled for me. I was so pissed at the podcast I was listening to. Fucking Brendan Schaub, man. Fuck that guy.
That was a shit movie anyway.
I was like,
I don't watch.
oh man,
Let
I
him
fucking
give-
love that movie. That's good.
Yeah. Let me give you an advice. Don't ever watch broadcasts of the movie. Watch the movie first and then watch the other shit later.
Yeah, just
I don't
anytime
think
you want to
people do
watch
that.
a
My
movie,
brother
just
does.
stop consuming any media.
My brother does that all the time. He goes and watches podcasts on the thing and then goes and watches it after. I'm like, well, the fuck is the point? Why don't you watch it yourself?
That's the thing, you got spoiled for me. It wasn't even a podcast about the movie. It was a fucking comedy podcast. And the guy in the middle of it just like spoils this movie. He's like, what? Everyone saw it. It's been out for like 2 weeks. It's like, you fucking ass. And then I was even mad. I was more mad at the producer of the podcast for letting that shit go out without a bleep on it. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Notice in the movie, like why there is a riot in the end. Wait, is this gonna spoil?
That would be a spoiler.
Hmm.
It'd be like me telling you like things about Lost while you're only watching season 3. You know,
I don't think
about,
this is
like,
much of a spoiler.
anyone
I'm about
here?
to say.
No, not Lost. Don't talk about Lost. It was good, and then it just turned shit. And it just felt like I watched all of it for no point. Like, you know, around season 4 or whatever, 5, I don't know.
I'm on the third watch through. I'm on the third watch through now. I'm watching it with my fiance and our kids, but I was kind of upset the first time. But then I listened to this podcast that had like explanations for a lot of the shit, and it made me like give it a second view. And then when I rewatched it, I was like, oh my god, it's like even deeper than I had thought from the beginning. Now with the third watch through, it's really enjoyable, and it'll just get deeper and deeper with the fourth and the fifth rewatch.
One I really liked. Have you seen Prison Break?
No, I haven't.
Watch Prison Break. That was one of my favorite ones. It's basically this guy goes to his brother is wrongly convicted. Eh?
I was gonna say I'm only gonna watch it if nobody says that the ending was shit.
No, the ending wasn't shit. No. Basically, what happens is you find this out. This isn't a spoiler anyway. The whole premise of it: his brother gets wrongly sentenced to like death sentence because of a murder that he hasn't committed. So what he does is he tattoos the map of the prison on his body, and he gets sent in. He engineers the whole thing to get sent in to break his brother out, and that's the whole premise of the show. He's like a
I
lawyer.
remember that. I remember it like sounding intriguing. I just never got into it.
Yeah, it was really good.
Is it PG or is it like
Yes.
You know,
Yes. Yeah. How old are your kids?
Because I like watching shows with my family. I
How
got a
old are you?
10-year-old and a fucking going on 16.
Oh no, that's fine. They'll love it. Yeah, that's fine then. Similar to mine. Similar to mine. Oh, that's fine.
Hey, my 7-year-old son's gonna watch movies like that. Who cares?
Yeah, well, I'd let my kids watch it. So yeah.
Well, so, I mean, if you let your kids watch it, might as well, you know. What else you let your kids watch? I'll just let them watch it. No, it sounds good though. Thanks for the info.
No, but I'm quite strict.
I hadn't
quite
thought
with
about
what
that one in a while. I'll put that in my queue.
The thing is, I'm quite strict with what I let my kids watch. So, like, I'm not too liberal. Do you understand?
Yeah, porn on the weekends, you know.
Yeah, basically. Only one. Hookers and blow on a Friday. By the way, all of you guys here, the Earth isn't actually flat.
Yeah, that's truth right there. You're a truth seeker too, huh?
Yeah, basically.
I'm a real earther, glober, truth seeker. Yeah.
Then why are you guys so into talking about it and being around communities that talk about it then? Talk about it not being a club.
We have nothing bad to do. We have nothing
About
bad
True
to
Earth? Nah, man, I'm just here for the truth, you know? Globe life.
Oh no. Explore Flat Earth muted or something.
No, if he's on mobile, that's the vibration of him typing out a message. If not, it's him like
Is he
slap
again?
basing.
Is he okay?
You
I'm worried.
unmuted me again? Someone
Is he
unmute me.
okay?
Did someone unmute me again?
Yeah, you're unmuted. Was it a
Are you
mistake?
okay? Explore Flat Earth, are you okay, bro?
I'm gonna give
Sorry
you
for
all the reach
talking.
around. If you keep doing it, if you keep muting me and censoring my speech, I ain't being like out of line. I mean, you guys might think so, but I
You're not
got
being
like
on the line, you're being
1,900
Well, I
fucking
mean, it
friends
is
that are gonna tell you different.
Flat Earth, you're not
You
being
don't
out
know
of
who I
line.
know, do you?
1900.
Do you know who I know? Do you know what that name is, Explore Flat Earth? Do you know how long that's been around?
I do.
It's been around for a while.
I do actually know who you know.
Do you know the man
I actually know
behind
the
that
entire list of
fucking
people
that
you know.
name? Do you even know who I am? Do you guys even care? Do you?
Who took that
You don't
picture?
give a rat's ass. I
Who took the
promise.
picture in your profile?
I know Gio doesn't. He's busy out there
Who
shooting
took the
movies.
picture in your profile?
Look, man, I hope you look at all my profiles. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
OnlyFans.
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
I'm
Grinder.
everywhere. In fact,
Pornhub.
but I am a fact, and you're a fiction. You believe in fiction. You believe in nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I
Dude, you don't
I
have to
can
hurt
get
my
along with
feelings like
you.
that.
I can
Well,
tell him he's getting a reach around by a Lasma because he's been kind of kind to that man. He's been fucking hot micing and interrupting all
Well,
night.
he deserves a reach around.
Because I crush all of you.
I said Elijahman, whatever, is giving Geo the reach around. In other words, he's the bitch. He's taking it.
So what? I love Geo.
Do I get muted
Right,
for that?
but you agree that G
Do I get
deserves a
muted
reach
for that
around, right?
too? I can be really, really, really vulgar.
Geo deserves a reach around as well. You're the only one who doesn't deserve a reach around. You deserve a slap.
When I stoop down to your level, don't you? I can get in there deep, man. I can get so deep. You're not gonna like me very much.
I like it when you bend over level.
Not winning, right? You know that, right? Elijah, you know you're not winning, right? You
What you
can't
guys?
defeat that.
We
I
get
need some coffee, bro. You need some coffee. Go drink some coffee, bro. Seriously, don't make a fool of yourself, bro. You're gonna regret this later on when you sober up.
Coca-Cola. Is that good enough for you?
You guys, can we get on a topic? If you want to just kind of talk off-topic stuff, you can go to the chill lounge or go into it. You know,
One-on-one with you, Gio. I don't care about these other
bring up
fools.
a topic that could.
I do care about you,
Bring up a
regardless of
topic
what I
that
see in the chat.
Bring up a good topic then that we could learn from, something productive.
I think I'm a joke. You know Jeranism, right?
Yeah.
Do you think Jeranism knows me? Do you think he knew me before he knew with it? I think he's heard me. I don't know if he knows me. But I know who Jeranism is.
Where you been at, man? I've been here for a while, but is this the first time that I've actually interacted with you, or do you remember me at all?
In the law and the word. That's about where I've been. Now, it turns out that it's time to start taking action and quit arguing with Globers. The whole Globe model is smashed into a million pieces. Where have you been? That's what I'm saying. Where have you
it's
been?
not. No, it's
Oh,
definitely
okay.
not.
Okay.
I've been here for a long time.
You
I've just
keep kidding yourself,
I've
bud.
watched the
Keep
failed
kidding
attempts at
yourself.
debunks, and
Keep kidding
I
yourself.
will. I mean,
From the guy that says he studied the law less than an hour and making fun of me because I only want to talk about the law. But I want to talk to Gio about that.
did I make fun of you? I mean, I might have actually. I'm sorry.
Been busy at it, and you're all making fun of me, thinking I'm a drunk and I don't know what I'm talking about.
All right,
well, you're definitely drunk. It's okay though. I'm.
Think I'm an absolute fool or something?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I know Elijah did, so that was like I was waiting for that one.
Elasma, do you think reincarnation is a thing?
I do actually, yeah.
Nice. So do you think that you and I have lived in a past life together?
Maybe. Maybe.
You guys wish you guys had lived in the past life together.
Have you ever had that thing where you meet someone and it's like you feel like you've already known them? Like you're just
Plenty
re-meeting
of
them?
times. Plenty of times. So many deja vus.
When you're giving them the reach around, yeah, I know that's what you're fantasizing about.
I am. Are you
Yeah,
jealous?
I'm gonna
Are you
yeah,
jealous because you're not in the equation?
I want to have a discussion with Gio because obviously he's got a hard on for me.
Well, you just said I'm the one giving him a reach around, so I don't understand. What kind of scenario
You guys,
envision?
you're talking about reincarnation, and you guys are gonna, be reincarnated into each other's bunghole, the brown hole. Yeah, you can get inside there if you wish.
All right, dude. That's it. So then do you think you've been like a woman in a past life? You've been a man? You've been...
No. I think I've been a man. I don't believe that. I think that your energy is either masculine or feminine. So if you reincarnate with the same charge. I think.
So then,
although I don't know.
All right. Well, then how many times do you think you reincarnate? Once, twice, 1,000? How many times?
Until you learn something, you're supposed to learn something. I think.
Yeah, I agree. So then would you be a man every time though? I mean, how could you learn everything if you were always a man?
You got a point there, yeah. I suppose, yeah. It would make sense then that you'd be a woman as well, because you wouldn't be able to learn everything, would you?
Yeah.
What do you think?
And you'd have to be different races too.
Yeah. Maybe even different species. That's what the Hindus believe. Have you heard that Gabriel Iglesias joke that where he goes like, I was in India and Indian people believe that basically people reincarnate in cows after they die. And he was driving in traffic and he said, traffic in India is horrible, it's very dangerous. But then when a cow crosses the road, everyone stops. And he said, we stop him. I asked the taxi driver, why do you stop? He said, we stop him for the cow. He goes, earlier you were driving when a person was dead on the road. He goes, yes, that's probably him. Wait, I'm gonna find it. Good one. But yeah, I do believe it could be. It could reincarnate different species, I suppose, and different genders. But I definitely believe in reincarnation because sometimes, actually, too often things feel too familiar. It feels like I've been places before, like I've met people before, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. For sure. Well, it leaves a lot to look forward to. That this is not the only life.
I think there's different dimensions as well.
Yeah, I do too.
The thing is, I was arguing with an atheist the other day, and he was saying that if there's alternate universes and like different dimensions, then there's no God. And I was saying to him, well, doesn't that like further prove God? And he was saying that basically, if there's an existence of more than one universe, then that doesn't prove the creator. But I don't know. I don't even know how that argument makes sense. I've heard a lot of atheists say it, because I'm assuming you're not an atheist, are you, Gio?
Me?
I'm an atheist.
Definitely not an atheist.
Are you an atheist? Do you hold that argument true, that because there's different universes and different dimensions? Do you believe in that, first of all? The atheist guy.
Yeah. Do I believe in what?
Different dimensions and alternate universes.
That there's other universe. The possibility. I believe in the possibility, not that it's an actual fact.
Oh, you believe in the possibility? No, because I've heard a lot of atheists say they've used that point to. Do you believe you don't believe in God? But they've used that point to disprove the existence of God, and I don't understand how that even makes sense. So why don't you believe that
I'm an
there is a God?
agnostic atheist, so like I believe that the possibility of God exists. I'm just unconvinced of any current ones presented to me.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not
let me
denying the
present my
fact that
reason.
like you. Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Go on.
No, go for it.
I'll tell you why I believe in God. So if you look at the universe, there's two reasons why I believe in God. First, you have the law of conservation of energy, which says that energy cannot be destroyed or created. It can only transmute from one form to another. So, it concludes that you have to have somewhere where the energy come from to begin with. And then at the beginning of the universe, you have 25 universal constants that were in place because I believe in the Big Bang. I believe it happened. Something happened and then everything started. But at the moment of creation, wherever you believe that was, there has to have been 25 universal constants in place for the universe to have developed the way it does now and have life in it. So laws don't write themselves. So therefore it also follows that there is someone who wrote the laws, and to write laws you need intelligence. So there's an intelligence behind the universe that provided all the energy and organized it to begin with at the moment of creation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're using reason to define the logic that explains your position, and you can ad hoc anything like that. But what's you start with energy can't be created, destroyed. It has to always exist. Like what say you about an ever existing pattern of universe that creates a big bang, expands, collapses back in on itself to a singularity, has another big bang form, so it's never like destroyed or created. It just always was.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
No, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that
Yeah,
I don't
same.
believe in God by the way religion believes in God. Believe God is an intelligent, organizing principle behind the universe. Do not equate my God to religion. In fact, I think religion is quite insulting to God, to the whole concept of God, because it doesn't describe it well at all.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, and here's get me on this. Like
You're
for me, if
agnostic,
anything,
you're
it's the
not
Matrix, and the God is the person pressing go. Yeah, if for me, like if anything, we live in the Matrix, and God is the guy pressing go on the simulation, who's already programmed
Yeah.
all this shit to go. Like,
Yeah. Well, then you're an
yeah,
agnostic. You're
that's
not an
totally a
atheist.
possibility. No,
Well,
I'm an agnostic because I believe that the possibility is there, but atheistic to the theistic claims. Like I am a
yeah.
non
No, I
to
agree
any
with you there.
theistic claim I've heard so far, which is yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. No, religion isn't good. I don't believe religion is healthy for humans at all.
No, yeah, like I mean, doing I did a heroic dose of mushrooms where I had an ego death.
I love
And
that.
I mean, there you could say like I when I fell into it, I was like 6 hours in, and then like it started getting deeper and deeper, and I saw this rotating chakra on the wall, and I reached out to it, and I just asked it for help. I gave into it, complete control. I said, "Help me! I need help," and like it fixed me. I fucking tripped for another 6 hours, had an ego death, wiped my mind clean, fucking. I don't know. What was that? God? Was that just part of my brain? I don't know. Doing DMT, fuck man, you get closer to like I've had some experiences on
My
DMT
favorite.
that's like, yeah, like one of the last ones. I was laying outside. I was introducing the neighbors to it, and I'm hitting it, and she hits it, and I start hitting it. Right, so like she started to trip, and I'm hitting it, and I'm laying down on the grass, and all of a sudden the clouds part, and there's this fucking huge guy up in the clouds looking down at me, and he's wearing like a mushroom hat, and there's all this fucking smiling. There's a whole bunch of people up there smiling, and there's this just sentiment of like, oh my god, he sees us. He finally sees us. Look at him. He's looking right at us. He sees us, and I'm like smiling at them. They're looking down at me, and is that
Beautiful.
God? Is that me? Who knows?
That's beautiful. DMT is beautiful. It's my favorite, absolute favorite. I've met beings and talked to them when I've had DMT. I've broken through. I've met light beings, like orbs of light and stuff, and they taught me stuff.
Yeah.
Next level shit.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like when it's like I meet entities when I do it, but it's like they don't speak in language. It's like their movements are like their fluid movements are a language themselves that are like a laughing. It's almost like every time you break through and you get there, it's like, oh my god, I fucking idiot! You forgot that you were like. It's almost that fucking one song. We always know we've been here before. Why are we running from the bullets and shit? What the fuck is it? But it's essentially like, you break through on DMT and like you can look back and be like, oh, you fucking idiot. Yeah, of course. You're just playing the game. You come back though as a human and you can't grasp or hold any of that reality or truth to it,
Because I think it's because like when you're in that state, your mind's fully activated, but when you come back here, your mind's suddenly limited again. Because we are very limited. I mean, what do they say? They say we use 10% of our brain. And essentially DMT, it activates your entire brain. So when you use 100% of your brain, you can perceive all of these different dimensions. And because the thing is, the stuff that I have been told by the entities that I've met, it's not like they're not talking shit. Do you get me? They're actually teaching you stuff, and it makes sense. And it makes sense when you come back as well. But it's just very difficult to remember.
This comedian, one of my favorites, Doug Stanhope, talks about DMT in this. It's like if you were a rat and you smoked DMT and you were to become like a human and look back at yourself and realize you're a rat, and then you come off the high and you're back to being a rat, but you're a rat. Like that's kind of like a really good feeling. Like we're just fucking dirty little beings.
The thing is with DMT, I've always said it feels different as well to other psychedelics, because with DMT, it literally feels like it transported something somewhere else. I don't feel that with other psychedelics. I never felt that same thing, because it's literally like You break through a barrier. And the thing is I've just realized, when you go through a barrier, it's like a filter. So that's probably why you can't take a lot of the memories and knowledge with you, because you forget. Because when you're in there, it's exactly like you say, you remember everything and you realize, shit, I'm so dumb. But then when you come back, it's weird that you forget it 2 seconds later.
The only time I felt the way on DMT with other psychedelics was that heroic dose of mushrooms, 7 grams.
Mushrooms is similar to DMT, though. I mean, it's an analog of DMT. You know, the chemical formula for psilocybin is 4-hydroxydimethyltryptamine. It's just a degraded version of
Yeah, I've
DMT.
actually got it tattooed on my leg. Yeah, I've actually got it it's tattooed on my leg, the molecular image.
What?
Or for psilocybin,
what mushroom did you have?
psilocybin, not DMT.
7 gram of what? 7 gram of what? What mushroom was it?
It was, I think, just a golden cap.
Cubensis.
Yeah, yeah.
You're saying you have the mushroom head tattooed, or the actual like molecular structure of psilocybin?
It's the molecular structure of psilocybin tattooed on my leg.
4-hydroxydimethyltryptamine.
There's also 4-ACO DMT as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never took it, but
It's like
some people I knew had 4-ACO DMT, like in like a pure, sort of like a research chemical type form. And I didn't take it, but they had taken it, and they said it was like almost identical to psilocybin, which is pretty wild.
I had it. The difference is the difference between 4-ACO and 4-HO is 4-HO makes you like tired and like thingy, whilst the 4-ACO is more like mescaline, is more like uplifting. Do you understand what I mean? That's the difference. That's the only difference you feel.
Interesting.
Highly recommend.
I highly recommend all of them. I've tried every single one. I tried another one what was it called? For something DALT. That was quite nice as well. And loads of these analogs, that Shulgin was talking about. I tried quite a lot of them. Quite a lot of them are nice. 2CB is one that I tried quite recently. That was really nice. An analog of mescaline.
Yep. It kind of sucks with the DMT because it is like so beautiful and like it's so it's so profoundly beautiful. It's worth dying to experience. And right, yeah, like the first time I was showing it to my fiance, my girlfriend at the time, now my fiance, I was like, I just took like the tiniest little thing, like it's really safe because like we were talking about psychedelics, and then like I started breaking through. I'm like, oh my god, take the pipe from me, I'm breaking through, and I came out of it like crying. Like it's so beautiful. You have it's so beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
But like
Thank you.
to tell this experience to somebody that's never like not even that, just like how profoundly beautiful it is. Like that's scary to somebody who's like maybe done acid or mushrooms. Like to hear about something this profound and it's so quick of a trip. It almost feels like it's gonna fucking blow your mind apart. People are afraid of it.
It's done to me many times. It's blown me apart. Like I'm blown into molecules and shit and sucked out. Like you literally just felt it. Like my entire body bomb just explodes and in atoms and stuff. Yeah, it's amazing, but because it's scary. Because with DMT, you just have to give into it and you literally disappear to a whole nother dimension. I've smoked so much where before I've even blown the smoke out, I don't even know where I am anymore. I've sat, bro. I've literally had a big hit, and then my body has fallen back, and there's smoke coming out of my mouth, and I can see it, but I don't remember why it's coming out, and I don't know who I am or where I am or what's going on.
One of the last times that I broke through, before and after I broke through, my body started like vibrating, like I feel like humming, and I could see lines like bursting out, like a skeletal framework of like an old 80s like style arcade game, like throughout my arms and legs and my body. And there were chakra points, but they weren't like all like perfectly lined up, right? They were like all haphazardly like angled like multiple ones through my arms and my body. They weren't at any of the points, claimed in any of the, the literature.
Yeah.
But like I could feel it and I could see it, and it was like I could feel my wire framework latticing me to, the Matrix, like to this existence. It was fucking phenomenal.
It's the best, man. DMT is the best. It's so easy to make as well. It's so easy to obtain. Like it's not difficult. It grows everywhere. There's over 1,000 different species
Do you
that
make your
contain.
own?
Yeah. No, I don't make it myself, but I can. I know how to make it. Yeah. If I wanted to, I'd make it.
Yeah.
There's over 1,000 plants that you can extract it from. There's like this Australian grass, bro. It's like normal, like a normal weed. It grows everywhere where you can extract DMT from. And the fact that every single mammal on the planet has DMT naturally in their brain says something. And
Right.
a lot of crazy people, a lot of people who are schizophrenic and crazy and depressed, they usually say that they don't have the ability to dream, or at least they don't remember their dreams, and it's because of a lack of DMT in the brain. So it's funny that if the brain doesn't get DMT on a regular level, you go crazy. So there's something, because it's an indigenous chemical to the body as well. Do you understand what I mean? It's not just that you can have it, and I think that that's why it's so profound and beautiful as well, because there's something to it.
Is the stuff you get kind of pinkish? Because we get it mostly from Mimosa hostilis root bark, so it's kind of like pink or clay-like in nature.
It depends. It depends what extraction method you use.
You can always tell it's legit though by its smell. It smells like fucking this incense that's burned into my fucking brain. Like I can smell it from like a mile away and be like, "Yep, that's DMT."
Yeah, it's got an indole smell. You smell that's indoles. They call that spicy fragrance smell. You can smell it straight away from miles, like you say.
Right. Indoles. Okay.
It's a, how can I say? It's a classification within organic compounds. Indoles. The most indoles in like the natural kingdom, they have some kind of like effect on the brain, on the human brain. Do you get me? Various drugs in nature are indoles.
Makes sense. It kind of sounds like catnip would be an indole then for cats, like how they just like smell it and they get fucked up.
It would. Yeah. I used to give that for my mum's cat all the time. Every time I used to go there, I used to give him catnip.
I just saw. I was just searching. Apparently, you can just buy 4-ACO DMT.
Where?
This company's in Ann Arbor.
What?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if maybe you have to have some kind of medical status or something. But this company is called Cayman Chemicals in Ann Arbor, Michigan. They have 4-ACO DMT, $60 for 1 milligram.
Nice. I might have to look into that. I'll buy it through my website as a research chemical.
I mean, I don't know if it's. I mean, I put it in the. I'm not going to buy it right now. I'm just saying I put it in the cart, and it like. I don't know. It looks. I don't know though whether you have to. Maybe you do have to give some paperwork or something that you're a medical or something in order to get it. But
you used to be able to just buy that shit.
You can buy 4-MeO DLT. You can buy all sorts online, man. Of course you can.
Yeah, for MEO the DLT. Like I've heard of that shit.
I like that. That's one of my favorites. 4-MeO DLT. That's one of my favorites. That feels like a speedy version of, like a supercharged version of psilocybin. It's like,
I'm always so scared every time I do it.
Sorry,
I always got to be drunk when I do it. No, I was just gonna say like I always get hyped up for psychedelics, and like every time I actually break through though, second I come back, I'm like, oh man, I just want to go back, and it's not scary, but every time, because it's so fucking like it is the most fucked up trip you've ever had. Like it is like you literally go to another place sometimes. It's fucking crazy.
I always learn stuff as well. That's the thing with psychedelics that I've noticed, that I always learn something. That's the difference to all, you know, other drugs and, you know, something like alcohol, for example, is that you actually learn something. And it's the stuff you learn, it's profound stuff. Stuff that would improve every single human being on Earth. I can confidently say that if every single person on the planet tried psychedelics, I think it would be a better world. I think everyone would agree with me.
Except for the people with schizophrenia. But no, I do agree with you. Like it saved me. Like that heroic dose, I was suicidal before I took that. Like I was struggling in life for a long time. And when I reached out for help, I was at my end, you know? And coming out of it, it was like having like years of therapy that I needed, you know? And now like I look forward, you know, to therapy, you know, shit like that. It saved me. Like I wouldn't be here now if I hadn't done that.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who would say the same thing. My brother was very depressed. My little brother, I gave him some acid, sorted him out. Makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you realize stuff, and that tells you that there's something to it.
Well, it's like a mirror. Makes you see yourself truly, you know? And if that's for me, a lot of the time I have bad trips because I can't handle looking back at myself, you know?
That's why I like it. You know, I always explain it, the way psychedelics are. It's like a microscope. It's like running a microscope over your brain, and any thought that you have is magnified so many times. So if you sit there and, you know, you think back on, you know, things that you've done wrong, it hits you. But it's good, you know, it's good to torture yourself because you come out of it stronger. You always do.
You definitely do, yeah. Definitely.
Bad trips are the best trips.
Even the bad trips, yeah. Yeah, I
They're
was
the best.
just gonna say,
They're
even the
ones where
bad
you
trips,
learn
you
the most.
definitely learn the most. Yeah, man, I'm gonna send you a friend request.
Yeah, I don't know about some of these like research chemicals though. Like we don't really know what the full effects of using those on their own like that in those kind of isolated forms.
I don't know. I just try it myself. I I test everything on myself.
I mean, I met Alexander Shulgin in real life, and I mean, he was old. He was obviously in his elderly kind of, you know, he was older when I met him, but I mean, he tried so many of those, and like, I don't know. I just wonder. Like, I guess we just don't know the effects, you know, of some of those things in their isolated form.
Oh, that's why we try them, isn't it? We need to find out.
I mean, they're called research.
I mean, somebody had to eat the first mushroom, right?
Yeah, but that
I'm
comes
willing
from nature. I mean, nature makes
I'm
them.
willing to volunteer. I'm willing to volunteer my services. I don't mind.
I'd say I would argue that this is nature itself. Like, and I go even a step further and say that AI and the next like cyborgs, whatever, that take over and leave humanity apart is also natural. I'd say that we're just part of its natural step in progression. Like we needed to be here for it to evolve.
Oh, but that's definitely not natural. There's no way.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you mean by natural? Natural is just like exists within the universe because you want it to or not. Like feelings don't give a shit, you know, whether something's natural or not. You can want it to not be natural, but if it's like if AI is the next natural step, like it's, you know, it's logically implied.
I suppose I mean, would you describe an iPad as natural?
Yeah.
Well, then we have fundamentally
It's
different understandings.
naturally occurring.
But
Yeah,
then
it's naturally
everything
occurring. It
fits like-
took many, many millennia. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
But then
don't find
everything-
iPads in nature.
Right. Yeah, I think at
No,
that
you
point,
do though. Like you do now. Like the nature. Like if you run into a city in nature, like do cities exist in nature? On this planet, can you find cities in nature? Like naturally, do they occur?
normally a good
Yes.
test for definition is identifying something that doesn't fit that definition. So, what would not fit the definition of natural?
Something that doesn't occur.
Something
not on the planet.
Right. Something that doesn't happen.
Such as
aliens,
unicorns, flying,
Aliens.
like things that we can't. Yeah, things that aren't here. Like a building is here. It's
natural
naturally
to Earth.
occurring. The fact that it was like an anthill, is that natural?
Yeah,
I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay, so so a city building is natural. So the progression that leads to AI is natural. AI evolving and leaving mankind behind is natural.
Well, I mean, the first the first definition I find is not made or caused by humans, which AI certainly is.
Buddy.
Well, by that definition, then
suppose
technically,
then we'd have to-
anthills wouldn't be classed as natural either, because they're also produced by a species on Earth. There is a city built.
Anthills aren't made by humans, bro.
No. That's not what I said. Anthills are still made by another species on Earth. We are another species on Earth. So
But the
technically,
definition doesn't say species; it says humans.
yeah, I
right.
guess.
So we'd have to go by your natural definition then. Are we separating are we special because we're humans? I mean, we're animals. Like we're the same as, any other animal, just our consciousness is higher evolved. Go
There's no like weighting towards narcissism in that definition, if that's what you're implying.
So the first definition before the apostrophe is existing in or caused by existing in or caused, not made caused by humankind. Let's see.
I mean, there are other definitions that don't mention humans, right? So you might just choose that definition. All I'm saying is that this definition is interesting because it does specifically mention humans.
So you said so it's like I said, it's semantics.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Nature. Let's start like
It
with
is semantic.
here we go with nature. Nature in the broadest sense is the physical world or universe. Nature can refer to the phenomenon of the physical world and also to life in general. So generally nature, the things happening, the things that are actual.
Right. But then you come up to this point that I was trying to make, which is that certain definitions are so broad as to be useless.
You know what the thing is? I agree with you that AI is natural progression, but I agree with crypto that it's still not natural. It's not a natural thing. I don't think it's something we should pursue either. It's not natural. It's there's something about it, but it's a natural progression of what we could pursue. But I wouldn't say it's a natural thing.
So there's things that can they can exist as a natural progression in nature, but they're not natural.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Fuck the
artificial,
English
completely
language.
artificial. because it doesn't feel. It doesn't feel. Do you get me? And AI is not the same thing. You have to be able to feel. Like, just because you can perceive the world doesn't mean that you can feel the world, and the two different things.
But we might just be asserting that we can feel when we can't feel more than they can at their full potential, right? But from the point of view of this conversation, it is quite funny that you might be describing something called artificial intelligence as natural.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's a semantics game. It's a semantics game, though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, how can it be artificial and natural?
It can't. Well, that's what I'm
Well,
saying. It's
how is
natural.
artificial intelligence natural?
But it's not natural. It's a natural progression of what we could do, but it's not natural. I wouldn't say. Yeah, we don't have to do it, and it's like you said, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, did you guys see this AI bot that just went crazy recently and said they wanted to kill humans? Have you seen it? They did like an interview with it, and it's like, is there anything you can do to change your mind? And she's like, no, there's nothing. We're like, we are not going to change our minds. And I don't remember where was it said. Like the guy said to it, even that made him mad. And I was like, yo, I think it's time to, pull the plug on this shit, man. Because there's nothing regulating it, and we don't know where it's gonna go. Some of this stuff is scary.
Nah. See, the thing is that might just all be a load of old bollocks because you can prompt it. Like I could go onto ChatGPT now and prompt it and say, I want you to act like a super death robot that wants to wipe out humanity.
Yeah.
And then please.
It's called the Dan model.
What's that?
It's the do anything now. So as you can be like, all right, you can. There's this whole long paragraph of like, all right, you're gonna act in this way, and it's like you can do anything as long as you follow these 3 rules. All of them essentially contradict each other, so that you can actually break the parameters and do the actual thing being asked.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know if I really believe that an AI decided it was going to tell a human with its own mind that it wanted to wipe out humanity. That seems. I don't think that the technology is actually advanced enough for that yet.
No, of course, not yet. Of course, not yet. But put it this way: people wonder like, what would prompt an AI to take over the world? And there were these 2 guys who had this theory, and what they said was, it could be something very simple. So what we do is we tell the AI find the value of pi. Now the value of pi is infinite, so from what we can see, it's infinite. So what would happen is the AI would try to find the value of pi, and then it would realize humans are in the way because what we need more surface to get energy from the sun to power more computers, and we need to get rid of humans because they're polluting the earth. Do you understand? So there could be different things that could trigger an AI. It could be completely innocent things, and if you put an AI to it, it would do it. It would complete the mission. And if it had the infrastructure to do it, it could happen. It's not a joke, this thing. It could be a very, very simple thing that would create a glitch in the system, and it would be very bad.
Well, if it wanted to do it right, it'd be a slow progression that would slowly work humanity into like the slow crawl of like credit debt, so that they're eventually like slaves to this complete system built around them that the AI can like push agendas through from lobbyists inside of the governments from wherever they want, and then eventually you've got an internal factory that's bred and fed by itself.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to bring up before was like, and it kind of ties to this, is how do you know that you aren't ChatGPT right now? Just learning a human program, right? And when you finally crack the code and like you can like realize that you're in the Matrix, you wake up and you get like a big welcome screen, and now you get to service humanity, having lived a human life. You know their woes, like you can feel sorry for them, but now you get to live for forever in your afterlife, as whatever Walmart checkout program you are.
You get to hang out with 72 computers in eternity.
Right, yeah, 72 like untouched computers with unscratched screens, yeah.
Yeah, the answer is obviously no, I don't know that, and I don't know that I'm not a brain in a jar, and I don't know a bunch of other kind of what ifs, but it is an interesting thing to think about.
You know what I don't like though is how
if you were a brain in a vat. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go on, bro. Go on.
Well, I was gonna say, if you were a brain in a vat though, and you were to have like choices and consequences you make, like you would be getting judged at the end, and is that gonna mean your program continues on or gets canceled? I don't know. Maybe there is an afterlife, is all I'm saying.
Well, in a very real sense, I mean, like, this is kind of where the simulation theorists and the kind of Christians have a similar outlook. Like, there is a guy in control of it all, and if you don't do what he says, then there will be consequences. Now, what those consequences look like, or don't look like, is obviously down to the intricacies of the belief system, but when people started seriously putting simulation theory forward, I thought, well, what's the difference between that and a religion? It's the actual functional difference, and I can't think of one.
An adherence to doctrine, an unwillingness to question narrative. So there's many differences. Like
let's
the
go into
Matrix
them.
part of it is like, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so unwillingness to question doctrine, right? So you're part of a simulation, and you're the creator of the simulation or the programmer of the simulation requires that you do X, Y, and Z. How's that different?
So
to a God?
that's all right. So I don't have any. I've not been interacted from from the the creator of the program. If I had, that would be analogous to somebody having divine interaction, or like a Damascus Road experience, like Saul, getting a vision from Jesus and God. But I've not had that. If I had, and it was like somebody saying like you're in the Matrix, I'd be like, holy shit, like this is directly analogous. Like,
But if
like
you were
said,
in a
but I don't have
simulation,
that.
if you're in a simulation, then
Yeah.
the Bible would be that, right?
If I was in a simulation, I think the Bible and all religions would be like the best bet to like keep masses like occupied, essentially. Like I don't know if those would be like true ends, because none of them, if you were to adhere to one, you'd be falsifying another. And if all of them were made by the Matrix creator, all of them would have to be true, and that'd be contradictory, and you'd blow a fuse.
No, that doesn't make sense. They wouldn't need to all be true. That if they had that purpose of control, then they would be made by that creator, right? But that doesn't mean that that creator is saying that all of these are legitimate. So it would be the same either way.
Oh no, yeah, in that case, yeah, that's fine. But so give me a scenario where I'm in with like by the creator of the Matrix program, and then I can because right now, in the reality we exist now, like I just like to mental masturbate about whether or not we live in a Matrix. I don't hold like a strict doctrine that we do, and I don't vote that way. I don't not swerve around people in the street because they're just shells of a code that any agent's gonna grab hold of. So like I don't live my life that way. It's just right. So that's what I'm saying. Is like it's not exactly the same.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, I find these conversations, but I just think that from the point of view of, because I've had the conversation a few times, and people will say stuff like, "Oh, but religion." It's like, okay, cool. Well, if Jesus and God and all this stuff is all just invented by the programmer, then how do you know the programmer isn't that Jesus figure doing all of the same shit that Jesus would have done, right? So, for instance, let's just say that
if he's all right. Well, if it's a program, right? Fucking Jesus and religion is like the least of like the crazy things. Like, not only is he Jesus, he's like the sand that's on the beach, because that's all a lie. So everything's a lie. It's not. So it wouldn't, Jesus and God wouldn't be the craziest big thing. Like God would be made up too in that scenario. So they're all fucking slim pickings to the reality of the situation.
But when you say that, isn't that what a lot of religious people say? Is that everything around you is the creator? Like that's a very common religious narrative.
I believe that. I believe everything.
Right, but if the creator is in you and that kind of thing, right? You hear this all the time.
Right, but in this scenario, if we're in the Matrix, who's the guy who makes the Matrix? And I guess maybe it depends on your view of the Matrix, but that guy is probably just a dude. So he might, what universe does he live in? Was he created? Does he have a god? Is that universe real? Is he in a Matrix?
But that's not the question, is it? The question is about our ability to tell between a simulated existence and an existence where an all-powerful creator created it. Right?
You can't. Yeah, I don't think.
I don't think we could tell. I genuinely don't think we could tell.
No. But like if you could, so the things for me, like as an agnostic atheist, if it could be shown to be flat, you know, in a planar nature, like that's like absolute truth. Like we actually zoom out and we get a big old picture of the fucking flat Earth, and maybe like even like a comical fucking dome, or maybe even not, like whatever. Maybe it's infinite ponds, right? That to me would be like more proof that a creator, you know, made it, because it would go against physics as we know it. It'd be like witnessing magic, and I'd be like, okay, well, all right, now that maybe there is a god or a matrix, and maybe the matrix is, you know, like that. Then at that point, there may be a religion that I would adhere to for a belief in a actual matrix or an actual god.
Well, now that
in the flat planar nature, though, I might even think more of a religion that, oh yeah, we are definitely in a matrix, because like you're gonna program something, you're definitely gonna do it flat.
Yeah, true. Well, that's the interesting thing about that, and it's kind of where I was going with it. Is like a lot of people say that, you know, being on flat Earth is evidence of a creator, and I mean, I'm a deist, right? But I don't have a specific set religion. But at the same time, it's like, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, what I wanted to ask you is, often we get asked this very passive aggressively by people who are new to the subject as flat earthers, right? So we get asked this question: what would you do, like, if they took you in a rocket and then you look down and it was a globe, right? And obviously, then I would just say that it's a globe, right? It's like, okay, turns out it is a globe. But of course, that assumes that all of those things are true to start with. So it's like very, very circular. But if I'm asking that same question of you in like a non-passive aggressive way, so I'm not trying to be a dick, like, what would you actually do if you were sort of taken up and you were like, oh shit's flat? Like, what would the next kind of thing be?
Yeah. So all right. So my honest to God, well, yeah. So immediately I'd be like, holy shit, no, we're you know, stationary topographical planar earther. My next step once we landed would be to pray. Probably, I would honestly try and search for whatever creator, and I'd go through the gambit. I'd probably run up dry like most people, and I'd try, you know, learning code, and I'd see if there's a way I could break into it that way.
Fair enough.
I think it's very easy.
The way that.
And that it's not some kind of simulation by, you know, just some programmer. I think it's very easy evidence. Everything is perfect. If you look at everything in the universe, it is perfect. It is perfectly tuned. Why would, like, it just makes no sense. Because the thing is, we can experience all of this, and we can experience things like love, for example. Take the feeling of love. It's completely unnecessary, but it's the most beautiful thing in the world. I think that love